is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like a stakeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes. And you can rock and roll with an attitude. So fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it.
15 seconds, guidance is internal. 12,
Y'all the new
11,
MC, you got the
10,
remix.
9, ignition sequence
Keep it
start.
on repeat, just let the beat
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Here we go. Wow, who's going to get it? He's flying. Crushing here, these two women. Lucy Charles Barkley, the focus in her eyes is unparalleled. He's found the power.
I've got goosebumps. This is the bit that gets me.
He's so happy. Look at him. He's in disbelief.
To the Ironman banner, the red carpet.
They created history tonight.
Going to be an American record for the fastest Ironman.
But now this man has emerged, executed the perfect victory.
Good morning and welcome to the 2022 VinFast Ironman World Championship. This, my friends, has been a long 2 days we've waited for this. The body marking show for day 2 at this amazing event. And guess what? Today we showcase the men. After quite a day seeing these women light it up all day long on Thursday, I'm Michael Lovato, joined once again by the incredible Dee Griesbauer, and we are here to showcase the start, the lead-in, the backstage prior to the big event. Dee, this is going to be a good day.
I was going to say, Michael, just like 2 days ago, this is the show before the show. We see our great volunteers getting ready to welcome our professional men as well as the rest of the age group men who did not race on Thursday. We had a couple of handfuls of age group categories of the men who raced alongside the pro women on Thursday, but today it's all the men. Current conditions in Kailua Kona, 76 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 24 Celsius. Overcast clouds. I'm hearing already from our spotters out on the course. It is raining further north of Kailua Kona, so going to be a hot and humid day once again.
Once again, pretty typical here, Hawaii conditions. And then the great thing is stuff changes, all right? So it's just going to go throughout the day changing as weather tends to do. But the exciting thing here, folks, is if you joined us 2 days ago, 48 hours ago, we sat here and we watched as Ironman athletes descended back upon this hallowed grounds of Kailua Kona to enjoy this VinFast Ironman World Championship. And when they did, we were kind of looking in, talking to a lot of these athletes. The goal here is to just give you, again, a look behind, backstage, if you will, behind the scenes. These athletes come in with a combination of readiness, excitement, nerves, energy, all of the great stuff. And that is the first athlete to show up. The volunteers here, our Kokua crew, they come to this with such passion. Even the ones, Dee, that did it 2 days ago, they're back equally amped.
Exactly, and what I am hoping is that some of the women who raced on Thursday are actually taking the opportunity to volunteer today. Volunteering is such a great way to experience the race and a way to give back to the community. So a big thanks to our volunteers. They are there welcoming the first athletes into body marking. Of course, this is where the athletes will get that race number put on themselves, and then they'll make their way out to the pier to do their morning tinkering, so to speak, with the bikes.
World champion Sebastian Kindler. And Sebastian, amazing to see you. You're the first one down here, and also it's your last time here in Kona. Explain what that means to you.
I mean, it's that race defined my life, you know, for sure. And so it's the end of something really big. I mean, at least when it comes to racing here at the Ironman Hawaii World Championships, and it's also the start of. I would say it's the start of the end and the beginning of something new. Next year will be my last year in the sport, and then we'll see. I would love to be involved in the sport and come back here, but I'm gonna enjoy this one, yeah, as it would be my last.
Okay, little Nino, your son's going to be here watching you, which is incredible. Today, in your last race, you've had a great training block. What's it going to take to get back on the podium?
I would say nothing short of a miracle. Probably it's I'm fit, and yeah, my training has been good in the last 3-4 weeks, that's for sure. But I think that's just probably not enough to be on the podium here, but you know how it is. I mean, we have so many first-timers here. They are really, really strong, but this race is a beast, you know, and a lot of people will suffer like they have never been before, and I know what it means. So therefore, experience is probably one really important part of the puzzle today.
Oh, I think he's absolutely right. All right, Sebastian, you have a great day today, mate. We're right behind you. All right, Sebastian Kinley, cautiously optimistic, but he's ready to go. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Greggy. I'd say realistic here, but also believing in himself. I mean, no one bets against a former winner, our 2014 champion, Sebastian Kinley. The cool thing here, Didi, is that he's not fluffing it up. He's sort of scripting the end of his career, the transition or chapter change for him. But the reality is he knows what it takes to be not just on the top step, but on those first 3 steps of the podium, the first 5. So he's going to tell you. He's going to say, hey, realistically, it's going to take a miracle for me to get up there. But miracles happen here in Hawaii.
Miracles happen, and again, I think another story we're going to see play out throughout the day today is very similar to what we saw on the women's side. You've got the veterans. You've got those with experience that know how difficult and how cruel this race and this course can be. And then you've got the rookies who are sort of wide-eyed and optimistic and don't have that race experience, and who will come out supreme in the end. And here's one of those rookies.
Yep, Magnus Ditlev. This man is certainly not under the radar. Everybody saw him perform. Everyone saw him almost take down Ben Hoffman, a sprint finish, Ironman Texas earlier this year. Everyone saw what he did in July in Roth, Germany. Everybody watches him now. He's a big figure, literally and figuratively. Got so much power. When I look at it, I say, well, is that going to come in as ignorance is bliss, have a great Kona, or will that be one of those ignorance bites you in the buns and you come back really hurting on that back half?
Well, and that is the difficulty of this course. I mean, again, some of our pro women said it on paper. It doesn't look to be that difficult, but you get into the environmental conditions and this level of competition, and it is next level difficult, and that's something that an athlete like Magnus Ditlev has not yet experienced firsthand. But every race he does, he's gaining more and more experience, and man, what a powerhouse on the bike. We'll definitely see him featured today. Will it be enough once we get to the finish line?
Yes, looking to rocket for Denmark as my brain goes back in time. I think about Peter Sandvang, who was a top Danish athlete who could come top 10 in Kona. We also had, of course, Torbjorn Sindvala, who was another
Thunder Bear.
Rock and roll. He came third one year, and just to follow in the tradition there, obviously rich in the sport, but nonetheless, Magnus Ditlev, the new generation, young, confident, obviously the respect of his peers. Those are all great things, and he's also here early. Dee, what does that tell you? We'll let Greg find out the scoop here, but we have to kind of break that down. When you are new, young, motivated, fired up, you get there early, nerves are crazy, confidence, where are we at? That's what I want to see.
I think we're probably a little nervous, and we just want to make sure the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. And that's, I think it's a good thing to get there early, make sure you've got enough time to go through your morning routines. And hopefully he's going to share some of those thoughts with our good friend Greg Welch in just a minute.
Magnus Ditlev, a lot of people are talking about this guy, and I am too, because I rate him very, very highly. Magnus, coming up to probably one of the biggest moments in your day, in your career.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's the biggest race I've ever done, and you can really feel that also when you're just getting down here now. So it's really, it's go time now.
It really is go time. There's, there's experience in the race, like Sebastian Kinley, Lionel Sanders. This is your first time. Christian Blumenfeld, Gustav Iden. There's going to be an interesting dynamic for you. Great swimmer, incredible on the bike. What's your strategy today?
I can't reveal all the secret plans, but for sure I will try to swim to the best of my ability, and then on the bike, of course, try to do some damage, but also race with my brain and not overdo it, and believe that I also can run a 240 here, like I've done 2 times this year already. So if I can do that, I believe I'll be in a really good spot.
Okay, that's incredible words from Magnus Ditlev. He's a rookie here on the island, and exactly what he said. Patience and wait for the run, get after that. Not many people can ride a very, very strong race and bring it home with the 240.
Yeah, I think if you can swim well and do a strong bike and then run around 240, then you should be in the mix.
you're in the mix or up on the first spot of the podium. All right, Magnus, have a great day out there today, buddy, and we'll see you at the end. Magnus Ditlev, he's one of the guys that we're watching today. Back to you guys.
You know, Michael, one of the things I loved about Magnus Ditlev in his Ironman debut at Ironman Texas, he had some mechanical problems. He stood on the side of the road for 6-7 minutes fixing a flat. And so he ended up coming into transition with the likes of Ben Hoffman, a veteran and certainly someone that is demanding of respect. And he changed his mindset. He's like, now I have a chance to race this marathon. Right? Before, when he had the cushion, he wasn't going to have to push it. And then he had to run shoulder to shoulder with Ben Hoffman for much of that marathon. And it just raised his game. And he ran that 240. And that was the best he'd ever done. He didn't think he could put in that kind of performance. So he turned what was sort of a negative and turned it into a positive and gained a lot of valuable experience. Came up on the short side. Of course, Ben Hoffman won that race. But just gaining experience every single race he gets into.
He won that race by seconds, Stevie. And that was great observation. Great to bring that back, because it is something as well that I'll just switch it to today. He's talking about running 240 after doing damage on the bike. And that's the real question is, if you do damage to others on the bike, how much damage is done to you, and how much of your legs are left to run 240. So not a lot of people have come in here and run 240 or below. So let's watch that. I believe in it. And I also watched yesterday as 33-year-old Chelsea Sodaro came in here for her first time on the Big Island and raced to victory. If anybody saw that, raise your hand, because that was something to speak about. And so that gives all of these rookies extra belief, because they all have the belief. Every one of those is showing up here going, I could be that one. Now Chelsea's giving them a little bit more oomph and a little more spring in that step.
And here we have a look at Australian Cameron Wurf, definitely a name we will be talking about today. We'll see him come through certainly on the bike, might have a little work to do out of the swim. As we saw the women do just 2 days ago, these pro men lining up their personal needs, their personal nutrition bottles that will be accessible to them out on course. The marathon course, a couple of dedicated stations for the professionals and their personal nutritions. Of course, they'll also have access to the personal needs bags once on the bike and once on the run. So Cameron just dropping off all the things, all the snacks he's going to need throughout today to keep him fueled and keep him in the mix.
Well, this man has the current bike course record here, and he lit up that full gas course in 4:09:06. Say that again, 4:09:06. So Cameron Wurf did that. And when he did that, he also managed to pull off a top 10 finish. His run best is 2:45. Oh, it's a slow 5 minutes off of Ditlev's best. But here's the thing, 4:09. Good conditions, great conditions, any kind of conditions. That is really impressive. That is moving the bike down the highway.
Absolutely. And certainly his swim puts him in a position where he, to a certain extent, has to do that to get back into the mix. Although it's not like he catches the lead pack and says, okay, now I'm here, I can sit in. He really uses that bike. It's a weapon. He rides for a professional team, in his spare time. A guy who is just such a talented athlete, came from a rowing background. There's just seemingly athletically, there aren't few things he cannot do.
Rumor is that after this Ironman World Championship, he's going to go and take up beach volleyball and be in the Olympics in the next round. So, I mean, if anyone could do it, it's definitely that man. So, and he'll do it with style, with a flipped up visor and some great commentary. He's also good for what we like to do is follow the banter, the interaction,
for sure.
The back and forth. So he gets on the social platforms and follows all of the other athletes, and they go back and forth, including his fun verbal rivalry with Lionel Sanders. But it's good. That's good for the sport. It gets us a little connection to him. Be it humility or arrogance or anywhere in between. It's fun to watch.
It is fun, and it's one of the fun aspects of the sport. Obviously, these guys, fierce competitors, but the good-hearted ribbon. Let's talk about some of our notables. Obviously, you see the Norwegian flag featuring very prominently there. A lot of people talking about the Norwegian duo of Christian Blumenfeld and Gustav Iden, and for good reason. But then let's not look past the veterans, Lionel Sanders, Patrick Lange, and of course, we just spoke about Magnus Ditlev.
Of those 5, only one has won here before, and he did it twice. So Lange, the German, after peaking at the top of the sport here, he then hit the valley or the trough, dropped out on his third, the effort to have 3, went to the sidelines, pulled out, had a couple of rough years, came back during the pandemic.
Had a bad injury earlier this year as well.
Yeah, but he's a guy that if you talk about what Kienle said, there is always going to be extra weight in your favor when you have experience, and even more so when you have experience winning the race. The guy that's broken Mark Allen's course record here on the run, that right there came from Patrick Lange. Let's not forget that. So it's not speculation. Can he run 240? No, he's below 240. Thanks very much.
Yep.
So looking at that, Didi, that's fun to see. And Blumenfeld, the guy so far, since he won the Olympics and he won Ironman Cozumel, he won the Ironman World Championship of 2021 that we held in May in St. George. Blumenfeld he can do no wrong right now. And that's including when he has a bad day. He's really just an on-fire athlete. So watch out. I mean, rookie schmookie.
Yeah, rookie schmookie again. You have that kind of experience, but again, we say it all the time, Michael, this race is just somewhat a little bit different, but he does have big race experience. And of course, there's Gustav Iden as well, but we're going to have a chat with Cameron
Well,
Worth.
it just seems like it was last year that we were here, but it wasn't. It was 2 years ago, back in 2019, or actually 3. So Cam Worth, the bike course record holder, what's it like to be back on the island?
I mean, coming down here, the energy. I mean, you wake up at 3:30 and you feel a bit dusty, but then you get down here and you're obviously wide awake. It's like being at Las Vegas in a casino at 3 a.m. It's like they pump extra oxygen into the air here or something. But no, I slept great. Obviously, having the women race on Thursday, watching Chelsea win. But I guess I slept really well knowing that Lucy Charles won't be chasing me down in the swim this year. So that's good.
Too funny. Cameron, it's going to be an interesting dynamic today with the race. You spend the first part of the year racing bikes and then switch, sports, which is incredible. I'm always going to call you as one of the greatest sportsmen of all time. Because you have the ability to do that. Now you switch over in July, August. How's the training gone for triathlon?
Yeah, it's. I've learnt that in the last couple of years, one benefit of the pandemic was I had time to sort of figure out the best strategy for Kona, and doing both sports at the highest level, you realise you have to dedicate, yourself to each one. So specifically, sort of spending time on each. So yeah, the first half of the year was spent on the bike, working on the fitness, keeping things ticking over. The last, 8 weeks or so, I've had to, do a more focused effort on Ironman. And I feel great. My training's been good and really good. And we'll see. It's still a bit of an unknown. I personally don't know where I'll be, but I'm excited to find out.
All right, if it's Cam Worth of the new or the old, we know that he's going to be chasing all day long there, but he'll get to the lead there and he'll do his thing. So, Cam, good luck today, buddy, and have a great day.
Thanks, Wilshie. I appreciate it.
All right, Cam Worth from Australia. Incredible. He's going to have a great race. We just know that. He's in great shape. Preparation done in Andorra, and now he moves across the United States. Last training block, he's here in Kona. Watch him go.
We will watch him go, Greggy. And I tell you what, the comment about being in the casinos at 3 a.m. was
speaking from
definitely
experience.
Yeah. How does he know that?
How does he know that? Wait a minute.
Could be. He's probably read about it. He's probably researched that. The guy knows a lot of things. So no, but it is. It's fun. It's actually a good analogy as we look at Matt Hansen, one of our top U.S. competitors here, a guy who's also won 8 Ironmans, but never actually performed that well on the Big Island. If we're jumping straight to the chase here, but he's a guy that has. There's no reason why not. Everything in his tool bag is sharpened and ready to go. So could be his day.
It could absolutely be his day. I mean, he's another athlete like Cameron Worth who's going to be back a little bit in the swim. He's figuring out his swim. His pool swimming has improved dramatically in the past couple of years. And he's got tremendous get-out speed in the water, but somehow just seems to miss that pack, or at least historically has. He's improved his cycling, and he is without a doubt one of the best runners in our sport.
That's right. He's a few times under 240 in the mid 230s for his marathon splits. Again, that record that Patrick Longa has here, 239.45. So just a skosh under 240, but we'll count it. It puts him in that rare air, Marinda Carfrae type air, just really blowing the doors off everyone when the time, when it counts.
Yeah.
So looking at this, Didi, what have we got? Oh, here we go, Welchie.
Right now, on Thursday, we talked about the US when we had Sarah True. We also had Chelsea Sodaro and, the rest of it, Heather Jackson. But we didn't talk about Chelsea so much. Today, we're talking about Chris Lieberman and all the US men. I'm not going to forget this guy because that's Matt Hansen. Matt, how are you feeling today?
Yeah, good. It's good to be back on the Big Island, ready to roll.
How was the last couple of weeks? You had a big training block?
Yeah, I went to Lawrence, Kansas with Tim O'Donnell and a couple of the ladies as well. Had a good last little build there, and it's hot, humid, windy, and hilly, so it sets up well for here.
Yeah, you're very experienced and ready to go. Going to take a big day for you.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We're just focusing on putting everything together and letting the results sort itself out at the end.
All right, Matt. Good luck today, bud. Have a great day, and we'll see him at the end. All right, don't go away. We've got Florian Anger that's going to come in and talk with us right now. Come on in there, Florian, from Germany. Amazing. He was 5th place at the Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship presented by Utah Sports Commission over there in Maybe. Florian, today, mate, how you feeling this morning? Get a good sleep?
Yeah, it was as long a sleep as you can, but like 5.5 hours at least, I think. Feeling good. I think I'm ready. I feel ready, but you never know what to expect.
Okay, what's the difference between your fitness between May at the World Championship in Utah as opposed to now?
Yeah, I'm in better shape right now. That was always the goal with 2 World Championship races in the year. The main focus was always on Hawaii. Doesn't mean that I was not in shape for St. George, but I kind of peaked a bit more, if you can say it like that, for Hawaii, because that's the biggest race we have. So I'm in shape. I'm really excited for the day. It's my first time here. I don't really know what to expect. I only heard stories about it, but I think I have to make my own experiences out there. So we see.
Yeah, lots of rookies in our top 5. This year it's going to be Christian Blumenfeld, Eden. We got Daniel Beckergaard. He's been here before, but also over on the other side of it, Magnus Dietlev from Denmark. All right, have a great race out there, Florian. We know you will. Let's see you on the podium, mate.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, Florian Anger from Germany, everyone. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Greggy. What fun stuff there to talk to Matt and, of course, Florian. A couple of good powerhouses there and just some unknowns. And I think the unknowns are the fun ones. We always talk about this, Didi, who's going to be, and I won't use the term flash in the pan because that's kind of rude, but who's going to be that one that surprises us that we didn't kind of note that comes from relative obscurity or sort of off the radar-ish and lands on that second step. It's always the second step, but it could be any of them.
It was the first step on Thursday.
Yeah, it was. And the women wrote a new rule book to follow, but hey, we'll see. Who's going to do it today? I don't know. And I'll start to kind of come back to
Scotland, here we go. Training at Girona, Spain. David McNamee, you've been here twice, 3rd on the podium, mate. It's going to be another great day. It's going to be a humid day, right?
Yeah, I think so. I've just came from Waikoloa and there's a lot of heavy rain there right now, so yeah, I think when that dries up, it's going to be super humid this afternoon.
Yeah, David's been staying a little bit up the coast, about 25 miles out of town, in between Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa. The wind comes through there. So, David, you know exactly how the conditions are going to be out there. How is that going to change the dynamic of this year's race?
I don't know if it will. I think we've got so many new guys here racing professionally today that there's just a lot of nervous energy, and I think it's going to be very hard from the start. I think this year we'll probably see more explosions than ever on the marathon, and yeah, for me it's just about being patient and sort of playing to my strengths.
Yeah, exactly. All right, David, good luck out there today, buddy, and we wish you the very best of luck. And talking about explosions, Michael, Didi, and myself, probably Matt Lieto too, we know what that's all about. Yes, it comes down to experience right here. But it was Chelsea Sodaro on Thursday that hadn't raced and a new winner for the very first time. Can that happen today to Magnus Dietlev, maybe Gustav Iden, Christian Blumenfeld? Or will it come down to some experience like Lionel Sanders? We'll just have to wait and see. Back to you.
That's right, Greg. And I tell you what, you kind of talked about this. Chelsea Sodaro had no experience, but her camp did. I mean, her coach has the age group course record. And so there is value in not just having practical kind of knowledge of the race from a book, you know, from the stats and from the what I coulda, shoulda, ought to do. Her coach came in here and was able to really, I think, deliver a plan. And where Chelsea, I think, really excelled was in her execution. And the very first part of that execution was she kind of kept her blinders on. Matt said those words later. She was just focused, didn't pay attention to who she passed, who passed her, what happened, what didn't happen. She just got in there and did what was on her plan, and it worked.
Well, and it's interesting. That's exactly what Magnus Ditlev said he was going to do out there, right? I mean, he doesn't have the experience, but he's got a solid plan. And that's the thing. All of these guys come in, and that's the amazing thing about Ironman racing. They've all got a race plan. They probably have race plans A, B, C, multiple, you know, if-then statements about how the race dynamics might unfold, but it never ends up turning out quite the way you think. And that's why it's going to be such an exciting day.
It is, and we've got volunteers taking selfies with some stars in the background and people pumping up tires. I'll be completely honest, Edie, I would be in the exact same thing. It would be on my Facebook page, Instagram page. I would be doing a live story tell right there because it is fun to see what it's behind the scenes. And we're going to get more action here at Body Marking, though. And wait to see who's next.
I was going to say, in addition to all of your social feeds, take an opportunity to join us on IronmanNow.com, the interactive platform. Log in, set up an account, and join the festivities. You can create a little video fan react and join the chat feed. So we welcome you to log into Ironman Now and be part of the action there as well.
Chris Leiferman, USA, right there. He was coming deer in headlights for a split second. You have to expect that the nerves are high. Last time he raced in Kona, he finished in 10th place in 2019. He's got 4 Ironmans to his credit, the first of which was 6 years ago. And so he's been on the scene kind of for a while, sidelined by a couple injuries since he hit, but still here.
All right, Sam Appleton from Australia standing by. And Sammy, you've had a good preparation. But the funniest thing for me, for you, is that you were staying with Josh Amberger and Tim Van Berkel. You guys, I call you the Three Stooges. You were getting up to no good early in the week, right?
Yeah, for sure. We're having a bit of fun, you know, a bit of tomfoolery, but that's how we like it. We're Aussies and we're all good mates, and you know, we're serious when it needs to be serious, but we're also, you know, we're good friends and we like having a bit of a laugh. But yeah, I stayed with those boys for a week, and then my family flew in earlier this week, so yeah. Had to leave the little boys, the boys club, and then go and spend time with the family. But yeah, I'm here, ready to race, and looking forward to it. All
right, business end of the deal here, Appo. You're one of the strongest swimmer biker runners out there. So early on, is the pace going to be on the swim?
I mean, it's only my third Ironman, so I'm also very conscious that it's a long day, and I want to try and save as many matches as I can. So I think, you know, for the swim and the first part of the bike, initially, I'm going to kind of be not following, but I'm not going to be one of those guys setting a red hot pace. You know, it's a long day, and you saw with the women who put on a great show that I think being strong in that back half of the marathon is key to a great performance, and that's kind of what I'm going to have in the back of my mind.
All right, mate. Good luck. Have a great day out there.
Thanks, Greg.
All right, stay with us right here. We got Chris Leiferman from the USA. Going to come and join us right now because this guy we're going to talk about a lot because he was 4th place in St. George at the Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship presented by Utah Sports Commission in May. Chris, we've talked to Matty Hansen already today. We got Tim O'Donnell in there from the US, but you're looking pretty serious this morning. I like that look in your eye.
Yeah, no, I'm determined, and I don't know. I want to better that 4th place. And like you just said, Tio, Matt Hansen, Colin, the American field is really good. And to come out top American again, I think will put you pretty high up in the stats.
Yeah, I think that we could have 4, Americans possibly in the top 10. At the end of the day, though, Chris, it's going to take a fantastic run. You laid down a pretty good run in St. George here. We've got some very humid conditions today. Great competition. Lots of rookies here. Experience may not be a factor.
Yeah, no, I think the rookies here have proved themselves in other races, so I think it's such a deep field. I feel it's deeper than St. George, deeper than other races in the past, so it's going to be a challenge.
All right, that's Chris Leiferman from the USA. Got a very good chance in today's race, and I tell you what, they're calling it the class of 22 because we've got a lot of rookies here. Will it be their day in the sun? or will it be experience? Back to you guys.
Didi, I'll reference this as well because he talked about that strong run in St. George where he did pull down that 244. But remembering back to Louisville in the cold, he was able to pop off a 238. It's a very fast run. There was a short swim and very cold conditions where Chris tends to excel. But he's also won Ironman Boulder, which is extremely hot. He won Mont Tremblant, same as Colin Chartier. I think he's spot on with this. Look at all the Germans.
Yeah.
It's like the German dominance from essentially 14 to 19 is pretty clear. And then we obviously took a year off, and the 21 race was this year, so the sort of a weird number. But Didi, let's just say, because you see the bottom of the Aussies, we had an Aussie dominance.
Yes.
Then we had a very clear German dominance. Are we going into a Norwegian dominance? Quite possibly. Will there be one of those guys?
Or even broader Scandinavia. We have a couple of strong Danes in the mix as well. So yeah, it's funny how it does tend to be a wave of the geography and how that tends to stick. It inspires, I think, anyone's performance. I think if you're a young up and coming American long course female triathlete, how could you not be inspired by Chelsea Sodaro and say, hey, in 3, 4, 5 years time, that could be me?
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly, like a Patrick Longa looked at a Sebastian Kienle and was like, hey, maybe in a few years that could be me.
Yeah.
And I think that inspiration is significant and meaningful.
So who could that be? Taylor Knibb? We're looking at Taylor Knibb come in here. She should go about an 8-10 on this one. No, it's really cool to see the what you just said. Your geographical inspiration, and I was thinking about that this morning early, not that it isn't early now, but really early, about the Aussies, and so we just saw Sam Appleton. He referenced Tim Van Berkel, who's been top 10 here, but he's not on the upswing of his career. Josh Amberger certainly is, and just who will be that next Aussie that comes in here and kind of uplifts and starts to inspire the next generation, because with Craig Alexander and Chris McCormack and Pete Jacobs, of course, in those 2000s, they were all a jump ahead from Welchie when he was inspiring in the mid 90s, and so it really does sometimes kind of leap a bit like that.
Well, and of course you talk geographically, and it's not Australia, it's New Zealand, but Braden Curry, obviously some great performances and could factor. He's a bit under the weather, so a little uncertain what his performance will be today, if at all. So, but again, another name of the future who's sort of on the upswing.
That's right, and I'll say this as we look over here at these quiet pictures of what will be our professional men's start, and then all the rest of the age group men an hour 23 from now. Didi, the sun is a while from coming up.
Yes.
The noise a while from coming up. Mike Riley's silvery buttery tunes a while from coming up. All the music, all the hype and the amperage is coming. Right now it's still a very calm environment. We haven't seen that many pro men come through, but this one,
and here's a big one.
See that number right next to it? That's it. Number 1. This guy came out of the Olympics on a tear, won in Tokyo with an incredible long sprint finish. What a fun race to watch. Christian Blumenfeld win, and now he's dropping off his pro fluids here. So at number 1, he puts those bottles in, they cool them, and they being the volunteers, and then they take them out on course and have those 5 tables populated by their own special beverages and gels and whatever they like. And that's really just an awesome perk that we have here at the Ironman breakfast buffet, we'll say, or lunch buffet, right?
It's a brunch buffet by then, let's be honest.
It does become a bit of a brunch. But Christian Blumenfeld, I mean, here's the thing. Calm, methodical. He's been that way throughout his preparation, throughout his racing. You really see him take this kind of next level professional approach, right?
All of Team Norway, they're very precise in their preparations, very scientific, and that precision gives them confidence.
It's possible that they already have his finish time calculated into the spreadsheet, And then they're going to compare at the end. It could be one of those things where you get extra points if you're closer, sort of like a card game. It's kind of like a drinking game, BD. I don't know if the drinking game associates itself with this race, but if there were, that could be it. Tattoos for the big man here from Norway. Big stats, big results, and big expectations for the Ironman rookie. And gosh, he's young too.
Yep.
He's young.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Funny, pre-race, he spoke of the pressure being from Norway. You know, their winter sports are so phenomenal that he talks about winning, you know, the gold medal. And if you're not going to win a gold medal in the Olympics, he's like, nobody cares, because there's so many gold medals out of the winter sports that come. He's like, if you don't win at least a medal in the Olympics, everyone in the country sort of just shrugs. He's like, it's not that big a deal. And so, but between Gustav Iden and Christian Blumenfeld, they are definitely putting triathlon on the map in Norway, and it'll be exciting to see the future and who they are inspiring and what comes in the future.
Do you think he brought the medal? I would bring the medal everywhere.
Does he put it in his personal needs bag and run the second half of the marathon with it?
I think that'd be a bold move if you just kind of unzip the jersey and there it is hanging out, and you're in a sprint finish up the Dave and Mark Hill. Bam, there's your medal. And say, well, I've got one of these. Where's yours? Oh, that's right.
Oh, you don't have one.
I know he's getting ready to have a chit chat with our main man, Greg Welch. I always like to say this: 1994 Ironman world champion Greg Welch, also a multiple world champion.
All right, the moment of truth down here for Christian Blumenfeld. Mate, there's not too much in the sport that you haven't done. Olympic champion, Ironman world champion. You're setting the bar. The benchmark was set. Jan Frodeno, Patrick Langer, but you and Gustav are taking things to the next level. You're data-driven. It's all about science. How do you feel today?
I'm feeling as ready as you can be, I guess, 5 o'clock in the morning. So, just excited to get going and, start the race, really, because then it kind of, when you're in it, you first, like, it just goes naturally, hopefully, and I just hope to have great legs out there, because if not, it's going to be a extremely long day, so you're just crossing the fingers and hoping to be ready.
Yep, open water swim here, very salty conditions, a current that, on the way back, a little bit tougher. Getting out onto the Queen Kaʻūmana Highway, very difficult. It could be raining out at Waikoloa, maybe windy. Do you think about these things, or you're looking at data and your competition?
Well, you have to look at both. Like, we've even been looking through the weather data and putting the bikes per in to see how the weather at different parts of the course. But still, you have to look at your competitors and see where you're exiting the water compared to the front guys and the stronger riders from behind, and really try to use their strength to maximize your chances to win.
All right, you're trying to push the limits of what's humanly possible. You went under 7 hours this year in a team format in an Ironman distance race. What is possible for Christian Blumenfeld? Can he go 4:20 on the bike, 4:15 on the bike? Can he break 2 hours and 40 minutes on the marathon?
We will see. First of all, it's not just about breaking records. First of all, you have to win the race, I think, and then second there is to go faster than has been done before. So 7:51 from 2019, I think is on the target. But of course, I have to make sure that I'm crossing the finish line first of all.
All right, everything seems to be premeditated. Everything's up here. Christian knows what to do. He's done it before. Pretty much everything in the sport, mate. Have a great race out there today. See you at the finish line.
See ya.
All right. Christian Blumenfeld, unbelievable. We're going to be joined now by Denmark's Daniel Bakkegaard. Come on, big back man. How are you, buddy?
Good to see you, mate.
You good? Doing good? You have a good sleep?
Yeah, I think I'm ready for this one. It's, of course, already drenched in sweat, but I'm ready. I think it's going to be an interesting day. So.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you just have to step out of your room here and you start sweating, right? But interesting day. We've spoken to a lot of people, but a lot of new people here, rookies, including Christian. So what are you thinking? You've been here, you've trained here before?
I think this year, you always have kind of the recipe of how to win here. You've seen it with a lot of other guys, how to do it. And I think this year will be a complete different story. We have so many new guys coming up, and I think that will change the dynamics and the tactics completely. So that's going to be very interesting to see, especially on the bike, how things will pan out.
Yeah, it's been a big year for Denmark already in major events. Vingegaard, now we got Bakkegaard. All right, buddy. Good luck out there.
Thanks a lot, mate. See you.
All right, Daniel Bakkegaard. He's one of the favourites as well. Look out for him. Very, very strong competitor. All right. we are going to be joined now by Patrick Langer. Hey, Patrick, how are you, buddy?
Good.
Come on over. I haven't seen you this week, man. All right, good to see you.
I wasn't at the bar. That's why
No.
didn't meet you.
Oh, touche. Anyway, but two-time Ironman world champion. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm so glad to be here, and it's amazing. It's amazing to be back, and of course, excited for the race now. So pre-race nerves, but it's gonna be an epic day out there, and I think it's gonna be great.
Yeah, we got Sebastian Kienle, another German, doing his last Kona, which is great. He was an Ironman world champion here. Florian Anger, who's going to be strong for Germany. But I think that the shoulders, your shoulders are going to be filled with German spectators today. If you're watching from Germany, good morning on IronmanNow.com. Enhanced coverage today as well. Good luck, buddy. Get out there and have a great day.
Ja, liebe Grüße an alle deutschen Zuschauer. Ich hoffe, ihr drückt mir die Daumen. Und es wird eine Nachtschicht für alle. Ich hoffe, ihr bleibt dran und verfolgt Ironman live. Und all the best of luck to everyone out there. Welchi, see you at the finish line.
Hop, buddy. You make sure you have a great day today. All right, Patrick Langer, two-time Ironman world champion. It's going to be a day for him. He's got some very stiff competition out there, but he can run, and he can run very well. Back to you. Okay, so we're going to be joined now. Tim O'Donnell, come on in, Tim.
It is interesting, Didi, that we have all those guys together.
I'm excited.
Here's one more.
You know, like you said, it's been a long road, but it makes it that much sweeter to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. So a big training block over the last couple of weeks. And how's the body holding up?
Yeah, pretty good. Probably more of age that's that gives me the niggles than anything else. But no, I feel great. My prep the last 8-10 weeks has been just as good, if not better in some ways than other years. So I'm just excited to get out there and throw one down with the guys and see how it pans out.
On Thursday, we had the good fortune of having this lovely little lady called Marinda Carfrey, your wife, join us in commentary. And by the way, she's very good, so she's got a job coming up her way soon. But Tim, you've got your baby daughters here, Izzy and baby son Finn, as a whole family. It's got to be very special for you.
It is, you know. Before the heart attack, I'd see Izzy and I just kind of have my blinders on and keep running. But now I take, don't take it for granted that they're here with us and give them a smile, blow them a kiss, and then get back to work when I'm out on that run course.
All right, we've already talked to Matt Hansen. We've talked to Chris Lieferman. This is the trio here, Tim O'Donnell. It's going to take a big day for you, mate. We're right behind you. Have a great day.
Thanks, Welchie.
All right, Tim O'Donnell, and talk about hanging in there, adversity, facing that all year long, or just as a life. He's 42 years of age, and he is still hanging in there, one of the top seeds, Tim O'Donnell.
Greggy, thanks so much. Tim O'Donnell, zero pressure that he's bringing in here. Didi, what do you think?
Yeah, I think Tim has he has an enormous amount of gratitude just to be back racing after the issues that he's faced in the past couple of years. But at the same time, he's another guy. You know, his last appearance here, second place, and I don't think he's let go of that. And I think he has every hope and has done the preparation to be back near there again in the top 10, fighting for a position on the podium.
That time he was battling with Braden Curry, who's on camera right now. Yep. Those two were absolutely slugging it out as they ran home. Just punch for punch, epic. This is one of the toughest men in our sport, and that's not something you could throw around very easily because everyone's tough. But Braden Curry from New Zealand, four-time Ironman winner himself, and top 10, top 5 finisher here in Kona. A little rock star there is what
a performance he had in St. George. So definitely a lot of eyes on him. And we're here with the fly cam, our Qatar Airline fly cam. And we will be showing these great shots throughout the day. And it's great to see the buzz in transition this morning.
New Zealand, Braden, it was only in May where you were on that podium. You led for quite some time in the marathon out there in May. Completely different here in Kona now. How you doing?
Yeah, mate. It was a perfect building. Things were looking pretty shiny till I managed to pick up a virus at the start of the week. So it's been a pretty slow week, let's be honest. I racked my bike and we're here and we'll give it a good crack and we'll see if the body has something once I get fired up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what it takes. I mean, get the nervous butterflies out. Obviously, you know what's going on with your system right now, but get out there and have a good shake at it, and do the right thing by your body as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll read it as we go, and who knows, maybe one of those magic days, and once we put the hammers down, every feeling of the cold will be gone.
Just one final question. The dynamic of this year's race will be a little bit different. A lot of rookies here. Christian, Gustav, there's a whole bunch of people. And then we talk about Ditlev and the strength of biking and, Florian Anger and stuff. But you've got a little bit of experience here. How important is that to, have behind you?
Yeah, I think it's incredibly important. I think it's going to be a brutal race today. It's going to be tough out there, and everyone's going to be firing on all cylinders. So it's going to be about holding back a few of those matches to hopefully strike in that last part of the marathon.
Yep, absolutely well said. Braden Curry from New Zealand. He's one of our favourites. A good man, and get out there. You got your whole family here. Got Zane and all the kids and everything. So well done.
Awesome. Yeah, cheers, Rusty.
Okay. All right, Braden Curry from New Zealand, wishing him the very best of luck. We'll be right up there all day long and look to see Braden in the mix. Back to you.
Thanks, Greg. Braden Curry, such a superstar. So hard to hear that he's been sick, but doesn't this happen pretty much every year? There's someone that comes in and falls sick race week.
Well, of course, all of these athletes have done such intense preparation for this day in particular, so the immune system can be a little compromised just from the amount of work. And then you throw in the travel, you're mixing and mingling with people who have come in from all over the world, and there's no doubt a couple of germ bugs going to be flying around. So unfortunately that he is not feeling at the top of his game, but as we were just commenting during his interview, sometimes that'll encourage the athletes to be a little more conservative than they otherwise might have been if they're not feeling 100%, and actually might work out in his favor.
We'll see. It could go either way, but he is I guess, very courageous to start, because it is hard. You want this to be perfect. You want to have 100% of your energy, of your ability thrown into this race. And so it is hard, I think, emotionally all week. If you're sick at the start of the week, it's getting through, can I even start? Can I get myself ready? So that's a big hurdle to overcome. But if anyone can do it, Braden Curry from New Zealand, we're believing in him, and I think his family believes in him, his supporters do. So look at this now, Didi, as we say, an hour 10, hour 9:30 away from our professional men's start. More figures standing in that transition.
Yep.
And what's going on here, we'd love to just remind everyone where it looks very calm, it looks very peaceful. There is an undercurrent of massive nervous energy that is just rippling throughout.
If there was a bubble over this, you could pop it with a pin for sure.
Yeah, and it's great because I think, to kind of recast what we said on Thursday, if you're not nervous, you shouldn't be there.
Yep.
Seasoned rookie or first timer, you have to care about it enough to get nervous. Your body knows the difference. There's those top 5 kind of players that we called out: Blumenfeld, Sanders, Longa, Eden, and Ditlev. Is our winner coming from those top 5? Odds are good.
Odds are good, but hey, as Ironman says, as we say every day, anything can happen. So stay tuned, because it's going to be an action-packed day as we head back into the tent and the body marking area. Our athletes getting ready here. We're looking at the American Colin Chartier, a big hopeful. We talk about the veterans in Ben Hoffman, Tim O'Donnell. This is the future of American racing in long-distance triathlon, and he's had quite a year. And big expectations.
25 years old, he won Ironman Mont Tremblant this summer, and he did that with a 2:45 marathon. Sounds like kind of a little bit what we talked about 2 days ago with Chelsea Sodaro, an up-and-coming American athlete with all the chops. And do they translate those skills and those accolades over here to the Big Island of Hawaii and the VinFast Ironman World Championship? We believe in him, and we also think that he's got a great training partner in the likes of Lionel Sanders.
Yep.
You've got a little bit of rub off there. I'll say it this way. Let's go back. Tim DeBoom.
We're going way back.
Right. So, he's a legend, right? He's the last American to win. He did it twice in a row. But Tim DeBoom, what I'm calling up from that day is that he trained with Peter Reed, a 3-time Ironman world champ. And
Canadian and American and American.
Oh, the parallels. And it was really, and it was a camaraderie that they formed on the training course. But what really sort of left that partnership for Tim was, if I'm doing everything he's doing in training, then I can do everything he's doing on the race course. And it was really just a move that not all of us can make. We don't all get to train with a former winner. So that, to me, not that Lionel's won this, but Lionel has won 4 Ironmans. He's won 24 Ironman 70.3s. He's been second here. You've got a training partner like that. You start to say, this guy, he does what I do what he does, let's go. So that's, again, kind of a experience by osmosis.
As we take a look at the finish line here, it'll be a party going there in just a few hours' time. It's pretty quiet right now, so if you want to make your way down there, you can get a good seat, but you might have to wait a few hours. Here is our Greg Welch.
Newbie on the scene for us, but not newbie to him. Colin Chartier, he joins us right now from the USA. Colin, it's been an amazing last couple of months for you.
Yeah, what a pleasure to be here. Just excited to be here. What an incredible race, what an incredible opportunity. So I'll be racing, grateful to be here and just stoked.
Yeah, and you've been training alongside of Lionel Sanders. What does that mean to you? And a lot of experience his way, right?
Yeah, it's been a wonderful privilege training with Lionel Sanders. He's just incredible athlete, human. Learned a lot from him, training side by side, and I'm excited for Lionel just as much as I'm excited to toe the line here myself.
Yeah, exactly. So we talked about other US guys like Matt Hansen, Tim O'Donnell, Chris Leitherman. You're one of those guys. Man, last month in Dallas, you were nothing short of amazing. You're going to roll that over to today.
Yeah, that's the hope. That's the plan. So we'll see what comes.
All right, from the USA, Colin Chartier, look out for this young man. He can go. Back to you.
Greg, he could go, and we expect him to go today. I think he's ready. He was putting out a vibe to me, just enough fear and respect combined with excitement. As we come over to the other Norwegian, it's hard to call this the other Norwegian, double Ironman 70.3 world champ, Gustav Iden. This man came onto our Ironman scene in Nice, France, a couple years back when he won his first Ironman 70.3 world title.
And debuted his Ironman at Ironman Florida last November with an outstanding performance. Had quite a battle with Lionel Sanders in that race. And I remember upon immediately finishing, our Mike Riley asked, how was it for you? And he said, I'm not sure I want to ever do that again. So when you have an athlete of that caliber who acknowledges how tough this race and this distance are, it just goes to show you how truly challenging it is. But I think there was a lot of disappointment. Gustav Iden pulled up ill going into the World Championship in May back in St. George. I think a lot of people were anticipating the Blumenfeld-Iden battle, and they had to wait, but boy, we're going to get it today.
Wow, and also, I like how you just mentioned his Ironman debut, and you talked about who he raced, but you didn't talk about the fact that he closes out with a pedestrian 2:34 marathon. I mean, 2:34 sub 6-minute pace, or about a 3:43 per kilometer pace. Come on. So he did that. That rocks out this time. And then 2 weeks later, his countryman comes in and races Ironman Cozumel on his debut, runs a 2:41 in a little bit more salty conditions. But here's the story. These two guys are so evenly matched, and that's just the Norwegians.
Sure.
It's a story within a story. But yeah, all so true. And we talked about this, Didi, you and I, the level of precision at which these men prepare, the level
nothing
of
is
sophistication.
Nothing is left to chance. Everything is scripted. Everything is pre-dialed, predetermined.
Yeah.
And of course they have if-thens, right? So you have a plan and they have a backup plan, but they are so precise. Every single detail of their preparation is absolutely dialed in, and that's what's going to make the anticipation of both of their performances pretty outstanding. Training partners, different styles, but here is our Greg with
All right, we've
Gustav.
already spoken to Christian Blumenfeld and our training partner right here, Gustav Iden, Ironman 70.3 world champion in Nice, and great to see you here in Kona for the very first time. Are you excited or are you nervous?
Right now a bit stressed because everything is so different. So I just went through the body marking, and right now I'm feeling I got a bit more control, but I realized this morning that I didn't put my number belt in the run bag. So now I have to get that sorted, but I think it should be okay.
All right, well, let's talk about the main thing here, and that's the race. It's going to be a great day. Lots of new people, right? A lot of experience by Lionel Sanders, Tim O'Donnell, but for yourself, Magnus Ditlev, Christian Blumenfeld, this is a different dynamic.
Yeah, and as we saw in the girls, you can't come here as a rookie and win this. So
I definitely saw that as a positive for me. I was inspired by Chelsea's performance. That was so incredible. So it's cool to see so many new guys here, and I guess it's a lot of people can take the win. And it's been a long time since been so many actually that have a real chance of taking the victory. So I hope it's going to be an exciting race. I will do my part to make it exciting, and I hope you will do your part as well.
Oh, I'm sure to do my part. Well, man, I'm so excited. There's never been a Scandinavian winner. So, you know, from Sweden, from Norway, from Finland, or, you know, around this area, so, and Denmark. But today, I think it's possible.
Yeah, for sure. So we have many good athletes here on the start line from the Scandinavian countries, and a lot of them are really good friends of mine. So if it's a Scandinavian winner, I would be extremely happy.
Okay, all right. Go get your race belt, get your number on there. Have a great day, Gustav. And we know that he's going to do just fine. This guy can go. He's going to come down to the run, and look out for Gustav on the run. Him and Christian Blumenfeld, probably the two favourites in the race today.
You're spot on, Greg, as always. The two favorites, the two Norwegians, and then so many other great players. And I just want to say this out loud. It's Chris Leiferman. Anyway, I'm just saying that. I don't need to correct anyone, but that's what I understand it to be pronounced, and he told me that one day. So here's the thing, guys. We are still 1 full hour away, 1 hour away from the kickoff of the 2022 VinFast Ironman World Championship. And the exciting thing for us is that we already got to see everyone returned to racing 2 days ago. We got to get the energy up. We got to watch Chelsea Sodaro come in and win on debut. We got to see all of the energy, the disappointment of some favorites falling by the wayside. We saw penalties. We saw cramps. We saw walking. We saw crying. We heard of people just walking off the course. All of the stuff that really gets us amped up about this race. At least it gets me amped up. And today, we focus only on the men.
Yes.
There will be no distraction from these guys that are going head-to-head all day long. Didi, it's going to be, I think, and I challenge the men, it's going to be as good. They better deliver as well as the women did.
I don't know if they can be as good. The women were pretty outstanding. The women set an extraordinary bar on Thursday, but I am looking forward to all of these men looking to beat it. If you're just joining us, please log into IronmanNow.com. You can join the conversation and take part in our interactive coverage. So make sure to set up your account and join us there. Give us a shout out and let you know who you're cheering for and where you're cheering from. We'd love to hear you, and we'll be a part of that action as well as we look down at the pier. The sun's starting to maybe brighten the sky ever so slightly, and we'll be getting underway in less than an hour with our professional men's start.
And just a little heads up to everyone out there, every time that Didi makes a reference to a Michael Jackson song or a Michael Jackson move like she just did, you guys get points. You get to call in, cash those points in with Didi. She will buy you an Athletic Brewing beer the next time you see her. That game just invented. Did you even know you referenced?
No,
yes,
did
she
I?
did.
What did
Beat
I do?
it.
Oh, beat
In
it.
any case, if you haven't rushed over to IronmanNow.com, do so.
It's going to be a thriller.
We left. That's a gimme. No one gets points for that one, but that's a teaser for next. Anyway, looking at the Qatar flyover cam here, when you see it in action, you're going to know that something good is going down. This is just, gosh, wow. People are out already. We're talking about 5:26 a.m. and all these people already positioning on that seawall, getting their spot. And here's what's cool too. Look at those little signs there. It has all our past champion, Reef, Leanda Cave, Craig Alexander, just a little nod to history, and it goes all the way through all our champions back to 1978. Have a picture, have some recognition there on Elite Drive. Such a spot, Didi. I mean, I get chills looking at it, and that's just the truth, right? It just gets me kind of in that mood. Elite Drive, nothing like it.
Oh, it's a walk of inspiration to go past all of the names and see. And here we look at Lionel Sanders as he is lining his fluids up for the professional fluids tables that we'll have access to on the Hoka Marathon course when we get to that point. Those will sit on ice until they're ready for him. But this is Lionel Sanders with the hood up, so it took us a minute to recognize him. He's trying to be a little incognito this morning, or maybe just keep warm, or maybe he just likes his hoodie.
It could be all of the above. It is a good look. It is a hip-hop look. It is definitely something that kept me guessing. I could have just looked at his Gatorade bottles because the man very dialed on that nutrition, and it's on-course nutrition, but he also will pack his own particular and specific mix. So referencing when you saw those Gatorade bottles, folks, that's something the pro athletes get to have at their ready here on course. So when they're running through that Hoka Marathon course. They get to grab up what they want, what they train with, as well as the other stuff. They still get access to the traditional aid stations. But you saw it, Edie, right? I did too. That was Ben Hoffman that just kind of floated through the picture. And I think a cool thing for Ben, who's just turned 39 and has gone to 9 Ironman World Championships. This will be 10. He's in that kind of dangerous category of on the radar, off the radar.
Yeah.
You know, beating some favorites this year, being a guy that's gone in the top 10 multiple times, being the guy, winning 8 Ironmans, but just kind of not focused. No one's calling him out as this is our guy. So he doesn't have a weakness. He's run under 240. He's biked with the best, and he can swim with the front pack. Not always the getaway pack, but it's a guy that I think you leave him off your radar, you kind of just lose focus, and to me, you're going to pay. He's a guy that I will just watch. I'll watch out for him. I'm saying top 5 for that man and his caps.
Well, he's a race strategist. He knows the race dynamics. He knows how to play the dynamics, and I think it's telling that he was really disappointed with the 10th place finish back in St. George in May. That was an underperformance in his mind. But again, to your point, Michael, he's not someone that a lot of people have been talking about. Yeah, he's a veteran. A lot of people think he's sort of the old guard. And so I think he kind of likes it that way.
He also, just to say, he was disappointed to get 10th in St. George, which was only 2 weeks after he won Ironman Texas, and did so in a sprint finish against Magnus Ditlev. So he had an excuse, if you will. I know he doesn't view it that way, but he expects the best. He prepares very hard. He has a level of precision as well at which he prepares and dials things in. So Ben Hoffman, he's a great guy.
So at Ironman we say anything is possible. This young man says no limits. Today, it's going to take that, right, Lionel? It all comes down to a little bit of experience here. However, on Thursday, we saw a new champion. You've been training, with the likes of, Colin Chartier, who's been doing very well right now. We have an interesting dynamic in this race with Christian Blumenfeld and Gustav Iden. They've been setting the bar pretty high this time. But you're a guy that wants to go out there with no limits and go a little bit deeper.
None of the other guys exist in my mind. They've existed in my previous 5 attempts, and those have not gone super great. I mean, 2017 was okay, but I still was like absolute survival mode at mile 11 of the run, and it's just a horrible place to exercise when you're in survival mode at mile 11. So this time around, I think the race strategy is to just focus on myself. That's what I did in St. George. I just did my own thing. I wasn't worried. I was confident in my ability to do an Ironman well on my own. And so I did that, and then it panned out. That's the best I could have finished in that race. And so there was no way I was touching Christian Blumenfeld in that race. So I was going to employ the same strategy this day. Obviously, my strategies in previous attempts have been horrible. So let's do a polar opposite strategy and see how that pans out.
Not really that horrible. You're second place here before.
Trust me. I mean, the last 2 have been like scarring, is soul scarring. So, yeah, your best race will be where you're still functioning at mile 20 of the run. That is the best you could have done. The problem is oftentimes we overestimate what the best is we could have done, and we're just destroyed at 6 hours in. There's still over 2 hours to go. And I mean, out there with 2 hours to go and you're already destroyed, it is just horrible. So
all right, Lionel wearing number 2 today. Those are fighting words, but very experienced words too, just racing his own race. We'll go out and have a great day. You've got a lot of fans out there, Lionel, and good luck.
Thank you, Greg. I appreciate it, man. Good to see you.
Man, Lionel Sanders, no limits. You watch him go. He'll be right in there. You got Sebastian Kinley and Cameron Worth. You'll have Lionel Sanders, coming up with a little bit of a deficit out of the swim. But once they get out on the Queen Minor Highway, that is going to be the business end of the day. When they come home like a steam train after hitting the Kahala coast, the race really starts at Kauai High on the way back. That is it for the body marking show for 2022 at the VinFast Ironman World Championship. Going to send it back to you right now.
Thank you so much, Greg, and great to see Lionel Sanders very calm. He got a little bit fired up there talking about his past races and some belly flops, if you will. But I look at this and I say, this guy in 2017, he was in first place all the way until about mile 24. He he then changed everything. And I feel like that's where you start to go, oh man, this is a shame, because changing everything, you really weren't doing anything wrong. You just lost by a couple miles there. You were almost in. And I think a lot of us, it's honestly, it's the nature of Ironman and always trying to better yourself. So it's great, but it's also a shame because 4 Ironman wins for Lionel Sanders, I feel like that tally should be at least 12 by now.
And again, I mean, for someone who's so dominant across the 70.3 distance, he definitely hasn't mastered the Ironman distance, but I think that just speaks to the complexity of the Ironman distance, and that even when you think you have it dialed, conditions change, courses are different, race tactics are different, race dynamics, and it's just a really, really difficult race to master. And I think that's what keeps us all coming back for more. I think if you speak to Chelsea Sodaro, and hopefully we will later in the show, I think she might even say, she's like, I didn't execute a perfect day. She executed obviously a brilliant day and is the Ironman world champion, but she will look back and say, there are a lot of things I could have done better, a lot of things I could have done differently. And it's a real challenge to know which dials to leave dialed in and which ones to tweak, as opposed to your point, Michael, throwing the proverbial baby out with the bathwater.
So also Lionel Sanders, this is a stat that I just had to kind of count up here. I had to just run this. It's confusing. He's got 7 second places. In big races too,
Yes.
but 7 second places also means that he does go and say, I have no limits. He goes for it. And when you go for it like that, a lot of times you come up with the big result, and a lot of times you come up with second because you're almost there.
But here's the other thing, I think, and I'll have to look back at our statistics on this, but he's also a guy that finds himself in an awful lot of sprint finishes and often comes up the victor in those. So
yeah, he's dangerous.
It
dangerous,
just shows you the grit and the fire with which he races. And I love to watch him race because he's such an emotional racer. He really does wear his heart on his sleeve, so to speak, and you can see exactly what he's thinking and feeling in the moment. And he's one that it's not a poker face, it's the anti-poker face.
There you go. That's so good. That's so true. And folks, you're looking at this amazingly quiet but amazingly energetic video shot from above of our race venue. That is the start line. That is transition 1. That is later transition 2. That is the epicenter of Ironman, and that is where everybody is focusing today. The start and the finish, oh, so good. But we're 50 minutes away from kicking off our professional men's race, and we are going to stay with you and continue to try and grab some interviews, share some insight with a few of our players today, Didi. But I do think that it's also worth kind of stepping back and saying, asking when you watched that early scene, when you saw just the people you saw, did anyone come across too nervous, too calm, too confident, too anything, or was everybody kind of as expected for you, Didi, when they walked through?
Daniel Backergaard seemed a little bit reluctant to me, and I'm not, maybe that's his strategy. I'm going to throw them all off by seeming like I'm really nervous. Any of anybody that we spoke to this morning, he seemed a little bit more nervous.
Yeah, I think you're right. That was a good call because he even said it. I'm sweating profusely this early, and I think he just has, because he has a personality that he will let shine. He will share that bling, if you will, and he did seem a little bit muted. I like that generally to see a nervous athlete, but I do feel like it can also be a little too much. So that was a little bit of a surprise. But honestly, let's just do this too while we're sitting here staring at these pictures and folks are listening to us. We've got a captive audience, Didi. We want to recap that also yesterday, over 100,000 viewers at one time, all together checking us on YouTube, on Facebook, on IronmanNow.com. And as I close out with saying that, IronmanNow.com, if you have this moment, run over there and log in, set up an account, and by way of that platform, you can interact with the co-hosts, you can interact with the people like Craig Alexander, Miranda Carfrey, folks that are in there chit-chatting with you guys. Matt Lieto has an account. If you get on to IronmanNow.com and follow along, you can also vote for who you want to follow, who you want the camera to go to. If we get enough votes for your person, that camera will go over to them. And so some cool stuff there that we have ready for you. And Didi, it's really a platform that I think is going to take off today. I think it took off on Thursday. It's going to take off further.
Yeah, we're a lot of people really enjoying that platform, and a lot of people really eager and anxious to get underway here. A lot of people cheering for Team Norway. We had a chance to catch up with Team Norway pre-race, and here's a look at their preparations going into this VinFast Ironman World Championship.
like pina coladas.
Pretty tough day today. Like 4 times 15 in the water and then 4 hours of race pace. Second last day of pushing. Tomorrow is like a similar one, just bike and run. So, and then the job is done.
Here,
you can get it for free.
One for free.
Yeah.
I'm getting a photograph for the winner next Saturday.
Thank you so much.
I even have my name on the suit with the World Championship stripes, and they still hate me.
Normally I'm living in the shadow of Gustav, so it's nice to get a little bit of airtime. We have done our preparation, we have done everything we can to be as ready as possible, and in the past a lot of athletes maybe come in with kind of the cockiness of first time racing here, and they may be failing the first time, second time, third time, and then they get the experience. But I think with the way we work with numbers and going into lab and doing like all the testing we do with our partners, like with the core, with the Virtu Master and everything, it makes it easier to prepare for a challenge like this, even we haven't been here.
And I've been waiting a long time here, and I got the chance to race the World Championship in St. George, but sadly some sickness put me out of it. Finally here, and I'm ready to race. And the most exciting thing for me is that everyone is here and everyone brings their A game to this race. And if you win here, you won over everyone at their peak of their season. Well, I'm starting to learn a bit how the wind works, but I think you can never really understand the legend of the big island wind, so I'm still learning. But the biggest challenge here, I think, is the temperature on the run, and especially the last few K at Energy Lab over there. I think that's where the race really happens, and hopefully I have some left in the tank and not overheating totally by then, so I can make my move.
Have you and Christian talked strategy on who, when you guys come down neck and neck down the line, and who will take the win?
Yeah, luckily it's downhill towards the finish, and I got some secret weapon that makes me run fast down the hill, so yeah, I think it's going to be hard to beat me there. So if you want it done, you have to do it before the Energy Lap.
I think it's also even more special the fact that I haven't been a racer since 2019, so it's not just I'm the one who's excited, it's like everyone is excited to finally be back. It's 2 days of racing as well, so it's really a good way to come back to the island. Get also the nerves settling down a little bit, because I feel the first few days when everything is new and you see the course and you feel like you don't have control on everything, then it's easy to get nervous for race day. But now, as I've been through the course a couple of times and I feel like I'm well prepared, I think that's really helping me. I'm here to race well, and I'm here for the win.
Didi, just looking at that video, my knowledge of their level of preparation is to one extent. Now they just show me it is even more so. Like, to be out there doing what they do, it is next level knowledge of the course.
The equipment that they travel, like I think it was taking wind readings and barometric pressure and how that's going to influence their hydration strategies. And like I said, the level of detail that team goes to prepare appropriately for this, and the results have shown it.
Yeah, that's right there. That is why Gustav Iden and Christian Blumenfeld are fully hours ahead of the people when you and I raced. That, and also the ability. Hey, here's the thing. I know earlier this week you got to catch up with BioStarts, and we're going to have a look at what they told you, because this is pretty cool.
I would like to take the opportunity to introduce an exciting new global partner for Ironman, a company called BioStarks. BioStarks provides a range of easy-to-use, self-collection biomarker test kits. Measures thousands of molecules in a few drops of fluid, delivering uniquely intuitive health and wellness data using their convenient online platform, resulting in the ability for people to self-manage key aspects of their health, nutrition, and performance. Joining me today from BioStarks is Dan Eichner, President and Laboratory Director. Dr. Dan has an extensive anti-doping experience and was previously the science director at the United States Anti-Doping Agency, also known as USADA. Dan, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks very much for having me. Pleasure to be here.
Why don't you take a minute, please, and tell me about BioStarks and why it's good for Ironman athletes?
Sure. So one of the key components at BioStarks is that we can monitor important biomarkers
that are integral for training, for performance, for nutrition, for health and wellness. And what's important about BioStark's data analysis is that we don't just compare those results with the population, we compare them against your own over time. So it's a longitudinal evaluation. So you compare yourself, so you can actually make sure that the training enhancements you're doing, the nutrition and so forth, all those are actually making a difference in your performance and health and wellness.
So to that end, how often do you recommend that athletes test? Should I be testing monthly, quarterly, semi-annually? Like, what's the frequency that I can best capitalize on all the great information that BioStarks can provide?
Sure, and again, that comes down to an individual basis again. So some people may only need to get a test every quarter. Some people may need one a little bit more frequent. It depends on some of the changes you're doing in your diet or your training processes to see whether you want to capture those changes straight away. So usually at least once a quarter is enough, but some people may need more depending on what they're doing individually.
And how does someone get a test kit? Are they available online? Is it through retailers? Where are they available?
No, that's the easy thing about this stuff. There's plenty of opportunities to get these. You can get them directly from BioStarks online, and these kits will just be shipped to your home, and you don't have to go anywhere to get your test done. You can do it all at the convenience of your home.
So that's great. It's a self-administered test. You don't have to go to a lab. You don't have to see a doctor. You don't have to get a blood draw. You can do it all yourself at home.
Exactly. The convenience is key here because a lot of these parameters you'd love to get, but some people with their busy training schedules and so forth, they just don't have the time to make an appointment to the doctor and go in there and get their blood drawn. You could do this all from the convenience of your home. It's much easier for everybody.
So Dan, if I want to find out more about BioStarks, where should I head?
Biostarks.com. Go straight to the website and you can see everything about us. You can learn about the different biomarkers that you can test for, the different test kits that you can get. Something may be more important for other people, but it's all available on our website.
And is there a help feature on there if I'm not sure which test to get?
Absolutely. There's able to communicate directly with BioStarks, but trust me on this one here. We've made this very simple for people. They'll be able to go there and they'll be able to navigate very easily for themselves.
I'm going to head there right now. Dan Eichner from BioStarks, thank you so much, and thank you for being a global partner to Ironman.
Pleasure. Thanks very much, and best of luck to all the competitors.
Thanks, Dee Dee. Thanks, Dr. Dan. A lot of knowledge in those two brains, a lot of great stuff shared. So I enjoy all of the technological breakthroughs, be it from our apparel to our equipment to our monitoring of our internals, everything. It's amazing. Gosh, so much improvement, and I can't wait to see more of it today. You guys stay with us because a lot of action coming up.
You are watching coverage of the VinFast Ironman World Championship, brought to you by VinFast. Boundless together.
38 minutes and 18 seconds away from kickoff today, and kickoff means you're jumping into the beautiful 81-degree waters of the Kailua Bay, and our good friend Matt Lieto is at the water's edge right now in transition. Matt, you take it away, my friend.
Thanks so much, Michael. Yeah, we are down here in the pro compound. This is where all the action is happening. We see Lionel Sanders just getting his set up and heading down. Well, not quite ready yet. He's still sourcing things out. We got Gustav here getting his bike in. Daniel Backegaard finding some quiet moments. Enough of those quiet moments. Here I come. How is it this morning, buddy?
Oh, it's just nice to be back here. It's, all the tension, we've been here for a couple of weeks and the build-up have been pretty good. But the tension on race day, that's just special. And the Kona vibe it's for real. It's insane.
Awesome, man. Well, best of luck. Have fun out there. Yeah, so a lot of chill vibes, some stress vibes. Tell you what, the athlete that has been very confident and very laid back Christian Blumenfeld this morning looked very, very focused and nervous, I would almost say. But everybody else pretty chill. We had, there's always a little bit of drama. Sam Appleton had some air come out of his tire this morning. Got that all sussed out and fixed. A bunch of volunteers, folks here to make sure that gets all sorted. Joe Skipper just showed up here as well. He's getting his stuff lined up. Let's look at Joe here. He's casual, just hanging out in his polo. He's already in an interview with my nephew here. But Joe, how we doing? We ready to go? Ready to go?
Yeah, ready to go, mate. Like, I had as good a night's sleep as you can hope for. Just finished sorting all my bike out, just chilling out, really. Cracking a few jokes.
I like your style, man. Going for a golf after?
Nah, not really. Nah, golf's not really my style. I'll go to the pub and have a pint or something, maybe. Like, that'll be more my kind of thing.
There you go. Look, where are we looking for you on the race? Where do you come to the front?
I don't know. Like, after the swim, there's obviously going to be a deficit, going to be down, and then it just depends who we're with. Like, hopefully there'll be a group of strong cyclists, and we can work together, try and catch up with the guys up front, and then on the run, it's just all about who can cope with the heat and who's got anything left in the tank really on this course.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Have fun. Man, that guy is an absolute weapon, and if he's on the day, he's gonna cause some trouble. This guy's run under 240 a few times. He's had one of the fastest bike splits ever out here as well. So he's going to be out there causing some people to look over their shoulder on the bike and then on the run trying to chase. So bunch of folks still getting ready, but we're getting close, guys. So we're actually going to head out on the boat so we can get ready to get the best swim action we can for you guys. So we're going to send it back to you in the studio.
Matt, thank you so much. Great stuff as always. Can't wait to see you out on the boat, giving us those updates. You're so good at what you do down there on the beat, and we appreciate all your updates always. So thank you. And talking about Joe Skipper, here's the thing. He has delivered a 237 this year.
On a course, and talk about where?
In Wales.
Yes.
And that's off of, that's a tough run course.
That was my point.
It's a brutal bike course,
Yes.
right? So
Yes.
if you can come off, and he also does, he rides 410 and below. So very good stuff. But we're talking about some really interesting stuff here. Let's dive into exactly what it looks like to kick off the VinFast Ironman World Championship. Here's where you start. It begins with the Roka swim.
I'm Matt Lieto, and welcome to the VinFast Ironman World Championship. And you guessed it, I'm here at the iconic Roka swim course, and we've got athletes behind me getting ready for race day, but things are gonna look a lot different when race day actually comes. We're gonna have a bunch of spectators out on that seawall, gonna have helicopters around. Now, there's a reason this course is iconic. It's crystal clear. It's got ocean life out there. It's what we strive for in this sport. When you think about the Ironman World Championship, you think about Kailua Bay, and pretty simple swim course. You're gonna have a rectangle swim, 1,800 meters out, 2 right-hand turns, and then back into town. And one of the things I think that people underestimate about this course is you might have current. So if you're swimming out there and it feels easy, feels kind of quick, know that's gonna be tough on the way back. But again, this swim course is awesome, but difficult if you're not prepared for it.
So we're here at Dignity Beach. This is the swim start of the Ironman World Championship swim course. We've just come down the famous steps where the race will start. And then we're gonna head out to the buoy out there. That last triangle buoy that you can see is where we will actually start the race. Okay, so we're pretty much at the official start point of the Ironman swim course here. So we're in line with the end of the pier. So this is where we will all line up on race morning and wait for that cannon to go. And then we're just heading straight out. And there's some swell in here today, which is quite typical for the swim course. So you can expect some challenging conditions, but it's just about doing your own pace and dealing with the currents that you might get.
So here we have the swim course, head current going out, keep your swim stroke short and nice, pressure on the water, and then going back it's probably going to be the current with you. So it's just about keeping the legs in front of you and pushing the pace on the way back. If you push too hard, you risk swimming slower on the way back, so I'd definitely go out a bit easy. And then it's up onto T1 at the famous steps and off you go.
getting dangerously close, Didi, dangerously close. 32 minutes away from the cannon firing. It is the historic cannon that kicks off this VinFast Ironman World Championship and has done for decades. And I tell you what, before we get ourselves queued up, we want to remind you to join us on IronmanNow.com. Log in and log in now.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
You are watching coverage of the VinFast Ironman World Championship, brought to you in part by BioStarks. And I tell you what, as you folks are looking down on these gorgeous scenes as the sun rises on Kailua Bay, we want to let you know we'll be back shortly to get you ready for the start of this VinFast Ironman World Championship. Enjoy these sights from Kailua Kona, Hawaii. We'll see you soon. here we go. Wow, who's going to get it?
Is flying.
Crushing here, these two women.
Lucy Charles Barkley, the focus in her eyes is unparalleled.
He's found the power.
I've got goosebumps. This is the bit that gets me.
He's so happy. Look at him. He's in disbelief.
To the Ironman banner, the red carpet.
They created history today.
Going to be an American record for the fastest Ironman.
But now this man has emerged.
Executed the perfect victory.
Welcome to the 2022 VinFast Ironman World Championship. We are here for day number 2 of this amazing event. It is Saturday, and we are live with you all day. On behalf of Didi Griesbauer, Andy Potts, I'm Michael Lovato, and we are going to be bringing you live action of Just the Men today. It is absolutely part 2 of a historic occurrence. Didi, Andy, I am so excited to welcome you both. Let's get going right away.
Let's absolutely get to it. What a day it was on Thursday. The pro women having the course themselves, but today it's going to be the men. Andy, thoughts on the day?
Super excited to watch just the fireworks that are going to happen on Hawaii's Big Island. We're going to see it from the start. I think the best athletes are going to rise to the occasion. They're going to take advantage of each and every meter on the 140.6 miles. You'll see them take advantage early, in the middle, and late, and it'll be fireworks all day.
Well said, Andy. I tell you what, from a man who knows what he's talking about, 7 times in the top 10 at this event, Andy, incredible. That overshadows Didi's 3. Sorry, Didi, because it also overshadows anything I ever did.
I know, I'm not sure you're allowed to be here because you have too many.
But here's the story. Today, the focus is all upon these men that have come from far and wide, a truly international field, and we're still, for the men, 3 years removed from competing. From the professional men, it has still been 3 years. The women, yeah, they broke our drought, but the fellas have not. Looking down on that scene now, there's a different picture from Thursday. Some clouds in the air, a little bit more. We had a lot of sunshine early, and I'm seeing a little bit calmer sea. That changes it up, Didi.
Yeah, absolutely changes it up. And our spotters on the course said there was actually some heavy rainfall out on the course. So I think once that sun does come up, those clouds part, I think the humidity is going to be smoking hot today.
One of the similarities from Thursday's race is the energy on the pier and then the bikes on the pier. The pier was loaded when we saw that flyby. And then you'll notice on the seawall, just that nervous energy. You have everybody's supporters out there who care just as much as the athletes out there, sometimes even more. It can be even harder for the athletes.
That's right.
They've been out on the pier since the pre-dawn hours. We saw them lining up before the sun even came up. So a lot of nervous anticipation to get this race underway.
For sure, and as I said, I'm lucky enough to be joined today by 2 superstars, Didi and Andy. These guys know the sport inside and out. Current players also in the game, so not retired, both still knocking it out. Also coaching athletes. So if you have any questions and you want to interact with these guys in addition to this, come find us on IronmanNow.com. Log in and you can chit-chat, so that's a cool perk. Anyway, we're with you all day long, and then we're going to weave in some excellent commentary from out in the field, our studio with Greg Welch. Matt Lieto is going to be taking a lot of on-course updates for us. It is going to be a well-covered, well-documented race. But beautiful pictures here as we look down. This one, and I'm going to ask you, Andy, again, all those successes down there and all your Ironman titles and just everything, you know it better than any. When you focus on the course, do you know it inside and out? Answer that question in a minute as we come in here and show folks where we go. We go at it right away with the Roka Swim Course here in Kailua Bay. And guess what? It is one big rectangle. You dive into those 81-degree waters and you go straight out. Follow me here as this course kicks off straight to the 1 right turn and the 2nd right turn. That's it, folks. Back out to the pier exit, and it's time to ride.
It sure is time to ride. The athletes will grab their bikes. They'll head out on the first part of the full gas bike course. They will take a loop through town, climbing up the Kuakini Highway, racing back down. They will charge up Palani Hill before making their way out onto the Queen Ka'umanu Highway, where they will make their way past the resorts, Waikoloa, Monolani, make their way to Kauai, where they will make the long climb up to Hawaii. This is where we see some of the action truly start to happen. Some of the athletes attacking on the climb. They'll make the turn in Hawaii, grab their personal needs bag, and then it's all the way back down to Kauai High, which will be the last chance they get a little fan support before the long slog back into town. Of course, on Thursday, we saw the winds pick up on the way back into town. Athletes having to deal with a bit of a headwind will certainly challenge the excellence of pacing, the excellence of nutrition, and they will then return back to where they started, to the pier in town.
Once they get back into town, they're going to feel the energy and head out onto the Hoka run course. The run course will have the athletes take about 3.5 miles on Alihi Drive, and then they'll head up to the Queen Kama'amau Highway, head into the Energy Lab, where there's the biggest hill of the day, as there's still a lot of real estate to happen after you come out of the Energy Lab, and then you head back down Palani onto the best finish line we have in our sport, Alihi Drive. It's the best because of the energy and because what's at stake and who's racing for what's at stake. Here's our bib list.
That's right. And so when those folks come ripping it down that highway, all of those segments that we discussed, we're going to see number one, Christian Blumenfeld, as the guy everyone wants to beat. He is on top right now, having won in St. George. Lionel Sanders, watch out for this multiple second place finisher as well as 4-time Ironman winner. Braden Curry from New Zealand, incredible strength. Chris Leiferman, a bit of a dark-ish horse. Like, watch out for him. He came off 4th in St. George. Florian Angert from Germany. Patrick Longa, 2 times Ironman world champ. Sebastian Kienle, 2014 Ironman world champ. Gustav Eden, this guy came in really, really hot in his debut at the Ironman distance. Tim O'Donnell. What else can you say, Didi, as you look at all these names?
All these names, of course, there's Ben Hoffman, Cameron Worf, Leon Chevalier, Daniel Backegard, Sam Laidlow, David McNamee, been on the podium here before, Joe Skipper.
Then you start to get into the higher numbers, but no less accredited athletes. You got Dennis Shavrot, Ronaldo Colucci, Max Newman, Colin Chartier, Kyle Buckingham, Tim Van Berkel, look out for his run. Nick Castelline, he's got a great training partner in Jan Frodeno. You got Jan Van Berkel at number 29.
Kenneth van der Riesche from Belgium, watch out as you jump over also to the Russian Kazakhstan athlete. But look, there are so many, a couple call outs here. Josh Ambasher from Australia, watch out for him at the front of the swim. Also, Magnus Dietlev was in that fold that we kind of glanced over. Here's the bottom line. When you look at these 55 bib numbers, guys, we have all the talent here.
Oh,
the
so
only
much
person
talent.
that I'm crying for is Jan Frodeno, because I'd love to see him, and you, Andy. If Jan Frodeno were on this start list, really, it would just be that one little piece. But look, I like to see a little bit of their flair and check out those stats we called out. Have a look at these guys, including Christian Blumenfeld, Say No More, 2021 world champion at the Ironman distance, did that in May. Tokyo, gold medalist, boom. And what about 4th when he finished there in St. George a couple years ago in 2019? But
And
moving on.
then there's Lionel Sanders. He was 2nd at the 2021 Ironman World Championship. He placed 2nd here in 2017 at the Ironman World Championship. He's a 24-time Ironman 70.3 champion and a 4-time Ironman champion.
Next, we got Daniel Backegard. He has every piece to this puzzle figured out: swimming, biking, running. He's got 7th at the 2021 Ironman World Championship in St. George, 3rd at the 2021 Ironman 70.3 World Championships, and he's a 5-time Ironman 70.3 World champion.
Yeah, that's right.
Daniel has no holes in his game. He really does know how to bring it in each phase.
He races aggressively too, Andy, because he's not a guy that's going to kind of wonder. He puts it all out there. He blows when he goes sometimes, but often takes home the titles. This, Andy, is what you mentioned earlier. This excitement, this hustle and bustle, it is still only 6:09 a.m. local time. So around the world, you're a little bit ahead of us. But as we look at this energy, what do you think is going on right now for the majority of these competitors?
All right, so the majority of the competitors, they're usually eyeballing the professionals because we start a little bit ahead, and you look at their preparation, and a lot of times they're looking at you say, what can I learn from you guys? How are you approaching this, not only in your mental disposition, but physically? Are you priming yourself? Are you doing anything in the moment? And they're trying to learn some cues from it. And so that's where I love this sport, because we get to rub shoulders with each and every age group from every level, and I really think it's something special.
Aloha mai como mai enoho mai aloha kakahi akakako aloha. A very good morning to all of you. On Tuesday we shouted the words Eala because after a 2-year sleep we had to wake up. Eala means to awaken and to rise. Well, we've opened our eyes, and today, for the start of today's race, we say Maka'ala. Everybody say Maka'ala. One more time, Maka'ala. Again, Maka'ala. Maka'ala means to open your maka, to be alert, to be vigilant, to be watching, because there's so many things that are going to transpire today. And so our blessing is to these athletes. So extend your hand to this ocean as we bless it in the name of Yesu Cristo. And we say to all who are diving into this water this morning, Ke Akua bless your coming and your going from this day forth and even forevermore. Ho'onani ya ke akua manalani kie loa a he manu maka honua ke aloha no I kanaka no na ka koe hui maine a he manu I kona make a pau ua noa. Today is blessed. Mahalo.
Thank you so much. Here, this Hawaiian protocol brought to you by Kahu Kealoha, who gives us all of this amazing Hawaiian culture front and center. We'll see more as our national anthem cues up, as well as the Hawaiian blessing.
our professional men's field, the VinFast IRONMAN World Championship. We welcome them as they come down the steps and into the warm waters of the Pacific Ocean to start the day. Come on, let's give them a huge welcome. Our professional men, here they are. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Victoria Michaeli, recording artist and lead vocalist for Island Breeze Productions, as she performs the national anthem and the Hawaii Pono'i.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? lanie kamehameha e na kaua e pali me ka ihe makua lanie kamehameha e na kaua e pali me ka ihe.
Wonderful rendition of our national anthem as well, of course, as the Hawaii Pono'i, beautifully performed by Victoria Mikaele from Island Breeze. This is, to me, just a great presentation of what it is here, where we weave history, tradition, and culture into the sport of Ironman. So beautiful. And now, guys, it's time. We've got 3 minutes, 11 seconds. And you two were chatting about what it feels like to be a pro jumping in the water. Share that, Andy, what you first thought of here with our viewers.
Yeah, so you've got paddleboarders coming kind of siphoning off the top of the swim. And, so we actually got Matt Lieto out there, and we're going to throw it to Matt, and maybe he'll give us some insight into the swim start. You can see the paddleboarders going back and forth. Matt.
Andy Potts is throwing to me to talk about swim insight. That's intimidating. Thanks, Andy. Yeah, we've got everybody's lined up, ready to go. Obviously, a lot of energy on that start line. Most of our favorites, we can see that right side over there looks like a bag of Skittles. That means they're all in the colored caps there. So those are a lot of our pre-race favorites that we're going to be looking out for. So they're all ready to go. We got some people closer to the pier trying to get clean water. But looking down the swim course right now, it looks pretty smooth, a little bit of texture on the water. But we're going to get more insight from me. And then more importantly, I got Luke McKenzie on the boat with me, second out of the water here years ago. We're going to dive down into what's happening in the swim. Just 2 minutes to go, guys.
Thanks, Matt. We are on the edge of our seats here in the studio waiting for this start. Now, it's always interesting when the paddleboarders do this lapping in front of the athletes. Sometimes they don't get out of the way quick enough. They have to go vertical, and they'll kind of point towards the race course. They go vertical, and the athletes are already horizontal, and they go right at them. And as an athlete, you get a little nervous
that you're going to get stuck.
You're going to get bumped or stuck.
Let me ask you this, Andy, because we heard Matt say some of the athletes lining up closer to the pier versus wider out into the ocean. We're going to get underway really quickly here, but tell me best strategy and why do you choose which one?
Yeah, so if you actually are hugging the left side or island side of the course, I actually like that a little bit better because you have an out with open water and you have you're lining up the buoys a little bit better. And so I would always start left.
That explains everything for me. There's all my failures when I was an athlete. Here's the story, folks. 56 seconds away from the VinFast Ironman World Championship, day number 2. So many players, we're going to get to highlight them all. But look at this, with precision, those paddleboards keeping the professional men in line. I want to say this before we kick off. That elusive record that was broken a couple years ago remains at 46:29 for this Roka swim course. It is, in fact, 1.2 miles to the turn buoy and 1.2 miles back. That equates to 2.4 miles. If you verse in metric, we'll call it 3.8 kilometers. Guys, 20 seconds away, and here's the story. This is when the nerves have washed off our 2,500 plus competitors and they are ready to go. Stay with me 10 seconds until the cannon fires and these men chase off like a bunch of frenzied sharks in the water. And it is almost go time. Folks, we're kicking it off. We're kicking it off live.
There it is. And they're off. This is the first couple of strokes here. You don't think about anything. You're honestly just pushing, trying to find clean water. Go. And you've stopped thinking about every reason why you don't want to be there, and you've started to think about, you start to go tactical over strategic at this point.
Let me ask you this, Andy. In those opening 100 meters, how do you keep yourself from getting lactic? The adrenaline is obviously really, really high. You're jockeying for position. But if you go out too hard, this is a long day. Can you do damage to yourself in the first 200 meters of this race?
At the professional level, I would say, I would hope that some people do damage, because then I would exploit that as an athlete. I would prepare for this, and yes and no. Sometimes when you get out to a really good start, you have the ability to buffer and then know that you're in the thick of the moment, and then you basically don't have to swim through and fight through so many people. So it's advantageous to take advantage of the first 2 minutes. And do we know who this is?
This is Sam Laidlow. I think
Okay.
I saw a 15 on that. So Sam Laidlow from France going to the early lead here, and the rest of the athletes giving chase. I see the green. I would say that's Appleton. We do have some color-coded caps that we will share with you throughout the swim.
Sam.
But bib at number 15, Sam Laidlow.
There you go, from France. This man, he loves to race from the front. A younger, newer athlete, inexperienced, got right after it at Ironman Texas and set the tone and was able to hold it for a long, long time. This is the exciting thing, and let's just dive into this right away. Our overhead shots. I've got one very distinct pack off to, as you said, the left, and then one very distinct pack on the right. So a betting man says we should be on the left there, Andy?
And that's the Laidlow pack.
Right, so that's Laidlow on the left. And so it's his first time here in Hawaii, and he could potentially have some doubts in his mind in terms of the way that the echelons are forming, the one on the right, one on the left. And he could potentially merge with the one on the right just because of, gee, I don't know if I'm in the right spot.
Yep.
I haven't done this swim before. Am I going the right direction? So that, like, you do have some doubt, especially when you're pushing the pace in the front and you've got clean water. You're questioning, are you on the right path?
Well, particularly if he's breathing right, he's seeing this massive
Correct.
pack, because the pack to the right is the larger pack, and so you tend to, laws of numbers, have I done this wrong? I'm a rookie. I don't know what I'm doing.
World Championship that we held back in May, Sam Laidlow managed to come across the line in 8th, and that was an impressive show for the man who's only 23 years old, representing France. His parents have a coaching company. His life has been triathlon from a young age. He started young and a very big up and coming in the sport. But how about this? Now we have 2 packs joining, and so as we kind of come at a better angle here, and of course we'll get to validate this with Matt Lieto on the boat, but we're seeing a merge, and we're seeing
Of the entire men's field.
Of the entire men's field. We're still seeing that arrowhead. But here's where I'll pose this, and to our non-swimmers or to our age groupers, anyone, how easy or not easy is it to be together still at only 250 meters?
So there is definite comfort when things merge, and you can see that. I can kind of see it in his stroke, in Sam's stroke right now. That doubt has now been put at bay, and he's now can just take charge and take the lead. So what you'll see now is everything for the next 7 to 10 minutes is going to be jumbled and bunched.
Yep.
You won't see real big breaks happening until maybe 800 meters in.
I believe in second place there, I'm seeing the powder blue cap of Daniel Baekkegaard. I am guessing that is who that is. We know he is in a powder blue cap. And I think I see the yellow kit, which is typically his colors on race day. So I think Baekkegaard is falling onto the feet there of Sam Laidlow as they sort themselves out. Andy, tell me, how much physical contact is going on? It looks like a little bit of a washing machine of arms and legs.
You know, when you're in the thick of it, if you were in this washing machine, you can really ride the wave of the moving water underneath you, and so there's less work being had. But you have to be comfortable with, rubbing on the right and rubbing's racing, bumping on the left, that kind of stuff. I actually didn't ever really enjoy the rubbing part of the beginning part of the race.
Is that your pool swimming history?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted my own space, and so I would actually do things like, I can't tell whose stroke it is, but on our screen off to the left, they know they're in the front, but they've got clean water. There is a little bit of a suck down effect that makes everybody slower when it's so glommed up like this. So if you can find clean water, you will be more efficient in your stroke, more efficient with your energy, and also faster.
What I'm hearing here is that these athletes can all stick together for 800 meters, potentially we're 5 minutes in, so only really about 425 to 445 meters in. And it's interesting to hear that perspective, because as we watch Sam Laidlow push through at the front, he has a number of players who can keep up. I also see Blumenfeld in there, and you could recognize the form of our defending Ironman world champ as well. But guys, what happens to the folks like Chris Leiferman, Lionel Sanders, Cam Wurf? Let's just sort of reference not the strongest swimmers, but incredible athletes. When they're in that and they go 800 meters at their pace, does that bounce them later? Actually, think about that answer, and let's see if Matt can give us some insight into who's in that pack. Matt, give it to us straight. Tell us what you see.
Yeah, thanks so much, Michael. Here with Luke McKenzie. And yeah, it's hectic down here. We're trying to figure out who's who, but definitely Sam Laidlow in front, Daniel Bakkegaard in second. A little bit of a gap here to the third athlete in third place, Florian Angert. Some things we noticed, Christian Blumenfeld was really right in the middle of a bunch of action, getting beat up a little bit, and he just made a surge to kind of get clean water. But things are starting to stretch out again. A couple things we've noticed, we got Gustav is maybe 3 athletes behind Christian at this point, who is on screen. Tim O'Donnell right in front of Christian Blumenfeld. But kind of the big thing is in the back, there's a lot of those colored caps again. Maybe the bottom half of that bag of Skittles I was talking about earlier. We got Cam Wurf, Joe Skipper. Lionel Sanders was actually in absolutely last place maybe 200 meters ago. Now he's moved up maybe 5 from last, and he's actually making contact with the group that has Cam Wurf and Joe Skipper in it. And I say the group because it will split at some point, but right now it's technically all in. Luke, what are you seeing?
Yeah, what I'm seeing here, Matt, it looks like just behind Sam Appleton and Max Newman, there's a little bit of a gap forming here, and this could be the front pack that pulls away. So it's going to be pretty crucial for, it looks like T.O. right now trying to really get across to Max's feet. If he doesn't get there, I mean, right behind him is Christian Blumenfeld, and that's a big gap that, he's going to want to get across right now. Otherwise, it's going to split.
Do you recognize this athlete that's in front of Christian right now? He's trying to make a move. He is making a move in the white cap around T.O., trying to get back to that gap. And that gap, the feet that they're trying to get on right now is Sam Appleton.
Yeah, and this is definitely a pivotal moment in the race. And even further back from that, another 10 or 15 swimmers back, you've got people like Gustav Eden, Patrick Langer. They're very close to dagging off the back of this front group. So these are guys that are really going to want to make that press right now to get up to the front.
Yeah, for sure. One athlete that we haven't seen, the swim obviously is important for everybody, but Sebastian Kienle, I haven't seen him quite yet. He's usually, I'd expect to see him in the middle of this group. Josh Amberger right now is an athlete that, we expect, we're talking about, even the athletes are like, well, Josh is back, he's going to push the pace. Right now, he's sitting in 4th place with Sam Appleton behind him and 7th. So right now, I think you're right, Luke, right where it's gonna go is Appleton. But guys, there's a bunch happening here. We're gonna fall back maybe and get a little bit more info on kind of those chasers, unless you guys want some more information.
Thanks, Matt. When I look at this swim, you never know who's going to be the weak link to cause that separation to really solidify. And if you're an athlete sitting in, like for Josh, he's starting to warm up, and I think he's feeling comfortable. But if you're sitting where T.O. is, maybe in 9th, then it gets a little dicey, and you want to make sure that you are in contact, because the swim has started to matter the past maybe handful of years. So if you can get into the front group and you don't have someone crack at that 800 meter mark or the 1200 meter mark, you find yourself in much better standing and much better stead at the turn, because things are going to calm down, but you've got to stay connected to be comfortable.
Great observations. And here, as we kind of pick that apart, I feel like if you're saying that Josh Amberger is not even at flat out speed, so that coupled with someone in the back who is at flat out speed, we're going to see togetherness become a massive gap.
And we're seeing the gap start to form right there. I mean, what was a meter is starting to become maybe 2, maybe 3, and those get sort of compounded the further we go. We're going to head back down to Matt on the boat. Matt, what have you got?
Thanks so much, Dee Dee. Yeah, as you speak, we've got the camera on Christian Blumenfeld. I have not seen somebody make a bridge like that in a long time. So that gap did 100% open up behind Sam Appleton, and Christian was kind of blocked in by T.O. and a couple other athletes, and he moved around and made a huge surge to get on these feet. So no doubt Christian Blumenfeld wants to be on this front group. Talking to athletes before the race, I think there's this group of 6 that everybody was expecting to come out, and none of those guys thought Christian Blumenfeld would be able to come out of the water with them. And I'll tell you what, they're going to be in a world of hurt, or definitely a little bit upset to see that he's still with them, and he's bridged that gap. And the gap is, often when an athlete makes the bridge, that gives another bridge for the athletes to come across with him, but he's maintained that gap. So I still think it's probably going to split, but maybe now behind Christian. But Sam Laidlow absolutely crushing it. Luke, an athlete like this, he's not one of our pre-race favorites. What's his, why would he be pushing the pace? Why would he have the impetus to make sure it's fast?
Well, obviously he's got to utilize his strengths, and his swimming is his strength, and he's not going to want to go onto the bike with 50 other guys, is he? So he's really going to want to push the pace hard to try and get away with some of these other stronger cyclists. I mean, that really puts you in the box seat, sets you up for a good race. So we've traditionally seen 6 to 8 guys go off the front here in the swim, and it takes quite a while for the main contenders to bridge up early in the bike. So that's Sam's MO, and that's what he'll be trying to do.
Yeah, and so it is come back together, so that gap that was behind Christian is now closed up. Athlete that's surprising to me is we do see Curry still in that group, but he's way further back, and we have heard that he was ill earlier this week, so not bringing his best, but trying as much as he can to, hopefully he's recovered and able to do something out here today, but he's a little bit further back. But Luke, it's pretty much all connected with the first, I'd say, 30 athletes, and then it's starting to open up a little bit, but I do think maybe Cam Wurf is one that's being able to hold on to that. But let's, Potts knows more about the front of this race, so let's go back up to you guys and see what you guys are observing.
Matt, you pointing out what's happening with Christian, super important. When that that gap starts to happen, I can tell you exactly what Christian's thinking. And he's thinking, okay, I just need to go faster tempo, faster hands to bridge up the gap. And that kind of, he had to dump a little bit of energy and fuel to do it, but it's he's got the training to back it up. So it's a worthwhile spend for him to stay connected in 8th spot. And then you can see it right around 11th spot. It looks like there's a little bit of a gap that it looks little now, but it will grow.
I was going to say, they're so close, and you almost want to urge them, come on, get up there, guys, but it is just that little crack, and it can get bigger and bigger and bigger. But right now, they are holding it. It's about a meter. Will it explode?
Will it explode? Time will tell. But right now, 13 minutes into the race for these professional men, and that means we're only a minute 30 now away from our first age group wave. You got to stay with us, though, because this action is just heating up. And we're back here. That's Daniel Bakkegaard right there on the feet of Sam Laidlow. And then you can just kind of scroll throughout Florian Garrett in the green cap with bib number 5. And hold on, let's just do justice here to all of these men that have fought their way to get here. They got to see the women race and really set a great tone 2 days ago. Family members, the Ohana here that have come from around the world to cheer for their person. 5 seconds away, a cannon will fire and dreams will begin. And here we go. Just like that, an air horn perhaps. We saved that cannon only for our pros, but in the mind of the athlete, it's all a cannon. And now, where do you go? left, right, center. It doesn't matter. This is a churning, burning pit of humanity, and it's great because also this is some of the most beautiful water. We talked about that. Crystal clear, right? 80 degrees, salty. It's a great spot to swim.
Without the wetsuit, that salt water will give you a buoying effect, and it really is. As you watch these athletes walk down the pier steps into the bay, the nerves that are happening. They've chosen to take the step forward as opposed to potentially bail out, which
out the side door.
Yeah, I've wanted to go out the side door plenty of times, but I look at these when you attack this race from the start, you can see the preparation that goes into it. Do you need to take advantage of your strengths? Is that the swim? Is it the bike? Is it the run? And you'll really see, not just on the pro level, but on the age group level as well.
Well, Florian and Garrett coming up on the side there, giving a little help to our leader, Sam Laidlow. Like it or hate it, that's going to happen. Matt's going to tell us what he sees there on the water's edge. Matt, what have you got as this lead change takes place?
Yeah, big move by Florian for sure. Definitely, I don't know if he looked over his shoulder, we missed it, but definitely he can feel maybe that pace isn't quite fast enough as they're getting into some swell now, guys. But Florian goes to the front, and as he does that, there's a gap opening up. One athlete behind Christian Blumenfeld, and then the athlete behind is kind of what Christian did earlier, really doing that double tempo pace to get up and over. And guys, Christian is now, or was, swimming catch up, but now you can see, now that Florian's gone to the front, he's pushing the pace. Gustav is in contact with this front group at this point, as long as that gap doesn't kind of open behind Gustav. Andre Lopes has a gap in front of him, so that there are now definitely 2 to 4 groups. Luke, we've noticed a couple athletes in the back in that blue and orange cap. Tell us what we see kind of in the back of this second group.
Yeah, this is really where it really starts to string out now. The swells are up quite a lot more now. We're more in the open ocean out here, and this is where, the 3 or 4 big distinct groups will now form. And it looks like right here at Andre Lopez, that's really where the biggest gap right now is going to catch some people out. And it looks like Magnus Ditlev and some of these other contenders that were engaged until right now are going to drop off this front pack.
Yeah, and in the back of that group, guys, we did have Ben Hoffman is in the back of what right now is the second group, might end up being the third group, with Magnus Ditliev, 2 athletes in front of him, and those athletes are trying to move up. They realize they're in not a great position, trying to move to the front. But right now, you could tell Florian, who was leading that group that started closer to the pier, he settled in, and now he's pushing the pace in the front of Sam Laidlow. And again, Josh Amberger, not ever taken a pull at this point. So, Luke, if you're Josh and you have that strong swim capability, is he just happy to be swimming catch up, and then will he try to maybe push the pace on the way back, or what do you think's in Josh's head right now?
Yeah, well, I think he has the advantage. He's a really strong swimmer, and he's led out here before. I think he's letting these other guys dictate the pace, and we'll see Josh potentially make a move on the return leg. But he's also been here several times before and led the race in the swim, only to fall back in the bike. So maybe he's playing a tactical game to put himself in position, not spend too much energy early, and then utilize his strong bike that he is actually known for.
Yeah, very, very well said. So right now, those gaps still getting closed down. So the gap that we had closed up, T.O. and some other athletes really trying to push the pace to get back to it. T.O. has been in the middle of 2 athletes, kind of getting his butt kicked a little bit physically as he tries to stay on the feet of the athlete in front of him to keep contact. So definitely a lot of contact there. Braden Curry behind him, and then Gustav is behind those guys. So I do feel that this will split in front of those athletes I just spoke of, but that means Gustav is going to have a T.O., he's going to have a Curry. He looks like about 8 other athletes that are really strong that might be able to help him push up. But right now we can see behind number 51 here, gap is opening again. And this athlete that's trying to close it has already closed a gap already this morning. And as Andy was talking about, you've got some matches to burn a little bit, and this guy's burnt a big one already. So I think right now, that's Kyle Smith, actually, which we wouldn't expect to see, quote unquote, struggling a little bit, staying on the feet. But it's hard out here. Luke, tell us a little bit about, actually, we're going to go back to you guys, and then we're going to get some more details on the athletes in the back of the group. But a lot happening. Group's going to split here in just a second.
Thanks so much. Here's what we're seeing from above. All of the fast swimmers up front, crushing it, getting separation. But what we're missing, Langa about to slip off the back. Also, Lionel Sanders, this guy has told us a lot of things. And one of the things he really wanted to address was the swim. We want to hear what he said earlier this week. Take a look at this.
You've got the guys who are insecure with their running ability, who are good swimmer bikers. They're going to take it out hard, just like they did in St. George. Christian's got a moderate chance of making that pack, but if he does, I'd say it has the potential to negatively affect his race because he'll have to swim so hard to be in it. Gustav, I don't think, can make that pack. Those guys are obviously going to then try and string it out just like they did. This is just natural desire. They feel insecure. A lot of those guys feel insecure in their running ability. They don't want to be anywhere near Gustav and Christian when they come off the bike, so they will ride that way. We saw what happened to them in St. George. Obviously, they weren't riding within themselves because every single one of those guys in the front swim pack blew up, every single one. And so I think we can count on that happening again, and I think that happens every year. I think Andy Potts used to swim off the front like that. That was the group that's now the group. And he learned after a couple of years that it takes so much energy that energy comes and bites you and you give up. Oh, you got a minute and a half in the swim, but you gave up 10 minutes in the run. It's a big energy puzzle. And the Norwegians are very conscious of energy. The other guys, I don't know how well versed they are, or, you know, it's the old swimmer biker thing of like, maybe today it'll work. And I've never seen it work to this day. It's never worked. But it's just the pattern has repeated itself since the beginning of time, and I don't see it happening any different this time. So there's going to be swimmer bikers who destroy the bike and also destroy themselves and their chance at a good finish.
Lionel has really grown in his acumen of not just the sport, because I've always felt like he has high reverence for the sport and what the sport demands, but you can see in and of himself. And that was the telling tale in St. George, how much he trusted himself. I worry if the reports are true, Andy is dangling off the back and he did start last. I worry if he was too conservative, I would want him to make sure he's taking advantage of all the real estate of the race and not be too conservative, knowing that it is an energy game.
Yeah.
But you can see his acumen is growing every day.
So that's great, Andy. I agree with you too. As we come around here, turn number 1 done, turn number 2 done. We're heading home. I would love a response directly from you as far as when you did swim away from the group and then later said, hey, the group is good. What do you think about that? Not necessarily you personally, but for these guys, is there an advantage to be a super swimmer and conserve 5%?
So there's two aspects of that, Michael. When you are a really strong swimmer, you have to know that the swim is still only 8% of your race. But the dichotomy of that thought is if you don't take advantage of your strength, then you had an ace, you'd never played, and now is gone and you can't play it anymore.
Okay, well, that's awesome. I love that.
And I think that's a lesson that Josh Amberger's learned, because we talked to him pre-race and he said, I'm not even sure I want to lead the swim. He's led the swim before. He's like, he was alone at the front his first year here. He's like, it didn't do me any good. And I think the race dynamic has changed as well. And it's really interesting. This group, we thought it was going to separate. It really is staying together. I think the swell is playing a little bit of a role in keeping that group together.
Well, Didi, I just counted real quick 20 to 21 in that line. And then there's only, quote unquote, only about 8 to 10 meters before that other line.
Another line, right?
So look,
That's the entire pro men's field.
There's still an entire 22 minutes to swim. But here's the story. If we have a group of 20 or 18 hitting the pier together, then we have another group of 15 hitting the pier another 5 seconds, 10 seconds back.
This overhead is showing really 3 packs. You can see where the whitewater ends, there's a little gap. The whitewater ends, there's a little gap. But the groups are enormous.
That's right, and also worry a little bit for the folks that are pushed out to the side of a group. If they again on this return trip, where now we have the swell coming at us from the left, you get pushed around, you lose orientation, you lose the flow in the feet. You may have individual players that are ousted. That's when we all sit here, the three of us, and scratch our heads and say, hey, I wonder what happened to so and so in that inside that swim, and they come into transition, and where were they? Nonetheless, guys, this is some fun stuff. Cruising along here, 25 minutes into this race, 5 kilometers an hour is the speed. How fun is that?
So you'll also notice, I'll give you a little insight into the mentality of what's happening. The best swimmers in this group right now are trying to take advantage of the swim, take advantage of the fact that you are in an element where you can exploit other people's weaknesses. Don't let up off the gas on the second half of the swim, because there's a tendency for you to be a little complacent. And I guarantee you, the veterans like Tim O'Donnell, he's vigilant. He's saying, whitewater, I'm staying attached to those feet. And then you get somebody who may not have the experience of Tim and just say, I'm happy here. I'm going to start to really conserve now.
It's a dangerous game to be alone in the sea, and I tell you what, this sport can be very individualistic, so I would encourage you all to check out the Ironman Tri Club program, which ensures that athletes never race alone. 2,627 Tri Club athletes are racing this weekend, representing more than 1,219 clubs. That's right, over 59,000 Tri Clubs athletes are racing worldwide annually. The 2023 Ironman Tri Club Championship Series is all set. Check it out, the regional championship event, and get registered today at ironman.com/triclubs. Never race alone. Join today, guys. Do it.
I want to come back to this point in the swim, Andy, because a lot of these guys pre-race were saying they were cognizant of the fact that it was going to be such a large, the level of swimming right now in Ironman racing is to such a degree that a lot of these guys thought we're not going to get away. They were prepared for it to be potentially a group of 15, 20 athletes. So even the strong swimmers are sort of aware that they can't get away. They almost can't use their strength because the entire field is so strong. So is there some sort of resignation to the fact that, okay, we all just have to, we can't make mistakes here. We can't give up time. We can't, we can't give it up, but you're also not going to earn anything by trying to be extraordinary because that talent is so deep in the swim right now.
Well, number one, I love the fact that the swimming has improved. I lamented the fact that it was just kind of get wet and then go ride your bike and run. But now we're literally taking advantage of all the real estate. I do think you have to play to your mentality. If you're okay with being a little bit more conservative and you don't need to mix it up, then don't. But if you want to be aggressive and that is your default disposition, aggressive, then be aggressive on the swim. Don't be anybody other than yourself is what I would recommend for all these athletes.
That's so good. I wish Andy was coaching me back when I was a little athlete there, get that advice. But I tell you what, BEAGGRESSIVE. We're all aggressive here today, folks. This has been a great race so far. More to come. Welcome back to the VinFast Ironman World Championship, brought to you in part by Roka. Find faster with Roka.
And back to the action here as we get a look at that gorgeous VinFast lead vehicle, just revving the engine, getting ready for our lead swimmers to exit Kailua Bay and get on their bikes. That vehicle will be leading our professional men through the bike course in just a little bit, but not yet. Still about 20 minutes of swimming left to go?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, Andy, this is just look at this right here. This scene, look at all those people that are getting ready to see their favorite athlete scream out. I mean, just real quick, how big is it? How many people do you think are the ones that really light up with the crowd and really love that energy versus the ones that just like to be out in the solitude? What do you think?
Who doesn't like to hear people shouting your name? I think it's an overwhelming majority of people like to have people shouting their name and just cheering them on. It doesn't mean you need to dump a ton of fuel to do it, but it's always invigorating as an athlete, especially if it's coming from someone who is in your crew, who loves you and wants the best for you.
So good. Well, have a look just real quick, Didi, as you talk about this group, just so everyone sees. First place, Florian Angert from Germany, number 5. Sam Laidlow, number 15. Daniel Backegaard, number 14. Then we've got Josh Amberger in there, Christian Blumenfeld, and, of course, rounded out there, Sam Appleton. Didi, you're seeing it.
Well, what I'm noticing as they head back in towards the pier, they made the turn around the turnaround boats. And while they were super strung out, almost looked single file style heading outbound, something about the nature of the currents and the swell, they're getting a little bit bunchier. Yes, we have single file through the lead 4 guys, but if we change our camera angle and look at the back of this lead group, it has really bunched back together, and they are really stuck together. We're going to go down to Matt and see what he's seen. Matt, what do you got?
Thank you. Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Yeah, it's definitely starting to spread out a little bit. As you can probably see from those overhead shots, it's kind of 3 big distinct groups and then another couple little groups in the middle there. Sam Laidlow and Florian Angert kind of swapping turns a little bit. Florian is an athlete that keeps looking over his shoulder to try to get people to pull through maybe to see if that gap's opened up, but it hasn't. Luke, you saw their athlete in 5th place, kind of a surprise pushing the pace?
Yeah, absolutely. Christian Blumenfeld, from where he was at the beginning of this swim, he's so comfortable there in 5th place right now, right on Josh Amberger's feet. And then right in behind that, we saw the pace sort of slow just recently, and it's really crushed up that next part of the group. So the Braden Curry's, Gustav Eden's, T.O., they all sort of got a little bit of a breather there, and now it's condensed again. So where it looked like it was going to split just before the turn is now really sort of come back together. And Braden Curry was another one of those guys who we saw in St. George. He was really up there pushing the pace. This time he was right on the back of the group and very vulnerable to getting dropped, but now he's sitting pretty just right on the back of that group now.
Yeah, and then the kind of big news is we had Lange was actually on this group, and now he's been dropped and is absolutely in no man's land in between these two groups. So he's going to end up going back to that group, whether it's on the swim or the bike. Luke, okay, the thing I'm thinking of, 20-ish guys in this group. We saw it on Thursday. I'm thinking penalties early on the bike ride. It's really hard to move around. Tell us about the tactics of when you know it's this big a group that you really are paying attention.
Yeah, I think at this point, I think it's a little too late to be making a move. I can't see anyone really getting away from this group now. I mean, maybe the first 4 here, maybe they might just edge off the front at the end, but all I see there is these guys coming back on at the beginning of the bike. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty hectic going out of town. That first town section is pretty renowned for a really high effort for those guys trying to get onto the group, but I think we're going to see 20 guys going onto the Queen K today.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, Luke. Yeah, guys, I think it is as it stands. We're just going to see the gaps opening up from this lead group behind. Luke, thank you so much for joining us here on the swim, and we'll try to get you a little bit more later in the day. Where are you going to be watching?
Yeah, I love to go up to the top of Polani. That's a spot where I guess you can just see them twice before they go out of town, see who's made the group and who hasn't. And yeah, I love this stuff. It's like I'm a super fan. I've been doing it since, going to the event since I was 8 years old. So to be here on the sidelines of the Ironman World Championships, this is like a dream come true.
Yeah, it's a dream come true for a lot of athletes to see what kind of dreams come out of this front group here. Again, it's going to be some pain, the early sections of this bike ride, guys. We're going to get back to the pier and call transition.
Matt Lieto, you're like a dream come true for us here in the studio, so thanks again for those crack updates. Listen, that's big. 20 guys, huge. But then guess what? Patrick Lange all alone, going to get swallowed up probably, if not on the swim, quickly on the bike. He gets absorbed into that. But
so my question, does he surge to make the front group, or does he pause to make the back group? Because there's some cycling powerhouses in the back group. What's the best strategy there?
So when I've seen and raced with Patrick, right now, I bet you he is thinking, okay, just swim with a solid swim stroke that's super efficient. Don't need to dump a ton of fuel. I'm just moving forward. This is just like practice.
I'll just keep the front group in mind and not get too nervous about my position. And then be super patient early on in the bike ride to find a wave to catch, to ride up onto this front group. Patrick, two-time Ironman world champion. He has a ton of experience. So you're going to see some of that experience come to play in his mind, and he'll have something to back up on and just be comfortable in his space.
Patrick Lange also has 2:39.45 that he just knows what he has done in the past, which is always going to deliver a great result. So regardless of how it plays out, I think the key for Patrick is, and in that position, don't get caught up trying for something that is no longer there. So a lot of these guys, they have those, sure, DD, plan A through Z, but it's really hard to let go of one plan often to find the next one. And if you are spit out the group, or if you are in a different group or around a different swimmer you didn't want to be with, I think just being quickly adjusting on the fly, that's what counts through and through. And that's all day long, right? We talk about problem solving with Ironman. What's the current problem and how can I solve it?
Yep.
Getting dropped, not getting dropped.
Right. Well, right now, I think the biggest problem, we saw this lead group get stretched on the outbound leg. Was it going to splinter into a bunch of smaller lead groups? As soon as they rounded that turn, the pair of turn boats, they really clumped right back up. Obviously, there have been some sacrificial lambs in that. Poor Patrick Lange all on his own. But this group now really, really bunched up together, and I think they've really sort of settled in. Now they're starting to think, okay, I'm where I need to be. They're not threatened by the swim anymore. They're in position. Let's just ride out the rest of the swim and get on our bikes.
You don't, when you're in the water here, I don't know what your experience has been, but there's a lot of noise that's happening around you.
Yep.
And you don't know, is it just a squeaky wheel that is noisy but isn't going to matter at the end of the day versus, the people who have three strong legs and are complete triathletes.
Sure.
Where are they? Where are the real players, and who are the noisy people?
And so far, they don't even actually know who's around them. Maybe one or two, and they are making their way back towards shore, and of course back to the King Kamehameha Beach Hotel. It is an icon here on Hawaii's Big Island. Let's hear a little bit more about it.
King Kamehameha Kona Beach Resort is proud to be the official headquarters of the VinFast Ironman World Championship. With over 400 newly renovated rooms and suites, unforgettable dining experiences, and sparkling ocean views, experience Hawaii's Big Island like never before.
This hotel, not only iconic and a great support of the event, but it becomes a sight buoy, if you will. It's a landmark. So if you are in a swell, which they have, you can ride the trough, get up to the peak of that wave or that swell, and look ahead and see exactly where you're going. Because I think in addition to that noise you guys are talking about, there is a little bit of a loss of orientation. So you talked about Tim O'Donnell, stay in the bubbles. You talk about all these people, focus on the person in front of you. Sometimes it's nice to just lift the head up and see a visual. Whereabouts am I? How far is that hotel? About how far am I from the finish? It helps.
Well, and we've seen a couple of our lead swimmers actually roll over and take a couple of backstrokes here. I think that's a signature Andy Potts move. But what they're doing is they're seeing who's in this group. How big is this group? Have we been able to establish any kind of separation? And unfortunately, the news is not good. And it's going to be a wild ride once we get into transition.
Yeah, the swell that is pushing back towards shore is keeping the group together. And that's what we're going to see.
Great overhead shots here. Compliments of Qatar Airways. What a wonderful look down on our venue. Another wave getting ready to start. And also these professional men getting super close to their finish line. And as we kind of come down and get back into the zone, let me just point this out. The guy in front of our race today, when we were discussing the players and who's here and who's what, he finished 5th place in St. George at the 2021 Ironman World Championship 5 months ago, right? This guy has proven that he can get in the mix to the bitter end.
But let me ask this, Andy, how relevant is that data? Because it's such a different course, such a different environment, how relevant is someone's performance in St. George to this race today?
It's a great question. I think you can't ignore it. First off, because it could be just someone coming under great form. But did they spend all of their chips in May versus October? But then if they're young enough, They can come back and bounce back and get.
Oh, we all laugh knowingly. Oh, remember those days.
If, for example, if you're a 28-year-old Christian Blumenfeld who won that race, I feel like he's recovered.
They're like, did I do another Ironman this year? I don't even remember that. That was this year.
Yeah, if you're young enough, that's a real break that's happened. You can see clear water there. I'm going to say that's easily 2 minutes.
Okay, a couple minutes, and also you don't see that lone figure of
I was going to say, where did he
Patrick
go?
Longa must be in the group, and I tell you what, lots to answer, plenty of questions coming your way. Andy knows that because he listened to you say that yesterday, and he just regurgitated. Now, these two, listen, folks at home are listening to two analysts here who have been there, done that, both first out of the water here on their goes. These are proper Ironman athletes that have swum extremely well at the front. Looking at the flyover cam here, provided by Qatar Airways, so fun. This is our finish line flyover cam, and you will see us capturing some great footage, i.e. this scene later today when our thousands of athletes are making their dreams a reality and crossing that finish line on Elite Drive. So great stuff. I love that. And of course, the kid in me wants to fly it myself. But here's our story, guys. We are 42 minutes and 5 seconds into this race. About 4-5 minutes left for these guys in the water. They're nice and they're lined up. They're going to come into a corral. And as we come up, you'll orient and you'll get to see. We still have folks starting this race.
Sure.
And these guys are just finishing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a great camera angle here as you can see that swell, that it's literally pushing the athletes. And we talked about what a strategic thing that was for the guys that were at the back of this group, that were strung out, that were about to get popped until they made that turn. And now this swell has pushed them all back together again. And it's those kind of aspects, the conditions on the day, that really do play a huge role, because this could have been splintered groups of 3 and 4 of 20 plus guys, and now it literally is one massive group.
Yeah, you can see when we're looking at Florian's, the way he's approaching the swim exit here, it'll probably go Florian, then Daniel, or looks like Daniel's, Sam Laidlow. And then it will bunch up 3 arms, 4 arms, 4 heads, 5 heads, and that creates this this tugboat effect. So you're not swimming any faster, but all you have to do is just stay within the arms. And you can see that the fact that the swell is keeping people together, and being like a waterman gives you an advantage for how often have you been in dynamic water situations, how to read it. You can really conserve your energy here, at least mentally.
And we know that as these guys come out of the water, their heads are going to be swiveling around to see who's in this group. And it's going to be great news for some guys that have been able to hang on to these lead groups that say, thank you, Mother Nature, for that inbound swell. And there's a couple of other guys that are going to be cursing it, saying, this is bad news. You know, we didn't use one of our, key strengths to our advantage because of the conditions on the day.
About 300 meters to go here of the Roca swim course, and I am calculating some fast jock math. I don't see this record going down, the one set by Jan Sibersen, a German age group athlete, when he broke that record. The long-standing record from Lars Jorgensen, a former University of Tennessee Olympian and incredible swimmer and athlete. But here we are, above the record most likely, and does that even matter? Because just real quick, Andy, what really counts for these athletes, records or victory?
Winning.
There it is. Easy answer.
Yeah, no. Especially when you're in the moment. Like, who cares what your time is in the moment?
If you care about the swim course record, obviously your priorities are somewhat different. Like I have to say, there are probably a couple of athletes that say, "Hey, I could pick up a swim bonus. Might be some bucks there." But those are your one-trick ponies that the rest of the race. And not to be disrespectful, but they're one-trick ponies.
Queuing up that VinFast lead vehicle, the clock running atop it, 44 about to be 45 minutes. And that vehicle is going to be in front of some serious horsepower. It's going to be so cool to see as we watch it leave. Palani take a left on the Kuakini and off to the races.
As that engine heats up, you can see the athletes' engines are already hot and cooking, and they are approaching. You can see they've got maybe 2.5 minutes left of swimming here.
Many men.
I'm going to ask to our fans on IronmanNow.com, with a group of 20 guys coming out in the lead of the VinFast Ironman World Championship, how many penalties do we see in the first
Over
30K of the bike? What is your over-under on the number of drafting cards and blocking violations in our professional men's field with a group of this size? Go ahead and answer that in our feed on the Ironman Now platform.
What do we say? 7.5 is the over-under on that. Which number are you taking? The over, the under?
I'm gonna take the under. 7's a lot.
I'm hoping for none. Long and smooth strokes. Sam Laidlow led the first half of the swim, and he said, "I'll take the lead out here, my friend." But some bragging rights. So if the course records don't count, first out of the water always does, even for our winners, even for anyone that is playing this game, because you'll get on camera, you'll get to hear that name called out, and I think that everybody here, once they hit solid ground, they will dust it off. Hey, no more talk about the water. No more talk about discipline number one. It is all forward focus if they're playing the game properly. And I'm going to say, look, that's a long stretch here, and we are just at the course record now. So adios, course record.
Yeah, so if you are a really experienced swimmer and you're really comfortable breathing to both sides, I would actually breathe to the left here. And I would keep the pier equidistant to me. I would just keep that a constant and really try to just okay, relax. And you were asking earlier, Michael, when do you start thinking about T1? This is when I think about it.
Oh, right here.
Right, so with the tires.
Right at the end. Okay, that's good to know. And I think they are too. You can see, look at this, 2 abreast, 3 abreast, 5 abreast, 6 abreast. You called that too, Andy. They are all on now because they all know that contact and position is everything. As we close this out, Didi, they are all going to try and get, because guess what?
It's a bottleneck. The stairwell itself is a bottleneck with 20 guys. Just that there's going to be take a number and wait to even get up the Roca swim steps to exit the Roca swim course.
And what happens after that? A very key component of transition is find and grab your bike bag, which is color blue. When you do that, you have your gear and can progress. There's no forward progress when you're hunting for it. And if you're in a group of 20, you want to be at the front.
Absolutely. Hunters are definitely happening here. You can see the contact actually in our third row, right in the middle.
Brutal.
You can see how it pinches down, and when it pinches, you get squeezed if you're in the middle. You just don't want to get that. You got to keep your stroke wide so you don't get kind of pushed under here.
The fans are going nuts, and so are we. We are seconds away from closing out the Roca swim course, and we are going to rush on down to see this. I can't wait. I'm going to watch it here myself. Sam Laidlow from France, first out of the
Florian
water.
Might have tipped him at the line there.
But Anger maybe stopping the clock. Then everyone into transition. There is Bakegaard. There is Blumenfeld. There are our players.
Josh Amberger.
I just saw Gustav Eden come across.
How about that? This group of 20 bringing in all the players, and I guess we had it here. And Garrett, he did get that top time. Laidlow.
Chartier in there. Gustav Eden.
Bakegaard, Blumenfeld, Chartier, Eden, O'Donnell, Appleton, Curry.
Braden Curry coming over that flu. Looks like he might be good today.
Peterson, Newman, Chevreau from France, Kyle Smith, Amarelli, Lopez, and Castellane. We'll head on down to Matt when he's ready. Give it to us, Matt. Those were the names. What are you seeing?
Yeah, thanks so much, Michael. Hectic as we would expect as those first athletes came out of the water and grabbed their bags. We're right here by the bags. The athletes come out. They've been swimming. They've been lactic, and then they try to look for their number and grab it. So we had Sam Appleton ran right past his bag and his number, so he had to go back for a second to get it. But you can see these athletes now running the full length of the pier, and again, total focus. Christian Blumenfeld looked spot on, definitely focused on where he was. Florian Engert had great pace at the front of this group. Second group coming through here. Hemmerich is coming through right behind me. We got Chris Leiferman. Sorry, that is not Chris Leiferman. That is, we got Tim Burkle. We have Bradley Weiss. Here's the group with Lange, Rudy von Berg. We have Maurice Clavel. Yeah, Ditliev is in through here as well. Right behind us, there's Ditliev. We have another few athletes. Hoffman is on there. Hoffman has made it to the back of this group. And the other side, we have Bakkegaard has run through. Florian Engert has run through. Braden Curry in the front of this group with Christian Blumenfeld running side by side. There we go. We have, I think I saw T.O. go through there as well. Kyle Smith coming through there. More of our athletes continuing to run through. Some of these athletes have their full helmets on, some do not, but still tons of athletes coming out of the water and through transition. Kind of no man's land here. Took his time through that change, and T.O. is trying to bridge. He knows this is group of 20. You do not want to get left behind when there's a group of 20 off the road. So Tim putting in an effort, burning one of those matches to try to get up to that group. Coming through here to what is going to be our third group. You know, we did see Lange was in no man's land in the middle of that swim, but he got swallowed up by this group, so he's going to have some folks to work with. The athlete really pushing the pace in transition in this second group is Peter Hemmerich. I think maybe he thinks he's going to try to bridge up to this front group. It's going to be a little bit of an ask for him, but he is a super strong athlete, super focused. I've not seen him this comfortable out of a swim at this pace in a long time, and we see Tim Burkle coming through. He's going to be right behind Peter Hemmerich coming through transition here as well. And we have Patrick Lange and Tim Burkle together. So there's a few athletes right there. Maurice Clavel, I believe, coming through there. Also, the big chase group here with Brad Weiss, Ditliev, Hoffman. That's going to be a strong pace early. What's going to be interesting to see if Ditliev is, if he has some company with him as he goes through early sections of the bike. Andreas Dreitz coming through here on his bag on the other side. We have Jan van Berkel through here, one of the best runners. David McNamee, he's been third here twice before. So this is one of those small groups that we saw 5 athletes able to work together. Another athlete here coming through. But guys, hectic, absolutely hectic out here. Athletes are getting through, getting out. But again, this pier is one of the iconic parts of this course, but it's also painful because you're like, my bike's over this way. I got to run all the way around this pier to get there. These athletes are using that as a section of this course. It's not swim, bike, and run. It's swim, transition, bike, transition, run, finish. That's how it goes. There you go. We're going to get out on the bike and get more of this early action on the bike ride, guys.
Matt, thank you so much. Always great to hear those names called out. And I'll give you this because you may not have seen the split. About 1:26 from the front of Group 1 to the front of Group 2 out of the water and onto the bike. So about 86 seconds. And then that's the story now. We have to go up this section of Plani, left on Kuakini, then up onto the Queen Kahamanu, and then down Plani, and then that climb up Kuakini. Guys, Kuakini is when we're going to see people trying to sort out, where do I belong in a group of 19? That is a large group. 19, that's 40 seconds from front to back, more. So we're talking about a big group, and then right behind that giant group is going to be the second giant group. This is going to be very tricky because everyone's sorting themselves out, finding their legs, finding where they belong, and I really think it's key to be slightly patient through that section.
And it's as well, we talked about this. We talked about this on Thursday. It is the most technical section of the entire bike course as they weave through town. And here we have the swim split brought to you by Wahoo Element. Florian Engert, our first swimmer across the finish there at 48:15. But of course, it has a lot of company in doing that. My question to you, Andy, in that lead group, any surprises in the swim? Who didn't make the lead group? Who didn't make the second group that you thought? And does that even matter at this point?
Yeah, I thought Kyle Smith might have been up there. I thought that Patrick Lange would have been in that group. But yeah, it's a different swim when it's a non-wetsuit. So if you're looking at what happened in St. George, and then you're trying to relate it to Hawaii, it's just a different kind of a look and a feel to it. Plus, we've been away from the Hawaii's Big Island for 3 years.
Yes.
Just 3 years? 2 years.
3 full years.
3 years. So I'm not surprised that there are definitely a few people missing. So
not surprised. It's bound to happen. But I tell you what, let's just look down and find some notables. Because one thing to me that I like to see is Magnus Ditlev from Denmark. Bib number 32, he left the swim 1 minute and 33 down. Keep that in the back of your brain, guys. He's got company, Christian Hogenhaug, Ben Hoffman with him, Andy Dreitz, some experienced players. I'm still sitting here scrolling. I do see the likes of Ronaldo Colucci, supreme Brazilian talent, Matt Hansen, and Chris Leiferman. But that gap, look at this. 4.5 minutes, 4.5 minutes as we go to that skipper group.
Yeah, the skipper group. There's Kienle in there. There's Sanders in there. There's Skipper in there. That group has some firepower, and they're gonna get to work right away.
I agree. So if you look at that and you say, all right, we've got one player, major player for the win up front, and then you're going to try and find that second major player for the win. The names that we mentioned, you just had them: Sanders, Kienle, also Skipper, Werf, Leiferman. I tell you what, Hansen. That is going to be also difficult because those guys, how do they settle in? Okay, how do they settle in? Because it is someone tells you 440, you have a split. You're also looking around at all these other big guns with you. Werf, Sanders, Leiferman. You say, where do we go? Who goes and when? And what do we need to do? Because in the big picture, Didi, even 5 minutes across 112 miles can be quick. But when do you erase that deficit? Not right away, but
I think they get a little bit patient. They look around during this time and they see who they're with, and then obviously as they come down Kuakini, they're going to be looking at what the gaps are. Right, this is their opportunity. Obviously, they're getting information from fans, friends, coaches along these sections of roads, but they're going to get eyes on and see what those gaps are in this next section along Kuakini.
Jesper Svensson from Sweden, a double Ironman champ. He impressed us all by winning Ironman Brazil and Ironman Lanzarote 2 weeks apart a couple years back. The man is very comfortable at the front of the race. He's got an extremely aero and powerful position. He's going to make a hard left here at the Hoka barriers and roll right on up the Kuakini Highway.
Hot corner.
Presenting himself with the first and only chance to see how far back everyone is. But up the road, Max Newman from Australia already ripping down the Kuakini Highway.
Yeah, from when you are on this early section, it feels like you just want to get the vibe of the race. The race is like just the feel of all the fans that have come to support. But if you're dumping fuel here, it's gonna come back later on in the day, for sure.
And this is a section, and I'll say it again, where the athletes really have to be heads up. We have some big bunches, we have some big packs here, and there's some tight corners there. If you ride into that draft zone, you have to be mindful that you've done it and get the heck out the other side. You don't want to get a penalty just because it was a tight corner and you didn't have your wits about you.
Yeah, I would. You'll see if we can get a shot of somebody's face here. That picture will tell 1,000 words. Because we'll know how comfortable they are, if they're happy with their position out of the swim, if they are feeling like the air coming over their body is starting to cool them off, and if they're ready to tackle this 112-mile ride.
A lot of questions yet to be answered as we roll up the Kuakini Highway here on the race course.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
The hard thing here is that we have so much racing and so many segments of this full gas bike course that we still have yet to explore. Max Newman up front taking the bull by the horns. It is this very safe place to be. You can't get a drafting penalty.
Hey,
when
what
you're
does
first.
his face tell you?
Yeah,
You wanted
so
to see his face. You got it. What are you reading?
Our camera work is just on point today because we asked for a picture of a face, and here we are up close, nice and tight with Max. He looks calm, collected. Whoop, little
wobble.
Yep, but he looks smooth on the machine. Doesn't look put out from the effort on the swim. So he's thinking about the little things at this point. Just turning over pedals, trying not to push too much power. But actually, it looks like he has a tiny, maybe 40-meter gap back to Jesper.
There you go. And as we keep rolling through, you're looking at Kenneth van der Riech from Belgium coming out of the water here, rocking bib number 30. So keep it in mind that when you do have damages on the swim, sometimes it does put you in a very solitary position. It doesn't put you out of the race. So much, I think, is put into the dynamic of where and with whom you come out of the water. But the reality is, we have seen the likes of a David McNamee, for example, completely disappear from our radar. Michael Weiss from Austria disappear from the radar, not feature at all, and then come running into as far as third place. Rutger Bethke from Belgium a few years back into second place off of his own bike and his own run. We've also seen that repeatedly where someone just decides that they are going to do their own version. Bart Arnault's second place, another Belgian that just said, you know what? I can race extremely well with a 55 to an hour swim. I'm going to do it. I'm going to show you how to bike and run by yourself.
But not to take issue, it's a different level of racing now, and I think it's going to be increasingly as we move forward more and more difficult to do that, to come from this kind of deficit.
And mostly, Didi, because those used to be anomalies when those men would put down a 240
Sure. Yep.
or a 245, and so now
Now
with the
everyone
winners,
can do it.
Now, exactly, at least 7 guys have done in hot conditions a 240 or below, and so you realistically, those numbers have all shifted, and so until you start running a 232 in here in Hawaii, those gaps do really matter.
Are we going to see a 232 today?
I would. Let's wait and see what the conditions come out at, but I don't see why you won't see that because we're ripe for a breakthrough in the same way the women. Yesterday, Thursday, Chelsea Sodaro ran 251, walking every aid station, right? So Rennie's record of 250 is still safe, but I'll say this. When you have conditions that are not punishing on the bike, where they don't beat you up so much, it beats you up to ride this far. But if you don't have the imposing winds and also the slowdown, and you come into this race and you follow a good strategy, I absolutely believe that a Gustav Iden or a Christian Blumenfeld could run a 232 to a 235 and have it be something that we're just kind of like nodding our heads at. These guys are, they're amazing, okay, with the preparation, but also that sheer ability. Because remember, Andy, when you transition from short course and you win the Olympic gold and you're running 450 miles, 445 miles, and then you have to say, all right, well, my threshold is a little bit ahead of yours, and so then if I slow it down, you say I'm running too fast, but 550 pace is not that fast.
I always chuckled when people would say, oh, you're running too fast. I was like, what does that even mean? No, but when you look at like the pure capacity of if you're able to, run a 28 high 30-minute 10K, you have a lot more room to play. And I'll give you a little bit of science here. So most of the day on the bike, in terms of the threshold numbers that you're going to see people operating in between 79 and 83% of their threshold. So the higher you put your maximum numbers and you're operating at a more efficient space in that regard, and you can go faster. And that's why we're seeing times 8 hours is no longer that, a mental barrier that you can't break. We're regularly breaking 8 hours, and we're going to go under 8 today for sure.
44 miles per hour, thanks to that VinFast performance analysis graphic. You can see where we are in the course, and you can see that this man, Max Newman, is putting 45 mph. That is so fast. It explains exactly why. He's a 3-time Ironman Cairns winner, 3-time winner. And guess what? It gets pretty hot up there in Queensland, in the north of Australia. And I'll tell you this, he's run 241, another animal, I'll say, that had such a well-rounded game. You put Max Newman up front. Don't let him go too far because he will take that.
I have an interesting observation here. Just as we had such a huge group come out of the Roca swim course together, now that they're on the bike, that group of 19 that we saw come out essentially all together between transition and the opening 4.6 miles on the bike, there's a minute 48 seconds separating the top 19 guys.
Yeah, Max is not wasting any time in town. That's a real gap to Sam Laidlaw at 20 seconds. Jesper Svensson, 30 seconds back, and Max. And then fourth place, Christian Blumenfeld, 45 seconds already down to Max Newman, and he came out of the water
Together.
on his feet.
Yep. And I'm just struck by it, and it's not just Max Newman going off the front. They really have stretched out.
If we talk about the other sport, the transition, Morton transition time here for Max Newman, so far the best, 2 minutes flat. Jesper Svensson from Sweden, 2:06. With Robert Wiluwecki from Poland taking out 2 minutes 15 at your top three Morton transition time.
Sometimes I wonder, did they forget something in transition? Why was that such a big gap? What were they doing in transition? And then, is transition that fast, or did they really forget something?
Socks. Anyway, it's always fun to bring up socks. We'll come back to that later, I'm sure. Hashtag that we like to use. But guys, coming back to what you talked about, he's on a mission. So I'm going to rehash a conversation we had about the swim. Max Newman is putting massive time into what ultimately could be energy share, protection, 100%. Comfort. So should he? Is this why not? Or would it have made better sense to say, I wasn't on the favorite list and there's a lot of good horsepower. Why don't I just ride with them? Preference? What do you think? Is he doing a good thing, Andy?
So the reason I like the move is because it'll create separation earlier on in the bike course for the group up front. So he's throwing, it's a little bit of a wild card to put out this much energy early, but anyone who wants to follow and go along with it, these are statement moves that instead of being noisy, they are impactful for, the seventh man in the line, for the 11th person down the road.
That's awesome. Great commentary there and great insight, because I think now you look at this as well, where we've seen Jesper Svensson bop to third and Sam Laidlaw take that second wheel. We're going up the steepest climb in the whole race for bike and run. It is Polani, and it is why all these people are there, because they can get that easy pick, that easy photograph.
I love this ride.
This is great.
I love this section of the course because I would sit down and I would almost soft pedal here just to get in a rhythm and just take it all in. Hear the voices, know that you're just in the moment, and
you can take so much energy from the crowd here,
100%.
and I think no matter, you can almost put, good swim, bad swim, whatever happened so far in the race, and we're early going, we're an hour and 7 minutes in, but whatever's happened, you can take the energy from the crowd along this section of the course and use it to your good, because you're about to go through a long, quiet section of road where you got nothing but your thoughts.
Like making this left-hand turn onto the Queen Kama'amanu Highway. This is when time trialing starts. This is when, that aero position that people put real resources behind in terms of going to the wind tunnel, and they'll go into this position that's fast.
Did you see that? Laidlaw looked over Max Newman and he exchanged words, and it could be something to the like of, let's go at this together. Right. You and me, we've got a gap. Right. Could be anything. You've got seconds to share, but you do it. I'll say this.
Doesn't look like they were going to be working together.
Well,
it looks like that was sayonara.
It could have been au revoir. But here's what I'm saying. You guys, join the conversation. I want to see you guys on IronmanNow.com. I want to see you there now. And I want to see you guys join us, because you have a lot to say and a lot of play if you get in there. But talking about a lot of play, if you guys want to get in on a great event, Frankfurt am Main, Germany's urban playground along the banks of the Main River, is once again hosting the Ironman European Championship for the top pro male and age group athletes on July 2nd, 2023. Join us for the Triathlon Showdown of the Year with a breathtaking finish line experience in the Romaberg. Are you becoming the next Ironman European Age Group champion? If so, you got to register at Ironman.com.
And back to the action here as we take a look at our two lead men in the early stages of this full gas bike course. Max Newman and Sam Laidlow got themselves a little bit of a gap. They exchanged words at the top of Polani. Were those words, I'm going to take it, I'm gone? Or is it, hey, let's work together?
I hope it was let's work together.
Yes.
And I can't tell you how comforting it is to hear words from a peer when you're out there riding and racing together. It's just a small few words. I remember, Michael, when you said to me, my first Ironman World Championships, it was small. It was like, hey, you're doing great. Let's keep riding. And I didn't need much at that time. We were coming down the Kauai High Highway, making that right-hand turn at the gas station. You rode right past me, and I was like, Michael's been top 10 here. I got to ride with him. He was complimentary, so maybe I'll ride with him.
I take those words back because then I couldn't catch you and you outran me at the end. No, it is true, and I love that. And that's a memory that I have as well, and I think these guys do because we race for fun, for glory, for victory, but also camaraderie. There's a lot that goes into this. But here's what I think, too, he said. He might have just said, we've got a gap, go. Because that is, it's sort of a couple of words of encouragement, camaraderie. Yes, you guys can talk. You guys can still try and kill each other later. But the story is these two both have the chops to get away and make a break stick.
When you train with other elite athletes, those are your teammates. But on the race course, those of you get out of the water together, those of you find yourself on the bike together, those are your teammates on the day.
We're getting...
And then you start to really respond to each other.
We're getting an update from the course that Colin Chartier has had a flat coming up Polani. So that's going to slow him down a little bit. Hopefully neutral support. That's a good place to get it, right? He hasn't gone anywhere. We saw all those motos heading out onto the course, but Colin Chartier with a flat coming up Polani in the early stages.
So here we are with Christian Blumenfeld. This man appearing to not need or have the company, but I tell you what, he knows what he's doing. On debut, he went to Ironman Cozumel down in Mexico. On a pretty warm and humid day, he went out there and just lit it up. A debut course, a debut performance that was unbelievable. Just as I said, no company. He sure enough has people around him, and he is seeing the likes of Willowecki, I believe. Who was that came through? Here we are anyway, back with the rest of our players. Great stuff here, and everyone, Didi, everyone is trying to jostle for position as we look at Florian and Gert, our
swim leader,
our early leader, and a man that is stuck right into it. But this is hard. So I think now when you're on the Queen K, it's 2 parts find your own space and 4 parts go with the flow. I mean, what happens here, Andy?
Yeah, at this part you're riding up to the airport and there's a real rhythm to the day, but you aren't in it yet. And you're fine. Say, who's my group? Where are my legs? I need my legs to show up, but they're not there yet, or they're on fire. And can you temper them? So a lot of it is just playing it out. We have the numbers in front of us. So if you're a patient rider and you know what to ride, you can ride off of a computer. But there is a dynamic aspect to this bike riding that
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
And it's twofold what I like about this, and this is why. I like that they're going for it and they're playing their cards to get away, but the reference earlier of the impact that a break has on the rest of the chasers, that other 17-person group. It splinters them. It forces you earlier maybe than you thought to make decisions about group versus solo, about pace versus, sort of strategy versus response to the race. And Andy, it's on.
It's not just the group that you came out of the water with, too, if you notice an early break. So if you're in the second or third group back, let's say you were 4:07 coming out of the water and you know the gaps, give or take 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden you have a guy like Sam Laidlow going to the front, pressing the gas, and then you hear 5:02. And immediately you're thinking,
oh no,
I'm losing real estate.
Well, and you also know possibly that group out of the water ahead of you was a group of 20, and you're thinking, I've lost another minute to a group of 20, not knowing that it's just one dude.
Exactly.
In this case, two.
You don't know what's
Right.
up the road, but you're hearing information, hey, you're in 27th, 5:16 down.
Right. But it's always, and that's the shameful thing about the bike leg, is that the information, it's a split second you have to impart and take in that information, and it's always incomplete. But you don't have the presence of mind to realize that could be the case. The brain goes to worst case scenarios, like, oh no, I could be in trouble.
We're going to find out what he can see from their faces and the dynamics that are the chase pack. Matt, what are you seeing? Validate anything you've heard or share with us what you're seeing.
Yeah, thanks so much, Michael. Yeah, we are down here at big check and see. Second chase back, 2 minutes down. Right now I'm sitting, we got Ben Hoffman right here riding really smooth. Bradley Weiss right behind him. I believe it's Maurice Clavel I saw behind him, all trying to keep that legal distance. Tim Burkle riding well here in 5th place in this position in his group. Then we have Patrick Lange. The refs are hovering. Things are pretty tight. The refs are hovering, but things are looking good right now. Let's move forward. I do think so Colin Chartier, we did have word he did have a flat, but he is caught up and he's in the second group riding well. Does not look stressed. Colin looks fine. Anything we've heard from Colin, people that have talked about Colin Chartier, is that he races like he's a seasoned pro, and that right there is someone who already forgot about his situation and his issues, and he's moving on with the race moving forward. So great stuff. This second group starting to splinter a little bit at the front, but they are chasing hard, and they can see that first big chase group up the road, guys.
Beautiful, a great update from Matt Lieto. A nice look in here at our athletes that are rolling along there with Ben Hoffman. A reminder, folks, that this race started, this full gas bike ride, I should say, started with a group of 19, but it did not stay that way for long. Explosions, implosions, and all kinds of different plosions going on. We're out here on the highway, and here's that dynamic we talked about. The officials are right on these guys. And if you find yourself passing someone, guess what? You've got to pass 7, 8 guys. You cannot slot in at that legal distance.
You're looking at, it looks like it's Christian Blumenfeld. I don't know if he knows that you have 25 seconds to pass the rider in front of you. It looks like he wants to pass him within 5.
Yeah.
But he didn't want to play the game of slotting in. So he said, I'm just going to go until it's clear and obvious when I can go into a 12-meter draft. And if it was any kind of conversation in his mind of roll the dice, then it looks like he just said, no, I'm going to the front.
Now, in a group that is this large, Andy and I counted maybe 8 guys in there, where is it? You don't want to be the 7th, 8th guy, because if there's a break in the group up the road, it's really hard to answer that break from 7th wheel. If you're in this group right now, what wheel do you want to be?
7th or 8th.
Really?
Really, because it's so early in the race. And you want to ride the momentum of the undulations of the way that the highway rolls. So you know when it pitches up to 4 or 5% that everyone's driving the same amount of power. So you can just ride back onto the wheel in front of you. And then on the descent, you let it expand. And I call it riding the wave. And you really surf it on the backside of it. And it's a really good use of your own energy. So I would actually sit 7th or 8th here, knowing how early it is. And if I needed to, if there was a fissure or break in the group, I would just, okay, that's a real break. No, I'm riding up. And then you choose on your own volition.
You heard it here from a 7 times top 10 finisher at this very race. So Andy Potts, the only one of us that has the experience to sit in that pack and share with you a good strategy. But guess what, folks? The cool thing about this race is it's different every year, and it's different at every mile. We see changes throughout the race. It's so fun, and that's why we all come to watch it. But I tell you what, this is a race that we've been seeing for a long time, and some other folks that are new are coming in and experiencing this for the first time is our amazing presenting sponsor, VinFast. And Matt Lieto got to share with us a little bit about what they're all about.
Hey guys, I'm here with Vineng Nguyen, the CEO of U.S. manufacturing VinFast.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. How's it being on the island?
It's great. This is first time for me. So I just flew in last night and it's so excited to be here.
Yeah, and what are you most excited about with the partnership with Ironman?
You know, first of all, you know, we're very proud of to be the partners of this weekend. And it's also even more proud and it's so excited to be the naming rights for the Ironman, you know, North America. Through next year as well. So excited. The whole team and the company is really excited. And the way that we look at that is that, you know, Ironman and VinFast, we share a lot in common. So when I talk about the athletes, Ironman athletes, you know, they are so, you know, determined, you know, so disciplined, and you know, so they push boundaries and very committed and passionate. And the same for VinFast. We're committed to excellence, and we're committed to quality, and you know, that's all we share. And so excited to be partnered with Ironman.
Yeah, so tell me a little bit about VinFast, the history of the brand, and what VinFast is all about.
Mm-hmm. So VinFast now it's fully committed to electric vehicles and committed to build a sustainable future for the world.
I appreciate very much the summon mode. What is your favorite piece of the vehicle?
Definitely, it's the AI. You know, I can tell. You know, I can tell them. Let's say, make the car warmer, make the car cooler, or play the music, or you know, some of the smart features of the cars that you will appreciate. You know, because we're working on and with great partners to do that. Like, you know, can do mobile shopping. It's beautifully designed. It's quiet. It's clean. It's the future of mobility via vape.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your time here in Kona.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that's great. We love the partnership. We love seeing that. Thanks, Matt. And now I want to remind everyone, if you want a little bit enhanced coverage, rush over to ironmannow.com and you can sign up and get involved. We are here on the road now with our Chase pack. Okay, so Layla and Newman are off the front of this race, and they've almost got a minute. And then you'll see here, and Garrett in blue. And of course, this man on camera, Christian Blumenfeld, the talk of the town, if you will. He came in here, he and Gustav Eden, just a buzz in everyone's mind, even if we pretend that it's not a big deal. Even if we're kind of calming that down as a competitor, you know these guys are in the back of every single brain of the professional male field. Wouldn't you say, Andy?
I would, just because they're bringing an aspect to the game to the forefront of everybody's mind that we're all trying to stay. As a competitor, you're trying to stay one step ahead of your competition. And some of the science that's coming out of Norway is showing us different ways to skin the cat. And it's really interesting when you're trying to eke each and every ounce of improvement out of yourself, that there are more than one way to look at the science behind, the art behind competing and racing. At the end of the day, though, there's a mentality to the physicality that that we're seeing out on the race course. And we're gonna, if you can be calm in mind, the first 15 miles of the day, then it's gonna play back later in the day.
What are some of the things that would prevent that from happening? Like what is going to make you panic at this stage of the race?
Time gaps make you panic. The who, not necessarily what the gap is, but who the gap is to. Sometimes you end up taking yourself out of your own mind and you want to just beat somebody's name, not even the athlete in and of themselves.
And how much thinking are you doing about the legs at the moment? Like, are you panicking? My legs haven't come back yet. I still am not feeling great from the swim. Like, is that like where are the demons coming from?
If you have panic in your legs at this point in the race, oh heavens, you didn't do your homework. You should have been
Easy
riding
now.
your bike more and
More swim bike bricks.
Right, and no doubt.
Or tapering more, because I think a lot of these athletes actually feel is they don't undertrain. The big thing is they overtrain. The legs don't feel fresh or what they want them to. And so I would caution an athlete that comes in here feeling bad at this point to just chill, because it's good. Get that out of your mind, because how many Ironmans have you done? You'll pull from one of them and say, you know what? At some point, I had my legs not feeling how I wanted them to, and then they came around. So focus on that. And while we talk about legs and names and movement, what about Magnus Ditlev? He has come through, and he is in that position in front of Christian Blumenfeld. This is an early jump. Wow. Let's just talk about, he said, hey, I can do some damage on the bike and still run 240. He is starting to back up that early talk. Magnus Ditlev, keep an eye on the 24-year-old Dane who is on the move. All right, on camera now, it is the man from France. This guy, again, a triathlon pedigree, a triathlon family, triathlon life that he's had since very young. His folks are coaches. He's a coach. I think they all do it. And they really, I don't know, they just threw him out there into our vision, didn't they, Didi, at Ironman Texas, where I'd seen the name, but you don't really know until you see him leading that beautiful race through the woodlands. And now here he is, just at the front of the biggest race in the world. And to that point, we're looking down at these aerial images provided by Qatar Airways, and I'm seeing the lava flow of days gone by. I'm just bringing back historic moments in my mind of how hot and windy it gets out on the highway, and that is such a great image as we come right back to the future here, and it is Christian Blumenfeld, gold medal, got it. Ironman winner, got it. Ironman World Championship title, got it. What else can I get? How about a Kona title?
If he wants that Kona title, he is in the right group at this point. You can, based off of what I'm seeing here, we've got basically Sam Laidlaw and Max Newman up by about a minute. Yep. And then you've got a really nice pack of, call it 7 guys that are about 1 minute back. And then you're starting to see a little bit of a fissure in between 10 and 11. That's Kyle Smith hanging on to Jesper's wheel, and then Braden Curry leading Sam Appleton about 30 seconds behind him. So some early cracks in the grouping that you want to find yourself with. I will tell you, I was a little nervous with how Tim O'Donnell coming out of the water, but he knows which wheels to get on because he is in with that group with Gustav Eden, Christian Blumenfeld, and Magnus Ditlev.
And here we have a great look at that gorgeous VinFast lead vehicle paving the way for our professional men today as they are into it out on the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway headed towards Hawaii.
And if you feel like you're falling behind and just looking at one camera feed, I would encourage you to rush over to IronmanNow.com and push the camera experience where you want to see it. You viewers can choose that camera. You can watch what you want. You can see more feeds, not just what we're seeing. So don't miss that action. Take control of it. You said Tim O'Donnell, and boom, it's like the camera is tapped into your brain, Andy, or your audio. You got the camera
guy on payroll today, Andy.
Tim looks like he knows where he wants to be. And like you were saying, Michael, earlier, are your legs there? Are you going to wait for them to come around? I think Tim might have forced it a little bit to make sure he was in the right group. and going to have his legs come around later, but he had to be in the right moment at the right time to be. It's like in running if you have the most deadliest kick, but you are 2 minutes back, it doesn't matter.
That's right.
And I think for an athlete like Tim, he's a player. He likes to race the race. He's a strategist, and he has the experience. And everyone's gonna say, "Oh, he's 42. He's history. He had a heart attack. There's no way." But he knows how to race this race above all others. He knows how to read the groups. He knows what moves are significant, what moves aren't, and he's a strategist.
You don't bury the lead, Didi. We're going to jump right into the mindset of Timothy O'Donnell right now.
The last 8 weeks have been awesome. I've been just loving training. I've just that joy that you get from being out there and being out with your training mates and your coaches. It just came back to me, and it's filled me with so much gratitude that, a year and a half after Miami, where the cardiologist, first thing he said to me after they cleared the big block in my LAD was, well, I guess you'll have to find a new career. So from that being the first words I heard post-heart attack to having qualified again for the Ironman World Championship, it's been a heck of a comeback, and it's all gravy right now. I'm just happy to be out there, and I'm going to go have fun. It's like I'm racing a bunch of my friends out there, and just have a big smile on my face and give everything I have to the island and see how it how it all falls out.
Gratitude. I won't leave this untouched as well. We're watching the Navy man ride that Top Gun rig down the highway here, and he looks great. He looks smooth, but I'm not going to trust my own eyes. I'm going to listen into Matt Lieto and hear what he has there at the chase. Matt, what have you got?
Yeah, guys, thank you so much. I'm here with the front of this chase group, lined out. Florian Engert pushing the pace. Looks super, super comfortable. Absolutely just rolling along, ticking them over. No big deal coming from Florian. All these athletes are getting splits. They know they're a minute back from 2. I don't think that's stressing them, honestly, because they're with the contenders. They're going to be doing a head count. Okay, who's here? He's here. He's here. Maybe Sam's up the road. They're going to let that go. Right now we see Ditliev looking over his shoulder to see what the contents of this group is. But right now it's Florian Engert in the front. We're going to move back to a shot of Ditliev, who's sitting up to make sure he stays that legal distance behind. And then we had Christian Blumenfeld in third place. And then we had Gustav in 4th in this group. 5th is T.O. and Daniel Bakkegaard in there as well, with 2 other athletes behind. But I'll tell you what, it does look like some of that second chase group is bridging back. So we'll see if they bridge back up. But right now, I think this group is pretty content. Florian is definitely one that is pushing the pace. He knew at St. George they got a group of 5 or 6 away. He liked that. He wanted to be in a small group like that in this race as well. When I was talking to him beforehand, he didn't at all, not 1%, well maybe 1%, did not think Christian Blumenfeld and Gustav Iden would be 2 wheels behind him when he was trying to break it to a group of 5 or 6. So I think that's going to slow down the pace and let these other riders catch back up. Braden Curry was getting dropped from that second chase group when we went by, as was Sam Appleton. But guys, they look really comfortable in this front group, which makes me think they're pacing for what is a very challenging Ironman. But they're okay knowing that there's 2 athletes up the road right now.
Thanks so much, Matt, as we come right back to the current Ironman world champion, the defending titleist here. He took that out in St. George back in May, and now he's here in full effect, just doing everything. You watched earlier as he grabbed a bottle of water, inserted that right into the reservoir of his down tube. He's hitting that from the straw, a very good equipment choice here. I mean, this is obviously something that he's been using all year, but I always like to look at, again, those evolutions that enable our athletes to just really tend to the finer details, because without a well-executed fueling plan, you have nothing.
Yeah, the 4th discipline of triathlon, trying to nail your nutrition over, give or take 500 minutes. You got a little warm-up in the swim, but 500 minutes is 8 hours and 20 minutes. So 500 minutes, how do you plan out your nutrition? How do you make sure you're timing it well? How are you listening to your body? Because that's the thing that's talking to you the most all day long. Your job as an athlete is to listen.
pass.
Some of these passes that you're seeing right now on the screen, they happen because of momentum. You're riding with momentum, and you have like a cardio and a breathing momentum. So you find that you don't want to be stuck behind certain wheels, or you start to say, I don't trust the wheel in front of me. I don't trust this uniform in front of me. At about halfway through the bike ride, you start to learn which people are wearing what kits this year, because some people just dress up for the occasion. Ironman World Championships, got to have a new kit, got to have a new bike scheme. So you don't really know who the athletes are, but then you put two and two together out there when you're in the moment, in the heat of things. And speaking about the heat of things, it is 8 o'clock on Hawaii's Big Island. And that means the sun is getting a little higher and the temperatures are starting to warm up. You can see that there aren't, that the shadow is starting to shrink just a little bit. And that's how we'll know when the sun gets real high, you won't be able to see the rider's shadow taking up as much real estate on the road.
Great stuff there. And we're watching the man, KB, Christian Blumenfeld from Norway. He is in position, probably the ideal position. Also in position right now is our main man, Greg Welch, 1994 Ironman world champion and a co-host extraordinaire. He's sitting down with an Ironman master coach, Matt Dixon. Greg, Matt, I love you guys. Take it away. We want to hear from you both.
Yeah, well, we love you too, Michael, and also Andy and Dee Dee. Thank you very much for your expert commentary this morning, and welcome down here on the ground right now at the 2022 VinFast Ironman World Championship. Well, we're off to a great start already, but out there on course at the moment, they're going to run into a bit of a, not a headwind, but I'm going to say like a bit of a big barrier here today. Been raining all night in Waikoloa. The steam is building out there. The heat is permeating out of the ground. You might say it's 78 degrees outside right now, but it's about 110 come down to the ground. And somebody that knows all about how to handle all those conditions is Master Coach, Ironman Master Coach Matt Dixon from the UK, living in San Francisco. And Matt, welcome to the show. How is it to be back on the Big Island?
It's fantastic. It really feels like a special occasion, obviously, with the split races. What a wonderful race we had 2 days ago now. I mean, that was a spectacular race and so enjoyable, and now it looks like opening up here today, well, it's going to be a cracker, isn't it?
It really is. And as an Ironman, Master Coach, please give us an idea exactly, what goes through the minds of the athletes before the race, their caloric intake, how long they should take their last calories before it starts, and then straight away do they get stuck into their nutrition, or do they ride as hard as they can and go not so good?
Well, most of the athletes are going to try and get in a really nice breakfast several hours before the start, and then a few of them is really independent and individual choice around just some calories, 0 to 15 minutes before the start. And then that first dynamic coming out of town is really important, actually, particularly if you're in those first 20 guys that we saw today, where they're looking to get organized. They don't want to be too far down the back of the group and stabilized. And so getting through that first component, starting to get some calories in. And in fact, as we sit at this part of the race right now, for me, this is always a critical part of the race because it's around system management, which is critically important, but also this is where we feel the effect of mistakes of underhydration and underfueling, because through the course of the day, as they're going to be coming down this stretch of road on the way back home, that's where the athletes find out if they've missed their fueling and hydration, and of course that spells catastrophe sometimes.
Yeah, it really does. And then also talk about, overhydrating as well. It causes, a little bit of a GI distress, what we call gastrointestinal distress, distended stomach, and all this. It's all about in training, learning what your body takes on and how it digests through the system.
Well, that's really important. I think the first thing is to have a really strong framework and plan. Mm-hmm. But then when they're out on the course, the second component, which is more challenging, comes with experience, is the presence of mind to then manage that plan. And if the athletes are starting to feel a little grumpy, unmotivated, a little bit moody, then that's a real signal that your body needs some sugar, they need some calories. On the flip side, as you talk about it, the gurgling stomach, that's the calories not absorbing. So then they have to have a little bit of a dynamic mindset to say, hang on, my calories aren't going through, I need to go to a little bit more hydration, get them passing through the gut so that we can actually use them in our muscles. Once they stabilize, then they can go back onto their plan. So it's absolutely critical that the athletes are really prepared strategically, but then also have a presence of mind to manage the plan as they go through. It's all about decision making in the environment that we're in today.
Yeah, well, the environment that we're in today is unlike any other. We're in the Pacific Ocean to swim in some of the saltiest water on Earth. Also, the rise and the fall of the ocean. A lot of athletes, I tell them to wear a seasickness patch, on the back of their ear there, because it does help. It's going up and down here, Matt. Also, when you're swimming through there, it's just important to remain patient, keep the same stroke, and, just keep the rhythm going. All right, going to get back over to the race right now. Sam Laidlow, Max Newman from Australia, off to a great start. It's very, very important to not burn those candles in the early part. Magnus Ditlev, on the other hand, was 1 minute and 33 seconds down on the group leaving transition. He's making his way through the field. Very strong cyclist. How do you see the first part panning out?
Well, I think right now, Magnus for me was certainly one to watch, and he looks very, very comfortable out there, as do the two Norwegian lads. Christian on his bike looks the most comfortable that I've ever seen him ride. They are certainly a couple of athletes that are going to have a very strong plan, that's for sure. We know that they don't leave any details unearthed, and so it's a really interesting dynamic. I think it's too soon to tell. We also need to keep an eye back down, about 3 or 4 minutes down, with these strong cyclists that are coming through. It looks to me like the Cam Worths of the world, the Joe Skippers, they're not panicking. They're actually riding pretty smart, and that's good to see. If you see that gap closing too quickly, that can have consequences later. So right now, it's way too soon to tell what's actually going to happen on the back end of this bike. At the same time, the most important thing is those that are looking after themselves and managing their pacing. That's who we're going to start to see emerging after the turn at Harvey.
Yeah, great words there from Ironman Master Coach Matt Dixon from the UK, residing in San Francisco in the United States. And Matt, just when I look at, someone like Christian Blumenfeld and Gustav Iden, they are very data-driven. They're very scientifically formulated. They've done all the sweat testing. They've left no stone unturned. Very professional.
Very professional, and it's been a process that's occurred over many, many years. They always say every overnight success is 10 years in the making. Well, these athletes, it's been a long journey.
Yep.
And I would add to it, there's so much discussion around data-driven and the focus around those components, but I think that both of these athletes are great examples of racecraft as well. They've developed a great sense of inner feel, really, really intelligent races, have a keen understanding of what's going on around them. So they're going to be sort of the molding of really what a professional triathlete is over the coming 5 years, I think. They're obviously paving the way.
Yeah, I mean, I want to ask you this, Matt, is that, Jan Frodeno, Patrick Langer, they took it to a new level. They went under 8 hours. Frodeno has the race record at 7:51. Now you've got guys like Blumenfeld and Eden, even Lionel Sanders, that are being, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but data-driven and making sure that, they're doing everything. You, as an Ironman Master Coach, have to stay ahead of the curve and think about, okay, what's next? Is it recovery and training? Is it, what is the next, scientific approach? Is there any better, aerodynamics that are out there, or is the technology, different in nutrition? How do you stay ahead of the curve?
Well, I think the important thing as a coach is always learning. That's sort of that growth mindset, as you might say, not being sort of arrogant enough to think that you've got all the answers. So looking to surround yourself with smart people that know in their fields what they're talking about. And I would say that there's sort of a tension that we have here, because there is the emergence of everything that's fresh and new. At the same time, high performance always comes back to really basic elements. And the best athletes in the world know how to manage the emerging science that we might have, but also how to filter it out and understand what works for them and their personality. And so I think we can get distracted by some of the noise, and ultimately we have a saying that we like to say, nail the basics. Really make sure that you've got the fundamentals right, and then you can build off for that last 2, 3, 4% of components that will work for you or for the athlete as a coach.
You know what, I love exactly what you just said right there, because no limits Lionel Sanders, he's not going to do the no-limit thing today. He's going to go out and pace himself. He says he wants to have one of the better races of his career. He said the last couple of times out here in Ironman Hawaii, the VinFast Ironman World Championship, are not what he expected. So Lionel's going to go out there and have the day that he can, compete at his best. He was 4th last in the male pro going out onto the bike ride today, but I hope to see Lionel keep a level head, get out there and just pace himself all the way through it.
I tell you, so a lot of, obviously a very, very popular athlete and a wonderful athlete, and I'm sure folks are watching the screen and worrying a little bit about Lionel, but I'm not concerned at all. In fact, I was sitting up at the hot corner on the bike out, and I watched him almost let that little group go, and I think it was, I thought, is he struggling or is he actually just riding his own race? And it's way too early to worry about any splits right now. Hopefully he's managing himself in his race, and I think it would be a fantastic testament to athlete evolution to actually come here and race your own race and put together a marvelous personal performance, and that's probably his best opportunity. And then wherever the chips fall, but getting caught up into the fun and games of things and being too aggressive, it hasn't worked for him before. So this is real bravery from Lionel, I think, and I wish him all the best.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to watch, but I don't have any problem saying this. And Lionel Sanders, it doesn't come any better. They don't come any harder than Lionel Sanders. He'll be right in there, and he'll be right up there when you turn around from Harvey all the way back into town. All right, Matt, we've got the last wave in the water right now, the 55 to 59 age group athletes here. What about the age group athletes? How do they approach their day?
Well, it's not just chasing and mimicking the pros, that's for sure. In fact, I talked to my athletes about three main Ps that I think were really important. The first that we talked about was patience. Way too many age group athletes get excited with the occasion and don't appreciate just how challenging the environment is here. So really looking to get up to the turnaround and almost feel like you've done nothing. I jokingly said, you need to make sure you feel like you've gone through a whole pack of cigarettes, just really relaxed. And then the second component...
Never thought I'd hear that
I know,
on
that's
this
not a coaching thing to say there, but hey, at least they'll remember it, and that's the important thing in coaching. The second P was presence. This course and race is so demanding because of the mental toll, and really having to make decisions, look up the road ahead, looking at the terrain. There's absolutely no flat terrain. It's either slight grade up, slight grade down, little grades. So really managing terrain, and then what we talked about, your resources, calories in and your hydration. And then the third thing that I think can really fuel an athlete is understanding their purpose, not being outcome driven and just thinking, oh, what are my splits? Where do I want to come? Because all of that is irrelevant in this race. Instead, coming back and realizing as an individual that you are out there, but you have your friends, your family, your training buddies, your community, and having a little bit of gratitude and appreciation for this being the Hawaii Ironman World Championships. It can really help an athlete be a little bit more celebratory. So that all wraps up into a simple thing. If you want to have your best race performance, go and train all day. That'll be my cues.
Yep, exactly. All right, a single line of athletes in our men's pro division here at the 2022 VinFast Ironman World Championships. They are underway. They are flying out toward the turnaround of Harvey. We're going to leave it here. Thank you very much to the Ironman Master Coach, Mr. Matt Dixon from the UK, for joining us right now. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Greg. Thank you so much, Matt Dixon. Amazing stuff, as always. Those two minds delivering us great content. Also, folks, I want to remind you, if you want to control the camera view, you've got to get over there on IronmanNow.com. Sign up if you haven't already, and you can steer a bit of this ship. You can pick your camera view. That's right, you heard it here first, IronmanNow.com. And this is back in the action. We're talking about, should Jesper Svensson be driving this train? Well, right now, he doesn't get to do that anymore because Florian Angert has come on and gotten into the front. These guys, I think about now, and you two correct me if I'm wrong here, which is very possible, they're now starting to say, hey, let's throw down a little bit. Let's get up there. Let's get up the road and find the folks.
We're having a conversation with the official and someone's shaking his head. I'm wondering if a penalty has been assessed.
We'll
that
find
body
out.
language tells me penalty.
We'll find out. I didn't see a card.
Or he's just upset, like, hey, pay attention
to this. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing as a competitor? I know the gaps. And okay, so what are the gaps?
Well,
what should we be looking for?
It's not even the gaps. We saw some potential position fouls of people sort of hugging the yellow line as opposed to the white line on the other side of the road. So it could be some frustration amongst the athletes in there.
In America, we have the gap is 10 meters between dashes or reflectors that you're going to see on the course. So if you know that it's a 10-meter gap between reflectors, the bike is about 2 meters. So if you are watching the rear wheel in front of you as a cyclist, you want to make sure it's always at the reflector. So, and then, yeah, this is a little review here. Is Florian saying, hey, did I really get a penalty, or are you seeing what I'm seeing? I'm not sure what he's trying to communicate here. I do know that as an athlete,
he's not happy.
He's not happy, but he can't expect a two-way conversation.
It's not. You can't do that now. We're going to jump right over to Matt Lieto, who's down with our guys, Joe Skipper and Lionel Sanders. Matt, share with us what you've got, please.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Yeah, I'm here with one of the chase groups behind. We got, obviously, that's Sebastian Kienle with us right now, number 41 in front of him. I believe that's Matty Troutman without looking. But Sebi is pushing the pace. We've moved through this group, and we got, that is Matty Troutman, and this is Joe Skipper up here. What I think is the big surprise and big move, I talk about burning matches. We got Chevalier up here as well. This group of 5 just bridged up. This is a bridge. They all got split. So what Joe is doing just there, he's saying we're 5 minutes down. This group just bridged back up to Cameron Wharf. So this group burned some matches, but we're going to go right here with the front of this group. We've got the cyclist that everybody is fearing out here on this bike course, and that is Cam Wharf. Here he is coming on your screen right now, and he looks smooth. He is as aerodynamic gets, and look at that. He is literally breathing through his nose. Talking to him earlier this week, he said, the triathlon Ironman isn't quite as hard once you've done the Paris-Roubaix as far as pacing on the bike ride. He tries to be calm, not be too crazy. He knows he's stronger than the rest of these guys. He's got to kind of let it come. But right now, Joe Skipper, someone that can run mid-230 on the marathon, pulls in front of Cam Wharf and says, dude, you're not going hard enough. Let's put some work in. Let's try to catch. So no doubt, Joe Skipper for this race, and let's see. We got some Uber bikers here. We got Chevalier, we got Sebastian Kienle, and Troutman and Wharf and Skipper all in the same group, and there's open road in front of them. They can see that next group, but it is 4 minutes for them to the main group of contenders in front.
Matt, thank you so much. Joe Skipper, I love it. He's getting a little back and forth with the man Cam Wharf from Australia. This is a dangerous duo at the front of a solid pack of riders. Great stuff. I also have to give kudos to what Andy referenced earlier, the change in kit for Ironman Day here at the big show. Joe Skipper always going to rock some colors, has never shied away from the pinks and the purples. So today doing it all in a bit of an 80s style. So a little nod from my fashion sense here to yours. Coming back to the exact opposite. We used to call this triathlon camouflage. Black and white, you blend with the herd. And here, these guys are doing nothing with the herd. They have left everyone behind. This is Sam Laidlow, 23 years old from France, pushing the pace ahead of Max Newman of Australia. And they do have a whole ton of open road behind them. If you want to say, hey, what's a minute look like? Now you can see it. That's a long stretch of road, and these guys are not in sight.
No, we're looking at 70 seconds plus on that gap, and Sam continues to do a little bobbing and weaving on the road. He's getting a little too close for my likings on the center line. I can imagine that maybe an official will come and say, hey, make sure you stay on the white line, because that is where he needs to be driving. It's not a bike riding problem for him. It's just maybe he should just hug that white line. But him and Max continue to maybe swap turns, but they're putting time on that immediate group of 7 behind them, and they look comfortable doing it. I think everybody still has high energy as we're riding, and they still have a lot of matches that they're willing to burn through. It's just, when are you going to run out of matches? Will it happen at mile 90 on the bike, or will it wait till the run, or just you got a matchbook full and you're just good to go with it?
I'll say this, 7 hours, 45 minutes. That's the fastest that Florian Engert has done an Ironman. He did that at Ironman Barcelona, a bit quicker of a course for sure, but he did that to take the win. And a reminder that he got 5th place at the Ironman World Championship in St. George earlier this year, 5th place, thus the bib number today. But watch out for the 30-year-old German. He feels comfortable at the front of this, the Full Gas bike course. Full Gas bike course. How long? 180 kilometers, also known as 112 miles.
Yeah, this 112 miles, you're going to start to see the wind pick up. That's what the reports that we're getting out from the race course is that wind is picking up. And when the wind picks up, it's usually a crosswind, meaning it's coming from the land side and it's pushing towards the water. And that's when...
Maybe that's why they're riding the yellow line.
Right, because they're getting pushed to the
Dee.
water side, right?
Thank you.
And you can see that sometimes equipment choices, what wheel depth people have decided to ride on race day, this is where it can kind of come into play. Sometimes they act as a sail. If you're strong enough on the bike, you're starting to see these really deep rear wheels. And then
the head wheel right there, that's the new head wheel.
It's just my communication today, guys, with the cameraman. You can see the deeper rim here, and it has a sail effect on Magnus's ride. And Magnus knows how to handle the bike, and so he's really comfortable with that deeper rim, and it's an advantage for him. Whereas if you get someone who's a little bit less comfortable on the bike, they're going to want to ride a shallower rim.
This is just a historical reference. Back in the day, you used to ride a front disc and ride about 160 PSI. Now, you got a real shallow front, deep dish in the back, and your PSI is barely above 10. But in any case, just a joke here as we come to some beautiful overhead images brought to us, of course, by Qatar Airways. A lovely look down on this scenic area, this scenic part of a wonderful, wonderful area we call Hawaii. Here's the story, guys. We aren't even to one of our points where we start to shake things up. We're not even there. Let's have a look at how we go. All of this has been covered on the Full Gas Bike Course. That's the in-town section. Once they've gone past the airport and take this bend to the right, this is where they start to enter where we are currently right here. And now, folks, we're going to come right up to a big turn left at Kauai High, and the 17-mile gradual climb up to Hawi begins. The final 6 miles, pretty tricky, especially when the wind blows. Coming down, this is when Andy's crosswinds hit you hard if they're out to play. And then the race begins at mile 80 as you have to roll straight back for 32 miles or about 51K and finish up where you started the whole game here at the pier and Palani Drive. Guys, this is some epic stuff. Very little of the nuts and bolts of this course has changed since its inception here on the big island of Hawaii. Here's the story. 112 miles? Yeah, we changed up the beginning here and there, but the meat of it, as well as the potatoes, they stay the same.
Oh, it's full meal today, for sure. I'm ready to... I think these athletes are eating it up. We're 2 hours into this race as a whole, and this is where people are really starting to drive their comfort zone. Did you make a mistake early? Are you fueling early and often? Jeez, it's like I'm in their heads.
Yeah, you are.
Fueling.
It's really kind of eerie, but I love it. And I'll say this, I started a bit strong and I've been fueling throughout. But if you folks at home would like to see what it's like to be on IronmanNow.com, here's a look in. So on the right side of your picture, that's what you'll see. Notice on the upper left, that's Greg with Rennie and Crowy. In the middle, you're picking cameras, whatever view you want. On the far right, there's a chat. And all across the bottom, those are our incoming fan reactions. So you can get in there and show us a little clippy clip of what you're doing. So fully interactive on IronmanNow.com. That's how it looks. Again, drive your own camera view. Choose your own. It's kind of choose your own adventure. Folks, don't miss out. It's a cool experience. So hit it up at IronmanNow.com. Leader of the day, number 5. He is Florian and Garrett. He's leading with Sam Laidlow from France. They go back and forth. So neither one is intent or ego-driven enough to say, I have to be the guy at the front. And that's a good thing. The ego in Ironman, I really think you have to let it come out to play later in the day.
So we got Florian in the front, and we saw him look backwards. When I work with my coaches, they would always tell me, hey, the race is in front of you. Quit looking around. Quit looking behind you. And we just saw, is that Sam?
Yes, it is.
Pick behind him. And he knows, okay, he's checking, is Max still attached, and is the gap still real? Well, yes, the gap is still real. Max is still there. But that second group, are they creeping in on you? If you're in the chase pack, if you're in the second group or the next group on the road, you have to know that the race is in front of you. No need for you to be peeking around. Stay in your own zone, stay in your own box, and therefore you can you have a fewer variables that you're worrying about.
Malama Aina, to care for the land is an engagement between people and place. When we all Malama, there's nothing we can't change.
Learn how you can Malama Hawaii at gohawaii.com/malama.
Beautiful looks down. Wow. I mean, that's it. We talked about how when the clouds settle in, they give you a little bit of a break maybe from the heat, but also that humidity comes up. Back on the road with Max Newman from Australia. Anything different you're seeing, Andy? Anything you're noting from our main man here, Max Newman?
You can see his face again.
Yeah, so in this, he's looking at his position and he's thinking, okay, stay in touch with, have the helmet touch my back. Make sure you just stay in control. What are my numbers telling me right now? He's probably thinking, next aid station, what do I want first? Was it water or is it fuel? And these are the in the moment conversations you're having with yourself. You're trying to talk yourself up and back yourself the best way that you can. And you're truly focused in the moment on task-oriented things. Don't get into this draft zone, but you want to be 12 meters and it has to be diligent and almost militaristic. And I don't want it to be 13, but I can't have it be 11.
There you go. You've got to be pretty tight, pretty militaristic almost, right? But I will say this, I do have to continue to look at the position on the road.
Yes.
And it's just, while there is no unfair advantage for Sam Laidlow to be left, it is a violation of the rules that will become material if this group catches them. They will need to be stuck right to that white line should that group come up, because it then will become a blocking penalty both these men will get dinged for. So I just want to get into his ear and let him know that. Just keep up what you're doing, but do it on the other side of the road.
Yeah, it looks like Florian might have some real estate behind him. I can't see the shadow from this angle, but I'm sure that the train is still
I was going to say, it was
attached.
so big, it would be hard to imagine getting a breakaway this early.
Yeah, and we saw the flags from Sweden, and it looks like they were passing by Waikoloa. That's usually where you get a nice contingent to come out who, they're staying out in Waikoloa. They'll come out to the highway to cheer on everybody, to see the speeds. How fast the top athletes are traveling is really quite amazing to watch.
Also the segment of the course too, guys, where we see the wind start to play a factor, right? You get closer and closer, further and further out of town, I should say, and the winds tend to pick up starting now. So if it's going to be a windy day, we're gonna find that out pretty soon.
The cameraman heard you again, Andy, and he got ahead to show us that Florian does have a gap, but he hasn't left the train behind. They're just slightly detached. Someone in that group making a move to jump around and make sure it stays together. So as you saw what looked to me like Magnus Dietley pull over and come through, he's a vigilant player. He's what you talked about. See everything, know everything, and respond when you need to. And so when he came out and said, I'm going to come around, I'm going to make sure that Angert does not get away, we need to stay sort of strength in numbers because, gosh, it's early. Check it out on the Wahoo Element there. An hour 48 into this race. No matter how you slice it, we've got 6 hours of racing, wherever that may lie. So 2 hours and 3 minutes into it here. Wow, just good stuff. Of course, that was just the separated bike split. Folks, it's a beautiful day, and I know they talked about the winds. We don't really see signs of the winds until we see those grasses lying flat on the side of the road, until we see the trees and the various vegetation you'll see up on the Kohala coast getting thrown about. Right now here, as we're still ripping up the Kona coast, guys, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of turbulence in the air out there.
I am watching the winds on a wind predictor app, and they are picking up.
To what? Throw us a number here, because it is good to see those apps are great. They predict, they also track. But if we're talking 8 to 12 miles per hour, this is a section where it is not unheard of to hit yourself as you're coming up right here. You get hit with a 30-mile-per-hour headwind.
They're not them.
We're not there yet?
No, we're not there yet.
And that's okay.
We're at about 8 to 12 miles an hour, depending on where you are along the coast.
And I think that the reality of our race now that falls on this second Saturday of October, we do tend to see calmer winds at the beginning of the month and big, volatile, blustery, crazy winds towards the end of the month. And historically, back in the day, if you will, this race used to follow the full moon of October. And so when it followed that full moon, you would often have this race as late as the 30th of October, the 23rd of October. If that happened, you tended to see late month big winds, but the punishing fall off your bike winds that now have just sort of fallen into legend and lore. But looking down, compliments of Qatar Airways, I will say these overhead pictures are unrivaled. Thank you to everyone who provide those, the actual individual hitting the camera, as we're back here on ground level with Florian and Garrett. Bib number 5, pushing well.
So Florian is leading the charge here with our chase pack, and it looks like we've got a couple groups on the road here. So if you're following along, we have a group of 11 that is about, give or take 115 back off of our 2 leaders in Max Newman and Sam Laidlow. Then we've got a nice strong group behind them that's led up by Mads Pedersen right now, Tim Van Berkel, Colin Chartier, about 230 behind your leaders. So you've got real groups forming on the bike that they're starting to realize, okay, this is my group of the day. This is who I'm riding with. And those gaps are starting to become really entrenched. The second group is quite large. It's in
a lot of players.
Yeah, I was going to say Patrick Lange in that group, Braden Curry in that group, Rudy von Berg in that group as well.
Yeah, we're looking at a group of probably 20 guys, and then you have the next group back is are a really good bike runners in the field that maybe have a slight weakness in their swim. They are still lurking at 450 behind, and those are the likes of.
Say it. Worf, Skipper,
Sanders. Exactly.
Yeah, we could hit him up. You said it politely, and here's what's really cool too is we skip over. This race is so big. I'm just going to throw this out there for my Argentine fans anyway. You've got a guy called Luciano Tacconi.
He's great.
He's great.
Yeah.
This guy went to the Olympics. This guy was in the Olympics racing triathlon. He's also won Ironman 70.3 Cozumel recently. Twice, in fact. And this guy is in the mix, but we don't talk about him. That's how good the caliber of athletes that are in the filler right now, they are incredible. And folks, I just leave that with you because it is another special element of this race. When you try and pretend that it's just another race, what happens is you sort of lose sight of the fact that it's not. So here's the story, guys. We are going to jump on down to mile 35 and the unforgiving yellow penalty tent. That 10 by 10 holds Matt Lieto. He's already been dinged once. We're going to see who else is joining him. Matt Lieto, who are you expecting to roll in there?
Yeah, well, right here where you have the second group coming in, Michael, Florian Angert at the front of this group. He looks over his shoulder, and he is slowing down, signals to his right. He is stopping for a penalty. So 5 minute, he's very aware. He knows he's got 5 minutes, and he's very calm. He comes in, he takes his note here, and we have another penalty here, number 38. Coming through here to get his penalty. Another 5 minute penalty for this athlete as well. So what these athletes are doing is they are given a stopwatch that has started when they get the penalty. And you can see Florian is very upset, but being calm, not taking it out on the volunteers here. So Florian, being a professional, doing what he can, shake it off, and he'll be at it soon enough. Make sure he gets his hydration in. He's not allowed to take any assistance or any, he can't get, it's not an aid station. He can't improve his position at all. But he's smart. He's taking his time. He's very calm, very calm. You don't often see athletes that get a penalty like this be this calm. So kudos to these two athletes here for being respectful and being calm. They know it's hectic out there. It gets tight. There's a lot of action, so it's hard to always keep your distance, even if you're not trying to maintain or not trying to draft at all. It's just frustrating, right? You get 20 athletes together. So here in about 30 seconds, we're going to have 2 more athletes come through here. So it's getting busy. Those athletes are going to have to line up behind these 2 athletes here when they get their 10. But again, that 5-minute penalty means there was an infringement, either drafting or position. These athletes are being moved forward. Again, I cannot applaud Florian and this other athlete enough for their professionalism and how laid back they are and not upset, not taking out anybody else, but certainly frustrated. But Florian knows this is a long day ahead, so a lot more to come here. Here's the second group. We'll see, second chase group. We got another athlete sitting up, getting himself in position. You see most of these athletes get to the front of the group so they have time to be able to pause. They know they're going to get a rest here. So number 44 standing down here for another penalty. This group is huge. These groups have combined, and that's where there's trouble, guys. There's just not enough room to move around. So athletes, even if they're not intending to draft, they will end up getting a penalty of just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. So here you go. I believe this is Mignon. This is number 48. In his stopping to get his penalty as well. So he's quite upset as well, but talking to the other French athlete there. But again, all these guys keeping their cool, doing what they can, sign their name on the paper, grab their watch, and then just try to settle down as much as possible and get things rolling. But Florian Engert still very much in contention here, even though it's 5 minutes. He's going to start moving up. Really strong bike group coming behind these athletes with Worth and Kienle. So if they're able to time it right, they might be able to get back on a little freight train back up to the front, guys.
Great stuff here, and when I say great, I mean great drama, which makes us excited. We always feel bad when a rule has been broken and the ensuing penalty is served. However, this is why we have the world's best officials at this race, making sure that they are judging fairness, intent, and actual just rule violation. So let's be honest here, when you're sitting that close and an official is nearby, you will get a blue card. You cannot be inside that 12 meters, and if you do enter it, I'll remind you, you must pass. You cannot exit out the rear of a draft zone. Folks, even further, age group athletes, the only difference they have is they are allowed to slipstream, whereas professional athletes are not. And what that means is a professional athlete must actually move over 2 meters to the left before they get inside that 12-meter draft zone, and then you spend your 25 minutes to get around. But if you find yourself inside there, as we almost saw Braden Curry do, you do need to be vigilant. So these 4 athletes, 5 now, standing down and taking that 5 minutes. Back to Matt.
Still on the under.
We're going to talk to you for 20 seconds. Yeah. Just moving forward.
I have time.
Yeah. I asked Florian if he wanted to chat, and he says, I have time. Florian, I know it's frustrating, but you're keeping a great attitude.
Yeah, actually, I have no idea. It's fun fact is that it's the same referee that pulled out Laura yesterday. I don't know. I didn't even slot in. There was a gap of 30 meters, and we are allowed to go in a gap which is more than 10 to 12 meters.
Maybe, not sure.
So
but moving
I went in and then realized, okay, I'm closing the gap to the guy in front, and then by the time I went out to overtake him, I got the blue card. So.
But important thing is, race ahead, more to go. You ready to get back to the front?
Yeah, sure, I try.
Thanks, guys. There you go. Keeping cool, keeping smooth, shaking it off. Florian Engert back trying to get to the front of this race.
Thank you so much, Matt. Andy, what are you seeing here? Pretty calm under pressure.
It's congested at the penalty tent, I can tell you that much.
We're still on the under. So we had, what did we have? 7.5 was our over-under, and we're at 5. Now, the really seasoned veteran would have been hanging out in the shade. On that
they moved them. They had to make room.
They did. They did.
All the volunteers are in the shade.
So you'll see that there's an accordion effect that happens because of the undulations of the road. When the road starts to kick up, you're driving into it with so much speed, and you're probably riding at like 37, 39 miles an hour coming down one of the small little undulations, and then you're going into it, and as it accordions, that's when you
ride up onto the wheel in front of you just through sheer inertia and momentum. Now, the way to get to avoid it is you kind of have to use your body. You don't necessarily want to be touching your brakes because it's a time trial race. So why are we touching our brakes? So you'll see riders start to use their body as a little bit of a parachute. They'll take their head out of aero first, then they'll present their chest to the wind, and then they'll come totally out of aero to help arrest themselves in terms of their momentum so they don't ride up and into the wheel. And if you did see it on one of the clips below or before the penalty tent, we saw who was that?
Curry.
Got Braden riding up and on it, and if an official were right there, there was no malicious intent there. It was just momentum.
It is, and an interesting thing is that you'll get a drafting or 5-minute penalty. You'll get the blue card for failure to overtake as well, and failure to overtake can be you enter the draft zone or you come inside and you don't get around.
Right.
So there's a lot of talk as well in the professional men's field. I'm not sure what the women's, but about an athlete slowing and someone coming in and then accelerating, because let's say you're in front, someone comes close to your 12 meters and you accelerate, they can't get around you. Even if you're being overtaken and you drop the hammer, you can get that person a penalty.
It's been happening for years.
Correct. And then you go to the person and then you say, really diving into that individual, is it intentional?
Right.
Or is it because we're all competitive and when someone goes to overtake you
try to
speed up?
accelerate.
But goading someone, it happens in all sports. If you're goaded into a penalty or a foul, then you, if you succumb to it, then who's the guilty party?
Yeah,
Right? Is it the person planting the bait or is it you?
The gamesmanship that goes.
It's still racing, right?
It is, and yeah, all fair in love and war and Ironman. Here we are at 60 kilometers. Let's just translate that over to about 30, almost 37 miles, and this means that within approximately 3 miles or approximately 7 minutes, we're going to see these guys ram right into the end of the road here and have to turn left at Kauai High. An exciting and defining moment as they will then start to see a series of changes in weather, direction of wind, terrain, and also another spot where, guys, you just go right away to a little bit narrower road. You're not going to see really anyone on the side of the road. A couple of people that are official vehicles right here. Aid station coming up. Didi, what do you got?
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
You are watching coverage of the VinFast Ironman World Championship, brought to you in part by BioStarks. Well, there's a gap, and I'll say right now we've got old Florian Anguer head. He is the gap of someone he overtook, that caught him in the tent. But that's a big gap. This man could be into some solitary confinement for a while, as he's still out on the main highway here, Highway 19. He's approaching that turn we talked about. But man, what do you do? Okay, Andy, let's say you're sitting down for 5 minutes. Do you immediately go back to the same ideal watts you were supposed to be on? Do you try and make up that gap? Do you try and erase the deficit? What's the best strategy for an Ironman athlete that got a penalty?
I think the best strategy is to slowly ramp back to where you were. But before you do it, you want to look over your shoulder. Is there a train coming along? Because that's about what the gaps were. You had Florian Anguer a minute down from Sam, call it 70 seconds right before he went into the tent. And we know that all these really great cyclists were about 550 back. So if there is that train, don't
take advantage. Don't do the work on your
100%.
own. Just be patient and get on that train. Yeah, that's a good strategy.
If there isn't a train coming, then you go out and you reestablish that rhythm. And where it gets a little dicey is how much fuel, like you come out hot from a penalty, and then how much do you not want to burn versus I know you were able to get actually absorption of the calories because you didn't have a heightened heart rate. And
Speak psychologically about the fact though that those guys they had some company in that penalty tent. Right? I mean, does that make it a little better?
No. They were chuckling. No, a little only
bit.
because I saw them smiling. So you can't. The thing is, you can be a baby and scream and yell when you're by yourself, but as soon as your peers are around, you have to temper that because you're like, I can't be. I'm sure the camera's on me, but you can't be, complaining because now there's suddenly your peers holding you accountable. Just a thought. But I want to go back to these guys because hold on. Now, for the first time, when you saw Sam Laidlow sit up and power through that pretty tough climb, right behind him, we still see Max Newman. Yep. But that was very obvious to me that they had enough road to see the chase pack. That 75, 80 seconds, they can see him. And he did a twice double take, kind of look back. I'm not saying that impacts him, but it is a long enough road at that point and the crest of that hill where he can now see whomever it is XYZ behind. It's just a landmark.
I actually like the look behind here because Sam has created the gap. And coming out of the water, it looks like he put on socks, right? It's going to take some time. So he was top 3 out of the water. Then he puts on socks, a little bit of delayed. And then if you want a real gap, something that you created, you look over and be like, oh, no, I put those 70 seconds there.
Let's talk, guys, about how we got to this point here and now. It started early this morning in Kailua Bay. We got underway with the Roka swim course.
There you go. And those men took to it right away. We saw everyone strewn about, but that did not last long. Those arms all came together. And before we knew it, we had at least a 20-person group leading the second group. Sam Laidlow made himself, I won't say comfortable, but made himself pleased to be up front together with Daniel Bakegaard, and they got going. Florian Angert also came through and took the lead. But guys, it was a really, really hot pace, and it did not separate much as we got going. Looking out throughout that Roka swim course, we, of course, referenced Bakegaard, who's in the yellow sleeves there, but we also had some main players, including Christian Blumenfeld, Florian Angert, as you see right there. We also got to watch these guys really break some athletes, such as Patrick Lenga, who got spit out the back, a casualty of that separation.
And here we saw that lead group. It was a large group. It started to get stretched on the outbound stretch of the Roka swim course, but as soon as they made the turns around the two boats at the outermost point of the course, the swell came in, pushing that group back together. So what was stretched out at the turn, we will see this group converge in large part thanks to the inbound swell.
The inbound swell, and I also wonder if the water temperature, if it was just a little warm. Sometimes when the water gets really warm, it can kind of give you like this suck down feeling where you just can't push what you normally push.
You feel hot.
You feel hot, and it's the top swimmers that are creating the break. And if they overheat, if they feel hot, they're not able to continue to push the pace, and therefore things kind of gel back together.
There you see 20 guys, 19 actually coming in front with a nice gap, about 80 seconds, 85 seconds in front of the chase group. Andy, you called that gap pretty spot on, but these 19 men, they hit the water. They hit the end of this swim hard, and they got right into that transition with gusto, and I think appropriately so, because out of sight, out of mind is a powerful tactic, one that Sam Laidlow continued to apply after he left transition one. These athletes got in and out of transition. Yes, it was 2 minutes long, but they covered so much ground. They changed, they took off the speed suit, they grabbed the bike kit, and they got going. Now, that's how we got out here and how we got here in the order we're in. But right now, massive speeds here for Sam Laidlow, estimating that he needs to tuck in and coast. He's reached that speed. Point of no return. We're heading down. Yep.
On the Kauai High, heading down. This road is notorious for having a few cracks and potholes, and you'll see ejections happen.
There's a bridge down here that has some rough road, and we will see a lot of bottles. They do in large part to the amount of speed that they're carrying, but then a little bit of rough road. You hit one of those bumps at speed, you got to be extra cautious. Particularly because they've just gone through an aid station,
and they're gonna,
and it's going to be a while before they see another one.
And they don't have the bottle that was made for their cage.
That's
they
right.
have like just the generic bottle that kind of rattles around anyway. And then you traveling at a higher speed, a smaller bump becomes more pronounced because of the rate of speed that you're traveling at. So
great points, guys. And this little chase pack here is pushed appropriately over to the right side of the road here. I don't want to call them a chase pack, but as I sit in, I want to say here we're getting a little move to be made as we watch.
I believe it's Florian just going back by a couple of stragglers to the group he was in.
Yeah, so interesting though, who are these stragglers? Are they people that were in there over their heads or just having the softer legs? Or again, what about that price you pay when you ride someone else's race when you're not ready? That could be what these two young men are feeling as they get overtaken by Florian and Garrett.
yeah, I think it's just the sheer tempo and effort that's at the front of the race. It does cause casualties. And this is where you see the difference in the caliber of athletes and their strengths that they walk into the game with. Are they comfortable in the heat? Are they comfortable on the bike? Is the pace too hot early? Are they playing a patient game? Or is this really what what they are dealt with today? And you can see when you're out of aero or if you're dancing all over the bike, either the gradient is pitched up or you are pretty uncomfortable. Once you start moving left and right and you get a little lateral movement on the bike, you can see fatigue really start to set in.
Yeah, I think that was that little bit of a climb, and it can be a grinder right by Hapuna Beach.
Yeah.
They're on their way out, obviously just a couple of miles now to the end of this road. Well, they'll make the left-hand turn down at Kauai High. And that can be a bit of a grinder. And I think, honestly, when you've been in aero, essentially since you've left town, you might welcome the opportunity to sit up and stretch out that back and not necessarily lose as much as if you're doing it on a flatter section of the course.
It's that speed that we were talking about before where if you're going 14 miles an hour, just be comfortable.
Yeah.
Drive power.
Yep, absolutely.
Not necessarily important to be aero.
Some good speeds here rolling down behind the man, Florian and Garrett, on that downhill as he approaches, has just passed Mauna Kea Resort, heading into that hard left turn. A little bit disenchanted because the reality sets in. All that stuff we talked about, being patient and get yourself back to speed, is very difficult. But ultimately what we need to remember is it's a long day, and he suddenly lost all his flow. He lost everything that was going in his favor, holding 24 miles an hour according to our VinFast performance analysis here. Great stuff. That's a good speed, and of course terrain driven as he goes towards that green setting up front. The reason for that is the lush Waimea Valley as it comes, the end of the Waimea Valley. So as you go to the right, instead of following our course, you head up into some more fertile and lush territory. The rain falls there a bit more than it does out here on this section of the course. But guys, Florian and Garrett, look, don't give up. If you're a fan of his, don't give up. If you're him in particular, a lot of racing to be done.
We saw a lot of penalties work their way into the. I mean, Laura Phillip, Lisa Norden
Crowley.
both served penalties and were in the top 5 in the women's race on Thursday. So it is far from over. So much racing left to go.
And here's what we can say, too. Although he is all alone, he can still rely on those same bits of feedback and analysis from his own bike computer, power meter, his own legs. He can still follow the same plan. You just have to really detach from the what I had earlier. Start a new game. Didi, you talked about how many different plans you show up, the if, then, and therefore this scenario. You have to be with that. Nice little look here, and you can see the Ann Garrett, number 5, the pro man in that dot. He's about to have that hard left at the end of that blue line. You're going to hit a great rate of speed up to 39 miles an hour down into Kauai High and the harbor there as the men's leaders have already begun the climb. We reference this often, but it's not a climb per se like up the mountain, but it is a net gain. You're going to go 17 miles as you go up, a little bit of down as you go, and the final right-hand turn, the final bend, if you will, is a 6-mile stretch straight into Javi and the turnaround. But we're back on that section, Andy, with Sam Laidlow. He looks great. Very smooth.
Sam looks smooth. It looks like he's calmed down from, driving left and right on the road. So I think what we're going to see here is the water's on his left, and he just kind of undulates along the water side for about 11 miles. And then when he starts to make that soft right-hand turn, that's when like the quote-unquote climb to Javi is. And I would say it's about a 7-mile climb. But it is fairly gradual. You can see these athletes, they're really riding fast.
Yeah, this is Ann Garrett. He managed to do a favor.
He picked up a couple. He picked up a couple of hitchhikers along the way
for a couple minutes.
But let's jump in with Matt Lieto, who has managed to collect all of the Chase pack merged together. He's here with Jesper Svensson, Tim O'Donnell, Matt Lieto. What are you seeing?
Michael, yeah, we just had Sebastian Kienle on the screen right now. You're getting a shot of Joe Skipper. In front of him is Cam Wurf, and you can see a lot of athletes. The ref right next to him here. So these groups all just came together. Look at this shot up the road of how many athletes just came together. So huge group. Cam Wurf is the one pulling these two groups together. We can see him trying to pass. This is where it gets difficult. So we were talking about, you can get a penalty, but you don't deserve it, you didn't try to. This is why. Look how congested this is when these groups come together. So right now, we can see all these athletes. So we got Van Rysel trying to make his way through. We have so many different athletes coming through. We see Ben Hoffman there trying to do his best to keep his distance as we have the refs handing out cards. It looks like, cannot confirm yet. We will get that to you, but you can see the athlete with the red stripe over the white kit behind. It looks like Patrick Lange, but that is Cameron Wurf. Sorry, that is not Lange. It's Cameron Wurf, and then Dreitz is in this group as well. But these groups are coming together. Right now, what you're going to see is Cam Wurf give some time till the road opens up, and then he's going to get back on the gas and pass. But he's going to start to set a clock because he has 20 seconds per each athlete. So it's a big effort. It's another match. I'm going to say match a lot. Eat a piece of candy. Every time I say match, you're going to get a lot of candy in you. But I'm telling you, Cam Wurf is going to burn one and get to the front of this group and continue to try to push it and stretch this group out. But yeah, huge congestion starting to spread. Literally, those groups came together right when you came to me. So it's starting to smooth out now. But look for Cam Wurf to start making a move and bridging up. He knows he's still got more athletes up the road. He's not content just to catch this group. He wants to catch the front of this race and try to make his move up and back from Javi, guys.
Race here. This is the stuff, Matt. Thank you so much. Great updates. Great to see you guys all together. Here it is. This is Cam Wurf. You never have to question who he is. He could be in any kit, and you can recognize that perfect cyclist form, just pushing the pedals as he does just what you said. Up the road. This is back the road. This is back to Florian and Garrett and Chase. But we have a lot of time here to crunch the numbers, guys. And look at that, because it is not uncommon to have a big group going into Javi together. This one's a little bigger than we usually see.
It's massive.
But getting up there, is where stuff gets shaken out.
Sure.
That's where the typical moves are made. That's when someone like Wurf can get on top of his gears and ride away. Who's with him? Who's left behind? We see a break always leaving Javi, and I'm anxious to see how it plays out today.
noteworthy indeed, because we have the climb coming up to Hawi. What you'll see is there's still, we're 2.5 hours into this race. So you're still racing with glycogen in your tank, and you're willing to spend it. And you'll see people who are going to spend it now, and then they'll create a little bit of a break. This looks like Ditlev.
Yeah.
Really nice position here, nice and long on the bike. It looks like he's willing to ride with Christian Blumenfeld at this point, or maybe even pulling Christian to create a small gap to, it looks like it's Sam Laidlow, Max Newman up the road about 40 seconds, Magnus Ditlev, Christian Blumenfeld, just the next little group back, and then behind them, a 20-second gap to, looks like a total big train of almost 30 athletes.
So good, so good. We are right here watching Magnus Ditlev make a mid-game move, because I will say, as we're hearing from Matt Lieto, Daniel Bakegaard has been dropped out of that group. Okay, bad sign for the Danish fans around the world. It's not lights out, but he did come here saying, hey, you know what, I'm a little bit nervous. He's a little bit hot in body marking. I think that we just have to say, hey, maybe he's dropped out. This is a hard part to stay attached to the group. So just keep pulling for him, because he can still come back in as we're back here on the road. I think some of you guys are probably wondering where the heck we are, but we are on this amazing stretch of road that often is peppered by some crazy crosswinds. Right now, looking pretty smooth.
Many Ironman athletes, guys, have inspirational stories showing that truly anything is possible. Mark Harrison, the former CEO of Intermountain Healthcare, has dedicated his life to helping others. Let's have a look.
100% of my marrow was taken up by cancer cells, and that I had disease everywhere. I was out of luck. And we found a clinical trial of this thing called CAR T therapy, which is like science fiction, where your T cells are genetically modified and then reinfused into you. And 2 years ago today, I was in the ICU with multi-organ system failure. I was a wreck. I think it was 100 days after that I was found to be fully in remission. I'm nervous today. This is a big day. I'll have a bone marrow biopsy done, and hopefully it'll confirm that I'm still in a complete remission.
You're looking great.
Okay.
You're looking absolutely wonderful. Mark has done remarkably well in a truly unprecedented way.
Now, I am fully aware that multiple myeloma is an incurable disease as it exists right now. I also appear to be incredibly lucky that the trial that I got into is a game changer. I had been knocked to zero by the chemo, knocked to zero by the bone marrow. Then the CAR T lost 20, 25 pounds of muscle each time. It got harder and harder to come back. The process of becoming an athlete again has been really difficult. A bad day at the pool is better than your best day in an ICU bed. To be able to go to Oceanside and actually have a decent race. So 58 years old, I turned to 5:47 and felt fine the whole time. That was my 41st consecutive year of racing. Never missed a year. School, family, kids, cancer, pandemic. I've always managed to get it done every year, one way or the other. And it's been a really lovely constant in my life. I am really nervous, but I'm really excited to be out there and race. It's been a long pandemic, and it's been a lot of cancer. And I'm glad to be here and alive and ready to have some fun. It isn't the racing, it's the process. It's the affirmation of being alive. It's the ability to be outside and in nature and connected with the world. That's what it's really all about. I love our mission. Our mission is to help people live the healthiest lives possible. And we do all of this through the lens of helping people stay well, providing them with the highest quality healthcare and making it affordable, and giving back to our communities. I'm also a pediatrician, pediatric ICU doctor, and the opportunity to raise money for Primary Promise. We're going to build the model healthcare system for kids for the world. It's organized around keeping people out of those ICUs, out of those cancer units, out of those behavioral health inpatient wards. It's a holistic approach to childhood health. And that's the way you really invest. We talk about getting upstream of the issues that will affect a child's health forever. If we can get this right, we create a healthier society for generations to come. Kona is sort of my mecca. This will be my 8th Ironman distance race. If anything, I have yet more respect for the distance and the course and the difficulty. The suffering I know will come, it always does, but I hope that I'm able to put it into perspective and have an appreciation for the health and well-being that I hope I still have at that point in time that will allow me to suffer and then tell some good stories afterwards. I'm not done yet. I'm not done with our family. I'm not done with work. I'm not done with sport. There's a lot left to do, a lot of good things to do, a lot of fun things to do.
One of our most inspirational stories, a journey you want to join. We love this guy and we love his positive outlook. Coming back here, you can see 2 hours and 26 minutes into this bike ride, according to our Wahoo Element. This is Magnus Ditlev. Incredible. I'll just note this. Not only has he gotten to the front and taken the lead and carried Sam Laidlow and Max Newman with him, he's put 20 seconds at last count on our Norwegian duo. And along the way, he's displaying to me what is another awesome element of Ironman racing, the innovation. Look at that arrow bar, right? I mean, 2 hands,
Arrow
but
shelf.
1 arrow bar. This is so cool to me because I can just kind of think back throughout all of the years over the last several decades, the innovation that has happened with Ironman and the way these athletes have come in and changed the equipment. So cool. And then it's just really a unique thing that we get to see. This looks like Patrick Longa.
Oh, yeah.
It is Patrick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Patrick Longa, can't mistake the form, the high cadence, signature
yeah, the
style.
turn over there.
And also, I feel like when he's on, there's just a levity in, it's like a work levity, right? He's putting down some pressure, but he's kind of got that, yeah, it's all good. And I like that about him. He's very emotional. When he's up, he's smiling. When he's down, he's crying. This guy is awesome, and he's a 2-time Ironman world champ here, fighting it out.
Yeah, he definitely wears his emotions on his sleeve. But I think right now he's doing laps in his head saying, this is part of that alphabet of options and potential outcomes that could happen before the race day starts. And I think right now he's finding himself in a spot where he's like, okay, I'm at option M here. And what's the move that I need to make? Is it sit tight? There's still a lot of racing to be had. 2:41 on the race clock. So as Magnus puts a ton of pressure on the entire field, we're going to see what the insights we can get from Matt Lieto down on the course. Matt, what you got?
Thanks so much, Andy. We've got a lot of action. As you guys know, Ditlev has him a group of 2, and he's drilling it. I'm looking behind. I'm just now seeing Christian Blumenfeld and Gustav chasing behind. They're kind of in no man's land in between a group, T.O. and 2 other athletes. I believe Kyle Smith was in that group, but Ditlev definitely is at the front of this group and drilling it. We do have Sam Laidlow was having a conversation with the ref. I do not believe that he was shown a card, but he was, this is the first time he's been kind of in a group of more than 2, so he's kind of establishing what his distance is. But Sam Laidlaw looks really, really comfortable, but so does Magnus Ditlev, and that gap opened so quickly, guys. Like, we know that descent quite high can be really fast, but then it's who can really put on the pace, turning that right-hand turn. And there's no doubt with the way Ditlev moved through this group that he had a plan, that if he was at the front, he was going to make a move there. And he's making a move all the way up to Javi. And right now we're getting close to that section where is it going to be windy? And I don't see whitecaps yet, guys. I don't see whitecaps, so it might not be too windy yet. But as you know, things can change as we get up there. But right now, Magnus Ditlev is opening that gap on Sam Laidlaw. Sam Laidlaw trying to get as arrow as possible to stay, but what used to be 12 meters is now 24, and I think that's just going to keep opening up, guys.
Matt, thank you so much. I want to remind everyone that if you want to see more Patrick Longa, you can choose that camera angle on IronmanNow.com. You can get right there with him, or you can go to Moto 1 and see what we're seeing now here with Magnus Ditlev. You could also get Moto 3, who's following Christian Blumenfeld. Yes, you have the choice. Steer the ship a bit. So IronmanNow.com. Guys, it is now starting to shake up possibly a little bit earlier. We do see breaks heading into Javi, but this is notable. Magnus Ditlev has decided that now is the time, and I don't blame him, because you don't really want to drag, so to speak, Eden or Blumenfeld anywhere. You want distance.
62 miles left to ride at this point, last time check. If riding is your game, if that's your, like, if you know that's a strength of yours, go ahead, play that card, because there's just more and more real estate that you can take advantage of. You can see these gaps really starting to stretch out. Magnus is really putting a ton of pressure on the pace that Max Newman and Sam Laidlow were laying down early. As Magnus rode up and through, you can really see him start to really stretch that 12-meter boundary. Now you're going to see this reverberate through the field as that 12 meters was going to stretch to 14 and continue to grow.
And our leaders now, and by leaders, I mean our top 10 athletes through 50 miles, and we've had some separation, large part due to this man, Magnus Ditlev, put the pressure on. He went to the front. He is now stretching out Sam Laidlow and Max Newman. Christian Blumenfeld and Gustav Eden have paired up together. They are 30 seconds back. This is at 50 miles, leaving the pack of Kyle Smith, Tim O'Donnell, Jesper Svensson, Daniel Bakkegaard and Christian Hogenhaug. Oh, sorry, not Christian Hogenhaug. Those Daniel Bakkegaard and Christian Hogenhaug, 2.5 minutes back. But Jesper Svensson, Tim O'Donnell, and Kyle Smith now 120 back of our leader.
You're going to see Christian Blumenfeld and Gustav Eden start to gain a lot of comfort because they're just working with each other.
Right.
So there's a gap to Max Newman in third and Kyle Smith in sixth. So they work out together, they train together, they know each other's strengths, so they're going to gain comfort in that and say, hey, we got a lot of time left to ride. Let's keep Magnus in sight. Let's keep the front group in sight, but gain comfort in this familiarity.
And that's right. We're watching a defending champion from Germany, Patrick Lange, on your screen. But right now, we're going to rush right on over to Greg Welch, who is with another, I shouldn't say defending, another past Ironman world champion from Germany. Multiple. Jan Frodeno, 3 times the winner, is with our man, Greg Welch. You guys, take it away. You gorgeous things, you.
Aloha.
Yeah, aloha. Yeah, we've been brought to you by Morton Gels right now, and Jan Frodeno joining us, 3-time Ironman world champion, world record holder in the World Championship event right here. Now we're seeing a different dynamic in the race. For the very first time, we're seeing Ditlev getting to the front. Very strong cyclist. You know him firsthand, how fast he can bike. We did catch up with him in a pre-race interview today, and he said, I'm confident I can run 240. Jan, you said somebody's going to run in the mid-230s today.
Yeah, I think he will still need a little bit of a gap over to our Norwegian Vikings. To be frank, though, I'm just glad to see it. You know, to be very frank, I was a little bit deflated when I saw the big pack coming out the water. I was like, all right, this is something we've seen on the short distance towards Alistair Brownlee, where people are just scared to race him, where actually people are just playing it defensively, and a big pack is just something we haven't seen for a few years. So, you know, good on Magnus going out here, taking it by the horns and really trying to put in a gap. He looks incredibly efficient. And yes, indeed, I have raced with him on the bike this year, and he's a beast.
Yeah, he's the real deal,
He's
and
the real
you know,
deal.
he's been running really fast too. He's had a great year, you know, all the way from May all the way down to now. He's had a great training block, and then coming in with it, you know, he's just exuding confidence at the moment. So anyway, all right, these guys are getting to a very important part of the race yarn where nutrition really becomes an integral part of the day. If you lose your nutrition, no good. You have to stay on it. You've formulated exactly what works for you. Jan Frodeno is different than Christian Blumenfeld, from Gustav Eden, from Lionel Sanders. You're a Morton athlete. Explain just exactly why you use the product, and talk about Hydrogel 100 in the next segment.
Well, I'll tell you what, you know, the Norwegians are also using Morton, and there are more and more athletes using it. Of course, they're also the official Ironman partner, so you can get the gels on course. And it's one of those things that's just helped a lot of athletes have a little rock in the middle of their race where they know they can rely on. You know, there are a lot of people here with gut issues, the heat, the humidity playing a tricky role. And it's just something you can rely on to get your 400-500 calories an hour. And I mean, it's a lot of sugar that's basically going through the system, but it's the only way to maintain performance. And that, you know, the more energy you can take on, the more sustained of a performance you're going to have. And that's something that these guys have been perfecting. I mean, you can see the new wave of athletes is definitely taking that scientific approach to the next level. You know, I think for a lot of us, it was, you know, we call it pi times thumb. You know, just to have a rough ballpark of where you need to be. But these guys are measured kind of scientific athletes, and they just take it to the nth degree and seem to choose Morton as their partner anyways.
It's an important part of the day to have a steady flow of nutrition as well, instead of, like, you know, every half an hour or whatever it is. I always look at this and take the analogy of like a NASCAR race or a car race where they have to come into the pits, they have to refuel, they have to get new tires. If you're not constantly fueling up, you're not going to have a constant outflow of wattage. Heart rate might be fluctuating all over the place. Is that something that you were calculated by, like every 10 minutes or every aid station?
Well, you know, to be perfectly frank, I'm more of a go by feel kind of guy. You know, I made sure that on every aid station, you know, at the front and at the back, they've got water. So I take the first bottle and try and, you know, cool off a little bit. The second one then I take to refill my system, just as we see Magnus doing here on screen. And that's worked really well for me, because in the combination with the gels, I've got my own nutrition. You know, the important thing for most of the athletes is they go to what they know. And that's what gives them the security that they don't have an adverse reaction to any of the product, just because they're not used to it. And so really, yeah, taking on that consistent flow is important, especially for the marathon later on. You know, these guys are putting their hearts out there for 180K. But we've still got a marathon to go.
Yeah, exactly. So scientifically, you know, this is an 8-hour race, right? Sub 8-hour race. It's not a marathon. 2 hours and 5 or 6 minutes, or Kipchoge at 2:01.
2:01
in Berlin. And you know, this is a very important time where you've already covered the sugars, you've already covered the caloric intakes. Let's cover the caffeine versus no caffeine.
Yeah. So the thing is, you know, there's an old saying, lots helps lots and more helps more. That's not the case with caffeine. You have to be a little bit more measured. You have to be a little bit more careful. I personally go with about 100 milligram of caffeine per hour, which is a lot. You know, you're looking at...
Is that from the start, or is that a little bit later on?
No, I take one gel before the start. Then obviously you're on your own during the swim. And then roughly mix it in so that I get one of those gels per hour on the bike. And then the same for the run, really.
Yeah, so but you're injecting that into your fluids on your bike, in your bike bottle, right? Or are you ripping a gel packet out of your in the rear there?
No, actually, I'm doing both, because it's very hard to measure otherwise. You know, if you're mixing it in, then it's hard to know how much you're getting. And so I do actually old school take a gel that I've got stored somewhere on my bike or in my suit, just to make sure that it's the right amount and not too much. Because with the caffeine, it's obviously got that great boosting effect that we all look for. You know, nothing hits like your morning double espresso.
Yeah.
But you know,
a Fortissimo double espresso.
Fortissimo is always great, but genuinely, whatever you take around the world, whatever is your preferred poison, you know, it does work, and it definitely, you know, it's scientifically proven to have that effect on the races, as we see Christian punching out some watts on a climb somewhere.
Yeah, he's probably punching out about 500 watts there, standing up as he makes his way from Kauai High up to Harvey. He's going to hit that the hardest part, well, actually the steepest part on this ride is a couple of miles outside of Harvey, and then they turn around and rip their legs off on the way downhill, in excess of, 45 and 50 miles an hour is, quite capable on this course. We're going to be talking about these athletes, coming up to these guys. We've already had Ditlev go through, but what about the likes of, Cam Worth and Lionel Sanders? Lionel finds himself a long way down right now, but he's not hitting the panic button because he did say at the beginning of the day, I'm going to go out there and have a calculated, patient race, right? Okay, you're giggling a little bit, but for Lionel that's important because the last couple of outings in Kona haven't been what he wanted, but in May, down in St. George, he was just fine.
He was. I mean, that's the thing. It's so uncharacteristic for us because we all have gotten to know and to love Lionel for his hearts out kind of racing, no limits, going out there and having that less calculated approach. Of course, you can't beat that kind of eventual science that you've only got that much energy to give. And if you're giving it, like we saw with Daniela, for instance, her very courageous approach on the bike. But if you're closing a 6-minute gap by yourself on the bike, well, it's going to hurt you. It's going to hurt you for the run. And Lionel seems to have found his formula, of course, training with Gustav Eden's brother, so he has changed to a similar approach. But, especially here, people tend to come backwards. So you're not attacking forwards. People tend to come backwards, and whoever comes backwards less is winning. So it could be a really good strategy, and I hope to see him up the front later on in the day.
Yeah, when they turn around from Harvey, we'll definitely know what's going on in the race, and we'll see how the dynamic of that all turns out once they make the right-hand turn onto the Queen Ka'umana Highway at Kauai High with around about 35 miles to go from there. Ditlev leads right now from Denmark. The young Dane is a very strong rider. He's set up in that perfect position. Jan, this is a position that we are now, getting used to seeing the athletes. I know on your bike, on your Canyon, you have a very narrow, set up on the front. As a matter of fact, I put my arms on your bike yesterday, and you've got that one little, just that one little rod right up front. I did this back in 1991 on my Zip bike, the first bike with the aero bars, and I shaved it off so it was only when I had a grip shift off the front. I'll show you photos later. But anyway, this very narrow setup on the front, aerodynamics, and how is it on your shoulders?
Well, I haven't quite got the beach body like you do yet, so I can still get my elbows a little bit easier together.
Yeah, thank you.
But you know how it is, the single, the mono group, it's one of those things that's come back. We see a lot of development in the bike industry, and shapes that we've seen, it's just new manufacturing technologies making them more aerodynamic, and we cover them up a little bit nicer. But it's like you said, you had the same thing back in the 90s because, well, engineering, was peaking then already, so they kind of, the ideas aren't necessarily new, but they're being refined. And, we can see Magnus has actually got something down his chest, which I'm assuming is to close that gap between his forehead and the hands to get a better airflow, to connect it better. As he goes out of the position here, we saw Christian out of his time trial position for quite a while at the back there, which surprised me. I don't know if he was actually attacking. We couldn't see from that perspective. But Magnus has a look back here as we can see the sweat dripping from his face. We see a few clouds in the background, but it does seem to be getting warm, but not yet as windy.
Jan, it was raining a lot last night up in Waikoloa. They've just gone past Waikoloa. A very, very humid day. It's around about 71% humidity right now. 31 degrees Fahrenheit. We're at 86 degrees. 31 degrees Celsius and 86 degrees Fahrenheit. 86 to 88 degrees Fahrenheit already. It's a warm day. There's a lot of steam coming out of the ground there. It's a lot hotter than what we expect.
Yeah, but well, you know how it is. The numbers don't sound as spectacular as it is.
Yeah.
31 degrees, you're around the Mediterranean. It's a pleasant day to go to the beach. But what you have to realize here, what we can see exactly this, is the black lava rock that just has this radiating heat that comes back, and it just hits you like a boxing bag. It genuinely is something that just feels like it's punching you. Here we go, Sam Laidlow coming to the front, also taking a turn. So, yeah, it seems like Magnus has settled into his attack, and the boys are working together because they realize, that's their only hope. And it is nice to see that the boys just simply go out and at least have a crack.
They're having a crack at it for sure. These guys have been up the front for quite Quite a moment here, and as we see Magnus Nitlev making his way toward Harvey, early leader there, Sam Laidlow second out of the water to Florian Angert today from Germany. Let's talk about the Germans. A lot of them right up front there. We saw a moment ago Andreas Dreitz. He is a monster on the bike, and he's trying to make his way through the field. Going up to Patrick Lange, there we got Florian Angert in the race as well. How do you see it panning out for the Germans today?
Well, it sounds like they're having a very tough start, to be honest. I think both Patrick and Florian, as far as I've understood, have got a 5-minute time penalty for drafting. And that's the game here. You can just tell it's something that is part of the trick. I mean, 18 guys get off the bike together. There's going to be a group, and it's always the same. With the slightly rolling hills, you just get little gaps that look like gaps, but they're not big enough. And, you know, the referees are out there in full force. We saw this in the women's race. And, of course, it's super annoying when you get a penalty here. I'm not sure about yourself if you ever received one. In my rookie year, I got one for sliding in after a puncture. And it's infuriating, but that's just part of it. And we have to say, okay, it is good because, you know, otherwise social media is blowing up about there just being drafting. So it's a two-edged sword.
Jan, at the end of the day, there are rules, right? We have to abide by them. Otherwise, it would be a free-for-all, right? Okay, so look at Gustav Iden and Magnus Ditlev. When I look at Formula MotoGP, you see all the riders, they've got the reverse. So on the back, right behind the helmet, they have the little aerodynamic, backpack. I can see a front pack, that a lot of the gentlemen are wearing, and that is brand new. So it's a front fairing inside of the chest by the look of it. I don't know if it's water bottles or not, but if it's in the chest there, it's acting as like a fairing. So aerodynamics coming into play wherever you can use it. Looks like they're doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm quite surprised.
As long as it's legal, it's all good.
Yeah, and that's the beauty about triathlon. You see the bike shapes, love them or hate them, but they certainly seem to work aerodynamically. But I see a lot of guys with these chest packs, and it's something.
There's a good shot right there, Jan.
Yeah, it is, and it's humongous. So I don't know what the function is, but they've obviously thought about it, and. Maybe they just saw Christian's double-barrel chest and they thought, this guy's that fast, we're going to try and do whatever he does.
Yeah, no, look, Christian, he's an incredible athlete and he's a very powerful athlete. Just like Christian, you won the Olympic gold back in 2008 in Beijing Olympics. You're the only man that's actually won in Kona at the World Championships so far and taking the Olympic gold as well. You've had a storied career, but it's far from over for you, Jan. How's the injury going and are you back running?
Yeah, so I am back running, and it's taken me a while. It's obviously been a tricky year, and I've been too impatient. Seeing, I'm a fan of the sport as well, and seeing the development is just something that's got me tingling, where I want to be a part of it. I want to actually be on the line and see how good these guys really are, and it's probably got me a little bit desperate in my preparation, to be very honest.
Yeah.
And just made a few fatal errors along the line, where I tore my tendon, then I re-tore it, and then, my knee came into play. It was just one of those years that was somehow, it was ended by a bike crash, which was almost fortunate because there just needed to be an end because it wasn't going in a good way. And if you're not going in a good, if not perfect way, it seems like nowadays these boys will take no prisoners.
Yeah, and, over the last year as well, you've made a decisive move to, just move to a different area so that you can train properly without interruptions and try and, finish off your career like where you started it a long time ago, and that was at the very top. So we'll keep the commentary going here, but this is Gustav Iden. We can see that he's riding along the road there nicely at this point in time. The cadence is up. They're on a little bit of a descent at this point in time before they ascend back into the town of Harvey. Harvey sits around the corner of the top of the Big Island at the most northern section on the North Kahala coast there. Christian Blumenfeld just sitting up ahead, and also Florian Annigan. Okay, we're going to go over real quick to Matt Lieto, who's standing by. Go ahead, Matt.
Hey guys, we're here in Hawi, and it's pretty nice here. I gotta admit, I'm in here in my VinFast, and pretty comfortable. But I'll say, and the ice cream is delicious. I will say, on the drive up here, seriously, I have never, ever seen the road to Javi as calm as it was today. No windmills moving at all. No grass moving at all. No whitecaps skiing in the ocean right now. Crystal clear glass. And so super, super fast. These guys are 1 mile out. I'm going to finish this ice cream real quick and get a shot of them coming through, but they're going to be moving because it is as good a conditions I've ever seen.
Much love, Matt Lieto, and that is one thing you have going for you. You've got good taste. That's exactly the ice cream I would have chosen. Here we are with Sam Appleton, an Ironman World Championship rookie. The man from Australia has 15 Ironman 70.3 credits to his name, but he has not competed yet on this particular race. We're with Christian Blumenfeld now. And guys, everybody's looking at this scene. What you see is the crest of the hill. For all intents and purposes, you are rolling through the top part of the climb to Javi. You're going to drop down, and you're going to be in that turnaround. Matt is going to collect the data, the info, and we're going to see all of that as we come back to Blumenfeld fueling up with Gatorade on and off throughout the day.
We are coming to the turnaround, and the turnaround, usually what they'll see is they'll get a special needs right before they go to the turnaround.
After.
No, you see it, and then
yes.
you go to the turnaround, and then you grab it,
Yes.
right? So they get to see the numbers. So if Matt has got a little bit more insight, I'd love to know it. And we also want to know what flavor ice cream you got. What you got for us, Matt?
Andy, you know what kind of flavor ice cream I got. It's Kona coffee, man. It's delicious. It's super, super calm up here. Our lead vehicle just went around the other VinFast here. So coming around the corner here pretty soon. Super big group out here today. Here to cheer on. Javi is one of the most popular places to watch the race. Here we go. We have Magnus Ditliev. We see him now with a gap, obviously. He's taking his time. His gap's not that big though. Sam Laidlaw is still right there, but he sits up. There's not many times you can get a little bit of a rest out here. But sorry, that is Sam Laidlaw. My apologies. Sam Laidlaw first through. Magnus Ditliev moving through here in second place. And then we have, here we go, Christian and Gustav back on, looking very comfortable. So was able to have a really good shot of the face of both of those athletes in the back of the group. Clearly the favorites going into today. Gustav looks super, super calm. Christian looks a little bit, they're both focused, but Gustav looks like laid back, like chill. It's no big deal. This is exactly where I want to be. I didn't actually think maybe I'd be this far forward. Looks really, really chill, really calm. And I think with the conditions of Javi today, guys, like normally it's kind of treacherous, right? Like it's super, super fast on that downhill and a bunch of crosswind. You're going really fast, sometimes tailwind. None of that today. So I do think it's going to speed these times up. But now that this group of 5 is kind of cruising together, it's hard. Are the athletes in the front going to push the pace knowing they've got 235 marathoners sitting with them very, very comfortably? But we're going to have some more athletes coming through here pretty soon around this turnaround. But what are you guys seeing right now?
Well, Matt, I'll say this, just right off the top. I mean, I'm finding it very difficult to believe that we're not going to have a winner come from that group. When we have Ditlev, Blumenfeld, and Eden, I think that it is, if I'm going to put myself out there this early, I'm calling a Norwegian for the win. I'm calling Blumenfeld, but I'm very, very close with Eden there. This is too good. This gap is massive.
But do they go off the front? Who goes off from here? Or do they just sit in, but knowing that they are the fastest runners?
These 5 do. I do honestly think they do, because I don't think it has cost them too much to get this gap. I think they continue pushing what they have. They have Laidlow. They have Ditlev. Those are 2 incredible escorts. They're both so strong on the bike. They're 23 and 24 years old.
So they don't shed them.
Scroll back, keep with them. And
yeah.
then Blumenfeld and Eden, those 2 have the chops. They have better history at championship events running fast. Look, no disrespect to Ditlev and what he did in Roth. This is a different game. I think that right now, and Andy, I want to hear your thoughts here, but they can continue to put a couple minutes in. We're going to lose someone. One of those 4 or 5 we're going to lose, and then we're going to roll in and we're going to see some crazy action for those guys. And the chase pack is still super talented, Andy.
So there's a couple things at play here. Why did Gustav and Christian get reattached to the front group? And I think the reason was because of the gradient of the hill. They were just able to just be nice and steady. Now, as we come down off of Havi, we're going to see something a little different, and that's my speculation.
Welcome back to the VinFast Ironman World Championship, brought to you in part by Full Gas.
So here we got Cam Wurf still riding up as he hasn't made the turn yet.
He still looks
he looks nice,
so
calm,
easy.
cool, collected. But
Yeah.
I've got 4:15 right now to the turn, and Cam has not approached it yet. So whoever is in tow at this point, which looks like it's just one rider, they still haven't made that turn, and we're coming on 4:28, 4:29, 4:30 back, and he still hasn't made the turn. So we know that Kyle Smith, Tim O'Donnell, and Jesper, they're in a nice group together, 2.5 minutes back. But that front group is looking stronger and stronger by the pedal stroke. And maybe Matt can cue us in on what he's seeing on the course and what kind of the body position and the body language is telling you. What do you got for us, Matt?
Yeah, thanks so much. We have these athletes right now, Andy, coming through the turn. So we go. Obviously, it gets a little tight on that turnaround. Cam is going to try to get back to the front as soon as he can. Look at, man, he is so focused. Dreitz looks to be in a great position as well. Joe Skipper, scary guy to be this far up. Obviously, Lange as well. Sebastian Kienle looks very comfortable. Rudy von Berg looks super comfortable. I would say, like, yeah, I mean, I'm overusing that word, comfortable, obviously, but I would say Rudy von Berg looks really comfortable, as does Sebi. We'll see how these athletes look. They're obviously a little bit further off the back, but Apo looks focused. Sam Appleton looks focused and good, but Cam Wurf looks like, dude, so chill, so comfortable, and he's going to put the effort in. But Joe Skipper, I think, is maybe the danger man in that group. Obviously Lange, but nobody looks like they're hurting. But I mean, they got to put some work in. They got two 235 runners up the road that they need to bring back if they want to have a chance to win this race.
To the tune of 5 minutes up the road. So yeah, absolutely. If they need to start looking a little bit more uncomfortable if they want to make things happen.
So we're looking down on these leaders on the right side here, full screen, and you've got, of course, Blumenfeld, Max Newman, and Gustav Iden. Out of picture right now is Sam Laidlow from France, the 23-year-old with a little bit of pressure, a little bit of nothing to lose, because right now what happens is he's the, if you will, underperformer of the group at the finish line. We've got Max.
So one
Newman.
of these things is not like the other.
You're right. Max Newman going like this: 3 Ironman titles at Ironman Cairns. Gustav Iden, double Ironman 70.3 world champ and Ironman Florida winner. And then Blumenfeld. Come on. I don't even need to say how good he is. So I like what I see here. Andy, I'm with you. Throw down, use the gearing, use the aerodynamics. And then what about Ditlev? He's just there. This guy can go later, and I would encourage that. I would stay until mile 80, and then you put the pressure on. 3 years ago, Jan Frodeno went at mile 90, and that's at the scenic overlook. Matt, that's when he said, this is enough. I will see you guys later. I'm going to win this on the bike with a great run. So much racing and so much tactics from in my opinion, mile 80 on, or from 130 kilometers on. This is really good for the Norwegians, and this is really good for Ditlev and Laid Low.
When we got the report from Matt, Matt was talking about how good the guys look.
Yeah.
And, okay, you look pretty good because, you know, the climb up didn't put you in too much difficulty. And the reason it didn't put you in too much difficulty, when we saw Joe Skipper around the bend, he was 525 back.
Yep.
And that's a
lot.
That's a ton. And
when you've got sub 235 runners up the road, right? It's
Considering
not
who's
such a
up the
big deal if they're 250 runners and that's the scenario. But when you can run like the Norwegians can run, that does spell trouble.
Yeah, and it looks like Cameron is done playing games, and he's gone to put his nose right in the wind and claw back some time. I see Cameron seeing other cyclists as he continues to put pressure on the pedals. I see him riding up and into Daniel Baekkegard, whose name we haven't mentioned in a while, and Christian Hogan, who we know can ride. We know those Danes sure know how to ride.
So here, check this out. Joe Skipper came out of the water 440 down, and now he's 513. So he's lost that time. Okay. Good. Bring it together. But he came out of the water 440 down. So did Werf. So those guys have lost time. Look, I believe they would probably want to ride this on the back half. But to your point, so is it a good thing that they're looking fresh? Is it a good thing that they're absolutely going to murder the last 50 miles?
It doesn't matter. It's a lost opportunity because neither Cameron Werf, he can't run.
Well, and
fast.
Skipper has done, so, but either way,
not Werf.
I am not with any camp that says it's a good idea to start the Hoka run behind any Norwegian, period. Like, I just don't do that. I don't back that plan.
That is item number 1 on your race plan.
Let's do this. We got to talk about something else. This is a grounds where we crown the champions of the world, but Lake Placid is where champions are crowned and legends are made as well. Nestled in the mountains of the Adirondacks, ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast North America Series, is 140.6 miles of breathtaking views, challenging hills, and the ultimate finish line in the Olympic Oval. Join us July 23rd of 2023 and compete for one of the coveted slots that qualify you for the 2023 VinFast Ironman World Championship. Just sign up today at Ironman.com. Okay, here's what Matt talked about. Do you see anything missing in the background, Didi?
White caps?
There's no white caps. What does that mean to the new viewer or to the forgetful? If you don't have white caps, you don't have wind. If you don't have wind, this is a different day. This is a fast bike day. I'll just lob this up there for you two experts. When there's no wind on the bike and we ride sub 410, what does that do to the legs on the run? Does it make them fresher or do we overbike?
Well, I think you start to ride with the people. You keep people attached to groups that maybe should be dispatched because they're not at the cycling pedigree that you have. But if I'm Cameron, who we're looking at right now, I want wind. I want a ton of wind.
But you're not getting it, so what's your play?
So, but really, here's what I want to kind of just take a different angle. So we've seen this before, very windy days and very flat, very calm days. What do you think it does to the run leg specifically? Let's say they all execute the same game.
I think they have enough metrics in this day and age that they're watching a number on the power meter and they know what is reasonable. I don't think they take it to the next level because it's not windy. I think they still mind those numbers.
So, but basically what you're saying is if you ride 410 or you ride 425, depending on conditions, your run is the same.
The wind makes it harder.
Because I think what happens is that people, look, there's an effect. When you have a calm day, people have a tendency to drain the run legs just a little bit. And this will come back, of course, to our good runners. But right now, this is where we'll be soon enough. And our Qatar Airways fly cam is giving us a look exactly at that finish line shoot. And there you see it. Andy, that finish stretch, you said best 3/4 of a mile in sport, wouldn't you say?
I would.
Yeah.
Having gone down that line a bunch of times.
How many times?
You've been on some good finish lines too.
You count them up, Didi. How many times you run down that finish line? Let's just make it about us while that camera shot's up there.
10.
10 times down that line.
10 times.
I want to say I was 13, 14.
Yeah, something like that.
I don't
Just-
know. They all
You're not
blend
done
together.
yet.
You count those.
Yeah, so far.
You
So far.
You
And
count those up,
counting.
Potsy. Here we go.
You and me both.
So this is actually what the riders are going to come into as we get a really nice overlook at like the calm before the storm when they come into T2. But that can be a trap game if you are if you're Sam Laidlow at this point and you're thinking about T2, that's the trap game mentally.
Yeah.
I do think that lead car, that VinFast lead car, setting a nice pace, but maybe you should go up the road a little bit more. For
Still
me.
so far up the road. You're right.
Maybe optics a little different here.
Yeah. Let's just do this. I have to say, I can't imagine, but he's 23 years old. This is so awesome. I love what he's doing. He's done this every time I've watched him race this year, and he gets up there and he does not mess around. He is driving the pace in front of the VinFast Ironman World Championship right now. He's done this for so many hours. This is just good. Yeah, look back. This is one of those uphills. You're out of the saddle, aerodynamics a little bit lower. Look back. Where are they? But man, I just love the style here to push it. This brings back good memories of a lot of our champions and almost have-beens, could-have-beens that have just gone for it. I love this. This, to me, is such a cool part of the race.
Again, with the cards that he's been played, knowing he's got Team Normway in his company, they've got him in his sights, this is his only choice, right? He can't be patient and be like, oh, yeah, let's you and I take turns all the way
He
back.
could.
Why would you work so hard, though?
You could. He could go back and say, you know what, first Kona, I want top 10. I want that magical 9th position that is very excellent.
It is.
But the point, you could, but he doesn't. He's still going for 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, who knows, but he's going for it his style. I just respect that because a lot of people, really, they do it more conservative. And they think about saving, sitting back. I mean, I don't know. He's 23. He could have 15, 20, 28 years in the sport still, right? I mean, he could have a lot of time. So
Considering the company that you're in.
that's right. Let's just count it up. But this is it, Sam Laidlow in front of the VinFast Ironman World Championship on our full gas bike course, looking at those beautiful scenics. Gosh, I like what I see. And I think quadruple no kind of seals it. I would, just to have a dissenting opinion, I say he catches up and he rolls into transition under the same breath that Michael Riley calls the leaders. But it is improbable based on the caliber of front runners.
And not just the caliber, but also like because of the technology that we have right now, we know how fast to ride certain sections. So you're chunking sections, mentally blocking them so you can leapfrog through the day. And we know what it takes to get to the end of the line in terms of, T2 or out on the Hoka run course. And we have the metrics. Like, this is my aero position. I know if I push 293 watts, then I'm going to get there in 4 hours and 11 minutes. And you already had a 5-minute gap out of the water. I don't see Cameron riding 406. It's possible.
Ooh, 409's his course record.
I was going to say 409.06 is his
Is that looking like it's in jeopardy already?
the conditions
We're
on
clear.
the day, I would have to, and the talent on the course,
Okay, well,
I
that'd
would
be
imagine
awesome.
it's got to be pretty close.
Let's just talk about something else for a second as we watch our leader. I'm going to just throw this out there, and as I look back, I'm going to call it right now because I like to be, risky here. Positions number 23 and 24. Bradley Weiss from South Africa, Chris Leiferman from USA. I predict both of those guys finishing the top 10. just put that out there. They're going to get to the top 10. They're well out right now by 7 minutes. I think you're going to see those guys close out. I'm not even just going to mess around with talking about that any further, but it's just fun to try and see if you can hit a little a shot out here and see if you're right. But those two guys, they're the kind of guys that come down with big leads, come off the bike maybe with a big lead, and just run their shoes off into the top 10. But let's focus now on what we see. I want to ask you this, Didi. Do you see anything any chink in the armor here? Do you see any change in his form? Anything that's wrong? Cadence, position, anything that's off?
I mean, he's looking super smooth. I think we're starting to see a little bit of fatigue on his face, but, but form-wise and from this angle, no. I mean, super smooth, still super controlled, upper body nice and still. We don't see the chest heaving, so to speak. Like, he doesn't look like he's over-efforting, but when that camera angle gets around to his face, he is looking a little bit more under duress, but that could be, temperatures rising, and he's into it now. Like, he's been working for a long time. We're 3 hours, 24 minutes in, and it's not an easy pace he's setting. I still think he looks great, but he doesn't look obviously as good as he did back at Waikoloa.
Right. So what I see two things here, echoing the points that you just made, Didi. We look at the shadow. The length of this shadow is significantly shorter, so we know the sun is definitely higher. And then the other thing I noticed is it's like the cameraman's reading my mind once again. He was able, at special needs, to pick up 3 of his own bottles. Yep. So those are his bottles that he had prepared. So we know that there's comfort in that, knowing that you've got your bottles, whether that was your mix or whatever may be in it, or something super cool. It looks like he's remixing his drink. Because it had been sitting in the truck for 3 hours before he got there. So that's what I notice is this, as the sun's rising, all these athletes are riding. They're comfortable riding their bikes for 3 hours. That's about what we're not quite on the bike for 3 hours. We're 2:45 on the bike right now.
And we made that point yesterday. Anybody of this caliber can ride hard for that long.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yep.
Even it's who's making mistakes in the process.
Yeah, and with Michael, what he was mentioning before, when the conditions are really good, we'll see a faster day. And so what does a faster day mean? Well, a faster day keeps more athletes engaged mentally to know that they are still in contention. Mm-hmm. Also, a faster day physiologically means you need to use fewer outside resources to fuel your tank. So why do we like it when there's heavy winds and really warm conditions? Is because it lengthens out the day. There's more, lack of a better word, carnage on the race course because of the meltdowns that are not happening.
Laidlow now has a 25-second gap over Christian Blumenfeld, Magnus Dietlev, Max Newman, and Christian.
That may well be why he looks like he's a little bit under duress. I mean, he's obviously making a move here and trying to capitalize and get away, play the card that he's got to play.
And I'd say it this way: to me, this again is just going into a couple decades of watching this race. You're hitting that mile 70 or 69, 70 in that zone. You mentioned it, Andy, 3.5 hours of racing. You're going to start to see these athletes also, what I like to say, and this is not scientific, but they cross over often that sweet, salty barrier in this time. And you start to really go from where all those delicious drinks and all those
they don't taste so delicious anymore.
Those sweet gels and all that stuff, it starts to really put you off, and you realize that your demands are now switching over to more sodium needs. It's a sweet, salty barrier. A lot of people don't understand it, see it. These calculations are unreal. So certainly these guys, what they're doing is they're going to be aware of that. But I think that you have to factor that in as you roll through this compartment of the race. Just be ready for it.
When you look at this, look at the time frame of the day, right? We're 3.5 hours into this race, and that is about, if you could smell the finish line in terms of a half Ironman, then you can go a little deeper. Yeah. But if you know that you aren't even halfway through the day, then it's that sweet, salty barrier.
Yeah, you got it.
And it messes with you mentally and physically.
You got it. Yeah, that's it. So I want to remind everyone that if you're on IronmanNow.com, you can have this great view. You can choose your very own camera view. You can get in there and dictate if you want to look at Christian Blumenfeld or if you want to pop over to someone else. You can have one of those 4 camera views at your disposal. So great stuff. You also get to throw up a little quick video avatar, say hi to your fans, interact, of course. It's a great way to experience our broadcastironmannow.com. So that's what it looks like. Jump over there now, because you're still staying with us. Everything continues the same. But Didi, so Andy, here's the story. We're still, and I still love this move, and I like that gap, and I think he does too. But I'm still going to play the advocate for waiting until 130K, because I think that, you know, we saw this.
Too soon.
It's too soon. Yeah. It's too soon to make a break stick. It's costly because you dangle. Because what happens is you come down. You've got a couple of rollers here still to contend with, and then you come down into Kauai High. And not to beleaguer the point here, but it does often feel like one of the hottest places on the surface of the planet when you go up that mile-long hill, or 1.6 kilometers, and the wind is at your back if there is any. The speed drops dramatically. Sweat rate heightens. It increases. It's dripping off your face. You're questioning everything, including your will to live and why did you sign up for this race. And then it passes. You turn right on the Queen Ka'ahumanu. But that's coming up still in 20 minutes for him, or 15 minutes. So I don't know.
It's 30 seconds, and it's some serious firepower behind him. So to be determined if this is a decisive break, but it's definitely a cognizant choice.
You know, we haven't seen Gustav in the camera yet. Oh boy, I love that picture. Just the calm waters. Look how calm they are. There's no white caps.
No wind. Yep.
Thanks again to Qatar Airways for providing those great shots, because Andy, that makes me want to jump in.
I'll go for a swim with you, Michael.
Let's
hop on my feet.
Sounds like a date.
So
hop on my feet. Good luck.
So we haven't seen Gustav. He's sitting in fifth in the group of 4, but he hasn't put his nose into the wind
At all.
And that's part of that savvy that you is sometimes it's innate, sometimes it's learned, but you know
the chase group behind though,
3 minutes.
Svensson, Tim O'Donnell, and Carl Smith, that is unchanged. So they're holding that gap from the turn at Javi.
And it looks like Daniel Backegaard is another minute behind the group that contains T.O., Jesper, and Kyle Smith. But going back to Gustav, you know, I like the lack of mental energy he needs to expend. Yeah. He's just saying, hold at 12 meters.
Hold at 12 meters, drink now. Hold at 12 meters, have a gel now. Hold at 12 meters, just tend to all the business. That's such a great point, Andy.
Yeah.
It really is. It's an escort. And he's, you know, it's not, it's instinct, it's calculated. Well, here we go. Now already we're looking at Dietlev, and then Blumenfeld, and then Newman, and then Eden. Correct. Those 4, all 12 to 14 meters apart. I know the camera angle tells you something else right now, but remember, camera angles can play with your mind.
They're being marshaled so tightly. They're 12 meters.
100%. Yep. But that right there, and watch, in the saddle, out of the saddle, seated, in the aero bars, very different play for that hill. But you know what? This is kind of a preference thing as well. Nothing is wrong. Someone may want the aerodynamics. Someone may give it up to have a stretch of the back and the hamstrings, calves, and whatnot. So it's all different play. But Dietlev, let's say this. I bet I would at least bet $1, if not 2, that when he gets to the top of the Kauai High climb, he is planning a move, because this, again, he said it. I want to do some damage on the bike, and not many people can run 240. I've done it twice this year.
I'm not taking that bet with you, because that's what it looks like, right?
Totally.
So
it's interesting. He strategized. He made a move starting the climb to Javi. And there is another move in there, right? That's not the only play he's got. I mean, this is all part of the bigger strategy.
God, he still rides left. I would love to. Yeah. I would love to not worry about it, but
so as we're looking at Ditlev's position, everybody loved Cam, how calm he is on the bike. Magnus Ditlev, just as calm. Yep. So let's look at the rookie, the island rookie, and what he has to say.
Yeah, it's something I have to get used to, that people are actually talking about me potentially winning this race, and it feels very surreal, and also in a way, I'm just really proud of this situation I am in now. And for 2 years ago, I was not even almost racing professionally, so actually sitting here for the first time and people talking that I have the possibility to win the race is something I get really motivated by. So it's really cool.
There you go. Everyone's talking about Ditlev. He knows it and he feels it. 24 years old, brash enough, but experienced and confident enough, educated enough. You know, we'll talk about this. When you're a rookie, this day and age, you're not a rookie like you were back a while. I mean, look, Luke Van Leerde in 1996, he came in here with some incredible guidance and won the race. So it's happened. But I just want to give another nod to Chelsea Sodaro. She came in here having never raced this event, have only done 2 Ironmans. Sounds familiar. We got a few of those today. And she knew what to do and when to do it. And it was because she had great guidance. She had a coach who knows the course, who's raced here. She had a plan. She trained the course ahead of time. That sounds very familiar because these rookies have done that as well.
Sometimes ignorance is bliss, but if you can get that guidance that you're talking about to really walk you through the small things when you don't quite know the ABCs of how to even approach the start line once you're on Hawaii's Big Island. So I remember my first time on the island, I didn't realize you had to have a bag for transitions. I was like, why don't they just put it all on the pier?
On the floor.
Right? And I had to go back to transition. I forgot it. I had to go back. I mean, it's really small things that add up. And when you're contending for a win, like Chelsea just won.
Yeah.
Kudos to Chelsea. That's so awesome for her.
Quickly, what do you make of this? This is Eden at the back of the group with an extraordinarily high cadence, style, or running out of gears?
Yeah, no. Okay, so he's probably purposefully going higher cadence. A higher cadence, what that does for you is it puts more stress on your cardiovascular system. And when you see these athletes time trialing, a very common metric is we're seeing is like 80 RPMs. 80 is your cadence. But if you see a higher cadence like Gustav here, he's taking less away from his, or he's taking away
less from his legs.
Less from his legs, doesn't need as much glycogen, going more with his respiration and heart and lungs, and that's more fuel for later.
What I noticed during that little bit there, as they're riding that little roller, we had Blumenfeld and Eden with the exact same style. Higher cadence, up out of the saddle, stand. Ditlev and Newman both still in their bars, but it's interesting to see the training partners sort of mirroring each other's styles. Again, it's not tactics, it's just technique and how they've been coached.
That's right. Taking a page from one another's book. But here we are behind Sam Laidlow from France. He did take the time to put those socks on, and we know that that is a compression material, also a cooling effect. A lot of folks do like to have all that white fabric, keep it wet, keep it cool, maybe a bit of a temperature regulation. But nonetheless, aside from his black shorts, this guy's gone full white kit, really reflective. You know, it's a choice that, again, he's thought through. Even the shoes are white, so really trying to mitigate some of that hot Hawaii sun. As he comes into an aid station right away, boom, executed. Got the cold water, still has his 3 bottles, Andy, per your recognition there. Cools his neck, the cold water, drinks some. He's got to pitch this one soon at the last chance water bottle drop here that's coming up. Otherwise it becomes a bit of a violation there, littering violation for 5 minutes.
38 miles an hour as he starts to roll down that pitch. We've got the VinFast performance. So when we're looking at this speed and what do these analytics show us, they show you like what are athletes truly capable of. As you see the moto start to slow down, you can tell it's the gradient on the road that's also going up. This is actually a pretty short aid station. Some of these aid stations get longer and longer, but this one's a short one because it's mirrored on the opposite side. As you see the age group athletes coming out to the outbound, you can see the professionals, Gustav taking on water here. The opposite side of that aid station, which normally is blended as one aid station, which makes it longer, was occupying the other side of the road. So it's a shorter aid station.
You saw that VinFast performance graphic there telling us exactly how hard these guys are riding downhill. And boom, a move. Christian Blumenfeld in front of Magnus Ditlev, who is sitting up. And ultimately, you do sit up. Maybe it is, hey, your time to get up front. He's looking back.
Man, he's a big guy.
He's very tall. He's about 7 feet taller than Greg Welch. We saw that in the pre-race interview. Interesting, though. This is the thing where maybe Blumenfeld looked ahead too and said, well, a different escort has left me. A different companion on the road has left. I want to go find Sam Laidlow again. Ditlev, what are we doing? You've also got Ditlev looking back a lot, which he's looking for something. I would hate to think, and even hate throwing it out there, that he has a slow leak or something, is looking for that neutral support. You never like to see too many look backs. Sit up, look back, sit up, look back. Blumenfeld is racing for it.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
Was it? We don't know, but time will tell as Blumenfeld is gone. But look, they're closing right back up. We know that Eden jumped in front of Ditlev, and then we also know there's probably response. This is it. Look, Laidlow's
a real
gone.
move.
Laidlow had that gap, and now we see Blumenfeld saying, hey, it's time for me to go. I do like, look, somewhere between 70 and 80 miles, these guys probably had the opportunity and the plan to get away. It is with great excitement, though, that we look at these pictures, we speculate, and we notice, there it is. Okay, so this answers, this makes me feel better. Ditlev back into the aero bars.
He just didn't want to be on the front anymore.
He said, you know what, I'm doing a lot of work. I'll go ahead and go to 4th wheel, no problem. But wow, what a blow-up.
And a smart maneuver, because he's thinking, look, I'm not going to give these guys a free ride. They can run potentially a little bit faster than I can, and I'm the one that's sitting here doing all the work. So now it's time for you guys to do the work, and I'm going to rest up before we get to the marathon.
These men that are racing down the road right now towards Kauai High and a return to the primary highway and where it all will play out, they know each other well. Not many people know each other as well as the next 3 that we're going to see on camera. I'm excited to see what the great Dave Scott, Mark Allen, and Greg Welch have to say. This threesome is unparalleled. Go for it, fellas. It's great to see you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much there, Michael. And, you know, Didi hit the nail on the head there, and I think that Didi, you know, called it best. And that Magnus Ditlev has now gone to the back of that group just to get a little bit of recovery in there, because he's now starting to realise that he's not having it his way over Gustav Iden and also Christian Blumenfeld. So Ditlev's just going to play it on the back burner here, just get his breath and then go. These two right here, Mark Allen and Dave Scott, they are 6-time Ironman World Championship winners. They know how it's done. All right, going past 75 miles on the bike, just approaching that 80-mile marker, I posed the question to two of you, both of you incredible champions, that at 80 miles every year, we know it. Yep, we know what happens out there. The 80-mile mark coming back into town is the most difficult section, but it's also where you can gain or lose big amounts of time, Dave.
Yeah, we've seen the field always fraction once they get back on the Queen K, and they come off Kauai High, the very bottom of Kauai High where the port is. It's always the hottest part of the section. They've got about 1,600 meters to get to the top. It's a really slow grind, and I think people sort of second-guess whether or not they've got the battery to carry on once they get on the Queen K. As you said, it fractions all the time. If you feel like, hey, I want to really break this race open, I don't want to get off the bike together, now's the time. And, we were watching Sam and Laidlow and Christian Blumenfeld make that move, and then Ditlev and Gustav Iden are responding to it. So it looks like a 4, possibly a 5-person race right now, but there's a huge chase group as well, and that group's going to be fractioned.
Yeah, you got Laidlow up front, Mark, and also Gustav Iden just overtaken his compatriot and training partner, Christian Blumenfeld. And then you've got Magnus Ditlev. I'm calling that the top 4 today. But now you see the left-hand turn. Like Dave said, it is quite stagnant down here, Mark. Very, very warm. There's not much wind out there at this point in time. Looks like a record-setting day, but it's always going to come down to the last part here and what they leave for the run.
Yeah, this is the part where you start to get the reality of what Ironman Day is going to be for you, because you make that left-hand turn, as you've both mentioned, and it's a climb up, and the way the air moves, it's moving at exactly the same speed as you, and it's like this radiator, and you know that when you make that right turn back out onto the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway, there's going to be a little bit of a breeze, but that doesn't cool you in that moment, and so that's sort of like where it solidifies that this is going to be a tough day. And as we go back toward town, like you mentioned, it's a place where a lot of breaks can take place. However, it's also a place where even if a break isn't taking place, guys are spending a lot of matches to hold on to those competitors that they don't want to have with a big lead going into the marathon. So it's a really tricky section to do your self-maintenance, your self-management, to not overcook yourself to try and stay in good position. Clearly, Christian and Gustav, they've done so much training together. They know each other's strengths and know each other's weaknesses. They know where each other's probably going to try to, break the field and maybe break each other. They're the only two that know that. And so they have, in my opinion, they have a certain ease that none of the other guys have, because they know what they're dealing with. The other guys are out there going, when's it going to happen? What's it going to look like? Can I do it? Can I manage it?
Yeah, when and if.
So many Ironman Hawaii rookies out there, though, that have proven themselves this year. Magnus Ditlev, incredible racing this year. Obviously, Gustav and Christian throwing down some incredible races. I'm just excited that there's so many young guys who are at the front of the race looking totally in control also.
Yeah, coming off Highway 19, just about to hit the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway for the very last time today. They'll have 32 miles to ride back into town. Sam Laidlaw from France is leading the competition at the moment, extending his lead out to 1 minute, 57 and 58 seconds. Gustav Iden, and there is Christian Blumenfeld. Magnus Ditlev is sitting in a good position, and Australia's Max Neumann just sitting in that fifth position at this point of time as well. Then quite a decent gap in between Svensson from Sweden, Timothy O'Donnell, Kyle Smith from New Zealand, and then there is a significant gap. 5 minutes back to other chasers. Some of the other favourites in there. Cam Worth, what can he do coming back in? Is he going to bring the pack back into the contention of this race, or will it be Patrick Langer that gets out to a flyer on the run course here today? It is getting exciting, and we're not even off the bike yet. I'm calling a little bit of a duel, just like you two at Iron War in 1989. Mark Allen and Dave Scott. They fought it all the way until 23 miles of the run at the top of Bellani Road. It was Mark Allen who finally broke Dave Scott's reign here as the six-time Ironman world champion, going on to be the world champion for the very first time. And I've got goosebumps talking about it. You guys were the absolute goats, the legends, and paved the way for us mere mortals to do and emulate what you did. So right now the action continues back up onto the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway. They'll go past Mauna Kea, down on the flats of Waikoloa, and the last chance to break the legs of the competition going up Scenic Hill. Is that the telling point of the last part of the bike?
Well, the Scenic Hill is about a mile gradient, and the day's been pretty calm. They've been riding fast, so the wind's not going to be a problem. It can't be a cross or a headwind in there, but it does sting your legs. And the irony of the course, and I don't think a lot of people recognize that's not the second highest point on the course. It really comes another about 8K beyond that, where you're coming into town. It's near the Hawaiian Cemetery. That's the second highest point other than Hawi, which they've already passed. So there still is a fair amount of climbing to contend with, and it does sap your legs a bit. Interestingly, with the women yesterday, I think a lot of them were pretty zapped by the bike. These guys are a totally different day, having a phenomenal cycling leg, but are they going to try to overrun Elite Drive? And that's always a question.
Yeah, it's always a question. Elite Drive is only a very small portion of the race now, where it used to be a larger portion. Very tough, very hot and humid out there. There was a lot of rain overnight, so it's going to be permeating out of the ground. It's not 88 on the ground. It's about 120 coming up into the faces. It's going to be a very sweaty afternoon. Nutrition, very important. Mark, you touched on the rookies. There's a lot of rookies here today. Christian Blumenfeld, Gustav Iden, Magnus Ditlev, Sam Laidlaw. This is amazing. But 2 days ago, a rookie won the race. Chelsea Sodaro, she was absolutely meticulous in her drive toward the championship. She was smooth and she left no stone unturned, executed the perfect race. What's it going to take to execute the perfect race today for either one of those three rookies?
Well, I think you're seeing them do it right now, and before the event, a lot of people asked me, what would you like to see today? And I said, I would like to see one of the rookies do it like Chelsea did in the women's event. You can look at the pack that's about 5 minutes back. There's some horses in there. There's Patrick Long. Normally, 5 minutes, you would go, no big deal. The guy can run everybody down. Well, there's several guys ahead of him who he would have a very hard time catching, and he may lose time to them on the marathon. A big pack in that 5-person group, or that 5-minute back group, if they work together, if they kind of rallied to sort of like push the pace and try to close that gap, it could be very close with a lot of guys at the end. But as we all know, those chase packs, if they get to be a lot of people, a lot of times people kind of look around and they go, I'm not going to be the carrot out here for you, just like Magnus said to Christian and Gustav right there. He goes, I'm not being the carrot anymore. You guys take the lead now.
Mark, I want to talk about this because in your racing days, you were the strategist. So were you, Dave. You were very strategic in how you placed yourself where you were. You were more of the driver in the early days of Ironman in the early 80s. Mark, when you came along when the bike started getting a little bit better, more aerodynamic, a little bit lighter, the sport started changing just a little bit away from our steel frames, right, Dave? And our
they have changed. Those steel frames are pretty ugly bikes.
Yeah, well, we used to do up the toe straps, but everything's changed, right? So the times are coming down. So it's an incredibly difficult thing to understand how aerodynamics and everything come into it. My question to you is right now, these guys are pushing it harder than they ever have. Lionel Sanders, he's finding himself in quite a deficit. However, he's trying to run a calculated race today, not racing, stupidly and just trying to get to the front as fast as he possibly can. He's a guy that we can't discount on the run either.
You can't, but he's losing time, and I don't. And he is such an incredibly strong cyclist. I have to wonder if he's, he's not. It doesn't look like he's doing anything strategic. It just looks like he's not having the day that he had hoped to have out there in Kona. Because whatever he was the last check, I saw 9 minutes back. 7 minutes before that. That's not holding back to have an amazing marathon, in my opinion. He's just kind of off his game. These guys very good with strategy. Both Christian and Gustav have done a lot of training out here. They understand heat. Both of them, their coach Olaf has done a lot of very scientific testing with body temperature to know how many watts they can push and what body temperature they can go to before things start to shut down. They know where that limit is. They've used that data to do a lot of the stuff that we had to sort of intuitively kind of figure out. The last years that I was racing, yes, we had a lot of aerodynamic stuff coming in, but we didn't have this as much science as these guys have.
Yeah, exactly, like reading sodium levels and electrolyte levels.
Right.
We knew all about, keeping the core temperature down. Dave was one of those that, experienced with, glycerol and glycol and these things. So, keeping core temperature regulated, which is one of the most important things, not only on the bike, but especially on the run. If your radiator's overheating, you're not going to get the performance, right? So, all right. So these guys, data-driven, scientifically formulated. Olav Alexander, that's right, Mark. He is a scientist. He's out there trying to work on what is the next thing. How am I going to, bring my athletes to the next level? Lionel Sanders calls himself No Limits. I call these guys going to the outer limits of what is humanly possible. Dave, given that you were one of the icons that started, winning this thing time and time again, you actually found something that worked for you and stayed with it. Did you change your philosophy over the years after you won, or was it the same sort of build-up and the same strategy as you went through your 6 titles?
Well, I think looking at technology, you always want to sort of absorb it, use it, analyze it, and certainly with the athletes that I coach now, it's part of the mantra. But back then, even with the Norwegians that Mark mentioned, with the scientific profiles that are built around their training and so on, intuitively they're going to say, how does my engine feel? And whether they're looking at their metrics or they're calculating exactly how much sodium they need, and obviously there is a great science to that. When they get to the run, they're going to say, how's my body feel? How does my body feel? And it doesn't really matter what the pace is. If they're in the game and it's competitive, which it looks like it will be, they're going to say, I got to go now, or I got to settle back or ratchet back. And I think Mark hit it right on the nose. With Lionel Sanders, who's a brilliant athlete, you can allow a little bit of a margin if you have the confidence. And if you have the confidence and say, well, these guys are going too fast. This is an amazing day, but I feel good about my run. And what we have not seen here, and I'm sure Mark would attest to this as well, is we haven't seen the marathon times in the World Championships that correlate to their 70.3 times. They are too slow. And I would say that to Gustav and Christian.
They're fighting words there, Dave.
No. I want them to. I want them to run fast. I want to see them run a 2:30. And Mark is chomping at the bit.
Yeah. Dave, take a ticket. Time for Mark.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mark.
I will say I will predict right now that we are going to see a new marathon record for the men, and not just by one, but probably by two. I have heard through the grapevine that if they run slower than 2:35, that they're going to feel like it was a lousy day. Well, anybody out there feel like over 2:35 is lousy? I don't think so. And the interesting, just to give you a metric or standard on how these guys are coming into this race, for Gustav Iden or Christian Blumenfeld, this is kind of like an afterthought in a sense. Christian wanted to win a gold medal and an Ironman World Championship in the same year. He achieved that in St. George. So this is sort of like, this is like icing on the cake. This wasn't part of the strategy necessarily. Gustav Iden wanted to win in St. George, but he couldn't race there. He wanted to do that Ironman World Championship in St. George. He had COVID, couldn't race. So again, this race wasn't on his calendar because the second half of the season was going to be focused on Ironman 70.3 World Championships at the end of this month. So that's how good these guys are. This is sort of like a pivot race for both of them, and look at them.
Just taking a look at the full gas bike course right now, 112 miles in length as they make their way back into Kailua Kona right now. So I'd like to thank Mark Allen and Dave Scott for joining us right here at IronmanNow.com. This is enhanced coverage. You've got many types of camera views that you can choose from today. So get out there, choose your favorite one, and stay with the action. For Mark Allen and Dave Scott, I am Greg Welch saying so long from now. We'll be back with you in about an hour's time.
Thank you so much to those guys. You three are awesome. The insight I truly appreciate. It's always a nice perspective to get from these three. So thanks so much. As we look forward here at Sam Laidlow, who has almost a minute lead at the last time check over Gustav Iden and Christian Blumenfeld, who are running second and third. And I just have to say, Sam Laidlow has already proven to me that he knows more than I. I said he went too early. He went at the right moment to then go again. I think he's capitalized on that gap, and he's just extending it a bit more. I continue to say, please push to the right, but I also continue to applaud the gusto with which he is racing. He is going for it. And I also will say, just here, what do you guys think of this? I'll ask, rather. When you see Ditlev now in fourth with Newman fifth, do you think Ditlev is maybe trying to say, all right, I'm part of this group that's doing damage on the bike, but maybe now I need to save a little bit of my legs. Maybe now I need to ride the Norwegian train. He's sitting behind.
So Magnus, I think, played that card really nicely because he got Gustav to say, oh, I guess I'll go stick my nose in the ring.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of surprised because he was patient, and maybe maybe Gustav thought, oh, that minute gap to Sam is real. I need to start doing some work. We mentioned it earlier, Didi, about these gaps. It looked real tight in the beginning because of the sheer number of people, but now you're seeing that's a 20 meters easily.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, he looks like he's trying to stretch it a little bit, but I think that is Christian Blumenfeld behind him, and I think I've seen a couple of times.
Magnus playing this smart?
Oh, I think Magnus is absolutely playing this smart. I think I think Magnus did a lot of work on the way up to Javi. I think he did a lot of work coming down from Javi, and I think he just got frustrated and said, these guys are going to run really fast. I need to save some energy here.
welcome back here to the VinFast Ironman World Championship, brought to you by VinFast. And we're looking here now at Sam Laidlow. I referenced his 255 at the Ironman World Championships in St. George. Ironman's first World Championship of the year. Okay, it was a build up to this one. It was extremely important, and he excelled. He took 8th place at that race. Sam Laidlow did. He got after it. He really rolled the dice. But that 255, it doesn't put fear into the heart of a 234 runner that we're looking at right now. It doesn't put fear in the heart of Blumenfeld or Eden.
Okay, so maybe they're not thinking about Sam, but you look at Sam Laidlow, minute up, Gustav Eden, Christian Blumenfeld, Magnus Ditlev, Max Newman. 5 guys. Have they ever raced on the Big Island at the Ironman World Championships? So they haven't been on the Big Island. They haven't been in this position before. Not saying that they can't handle it with a plum right now. Does he
he's sitting up and waiting?
Well, I was going to say he's on the inside. He's not even on the road anymore. He's on the
shoulder.
He's on the shoulder.
He's doing the same thing. He's taking it back. He's taking the same
He's saying,
page
hey,
out
listen,
of
I've just
Dilev's.
worked really hard.
Each one of these guys is just saying, you know what? It's an echelon. I'm going to let you roll through. I've done my work. I'm going to sit up on a pullover, roll through, and then it's your turn, Blumenfeld.
This is actually a climb too.
For sure.
So, but you got these top 5 guys in the race right now are, oh man, these handoffs, they sure look slower now. There's some extra fizz getting blown out by Sam. I
have to say, I've never seen the Coke sport bottles before. That's a new addition.
Now that they've had them for a little while.
I haven't been around for a while.
So, I look at these 5 guys and I think there might be some cooperation thinking, is the race in front of us? Is this the race, or is the race behind us? Are we getting accurate splits? How do we keep the pace super high? And you're starting to see the gaps be normalized and even growing. Because if you look at the gap from Daniel Backegaard, who last time check was in 9th place, all the way to Max Newman in 5th, that's 5 minutes and 10 seconds. It's the same gap that we had at the turnaround in Hawi. So the gaps are normalized. Nobody's really riding that much faster than the other. And I think that's where the game is right now for Ironman is we're pitting all these great athletes against each other who have very similar skill sets. And that's why we have dynamic racing. That's why we've got 1 guy out front, 4 in an honest chase pack. Then we've got Tim O'Donnell, Jesper Svensson, Kyle Smith, kind of not in no man's land, but they're dangling a little bit. They're about 330, 345 back of the first chase pack. And then you've got the main big group that's probably getting pulled by Cam Wurf.
That right there, that is impressive racing. Sam Laidlow, 23, a rookie. He's just put 2 minutes into these dueling Norwegians as well as into Ditlev and
I
Max
still
Newman.
don't think they're worried. It's an impressive ride.
It's amazing. I'm with you. They're not worried. They're not counting that. That is, Dee, you're 100% right. But here's the thing. Go Sam Laidlow, go. I love this. We talked about it. We want dynamic. We don't want to predict this. We want to be wrong. I'm going to say this as well. I called out Bradley Weiss and Chris Leiferman. I just look, Chris Leiferman is going backwards. He's lost a ton of time. Bradley Weiss still holding. And also, as we look at this, Lionel Sanders, he's in 32nd place. Yeah. He's inching his way forward. That guy's going to open up a can of worms here, as in WOOPASS. That kind of worms to get himself on that run. Go for it.
Just a reminder to our viewers on Facebook, it is approaching time in just about 3 minutes to click over to part 2. If you are joining us via Peacock, that should happen automatically, but just a heads up that we are rolling into the second half of coverage. And our Facebook viewers are going to want to act accordingly by clicking part 2.
Watching Eden here sit up again. He's like, come on, fellas. I don't want this lead anymore. Blumenfeld stubbornly taking the lead. It is funny because
Eden's been sitting up for 10 minutes now.
Correct. And now Blumenfeld said, really? And he said, yeah, it's your turn, man. I've been up at the front. And then they look back. He goes, I'm trying to get Ditlev up there. And then Blumenfeld is saying, all right, I'll do this. Ditlev, mind you, is saying, I spent a lot of time at the front, fellas. Let's see what we've got.
And it's 2 minutes. And sometimes 2+ minutes, maybe they're not afraid of Sam's run legs, but you don't know.
No, you should be afraid of everyone's run legs.
Right.
But I think when it comes down to it, because we talk about this, Ironman doesn't really care about past results. But in the end, the day to have the 10 or 20-minute breakthrough on your marathon, is it on this day?
No.
Right? Because that's so,
No.
he 255 was great. And I think he ran faster 249 at another event a few years ago. But my point is they can calculate a little bit. Like these two Norwegians and the data that they have is not just on themselves. They also know really who is a player. They know that also Magnus Ditlev is on a nice streak. Okay, we're going to remind you guys that Facebook folks, you're going to have to switch over to that second broadcast. So if you're watching on Facebook or Peacock, the second broadcast, i.e. that new feed, is going to have to start. And now we are here again. Most of you that are on the Facebook platform have switched over, hopefully, to the second feed. And if you have not, you don't hear me. So anyway, Facebook folks, it'll go dark. You have to join us. I'm going to come in here and just give a lot of praise for this young man, Sam Laidlow from France. He is rocking and rolling. He came in here with a plan, is sticking to it probably pretty much to a T. And we were just discussing a minute ago sort of what's, I don't know what's going down. And if you're, I would do this. If I were one of these people, I would also know who is on a bit of an upward trend or a hot streak, because we used to always see, all right, the athletes that crushed it in June and July and were flying sub-8, did they continue to try and get better from there? Or did you see them take a break so that they could build again to Kona? So thinking about it now, who's on the right hot streak now, right? Who is racing into this well now? I don't have the answer to that, but I think that these other athletes know that.
Yeah, I wonder if Magnus, when he raced in July, I wonder if that effort. Hey, now
he's got to get by, but there's a bike in his way. But he does have to get by. You
I wonder
can't do
if
that.
Max was going forwards or backwards there.
As we said, if you're in
I
that
don't know
spot,
what
you
that
cannot
was
come
about.
back out.
We're all shaking our heads
no.
a little bit there, like, that didn't look quite right.
I don't know how that played out, but I will say this: we talked about before. If you're ever in that position, you are not allowed to exit from the rear. You always have to go back out the front.
And yeah, once you
No
initiate, you have to.
Even inadvertently.
Yeah, maybe that was, and I don't see Magnus passing Max on the right there. Everybody is
Like
pretty.
it looks like he went to go by, and the moto, that's a camera moto, was a bit in the way, but the moto immediately moved out of the way, but he fell back, and that's still not okay. You need to move forward.
Yeah. Well, I was talking about Magnus's race in July. You know, sometimes when you go quiet or dormant July, August, then those athletes are putting in the work. And the volume and the intensities necessary to excel in October. And I didn't hear much after, I think all these athletes raced pretty strong in August, and maybe they're just young. Is that what it is?
Well,
They're just young?
they are all sub 30. So in my book, that's still quite young for this sport. 28 for Blumenfeld, 23 for Laidlow, 24 for Ditlev. But look at this. We're on with Max Newman, continuing to impress. I'll say this as well. The 3-time Ironman Cannes athlete is pushing very well with this lead group of, let's say the 5 front runners right now. He's tucked in very well with Eden Blumenfeld and Ditlev.
Okay, we have Laidlow now through 87.8 miles. Start your watches, fellas.
Yeah, so we've got Sam Laidlow has a 2-minute 37-second at last time check on the group of 4, and containing Christian Blumenfeld, Gustav Eden, Magnus Ditlev, and Max Newman. So that lead. So as you see on the camera, we just passed through Waikoloa.
Yep.
And the Waikoloa move is a real thing. We've got the highest point on the Queen Kama'amau Highway coming up on that scenic overlook. It's still yet to be had. So as they approach the high point on the highway, that lead is only growing. So I know that everybody thinks about the run legs, but in the moment,
I guarantee you these athletes, as calculated as they may think they have it all planned out, there is a dynamic nature to racing that a computer and a number just won't answer every time. You know, sometimes it turns. You got to just rely on instinct and guts.
Let's get over to Matt Lieto, who's with the Chase group that's chasing this lead 5-pack, even though Laidlow's dropped them. Let's go, Matt.
Thanks so much, Michael. Yeah, it's a group of 4 now at this point. We got Newman, we got Ditliev, we have Gustav, and then we have Christian Blumenfeld in the front of that group. Just want to comment on what you guys kind of observed there. With Ditliev, he was talking to the ref. I do not believe he got a penalty, but I will get information. He actually pulled the ref over, and that was actually a ref that kind of blocked that direction for Newman. So I think if there's a time where you're not going to get a penalty for going back out of the zone, it's that, because as soon as the ref left, Ditliev got back on the gas. So it would have been Newman trying to do anything. Clearly, it was just kind of a situation there. Yeah, these guys are moving, right? And they're getting word that Laidlaw is, that Sam is 2 minutes up, and they don't look too stressed. I think I heard you guys talking about the 255. And again, I'm looking at 2 guys right now that have run 235, and the man on screen has run 240 a couple times. So it's, I don't think they're too worried. No disrespect. They respect Sam, but he's had a couple races this year where he's come up with some cramps, and he's been known to kind of push a little bit too hard on the bike. But yeah, this group of 4 seems to be working pretty well together. Ditliev right now happy to sit in and let the 2 runners push the pace. He looks strong. He looks over. Ditliev gave me kind of a nod just then. Looks very comfortable. Gustav still looks very, very, very good. Very comfortable, looks over at me, no really emotion there, just very static. And Christian Blumenfeld on screen, the one pushing the pace. I don't think these guys necessarily, I mean, maybe they did. They were kind of holding their cards to their sleeve. They're very confident, but second and third at this point, with a pretty big gap of the best cyclists in the sport behind them, certainly no one else was hoping that this was going to be what these 2 Norwegians did, but there's a reason we called it the Norwegian train, and it is steaming at full force forward at the moment, and again, looking very smooth. Gustav does not look stressed at all. And yeah, again, this group is looking pretty good, pretty smooth, and again, not too stressed about the athletes in front, guys.
You are looking at a full shot here of Christian Blumenfeld, 235 in his debut Ironman in Cozumel off a 402 bike split. And Andy, you know this secret. Didi, you know this secret. Cozumel, while flat and, quote, fast, it's also long on the bike by 113.5 miles, almost 2 miles. Yeah, so that's just something. He did a 402 and then put down a 235. Yeah, the swim is current aided.
I didn't know that.
But then as you look to the other run that he did, he just said, oh, that was 235. It was my first try. The second try was in St. George with a 238. Really good stuff. But we are now watching Gustav Iden as we watch him push it through the lava fields, the historic moment that is upon us, perhaps another rookie winning. We're going to throw it on over to Greg Welch, the man, the myth, the legend. Greggy, let's hear it.
All right, thank you very much, Michael. And yes, we have Mark Baker down here right now. He's the Chief Technology Officer for BioStarks. And I tell you what a great sponsor and partner to come in at a most brilliant time. You know, BioStarks becomes the official Ironman sponsor as well, and the official testing kit of the Ironman Global Series, and also a part of the US VinFast Ironman Series as well, and also the title sponsor of Ironman Arizona. Welcome to the family, the Ironman Ohana. We are so excited to have you, and what an incredible piece of technology that you have right now. We're talking about data-driven athletes with Gustav Iden, Christian Blumenfeld taking it to the next level, but your product is actually going to allow everyone to do that.
Exactly. So yeah, we're really excited to be the newest partner for Ironman, and so what our product does, it's really unique in that we make it accessible to everybody. That we have a home test kit. We send it directly to your home. A few drops of blood on a little cartridge on a little kit. Send it back to our lab, and we give you about 30, right now about 30 biomarkers, and we can tell you what you're high on, what you're low on, and what's really great about our product too is that we we trend you over time. So not just comparing you to national averages, because again, these athletes, they don't really conform to that. So it's really great that we can kind of show, where are you high, where are you low for your normal. So it's
it's like a what can I say, like a biotech preventative,
Yeah.
position that you're in right now, and it gives all the athletes, exactly the right data to go into it and say you're doing this right, or you could possibly do something better.
Yeah. So
And all in wellness too.
Exactly. Yeah. So our company is founded in preventative health and wellness, and specifically for the sports community here. You look at these guys, like all the training, and everybody's spending so much time with just trying to improve to just get that little bit of an edge. The helmets, the bikes, the wheels, and everything. So we look at our test kits as that's another advantage that we can give people, is to know where they can kind of step up and peak.
Yeah. So I mean, there are a lot of products out there on the market, but why is yours so important?
Yeah, so ours gives you personalized recommendations on where you can maybe be a little bit better, things where to know if you're a little bit low on something. We break down our biomarkers into like fatty acids and amino acids, but then we also give benefits. If you want to really work with something like endurance, like we'll show you where your biomarkers are specifically for endurance or specifically for recovery, and show maybe where you can be a little bit better to help you recover quicker and be able to train hard.
Okay, and where can we learn a little bit more about this?
Yeah, biostarks.com. It's our website. We have everything in there for our kits and different types of tests that we can do and what biomarkers we test for, and it's a great resource.
I think it's a great resource, but I think exactly where they are right now. They need to know exactly what's going on with their body. They've been through 85, coming up to that 90-mile marker. This is where the body's going to start laying over and say, hey, where's my core strength? Where is my nutrition? And how do I make it to the finish line of the bike ride and provide a full set of legs with strength to get through that 26.2 miles with everything that I've got? And your product is going to be able to do that. You are the official testing kit of Ironman.
Right.
Can't wait to see our partnership grow. I'll
Right.
see you in Arizona, and I'll see you in St. George.
That sounds great. We'll look for you there.
All right,
All
Mark Baker, the Chief Technology Officer right now here at biostarks.com. And a great guy. Get out there and have a swim, mate.
I will do. Thank you.
An avid diver. All right, we're
Yeah.
going to throw it back to you guys in the studio.
Right on. Thank you both for that excellent contribution. And again, if we should someday run a show of what Dee Dee and Andy and I are talking about off scene, because off record here, because we sure get heated and start throwing around some really strong opinions, most of which we share with you on the air. But I'll get right to the chase here. Sam Laidlow, no matter what everybody thinks, no matter what is going on in the minds of coaches or athletes out there, this guy is focusing on coming off the bike as the first athlete in the VinFast Ironman World Championship. How cool is that?
I think he might be also smelling a course record because he is on pace for a bike course record at this very moment. Now, this is a question for Dee Dee and Michael. Contender, pretender, 90-plus miles into this bike ride. We are, almost 95 miles into the entire race. Contender, pretender here for Sam and any other people in our top 10.
Contender for what? Let's define it.
Okay,
Contender for top 5, contender for top 10, contender for the win.
Contender for the podium.
What's the podium? 3?
Top 3 is a podium in my book.
I say no.
0.
I say no, and I say that because I just...
Sorry, Sam Laidlow. He's super talented, and I think one day, yes, but I don't think today.
I echo that. And
pretender from both.
Well, yeah, I just hate to use that term but I do, yeah. If I had to pick one or the other, for sure. He's not going to... I've been wrong so many times, but I don't think I'll be wrong here. I don't see him pulling out the best course record type bike split and then his best ever run when he has the heat.
15 minutes it's going to have
also,
to be.
Like, when we look at the people that come off the bike first year.
Yeah.
So Jan Frodeno, he came in here, he'd already won it twice, came off the bike, and he put together the best run ever. Typically, you come off the bike here, there's a lot of management going on where you're going...
You're excited for 6
do
miles.
I hold it?
Yeah.
Do
Yes.
I push it? Do I wait?
And
You just
literally,
don't know.
had he run 2:45 before in his life, I would feel very differently. I would say, okay, maybe the trajectory is there. And I think the trajectory is there, but I don't see against guys that have run sub 2:35 and have run 2:40 on a couple of occasions that you're going to have that kind of 15-minute PR off a course setting And granted, the conditions today are setting up for course records on the bike, certainly. I think we're going to have a smoking hot run as a result, but I don't think the two happen together at the same time.
Yeah, that's fair. Now, as we look at Gustav Eden here, I can tell he's driving real power to the cranks at this moment. There's a slight left to right movement in his technique, but he's got some sort of cooling. I don't know what that is. We're all guessing here.
It's an ice tray.
But it's definitely keeping him cool. And he's really driving power because that group of four is still riding at the same pace as the best bikers that this sport has ever seen in our quote unquote chase pack. And they're riding at the same rate and they're keeping them at bay. The gaps have not changed since Javi. And you can see why, because when you get a guy just driving that kind of power and they're swapping turns, you can see why the gaps stay where they are. But we have real players at the 6, 7, 8, 9, all the way up through 20. We definitely have some real players in that mix about 6, 7 minutes back.
Real players for the win, real players for the podium.
Real players for the podium. Because it's such a long day out there, you've got, great athletes that are just willing to lay it out on the line, and there will be casualties because of that, because you got to pay the price at some point.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
Great points on that. We're going to jump right over to Matt Lieto. He's going to give us some insight on the Queen Ka'ahumanu. Matt, what have you got?
Thanks, Michael. I'm here at Scenic Point. We know this is one of the toughest sections of the course on the way back in. Gustav at the front. He looks like he's pushing, but man, he does not look like he's working too hard. We got Christian, looks like he's working a little bit harder. Ditlev looks comfortable as well. And then he is just, Max Newman still just super smooth. But Gustav definitely pushing the pace there. Looked probably like he was doing it the easiest, guys. But big news from out on course is talking to Ditlev. I'm getting confirmation, but Ditlev said that he did get a 5-minute penalty. So Ditlev looks for him to have to get off in that next penalty tent. So that's what he was talking to that ref about earlier. Wasn't too happy, but again, seemed pretty calm, working through those emotions. But he's going to have 5 minutes sit when he gets out of transition. But I'm now looking, or before he gets to transition, I'm now looking down Scenic, and that gap is huge. And you guys know that when you're this late in the race, you just want to be done, and you're looking. You want to know that you're improving your position, that you're bringing people back. And this chase group not seeing any motos or any cars or any athletes up the scenic point climb is definitely going to hurt them mentally. So huge gaps here, guys. But again, big news, Ditlev with a 5-minute penalty. Gustav looks like he's doing it the easiest, and it's possible he was the one pushing the pace up this climb, guys.
Matt, thank you so much. We're going to keep you there on that scenic overlook point there to watch those chasers when they finally come. But look, notable, and I will say this categorically, there's no doubt that the winner has already gone by. Nobody from behind is going to have what it takes to overtake all 5 of those athletes. Some maybe, but not all 5.
Too much firepower, too much pedigree right there, and the fact that they're together. It's not like it's a 5 set items racing in a vacuum. They're together. They have momentum. They have sharing workload.
They have the je ne sais quoi.
Je ne sais quoi.
I think so. But looking at it, Andy, so good. And referencing kind of what you're saying about them as a group, referencing what Matt said, and I think this is a massive fact not to overlook. When we talk about finishing a bike ride, if you are finishing it at scenic overlook and feeling good getting up that hill, yeah, we all want to get off the bike. But if you're pushing up that notable 1 mile long climb, you want to feel good. You want to start the run off the heels of that. Matt, take it away, man.
Yeah, thanks so much, Michael. And here we go. We have this chase group, and who do you think is pushing the pace on the front? That is Cam Wurf, absolutely crushing it at the front of this group here, staying in aero. That's how you know the strength of a cyclist like Cam Wurf. He does not have to get into his drops. The only person at this point to come through. Chevalier giving a wave to the camera. T.O., the only one to come through in the aero bars, and he's not out. There we go. Sebi staying in his bars as well. So a couple doing that as they come up here. But that group looks strong. Chevalier looks really calm and comfortable. T.O. looks like he's working, obviously, as he should be, but in there as well. But I'll tell you what, Cam Wurf is an absolute weapon. And I will say he expected to be on the front of this bike course. He told me yesterday, before he was going for his swim, he said, every year there's somebody who wants to lock horns with me on the bike, and their careers don't last very long. Sad thing today, he's probably going to have the fastest bike splitter. He might, but he's still got a bunch of cyclists up the road and some work to do.
Wow, I just loved seeing that. And also, don't forget, that was Robert Kellen, and we also saw Jesper Svensson in there rolling through. So great stuff to see that group. And Tim O'Donnell, what a grizzled vet, and to be fair, just total superstar. I mean, we talked about the ups and downs, and for crying out loud, you use the phrase heart attack when describing anyone's race resume. You pretty much are using that as a conclusion to the career. So to have him back and not just be kind of doing a victory lap, right? He's going to come off the bike in the top 10.
Tim is
I'm telling you, he's a strategist. He is a strategist who thinks about every scenario that this race could throw at him and is prepared for each and every one of those.
Yeah, and we're coming back here to
there too.
Yeah, and that's the exciting thing for me is that Sebastian Kienle said, look, it's going to take a miracle for me to get on the podium. The podium is the top 3 by my book. He didn't say it's going to take a miracle to get into the top 10
right.
or the top 5.
He's not thinking that way.
And that's right. And he also has that rich history here, and he's also hit the low of lows after winning the race. So he knows it ain't over till it's over. So to see Kienle there and know how great his running has become over the last 5-6 years, it's going to be exciting. I think he's in the mix.
Yeah, plus you've got a 5-minute penalty on Ditlev. There could be a podium contender in that group. And I'm actually kind of surprised that there was such a big gap who we didn't see. Joe Skipper, Daniel Baekegaard,
Sanders,
Lionel Sanders, Rudy Von Berg, whose name we haven't mentioned much, but he's putting together his rookie campaign on the Big Island. Andreas Drietz, Matty Troutman. That group has a gap. So things are really starting to break up, which, no surprise, we knew after Waikoloa, that is when real racing starts, is still. So once you come through Waikoloa, it's about an hour to get back to T2.
For you.
So we have about an hour, maybe a little less, and it starts to get real lonely, and you start to deal with thoughts. Some of those thoughts can be good, some of them can be bad.
thoughts.
Right, no, and it's lonely thoughts. You could have
Because time is time, but it's a long hour.
Oh, yes.
The first hour of this bike goes by a heck of a lot faster than the last hour, even though it's still just an hour.
Because you want to know why? It's because your shadow has shrunk.
Exactly.
And that heat is so high and hot and on you, you are looking at
4:15.
Good heavens. This is why we're going to that 4:09 course bike record. Full Gas could have a new bike course record if we keep this camera on Sam Laidlow.
Yeah, here we go.
Laidlow laying it down.
He sure is. And I tell you what, you're looking at those palm trees. You're enjoying this tropical, hot and humid environment, as you should enjoy. I want to tell you this. If you want your own tropical race adventure, well, that awaits you in Langkawi, Malaysia, located in an archipelago off Malaysia's northwest coast. Langkawi is known for its beautiful beaches, crystal clear waters. You can enjoy the splendor of the island with both Ironman Malaysia and Ironman 70.3 Langkawi. Race through traditional villages and stunning rainforests. Thank you so much. On your way to finish line at the gorgeous Chernang Beach, which is where that takes place. Ironman Malaysia, the only race in Asia for your chance to qualify for the 2023 VinFast Ironman World Championship. Rush to Ironman.com right now.
One of the cooler experiences racing Ironman Malaysia is there's sometimes you have to pass monkeys on the course.
That's just like how I train.
So I was talking about this ride home from Waikoloa, and you could have an escort of media and even other racers. It's still lonely. And the reason it's lonely is while you're riding through the lava fields, the temperature and just what's going through your mind. They're heavy thoughts. And like when you are this deep and this far into it, what do you think of?
It's an assessment. Like, did I overdo it? A couple of the doubts start to creep in. Did I get all of the calories and all of the hydration I needed? Because I don't care who you are, you're starting to feel tired. To Michael's point, you're ready to be done. But at the same time, you're certainly not. So those questions start rolling through your head knowing, I still have to run a marathon. And it does that it weighs on you, and it becomes a very, very heavy mindset.
Yes, without a doubt, the best racers on this course are not even broaching the thought of a marathon at this point. They're just thinking, I'm on the bike, let's ride the bike. And I'm going to take advantage of, I love riding my bike. I don't really love this right now, but I love riding my bike, and maybe I will learn to love it again in 5 more minutes. Just hang in there. The running thoughts actually don't come into mind too much. You're thinking just pedal, power, and really steady power. You try not to be too surgy. After you get past the airport, that's when you have about 7 miles to T2. Does that sound about right?
9.
9 miles from the airport?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so 9 miles from the airport. That's about when I start thinking, hey, now I got what do I need to do for the how many more calories do I need to put into me? You could see Christian just reach back for what he thought might have been a bottle. And that is part of the thought process of you've burned so many calories, 4 hours and 32 minutes into this race.
Yes.
You're thinking, what do I have on board? Oh, and then you see him grabbing water first. He's going water. He's stuck it in his behind his saddle. Now what else is he going to grab? Now he's grabbing calories. Might throw some calories, then get rid of it, and then grab another bottle.
I think a lot of what you need right now,
As he
too,
rolls
let's be
through.
honest, is something cold. And often you still have your own mix, and it's warm. It's like tea. Hey, it's functional. You've got some caloric, electrolyte-ridden functional tea water. So it warms up. It's not great. You have
That's
to take
right.
it in. But see, you can see the condensation on the water bottle behind Laidlow. You
it's
always want to
cold.
have cold water.
Yes.
And you can put that in and it refreshes you. It wakes you up. It also goes on top of you
I
a
was
little
like
bit.
in and on, in and on.
I mean, I feel like even the spots you see him hit the neck, the crotch, as Mirinda said yesterday, down the top, down the pants. That's always something where you hit those big arteries. It's not just the big muscles, it's the massive veins that lead to that.
Yep.
Keep yourself cool, and even if it is just a feeling and your temperature's still soaring, you feel better.
And cool is such a factor because as I look at this shot right here, you
It
know what I
looks
don't
warm.
see? I don't see any clouds.
No
And
clouds?
No clouds, no wind. It is going to be one hot marathon.
That burn off from the clouds is certainly happening as Sam Laidlow is burning up the bike course here in full gas.
Take it away, Didi, Andy, whoever
All right,
wants
so
to pick that one
you
up.
look at Max right now, and we're watching him dance on the pedals. I see Magnus Didliff go to the front, and Max is being really vigilant with the gap, knowing, hey, I'm going to hang on at the back. I see a really great performance here if he can continue to stay attached to this group of three, because we know the firepower. We've been talking mostly about Magnus Ditlev, mostly about Christian Blumenfeld and Gustav Iden. You know, Max Newman, 3-time Ironman champion, knows how to run off of a 112-mile bike, which is that is the name of the game and what they're approaching here into the Hoka Marathon.
Yeah,
So
so right here, Magnus Dietrich, 240 in Texas, hot and humid. Then you got Blumenfeld, Eden, both have gone hot and humid fast. Behind Newman, 241.
241,
Ironman
hot and humid. So they're all peppering in on that 240 marker, which is what, 6'10"?
That's right, 6'10", 6'12". Here's the story. These guys are out on the closing
606s?
miles of that full gas bike course. In the meantime, we want to hear from our good friend Greg Welch, who's got more exciting content to share with us. Greg, take it away, my friend.
Oh, I've never been more excited than this interview right now, because as they come into the finish line here of the bike ride, it's all about how much energy they have left in their bodies to get off the full gas bike ride, 112 miles, onto the 26.2 mile marathon run. They're going to have to get out there and regulate their core temperatures, but if they're not recovered, They can't do any of that. Joining me right now is Jessica Miller. Yep, and she is the Sports Marketing Director for Hyperice right now. Jessica, so excited to have you here with us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about the partnership. You elevated, just going from the US series right up into Hyperice and also Normatec. So we'll talk about that right now. But you went into the global partnership side of things. So that's really exciting. I mean, we have the World Championship here. Never a better time.
Yeah, we were really excited. Normatec has always been a really successful partnership with Ironman. We grew over like 10 years of working together, and it was a North American partnership. And then in March 2020, we were acquired by Hyperice and really decided that was the time to elevate the partnership with Ironman. We're really interested in going global. Ironman has the ability to help us do that. And now we also have a wider range of products that can help Ironman triathletes. And they're our target audience, our core demographic. And now, while Normatec is still a staple, we have other modalities to help athletes really recover properly and leverage these products and this technology to meet their goals and train harder and recover better and get faster. And so it's been a really great partnership. We're in the merch tent and we're in the expo and we have the Hyperice Recovery Zone, and it's been really fun to be part of it and to watch it grow.
Yeah, we love the Hyperice Recovery Zone at all the events. We can see the Hypervolt Hyperice 2 down there, and incredible to see that. But let's quickly go through your range here right now, because I absolutely love the Normatec Go, and that is a calf muscle, recovery system, which is incredible. And then you've got to go over to the Venom. Venom is one of my favorites because I don't do a lot of running, but I play pickleball and tennis, right? So I get that sore hip, I get the Venom on, it's amazing. But then over to the Hypervolt, Hyperice 2, that is one of the key elements to recovery.
Yeah, we're really proud. I feel like we target kind of every part of technology to help athletes. And so with our products, we have compression, we have percussion, which is the Hypervolt. We have the Hypervolt Go 2 now, which is a portable version. We have the Venom, which is heat and vibration. We have other vibration products. And we also have the Hyperice X, which is a contrast therapy device. So, we're kind of targeting general recovery, being proactive about it, also rehab. We want to help athletes prevent injury. But we really focused this year on portability and flexibility, because we know travel is tough and it can be stressful, and packing, and there's a lot of gear that triathletes need. And so we want to kind of take our products, make them smaller, make them more portable, make sure there's battery life, so that they can recover on the go. So the Normatec 3 came out earlier this year, and then I think what is one of the most innovative products is the Normatec Go, so that athletes have the ability to recover on the plane, in the car, at their desk while they're working. Really maximize every opportunity and the off times to be taking care of their body. So it's just a calf muscle, same technology as Normatec, the original product. So just kind of a much easier travel tool.
With various settings as well. So,
yes.
Yeah, when I was trying it on the other day, I'm a bit of a softie, right? So I went for the soft, and then I'm like, I'm going to challenge this thing. It was pretty strong. So I was very pleasantly surprised. All right, you've got the great partnership with Ironman. Why Ironman?
Yep, so it gives us the ability to engage with this community, and it really also helps us, target international athletes. You guys are a global entity, and we want to touch every athlete globally, and we want to help them. And, triathletes are really smart, and they really want to take every opportunity to give themselves an edge and stay healthy. And so triathletes are a really core audience for us, and they understand the technology. They're willing to kind of adapt new strategy. And so it's been also great to learn from triathletes about what works. And I mean, back in the day, Crowe and Rinny, they really helped us develop the products. I mean, we had this huge, we call her Big Bertha Normatec, and we worked with pros to say, how would you use this better? And how would this be a better product for you? It needs to be travel friendly. It needs to have a battery. So we've really worked with Ironman to kind of improve our products as well.
Exactly. Jessica Miller joining us right now, the Director of Sports Partnerships for Hyperice. We are getting very, very close to the end of the bike ride, and I know who's going to be using the Hyperice recovery systems a little bit later on. That's Sam Laidlow, because he's been hammering out on the Queen Kaumana Highway. He's inside of 5 miles to go, guys. He is really pushing down the pace on our favourites right now. Gustav Eden is there. Christian Blumenfeld. Dietlev is going to have to pay 5 minutes back to the bank right here as he gets set to run out on the marathon. On behalf of Jessica, I'm Greg. We'll see you in a little bit. Let's go.
Great stuff as always, Greg. I love it. I love the energy. Jessica, thank you so much. Good stuff here as we're back with this man who's going to have his time in the spotlight continued on Elite Drive at the outset of the Hoka Run. And guys, when he gets there, it is going to be not only a massive energy input into this man's system, but as you all know, it's going to be a sunshine-fueled, humidity-driven, windless energy suck. How much does that hurt when you come out of T2 and you're going up that hill on Palani thinking, how many miles?
I'm just going to say this about Sam Laidlow right now. His predicted bike finish time, 4:06:55. Current bike course record, 4:09:06. I don't want to tempt fate, but I think he's got this one in the bag.
Oh, I think he does too. And this is more incentive.
Yes.
What's going to stop him now? He's not cramping.
Nope.
He doesn't have any wind picking up. So keep the pace, and I think he's extending it. It is also one of those things. Well, guess what? Extra incentive if you get that course record to finish, because a lot of people drop out in this race, but you don't get to keep the record if you don't get across the finish line. So, I mean, you know, when you're 23, what a great thing to aim for. So, and there we are again, watching this man. And Andy, you brought this up earlier. Another technological advantage from an apparel standpoint. He's got aerodynamic dimpled socks, right? So when I say, hey, they're compression, perhaps. When we say that they're cooling and wicking and keeping that sun off, perhaps. But you're saying, obviously, there's more aerodynamic fabric on this man, and it is playing out for him as he comes around this. Wow. So we're still inside now. We're right here by the ultimate turn on the run. I mean, he is inside the run course.
He's inside the run course, still all over the bike, though, or all over the road. Still riding a little bit to the left for my liking.
Let's just do this. I'm going to dock him 5 seconds. Whatever he does, I'm docking him 5 seconds.
Any way you slice it, he's gonna, maybe nab this course record on the bike.
In fairness, you could come close to docking him 5 minutes and he'd still get the course record. Not quite, but almost.
What would be fun though would be to watch also. Sorry to hijack you there, Andy, but wouldn't it be fun to watch him and Cam Wurf on like a live Instagram chat now about this? You take a record from Cam Wurf. I mean, he straight up says, "Tangle with me, and you're shorting your career." Like
he did that. Yeah. That's quote right out of his book.
So anyway, look at overhead compliments of Qatar Airlines. We are seeing overhead shots of the wonderful, the vibrant, the beautiful Kailua Kona, Hawaii. And this, my friends, is what we've been waiting 3 long years for, or 2 days if you were here on Thursday, to watch this return to the beautiful and historic venue. That on the right side is our top 10. Those guys going for those top spots, and it is France, Norway, Denmark, Australia, France, Australia, USA, Germany, Sweden, and guess what? Great Britain and USA. A lot of international talent. That wore me out reading flags.
So if you had the opportunity to look at that shot when we were on water side looking up into the mountain, you could see some cloud cover. I'm going to go ahead and
that's
and
what
bet
we look for.
And bet $1 that cloud cover does not push downward towards the ocean. It's going to stay on the mountain, leaving all the athletes to bake.
Well, I was going to say, we certainly saw that on Thursday. We saw it sort of starting to come, but it just until
push downwards.
Very late in the afternoon, it never made it all the way down.
It'll arrive.
Tomorrow.
No, I think it'll arrive at about 2:15.
Yeah.
And so 2:15, the pros will be like, hey, just in time for me to
thanks
finish.
very much.
And then the age group athletes will be like, what are you talking about?
It was
All
that
that
hot
cloud
out
cover? It's beautiful. Well, yeah, you finished 6 hours after me on the bike. So back to these guys. And let's not belittle it. This today, folks, is the men's day. We had a few waves get out on Thursday. with the women, 50 plus, as well as the 25 to 29-year-old men. But most of our fellows are back there doing battle. We had multiple waves, and the excitement is you can find them on the tracker. You can look up that app and get that down, find out your splits if you're not doing so. But right now we're following with our Wahoo Element splits behind Max Newman. Oh, man.
This looks like Magnus Ditlev a little bit pulling away from the Norwegian train.
Preparing.
Yeah, because he needs
Yep.
to get a little bit of a buffer for his penalty. So maybe that 5 minutes in actuality is going to be 4:10, and then maybe that'll freshen up his legs. Sometimes getting a penalty, I'm never saying you want to go out and get a penalty.
It's not a strategy you aim for.
No, but like,
it's not. It's not ending. Right.
How do you capitalize on it? How can you take advantage of it?
We talked about this a bit on Thursday, and I think on Thursday we also saw it play out by example in that 2 of the women in the top 5 served 5-minute penalties. And I think we've seen people, and I don't know necessarily that we would see this any more due to the caliber of racing, the level of racing, but we've seen people win this race with 5-minute penalties.
Yeah, it has happened. Luke Van Leerde, Timothy de Boom, back in the early part of this
Paul
century.
Newby Fraser, I believe,
yeah,
as
Paul
well.
Newby Fraser. So it happens. I mean, a lot of stuff has changed. A lot more people around us, and a lot less of a gap to some of these guys on the run. Like I think we're going to see a couple sub 240s. We're going to see a pretty strong handful of sub 243s, and I think realistically,
Do we see a 235?
yeah, no, I think so. I think 236, 237 for sure. Could be 235. I mean, the reality is these guys understand what they're going to have to do, and you said it really well. Gustav Iden has that ability to just plug in. A 550 pace would put him at 232, and a 550 pace to him, for all intents and purposes,
overwhelming.
is not. It's
I
not.
mean, it's very difficult, but maybe not overwhelming. I will. Let's bounce back to the chase group containing Cam Worth, Levon Chevalier, Tim O'Donnell. 330 back from the group of Gustav Iden, Christian Blumenfeld, and Max Newman at last time check. So, no, sorry, check that. 230 back. So those really great cyclists are starting to claw back in to that group. So a 230 gap makes things a lot more exciting for everyone involved. Hopefully that will bring out the best in the athletes too, because when you feel the pressure of other competitors coming up and on top of you, maybe over the top of you, that can add some spice to the race. Like we were saying when we first started, let's see some fireworks.
Sure.
Fireworks starting to go off here at the end of the full gas bike.
And in the grand scheme of things, 2.5 minutes across a marathon is nothing. We
2.5
said
minutes.
the same thing with the women's race, that the gaps were so small coming off the bike and it was so competitive. And at the end of the day, our top 10 were spread out nearly 30 minutes. So things happen, and there's still a lot of action here to come. I mean, we're talking about how the win is going to come from one of these guys in the top 5 right now, but that could very much not be the case.
Well, for sure. I mean, the likelihood of 2 Norwegians and a Dane blowing up on the run. Look, I don't know. I'm still betting on Norway for the win here today, but also the as we've said numerous times, the reality is it doesn't matter what we think, it doesn't matter what the history has shown us. There's those splits even that we've seen in the past. They've now 5:02 back from Sam Laidlow.
30 seconds up on that.
Right, and a 30-second gap here to these guys. We're in the closing territory of the full gas Ironman bike course here, and it is 180 kilometers about to come to a close, 112 miles. When we switch, we're going to transition and run right up that hill on Palani and get over to the Kuakini and head a short outbound over Elite Drive and back. Relatively speaking, it used to be quite a bit longer. It's not as long as it used to be.
Yeah, so if you think that racing is a foregone conclusion as you enter into the Ironman, you got another thing coming, because when we look at that women's race, how dynamic it was on the bike. Think of this moment 2 days ago. Were you guys sitting here calling Chelsea Sodaro for the W?
Oh, yeah, I did. I had it.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Well,
sure.
I'm just saying, we saw Daniela Reef move to the front of the race and thought, oh, here she is, like on the heels of the performance she put out in St. George, and then she faded to 8th-ish that place? Yeah.
That's right.
That's why you gotta. That's why these eyeballs are glued to this. Is why we can make Ironman racing so dynamic and exciting. It's not a foregone conclusion, and you better believe that these athletes have fully bought into the fact that there's still a chance. I'm going to run into it.
Very excellent point, Andy. That excellent point. And you know, we just have to sit back and cool our jets. I think I think that if we could call in the results, right? Nobody would even be so no one would even be here talking about it, no one would be watching. So the neat thing here is that we do have some serious players up the road. We got some serious players back. Right now, Sam Laidlow
Shaking those legs out, making this right-hand turn onto Makala.
Yeah, and he's going to come off of this, and he's going to be sub-5 off the bike. Just run the numbers there. Sub-5 off the bike. That means he swam and biked under that 5-hour barrier, and then combine that. So what if he does run to 40? You know, you got to add that 5-minute penalty. That's going to be a shame. But the reality is, this is possibly also going to be where we see the Kona course record drop by 6 or 8 minutes, realistically, right?
Let's look at that 5-hour barrier, Michael. You got a blazing fast swim, and so you got 50-minute swim, a sub 4:10 bike. Don't forget T1 is in there, which they run all the way around the pier. 2
minutes.
The fastest guy did it at 2:06 earlier today, and Sam Laidlow blowing in. We're at 4:53 on the race time, and he is getting closer,
he's got
closer to
not
T2.
even 5 minutes to go?
No.
He
He's
doesn't.
he's on that little outbound near the pool.
Yeah. He's already coming in. He's past 111 miles, guys. Look at the tracker, and the thing is, he's at 4:02. His bike split is coming well under that mark. So get to the finish line, and if you get to the finish line, you're going to have a new course record. Cam Worf is going to have to sit here and say, shucks, you know, other people can ride the bike pretty fast. He knows that. I'm playing it down, but the story here for France is that we are getting a great look here very soon at Sam Laidlow coming first off the bike. Those beautiful overhead images courtesy of Qatar Airlines. Great stuff. And the final, he pulled past that pool. He's running past the car dealership, the penalty tent. Thanks, not for me. I've been in front all day.
I haven't seen anyone since Javi, so what do I need to get a penalty for?
That's right. He said, thanks for being here. I'm going to take a hard right here in a matter of seconds around Palani. When I drop down, someone's going to take this bike for me. I'll see you later. You may dip it in gold and bronze it for later, but I tell you what, this is good. The guy who's going to bring us in and take Mr. Sam Laidlow off the bike and into T2 is Matt Lieto. Matt, here comes Sam Laidlow. Let's hear what you think from your perspective.
Sam wants to hear it from the crowd.
He's
there.
like, hey, did you guys see what I just did out there?
Whoop it up, because
I know.
I'm riding a course record, maybe 4:05 here. I'm not sure
100%.
his time.
100%. Yeah.
But he was saying to the crowd, come on, give me some love here. I just threw down a monster split. Matt, where are you and what you got?
Here we go. We got Sam coming off the bike. Here we go. Looks great, guys. I mean, not what I expected to see from an athlete that was riding that hard. He looks really, really good, really smooth, open hips, comfortable. Generally, when we see the Uber biker get off the bike, he's a little bit stiff. No, he looked fantastic. Great energy. When he heard he had over 4 minutes, he was pumped. But I'll tell you what, I'm kind of pulling double duty to the whiteboard for most of these athletes in the front of the race as well. And when I showed Gustav 4 minutes, I'm going to give you my Gustav impersonation. That is exactly the look that he gave. He was shocked, but didn't stress too much, but he was more worried about the athletes behind. So Sam is going to have the mental advantage of getting out of this super, super long transition without a sight. He'll be out of sight on the run before these athletes come in. Give him a chance to kind of settle in. But I'll tell you what, guys, it is hot down here. It is really hot. It's really still. Conditions were great in Javi, a little cool, not that much wind. But if you rode as fast as I just heard he rode this bike ride, and you go off and it's just this stagnant, hot, humid air, it's gonna be tough for Sam to hold good pace. But absolutely crushing it, guys. Really, really impressed by that bike ride, and especially how Sam looked coming off the bike.
I was going to say, in the time that Matt has been talking, the gap now, 5 minutes to Magnus Ditlev, nearly 6 minutes to Gustav Iden, Christian Blumenfeld, and Max Newman. That's through 109.3 miles. That is enormous. That is getting to the point where they actually do need to maybe start to be concerned,
and
not
so
alarmed.
I'm with you. I'm hearing you. Here's what I'm going to say, Matt, in case you didn't get to see this yet. 4:04:36 puts him 4 minutes and 30 seconds faster than the previous course record held by Cam Wurf. Look, it's not a done deal. Sam Laidlow, you got to keep running. You got to get to that finish line, which I expect he will. But I tell you what, a new bike court record is something we will talk about as Sam Laidlow runs out of transition. There it is on the Wahoo Element 4:04:36 for 112 miles today on the Full Gas bike course. This man came here with a plan. He didn't care which Norwegian was behind him. He was going to get away from them all. Also the Danes, all of them. France is in front, and he wants more love.
Yeah,
come on,
give it
guys.
to him.
Give him what he needs as he runs up Polani and is hanging a hard right onto the Kuakini. I am a fan already of Sam Laidlow, and today even more so. This guy took the bull by the horns.
So as Sam Laidlow runs up Polani for this hot corner right-hander, he's not even going to see Magnus come into transition.
Well, Magnus has to serve the penalty.
And we all know how, the penalty tent's a little bit before that
it's
right-hander.
right after the pool.
Correct.
It's right after the pool.
So he's not going to see Magnus. Magnus had a 46-second gap last time we checked to the grouping of Christian Blumenfeld, Gustav Iden, and Max Newman. So he's going to hear crickets. Even the voiceover on the pier will not announce another name. And so when these other riders come in,
he's gone.
He's gone.
Look at this. He is gone. He is so far gone,
He's
and we're
going
gonna
to
have
on a lead by the time they even come in.
We're gonna have time now. We have that time
that's
because
psychological, right?
Turning around. But look, these guys are focused on where they are. Sam Laidlow has already banked his psychological advantage when he rode away. Yep. Now here's the story. Ditlev, he did what he needs to do is get to that PT as soon as you can. That penalty tent.
He's coming up on it. You can see it up here on our right-hand side, the yellow canopied tent. Ditlev is riding up on it. You can see he's already presented his chest. He's going to.
So what's the strategy?
Ride as hard as you can.
What do you do right here? So you've got 5 minutes. How do you compose yourself? You can't do anything. You can't pee. You can drink what you have on your bike. You can eat. What do you do to get yourself ready to run?
So what he needs to do right now is he should have at the last aid station gotten
extra water,
calories and water, knowing, hey, I'm going to spend some time in the box. In the penalty tent. So he needs to have made that adjustment miles back.
Yeah.
One interesting observation that he did not do that I think I might have chosen to do, given the proximity of the penalty tent to transition, he unclipped his foot. I'd have taken my foot out. One less thing to do before you hit the dismount line.
He could still.
Maybe. You also got to have that barefoot on that ground, which could still be hot. Here's the story. He's been given 5 for fighting. Let's wait for him and see what happens when he comes out of that yellow tent. This is the chase pack in earnest right now. Max Newman together with the 2 Norwegians, Christian Blumenfeld and Gustav Iden. The race is on and the dreaded stripe has been drawn on the bike of this man, Magnus Ditlev. But fans across the world, Danish or otherwise, hold hope. This man could still find his way back into that top 5 at the finish.
So we looked at when he was issued the 5-minute penalty, and I said, hey, he needs to go now because he can mitigate some of that 5-minute loss to make it a 4:10 gap. Well, looks like he had a gap. Based off of my calculations right now, it'll be a 3:45 gap. He was able to put a minute and 15 into this small grouping, so that'll hopefully shorten up some of the detriment of this penalty.
Christian Blumenfeld right there, Max Newman right there. He's taking his shoes out, as you said, Didi. The kit is unzipped. We have to think about transition as we go, and we are also going to zip on over to Matt. Matt, you are on the ground, and here they come, Norwegians and an Aussie. What have you got as they come into transition 2?
Here we go. Thanks so much, Michael. We can see the crowd getting excited. These athletes actually dismounted pretty early. We had Gustav running through super well. These volunteers are pumped to see it. He does not know yet that he has a 6-minute gap, but these athletes, Max Newman, really aggressive, goes past the Olympic gold medalist in transition. That's some bold running as Christian Blumenfeld looks at his watch. These athletes, again, are going to have to run all the way on the outside of this pier, as you guys know. But right now, there's like some moves being made, right? Like, I know Christian wanted to be in front of Gustav coming off of the bike. Now they're together, but you can make a move here to detach Christian Blumenfeld if you're Gustav. So he's on the gas right now, trying to run, maybe get a gap in transition actually, and try to get it keep Blumenfeld from being able to start on his shoulder, guys. But those three athletes all look like they're running fantastically. Laidlow running great as well, but just a different turnover, different rate of speed, guys.
Matt, that's great stuff. Let me just give you a split as you watch these men rip it through T2. Sam Laidlow running 6:16 pace for 0.8 of a mile, or a little almost 2K, or I'm a 1.2K. So Matt, he's running 6:16. If I look at that, that's not overcooking it. That's moderate. That's a decent pace. Like, he didn't go out at 5:50. He didn't go out at 5:40 as we come back.
I've done that. That's a big mistake.
Yeah, that's right. So look, here it is. This is the man. He's now looking to see who else is coming. When will I see Werf, Chevalier, O'Donnell? Sorry, Matt, we're looking at the penalty box right now, but we're going to make sure we're seeing athletes ride by, Matt. You're going to soon see those cast of characters, including Werf, Chevalier, O'Donnell, Kienle, and Callan, Svensson, and Skipper coming at you pretty soon, Matt.
So as we look at Sam Laidlow, on Alihi as his main competition
Michael.
is in T2.
Okay, we'll come back to you, Matt. We'll come back to you in just about 20 seconds.
And we're getting ready now as Magnus Ditlev looks over the shoulder once again, watching that clock count down to when he can leave the penalty tent and get back to the action.
Matt, here we go. Take it away. Blumenfeld out of T2. What have you got?
6 minutes. 6. Yeah, there we go. We had Blumenfeld out of T2 with Gustav Eden as well. There's Cam Werf coming into T2. So that, again, mentally, Cam saw his competitors as they went out. So that was an advantage for him to be able to keep eyesight on those athletes. Max Newman looks super comfortable. Chevalier coming through here as well. T.O. coming off the bike. Wow. Sebastian Kienle looks great. Super composed. Took his helmet off, put the glasses on. He's here to run a fast run course. I was talking to him before the race, and everybody talks about Sebi riding the bike fast. He's like, this course, ride your bike well and be the best runner off of a hard bike ride, and he's going to look at that bike split and be like, oh man, we are in some territory that is out of control as far as bike splits, but he knows he's one of the best runners in the sport off of a very hard bike ride. And Michael, to your point, Laidlow running that 6:19s, I think is what you said. That is, I agree, conservative. He's not overcooking it. He needs to probably settle in a little bit. But the splits that we're going to be coming out of those two athletes and Max Newman that ran out of the transition just a moment ago are going to be a little bit quicker than 6:16 pace. When they came out, Blumenfeld had a little bit of a gap on Gustav, and Gustav had to bridge back up to Christian. So there's going to be a little bit of gamesmanship early, but we're going to have a shoulder-to-shoulder run here with the Norwegians chasing Laidlow.
Jay, Matt, great stuff. And just for fun, because I know you want to hear this, yes, Cam Werf also broke his own bike course record. He's already been surpassed, but he's 4:09.05. He got under the barrier. Sebastian Kienle, 4:09.11. He got under the old barrier. Leon Chevalier under the barrier at 4:09.05, but we have a new mark at 4:04.36. Now, here's the question to my co-hosts. Who is going to come out of this group first? Who's going to advance out of this group to get away? Eden, Blumenfeld, Newman. What are you guys picking?
Oh, this group. So because the type of effort that bike required, Cameron always comes off the bike really fresh and firing in T2. But with what Matt said, with the way that Sebastian looked coming off, Tim O'Donnell, we know, has run sub 250. I think Sebastian's best run here might be 246. That's just off of my brain. And then you got Magnus, who, despite serving a 5-minute penalty, rode 4:13.38. So, that is including the penalty. So this is the race is kind of heating up, and it's not just started, obviously, because we are over 5 hours into it.
We come back to the psychology of Magnus. We go back to his Ironman debut at Texas, where he had the mechanical issue, and that cost him a whole lot of time. And he seemed to take that in stride. He really needs to adapt that mentality now that he's served the penalty, he's back in motion. It's got to be in the past.
Maybe that was a good thing, having already experienced it one time, saying,
yeah.
And I use this with my athletes. You've got that experience bucket. It doesn't ever run dry. You can always go to it. And he's going to have some mental hurdles that are higher than that he wanted them to be, but hopefully he can clear them.
Everybody loves a leader, and today that man is Sam Laidlow from France, and he is getting so much love.
Oh, look at this. This is what everybody has been anticipating.
This is the talk of the town, going in, going out. We've got two Norwegians together, stride for stride. Christian Blumenfeld, top of your picture. Gustav Eden, bottom of the picture, just so slightly. These guys coming out here off of the Kuakini down onto Hualalai, the hot corner just ahead. They'll hang a hard left on Ali'i Drive, and once on Ali'i, it's a short out and back, and they're going to get to see the leader.
This is the matchup that everybody was hoping for at the World Championship back in May in St. George. Gustav Eden pulled up with an illness, wasn't able to compete, but here we are in October on Hawaii's Big Island, and it is all unfolding. Gustav Eden, Christian Blumenfeld, heading out in pursuit of our race leader, 6 minutes, 18 seconds, and 25 seconds down.
That's a mile.
Yep.
That's a mile at this pace. And I'll tell you, when we saw the Norwegians running shoulder to shoulder, they were zipped up. So that tells me they are nice and cool. They're not worried about already staying, trying to shed some heat.
Max Newman.
Trying to make it a trifecta here, but let's take a quick look at the Martin
Is it a trifecta, or is that just a pass?
We've got
under
to look
the
at
Morton.
Bold move as we just addressed the transition times that got us here. Combination Martin transition times. Blumenfeld went for 4:29, both T1 and T2. Eden 14 seconds in arrears, and Laidlow 23 seconds behind that. But this, guys, as we look at the race and the throngs of fans that are out here sweating it out with the best of the best, we have a move that has definitely been made. Max Newman said all that chitter chatter.
I think it's noise. Here comes Norway. Norway's coming right back. I think it's noise.
It is. Look, this is what's awesome, though, because why? But why not? Because I think when you're in there and you're Max Newman and you have zero to lose, right? Gamble, throw it out
there. But how great is this part of the course? You come off the bike. You're just happy to be done riding. You're on Ali'i. People bend over, get in your face. Yeah. Max is feeling the flow because he knows what he can do. And he said, well, maybe I feel fresh now. Take advantage, get some real estate behind me. I don't think the move is a bad move. He's just playing a card.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond, the reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
And back here as the athletes continue to roll into transition, giving chase, getting their way out onto the Hoka run course. The action is on. That it looks like Bakkegaard. This is not a position we would have. He does not look. If I'm gonna use my judgment zone, this is not a good look.
No, he's shaking his head. That face is not one of contentment for sure. So looks like a couple big exhales there, kind of trotting. When you're running barefoot, it looks like he might be soft trotting a little bit, but his feet might just be warm.
It looks to me like he's cramping, or he's got definitely some issues. That is not a fluid run stride. Well, hopefully he can get it together in transition and get out there onto the marathon course and do some work. But we are taking a look at Sam Laidlow, our current leader, and someone who knows what it feels like to lead this race is a woman by the name of Chelsea Sodaro, and she is now with our Greg Welch for a catch-up and on a new cloud as Ironman World Champion. Greg, down to you.
Well, thank you very much, Dee Dee. And dare I say, a dose of deja vu. That's right. An Iron Rookie won on Thursday. Her name is the USA's Chelsea Sodaro, the latest Queen of Kona right here. And Chelsea, you executed the perfect race, and I have goosebumps. Well done.
Thank you so much, Craig. Really happy to be here with you today.
My goodness, your swim was brilliant. We knew that was going to happen. Your cycling legs were right there the whole day. You laid over your bike beautifully. You had a great position. Your leg turnover, 95 to 100 cadence all along. Were you on your cadence? Were you on your wattage the whole day?
You know, I don't think it's all sunk in yet, but I have had some time to think about my performance and talk through it with my coach and my team a little bit. And while I'm a bit surprised of the final result, I really just executed what I knew I could do out here. I stuck to my plan in the swim, and on the bike, I just rode my power, rode my heart rate, kept my cadence up, and focused on myself.
Exactly, and then when you got onto the run, you had a little bit of cloud cover, which was really nice. Little bit like today, we had a very warm day here. You also had a warm day. How did you find the humidity, and what did you do in training to help your race yesterday?
I'm convinced that this race and performing well here is all about your preparation. I came out here for 2 weeks at the beginning of September to do a huge block on the course. My dad was out here sagging every ride. Actually, the men's second place age grouper in the 25 to 29 category came out to train with me for a couple of weeks. We put in a lot of volume, got used to the conditions, acclimatized to the heat, and then I went back home to be in my own environment and did sauna training. Came out here, just popped in a week before the race, and went for it.
Oh, that's so good. I love that. And then onto the run, just like great execution, like I said, 2:51. You were strategic in your plan on race day, and that was to make sure that you got your nutrition in, whatever it took. And now, toward the middle and toward the end, there was a little bit of walking through the aid stations. Lots of viewers would be like panicking, oh no, what's going on with Chelsea? Calculated moves.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm new to the Ironman distance, but I've been a professional athlete for a long time. I think I'm a smart racer, and I just have a brilliant coach behind me in Dr. Dan Plews from Endure IQ. He is the course record holder, the amateur course record holder here. He knows this course. He knows how to handle it, and we just talked about taking care of myself, breaking the race down into 10Ks, and staying cool at the aid stations.
Yeah, that's a great way of doing it. You're just going in little blocks, so you're not getting too far ahead of yourself and staying in the moment. All right, so out on course at the moment, just like you, getting into a good rhythm straight away. Sam Laidlow, he did set the bike course record today. He took it down around about 5 minutes to a 4:04, I do believe 36. That's unofficial, of course. Very fast cycling. What are his chances of doing a fast run today and holding off the Norwegians and Max Neumann, your teammate?
Absolutely. Sam looks beautiful on his bike. I think anything is possible here. We don't know what his training has looked like, but my personal favorite here is Max Neumann from my team. He's my Team BMC teammate. He looks beautiful. He took a little time changing in the tent to put on something that I think is more conducive to feeling cool in the heat, and he's rolling with the Norwegians right now.
It didn't take him long to get to the front there, Chelsea. Once he turned the run hot corner down on Hualalai Road in a Ali'i Drive, he stormed by him. He didn't, in a pedestrian-like fashion. It was a sign of confidence and a sign of like, hey guys, come with me if you can.
Max is here to play, I think. He's totally flying under the radar, but he's confident. He's been racing well this year, so I don't think these guys will necessarily be surprised that he's there, but probably a lot of people following the race will.
All right, we're going uphill right now, Chelsea. You know the hill here. We're going past the Sea Village Apartments up to the Royal Sea Cliff Apartments as well. They'll get on the downside for the first part of relief. Now Sam Laidlow's going past Lyman's Beach Break. That's a beautiful little left-hander peeling off, which I had my surfboard right now. And Sam's going to be turning around that turnaround here, coming up, just going past the Holker. Fly, human fly. That's at 3 miles into the race right now. 5 minutes and 40 seconds lead from Max Neumann. Max has got a bit of work to do here to get back up to those guys. Eden and Blumenfeld are in the mix, and there is also Leon Chevalier. Cameron Worth is there. Timothy O'Donnell and Sebastian Kinley. Great to see Sebastian also breaking the old course record. Sebastian's last race, he had a great career. 2004 Ironman World Champion, and now setting off onto the run course. Now we get back to the front of the action. Max Neumann is now leading Gustav Eden, and look at this on the downside. Yep, we just went up the gradient. We sent it up to the top of the Royal Seacliff Apartments. Now we're on the downside. Now we got a 3-horse race. Thought it was going to come down to 2, but this is for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th with Sam Laidlow up the road.
Yeah, these guys have an advantage in that they can work together. There's not a huge draft effect when you're running as a pack, but I think there is an emotional, mental connection that you get when you can just settle in and follow somebody rather than being by yourself. So I'm anticipating that these guys will be hawking them down up the road pretty soon here.
Yeah, exactly. You're looking at around about a 30-second per mile average faster pace from Max, Gustav, and Christian at the moment. Sam Laidlow now is running 6:17s as opposed to the 5:47s coming from our trio here in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th places. Nutrition going down the hill. How important yesterday was core temperature regulation for you, and how did you do it?
Yeah, absolutely. I got some advice before the race from James Cunema, who's come in 4th here. He told me, just don't ever let yourself overheat. Once you overheat, you can't come back from it. So I kept that in the back of my mind, and I was really disciplined with taking on ice and water, keeping myself wet, putting ice down my jersey and my hat. So it's all about managing yourself, constantly checking in with how you're feeling and getting what you need at every aid station.
Yeah, well, you executed that very well as well. And what about, did I see something around your wrist? Was it one of those little cool patches?
Yeah, I'm still figuring out the best place to wear it. I had it under my hat, and I didn't feel like I was getting enough cooling effect from the headband and able to keep my hat on with the ice. So there are some rookie mistakes that I did make out there, Greg, yesterday. I still have some room for improvement, I think, so we'll get that dialed before next year.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, gee, they're fighting words right there. It's only a day after. Sorry, it's not even 48 hours after your win and you're already throwing down those words. That's amazing. Okay, back to the action right now. Sam Laidlow, he's still running out to the turnaround here. Not far to go. He'll make that U-turn. That'll be the first time that he's seen the rest of the boys there for quite some time. He will be able to get an idea of just exactly where they are, how he is feeling, and gauge the pace that the rest of the guys are running right now. How important is it for Sam to keep his head in the game as opposed to looking at his competition?
Sam needs to just focus on himself right now. It's going to be a little intimidating seeing this crew. They're beautiful runners, and that hasn't always been Sam's strength, but he has a big lead. If he can just keep to his plan, not worry too much about what's going on behind him, I think that'll set him up for his best possible result.
Tell you what, their stride right now looks very, very nice. You can see Blumenfeld in the white and the red. He's got a shorter stride than Max Neumann from Australia. Gustav Eden just looks like he is prancing away like a beautiful deer or a springbok on a beautiful Sunday afternoon running through the fields here. He is just in stride at the moment. So Max Neumann and Christian Blumenfeld, Gustav Eden are all chasing our leader right now, Sam Laidlow of France. Now, Sam, at this point in time, you got to the lead pretty quickly, and then you just kept on establishing, more and more of a break. And how is Sam going to feel that pressure? Did you feel any sort of pressure from behind yesterday?
I don't think I really worried too much about that. I was concerned about Ani. We know what a talented athlete she is. She's experienced here. She's an incredible runner, so I always kept in the back of my mind that I needed to keep the pressure on and not let up. But I think I just had one of those days where I was in my own flow and in my own head and worked out.
Looks like Laidlow's still hanging on to his pace pretty well. He's still out to about 5:40 lead on the rest of the competition here at the early part of the run course. Around about 23 miles to go right now. We can see that Max Newman from Australia still setting the pace from the duo here, the Norwegian guys here led by Christian Blumenfeld and Gustav Eden. Gustav just taking a little bit of nutrition on board as well. Got a little bit of a fan over there to the side. You think he can hang on? Anyway, okay, just running past the church there, going through the Gatorade Endurance zone here. How important is to manage electrolytes at this point?
Yeah, you want to take in as much as you can of everything they have to offer at those aid stations. It's like a buffet when you're rolling through. If you keep on running and you're still moving fast, you just got to grab and go, whatever you can get your hands on.
Yep, exactly. All right, there's Max. Now he's fallen back into 4th place, just going through the aid station like that. So Christian and Gustav, the training partners from the Scandinavian region. Nobody has ever won the race from Scandinavia before, not even from Finland. When Pauli Kiru challenged, he was the 2nd place getter in 1993. I don't even think you were born.
Oh, I was. I was born.
Thank you,
yeah,
Chelsea.
I'm an 80s baby.
You can pay me later. But anyway, we had Pauli Kiru coming in 2nd place, and Rasmus Henning also from Denmark there. So anyway, we're going to leave it there with Chelsea. Any final thoughts, and what's your advice for all these guys?
This is exciting. I cannot wait for the drama that's about to play out here on the course. I just get to be a fan today, so I'm going to enjoy it and watch these guys do their magic. They're incredible.
Chelsea Sadoro from the USA, the new Queen of Kona, and she cannot wait till tomorrow night at the banquet where she gets to thank all of her partners, sponsors, her family, and then she will have that crown and to come back in 2023 at the VinFast Ironman World Championship. Sam Laidlow continues to lead the race with a 5-minute and 28-second lead over the chasing trio here. Christian Blumenfeld, Gustav Eden, and Max Newman from Australia. Back to you guys in the studio. We'll talk to you soon.
Greg, Chelsea, thank you so much. You two are awesome for being here. I want to get right over to Matt Lieto, who is on Elite Drive and together with some champs. Matt, take it away. Give us what you got. Sebastian Kienle is who we thought he was standing next to, but right now he probably can't keep up. Kienle, to answer your question there, Andy Potts, 2:49 is what he went. Well, 3rd place here. He went when he was 3rd place. So that is his best run on this race course. But he has just really become such a runner.
He's struggled with Achilles injuries on and off. But to your point, his form looks fantastic. Compare contrast to I believe is that Magnus Ditlev on right screen, who isn't looking as good as I've seen him look before. Again, if we compare form to form, athlete to athlete, I think Sebastian is looking as good as we've ever seen him look, and I don't think Magnus is looking his usual self at the moment.
I tell you looks can be deceiving though, because Magnus is running faster.
Yeah, and that's how he looks when he runs 240. I mean, we saw this in Texas. Oh my gosh, he doesn't look so whatever. He ran 240. But the bottom line is, when we really just talk about less of the form and more of Sebastian Kienle has, from when he first won this race and when he won his 2 Ironman 70.3 titles, he has become less of a one-trick pony, right? That's what Jan Frodeno called him when he first started. And I remember it like it was Tuesday. They both, a lot of fun and loving banter, but he was, Kienle wasn't as well-rounded, didn't swim as well, didn't run as well, and he is a full threat on the run now. He really is. He's done 245. The guy can crank it, and I think that he's getting that chance that not everyone has to kind of script the ending here, where if he finishes this race in a solid top 10, top 5, he can walk away relatively on top for him now, right? That's a good way to go. He's not being forced out. I just like it. I like it a lot. Now we're here on what Andy Potts said is one of the best parts of this race. Fans everywhere, hot, humid, and Elite Drive.
Lining the course on Elite Drive. Here's the turnaround. It surprises you how quickly it comes up on you, but about 3.5 miles into the run.
And we're with Cam Wurf. We are right here with the guy that used to be the fastest cyclist in the sport. But sorry, Cam, you've been bumped, and we still love you for it. So Sam Laidlow took 4.5 minutes off the course record. So if Sam Laidlow, I should say, when he gets to the finish line, that record goes to him. Meantime, Cam Wurf also turned himself into quite a runner.
Yes.
Never bad.
Looks
Never
great.
bad.
Yeah.
But he did, he came in here, ran that 2:45, kind of said some fun trash talk to the world. I can do this. And here he is doing a great, nice, efficient run. Very little contact time on the ground. Smooth like butter. But butter is smooth. That's why we say that, because, when it's warm, he's back to Sam Laidlow, guys.
He's looking better to me here than he did in the early couple of miles. I mean, again, it's just a different style, but I think he's settled in. He seems nice and relaxed. He's got a nice long stride. The shoulders seem good and relaxed. He looks better than he did at the start of the marathon.
And you know what I love? Because I agree with you full there is this is what's super hard when you come off the bike in the lead is to pace appropriately. And not pace based on holding the lead, keeping the lead, losing the lead, this person, that person. And I don't feel like he's gone out. I don't know what his game plan was, but I feel like he's gone out at a sustainable, appropriate pace for this race.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to gather himself before the turnaround on a Leahy. He was just kind of gathering himself, saying, okay, this is my run stride I want to take in.
God,
And
those guys are flying. Come on.
And they've already eaten a minute back from the lead that Sam had out on the course. He was 6:15 out of T2, and now it's down to 5:15.
I mean, you know what, guys? And I hope the Ironman world is watching intently, because this is what we've been talking about happening and begging for. They have not done this ever before together.
And training partners and good friends, but they may well kill each other out there.
That's right. And look, if you look at it, you can see a little bit of a...
They'll laugh about it later, but one of them might die.
You look at this, and you can see that Blumenfeld on the left side here has that slight hitch to the stride, whereas more efficiency in Gustav Eden's stride. Now, folks, don't flame yourselves here and get worried about that, or flame me, or whoever you want to flame. Don't do it, because when we see Blumenfeld, that's how he looks. He looks that way. He's more of a power runner, a little bit more of that lilt, whereas Eden is just on top of the balls of his feet, forward, quick arm carriage and quick movement.
And let's not forget, when we saw Gustav Eden on debut at Ironman Florida, his first half marathon, he was out in, correct me if I'm wrong, what was the split? It was like 75 minutes. For
that's
1:15.
That's exactly what Blumenfeld did. 1:15 Ironman Cozumel, and then he turned around and ran 1:20. So 1:15 for the first half, 1:20 for the second half. Oh, that really slows
are not
down.
Yelling at them, you're going too fast. That refrain has not been shouted at them like it used to be shouted at the people around the table. You're going too fast. They don't know what that means. They're just saying,
Those
hey,
words, I've ever heard those words. I don't know.
how do I get to the very, very front of the race at this point?
Great overhead shots here. Compliments of Qatar Airways looking down on the dueling Norwegians who are intently chasing down the lead of the VinFast Ironman World Championship. They're doing so in style. Folks, we're with Tim O'Donnell and Sebastian Kienle. These two superstars are running along. And by the way, if you ever want to drive the camera selection, you can jump onto IronmanNow.com and pick your camera view. Just log in and create an account, and you can steer those cameras. T.O. just switched the visor to backward status.
That's battle time.
Yeah, I think that's over the top, right? Did he just go from game time to?
That's right.
Yeah, he just turned on the hammer.
Well, it's funny because we've been doing a lot of talking about how much fight is left in Tim when it comes down to the run, and we saw him kind of get through more or less the North American Championship at Des Moines early this year. But the man is
engaged right now.
Yeah, he's engaged because he's been on a rise back to some good form, and right now, what a cool spot to have another old guard runner just in front of you. Am I right? I mean,
yeah, they're not that old, but they're battling out for, they could run top 5 here.
They're not old chronologically. They're the old guard. They're the old guard, right?
They've been here more than this duo has. Let's put it that way.
It has been 8 years since Kienle won. The bottom line is these two men, they're the new face. Those are the old guard, but they're all in contention for the win. Yep. If you want to bet, let's do it. You guys should all start throwing out your suggestions of who you think is going to win this race. We're looking down on the two Norwegians. Different styles, different approach to some extent, but the same in a lot of ways.
You look at this rhythm. They're almost turning their shoulders at the same rate.
Yes.
You know, it's like they're attached. They got this fishing line attached.
Sam Laidlow looks smooth. Like
Yeah,
let's not forget that this guy earned this massive lead by way of
him.
Yeah,
Right?
it was not given. It was earned by way of the best bike split we've seen yet here in Kona, and he's cruising very smooth, very efficient. I mean, the hard part of the race, well, in this thing, the hard part of the race is always the next step, isn't it? All the way to Mike Riley, but he's pushing through, and he looks smooth.
You know, it's fuel then cool, or cool then fuel, and on the run. So you're grabbing ice first, ice second, water third, ice again, and then you're thinking about maybe some calories as you see
Chevalier.
Leon Chevalier sitting in 5th place right now, taking that cooling strategy to heart, saying, hey, I'm going to take some cool sponges, stick them down the back of my neck, and I'm gonna dump as much ice down my chest as I can. Top 5 here, just laying it down. Seeing Andy Dreitz running the other direction.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
So you're going Gustav for the W. I'm flying in on the Qatar flyover cam. And Didi, I'm just buying you time because I think you might want to crunch out some numbers. But that is a cool shot, again, of that flyover cam Qatar Airways gives us here. We're going to have that look once these athletes roll on down that magical finish stretch.
And I think in a couple of hours when that Qatar airline cam flies back in the opposite direction to the finish line with our men's champion, it's going to be following Gustav Eden.
So 2 picks for Eden, 1 for Blumenfeld. I think it's fair. I mean, you know what? The exciting thing is we're a unanimous decision on Norway for the win. So much stuff here, but back again with Chevalier. He looks great. Smooth, really good form here as he's rolling through. We're watching him pretty much first time he's rolled through these lava fuel, not on the lava now, but these hallowed grounds of Elite E-Drive. This is one of those stingers right here, a pretty long grinder uphill. We're going to jump over with Matt Lieto on the course on Elite E-Drive. Matt, take it away, my friend.
Stay off comms, guys. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. We are here with Gustav and Christian, and I'll tell you what, these guys look kind of like they're on a Sunday run together, but they're just both looking at their watches. They're both definitely pacing, making sure they keep an eye on pace. They know that the gap from the leader in front is pretty large, but man, Gustav still looks like he's breathing through his nose. He does not look like he's working. If I had to guess, it looks like Christian is working harder than Gustav. Gustav looks so smooth and so steady. These guys are flying, and they both look incredibly relaxed for the incredible pace that they are running right now.
I don't think I've ever seen labor in the face of Christian Blumenfeld. I have. That's a lie. But like right there, this early, you see that kind of grimace. You know what? We all have highs and lows at different times. You could see a little bit more control in the face of Gustav Iden at that point, I felt, than Christian Blumenfeld. What a shot.
It was a great shot.
This is what it's like to be leading the VinFast Ironman World Championship, if you didn't know.
So as Sam is going to run under the Morton banner here, he's going to take a right-hander and come off of a Leahy, and he won't see a Leahy for another 20 miles.
That's pretty daunting right there. So as we watch this happen and we recognize the importance of fueling, and you reference the Morton gel, we'll talk about a lot of great stuff here in this next segment. Greg Welch, take it away with Dr. Matt Penke from the GSSI. Tell us what that means, Greg. It's all yours.
Well, thank you very much, Michael, Andy, and Dee Dee. And I'm just going to weigh in on your predictions. I'm going with KB, boys and girls. KB, Christian Blumenfeld all the way. Sam Laidlow, however, he's running a very, very strong race, a very heroic race right now. Went very hard in the last part of the bike, and, you know, there's a nutritional breakdown that I'm expecting to happen around about 12 to 15 miles on the run course. So we might see things slow down for Sam and KB and Gustav Iden to sort of keep their pace. Joining me right now is the principal scientist of GSSI, which is the Gatorade Sports Science Institute, Dr. Matt Penke. And Matt, firstly, you were out there on the race on Thursday. You competed. Don't leave me hanging, Brady. Don't leave me hanging. Congratulations on a great race.
Thank you.
But you also had a broken tailbone.
Yeah, it was a fluke accident the night before the race in the hotel. So I felt every kick, every pedal stroke, every run was the most challenging from a pain perspective Ironman I've done, but it was great. Always great to race here. I love it.
Look a little uncomfortable on the chair right now too. No, look, this is around about the the point of time in an Ironman race where nutrition is especially important. You know, we all talk about the formula, how we go out and train and formulate what we're going to do. Each person's different, right?
Yeah, oh, certainly. You know, that's why we do sweat testing on athletes, working with them in the lab, working with them in the field. When we work with triathletes specifically and test them here in Kona, we see that on average, maybe someone's sweat rate around 48 ounces an hour or something like that. But some people might have 12 ounces an hour, some might have 85. So that's where it's learn what you're losing, making sure you replace as close as you can. And especially on the bike, you said at this point in the run, you're thinking maybe the nutrition's going to start breaking down because we all know when you get on the run what can happen. So when you get off the bike, be in the best place as possible before you get out.
3 disciplines, 3 separate heart rate zones in the swimming, the biking, and running. Now this is all where gravity takes over. Swimming, it's really buoyant out there. You're laying over the top of the bike, but now with gravity, so the body's working extra hard, especially in hot and humid conditions. It's not like being back in Chicago and running up and down Lakeshore Drive, when it's like, let's say 65 degrees and at 50% humidity. Right. You're on the big island of Hawaii. You've got hot temperatures, 88 degrees right now. That's 28 to 30 Celsius. You've got high humidity. What is it going to take for our athletes to combat, a bonking effect or something like that?
There are a couple of things. And, speaking for both the pros and the amateurs that are out there as well, is everyone wants to have their best race. So being in the best spot as possible from your nutrition. And I mentioned hydration. And we know once you start becoming a little bit dehydrated, a few percent dehydrated, physical breakdown a little bit. Further than that, cognitive, you're going to make the right choices and make sure, especially when you get out in the aid stations, when am I going to take my next, gel? When am I going to take my next sports drink? Things like that. So it's super important. And as you become more dehydrated, the heat's going to affect you more, right? Your core temperature is already going up. You have the heat on top of that. And then you think of, what's the next step? If I'm getting myself in a hole, how am I going to bring myself out of it as they make their variation on the race course?
Yep, Gatorade Endurance Formula are the official drink of the VinFast Ironman World Championship, and it's formulated for father. Now, look, when we say that, is it 1.5 times sodium or 1.5 times electrolyte?
Yeah, so there are a couple of things. One is we changed the carbohydrate blend because we know for athletes competing at this distance that they should be having up to about 90 grams of carbohydrate per hour. And in order to do that, you have to have the right carbohydrate blend. And then, of course, the sodium you mentioned as well. You know, we're almost double the sodium of what a typical Gatorade would be, as well as some other electrolytes. And the concentration of sodium here is similar if average mattered, which quite honestly it doesn't. But if average mattered, that's the concentration in that is similar to what athletes lose. But once again, some people are losing just 300 milligrams. Some people are losing 3 grams. So it's a huge range we see.
Yeah, exactly. And it's important for everybody to figure it out for themselves. It's not, whatever's good for Dr. Matt Pankey is not, also just what they should be doing. Jan Frodeno was on earlier and, gave us a good look at, how many calories he takes, in between 400 and 500 calories per hour, how it's broken down, what he uses, if it's caffeinated, not caffeinated, and so on and so forth. But it's incredible. I mean, I know that Lionel Sanders over the years has been, attached to the GSSI. He's done his homework with that, but all the other athletes, do they have an opportunity to do something like that with you guys?
Yeah, oftentimes we'll work with a variety of professional athletes, understand if they have a problem, help them get to what their solution might be. You kind of alluded to it as well, as your training of your nutrition is absolutely critical. So figuring out what you need, and then with Jan, he's mentioned he's at 400, 500 calories. You don't just jump from 100 calories up to that. You work your way up, and you can actually train your body, your gut, just like you're training your muscles when you're training.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you just look. The trick here is like you get up at 3:30 in the morning. You start with your breakfast. It has to be spot on. Then you've got around about, it depends who you are, but 45 to 48 minutes. Or 2 hours and 20 minutes before you're able to ingest again. So you do not want to get out there and stress out the gut and have that GI, the gastrointestinal problems early on in the bike ride. So like you say, a gradual ramp up of nutrition all the way out throughout the day.
Yeah, certainly. And if you put too much in and put that wrong concentration in, especially if you're a little bit more dehydrated than earlier in the race, that's a great risk for GI distress, too. It's going to increase as that concentration gets higher in your gut.
All right, Matt, you were out there on Thursday. You had a race. What do you think about Sam Laidlow right now? He's running up Palani Drive.
I wish I looked like that on Thursday, I'll say that. You mentioned Jan was here before, and, one of the great things about coming here and racing on the island, I got a cup of ice from Jan at an aid station on Palani.
At mile 7.
It was amazing. It was amazing.
I heard that when the athletes started hearing that, oh my gosh, Jan Frodeno's up at mile marker 7 aid station, and people started lining up to get a cup of Gatorade Endurance from him. I'm like, no, keep going. You're gonna spoil your time or whatever. But anyway, Sam Laidlow is up the top of Palani Road right now, about to hit the Queen Kaumana Highway where the real race starts. No more hyperactivity alike along Elite Drive with thousands of spectators lining the roads along there. It's absolutely amazing to see how many spectators have come back to the island after the pandemic just 2 years ago in 2019 to 2022. Sorry, 3 years. As we see Gustav Eden now and Christian Blumenfeld. They are going to run together pretty much the whole way. Will it be a Mark Allen and Dave Scott Iron War replica? We'll just have to wait and see. That came down to 22.5 to 23 miles. But right now, they're as tough as nails. And then you got Max Newman from Australia tailing the two Norwegians right now. All right, we're going to say goodbye to Matt Pankey. Dr. Matt Pankey, thank you so much for coming down, mate. What a heroic effort the other day with a broken tailbone. Must have been very uncomfortable on that bike for however time you were on it. Thanks for coming along and explaining just how important it is for Gatorade Endurance to be partnered up with the Ironman Group.
Thank you. Pleasure as always.
All right. Thank you, Matt. All right, we're going to throw it back to you guys. Back in the studio, Andy, Didi, and Michael.
Thank you so much, Greg. Thank you so much, Dr. Pankey. You guys are awesome, always giving great insight. Here we are back with this duo that is just explosive. And I have to say, if you're on Elite Drive, if you can tear yourself away from this coverage and get out there live, you're going to see an epic battle here as these men get ready to run up Palani. And this is, we talk about how do you get up Palani? Any way you can, but these two are about to put a clinic on. Hey, Do you think Ferdinand's still at that 8 station?
I know. I was wondering. I was like, this is
Jan,
Jan
you
needs
out
to be
there.
the 8
Hit us
station.
up with some info.
Oh my gosh, here we go. So overhead shot gives you a great look at the leg extension. Max Newman's still very close to those two racehorses up front, only losing 30 seconds or so, and really just staying in contact, Andy.
Yeah, not even. Max looks great. You can see him pumping those arms, getting up. This hill is, the gradient's a little deceiving on camera. When you're out there, you feel like you're taking one step forward and it's only a foot because it goes just in front of your toes on the opposite foot.
You can most people have heard of Mount Everest. I mean, that's pretty much what you're running.
This is Hawaii's version of Everesting.
Oh, yeah. So I can see actually a big chunk getting eaten out of Sam's lead here by all three of these guys just because of the way that they're able to tap out a rhythm. It has less to do with like the size of your gait and more about the rhythm of your cadence. So you can see them, you shorten up that cadence.
You want to shorten
drive.
Yeah, you want to shorten up the stride and increase that turnover and drive that chest into the hill in front of you. Will your way up it if you have to. But yeah, this is a tough one. We see a lot of souls broken on this hill. In fairness, with the modified course from years and years ago, it comes a little bit earlier, which is a little bit kinder, but still a big challenge here.
Sort of helpful. Here's the other thing, often overlooked, but not something that the top race horses don't have to contend with is cramping. So we look at muscular fatigue cramping. We look at electrolyte imbalance induced cramping. Look about cramping. Like, let's just talk about a muscle spasm. When you hit a hill like this and you are all of a sudden shifted literally to a different gait, it is very difficult. In fact, this overhead shot from Qatar Airways gives us a perfect look at what I'm talking about. You will have suddenly a different load to your hamstrings and your calves, the back of your legs, why is that worth mentioning? Well, it just can often set off those spasms, that strain. Maybe not now, but you load up, you feel it later.
Maybe not now.
They did glide it though. Yeah, sorry.
Maybe not now, but maybe we can get a little bit more insight from Matt, who's at the top of Palani and just saw these gentlemen roll through. Matt, what do you have?
God, they're flying. Why is he pointing? Anyway, I don't know if he's talking. I don't know if we have audio, but that was Gustav Iden and Christian Blumenfeld. When we don't have your audio just yet. No audio. Matt, we didn't have your audio, but we will get what you saw as we watch Max Newman come your way. So get ready. The Aussie is on you. If we've got your audio, let's hit it, Matt.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Sorry about that. A lot of action down here. Those two athletes running through really smooth. Right now we have Max Newman running very, very well, chasing those two athletes, Christian Blumenfeld and Gustav Iden. Again, they both look like they're out for a Sunday jog. Really, really, really smooth. And again, if I had to say, Gustav is doing it easier. He just looks light on his feet, kind of what we're used to when he's won the 70.3 Worlds twice. Very, very comfortable, high heel kick, relaxed, composed. Christian looked like he's muscling it a little bit more, which is his running style. But on a course like this, even though it's good conditions, the more you work, the more you're going to pay at the end. So right now it looks like Gustav is being a little bit more economical with his stride. But I will say at the top of Palani, cloud cover, a little bit of a breeze, actually a little bit of a headwind. So Gustav in the front is going to be feeling a little bit cooler, while Christian might get a little bit of respite from running behind Gustav. But Max Newman, as you guys said, running fantastic, really not losing much time to this Norwegian duo.
Last time. That's right. At last time check, Max Newman had only given up 30 seconds, and so he is definitely staying in touch. Would have been able to see them up the Palani climb. And to your point, yes, it does look by our eye as well that Gustav seems to have a better efficiency about him. We were making bets, Matt. We're just going to make you make the pick right now.
Make the pick.
Yeah, again, it's Gustav, and as you're talking, it's Gustav. It's Gustav. But guys, the wind is picking up. Like I'd say, it was a breeze before. Now it's pretty strong, actually. Headwind in. to the Natural Energy Lab and a tailwind out. Tailwind maybe sounds nice, but we all know when it gets hot, it's not good. But right now, if I was guessing, this is a 10-mile-an-hour wind, so there's something. So running 2 up, there's going to be an advantage to that runner behind. So I wonder if this training duo is going to start taking turns or if Gustav's going to keep pushing the pace, because there will definitely be an advantage for the runner running in second place now with this pretty heavy wind.
Great stuff, Matt. Great stuff. Hey, great stuff there, Matt. I appreciate that. And I'll say this, Leon Chevalier coming your way next. And I want you to kind of get this coming your way. Kienle, Ditlev, O'Donnell, Worf, Skipper. I want you to wait for all those guys. Obviously, wait for whomever you want, but I really would love to see, because that is the battle point there to see if those top 10ers will make themselves top 5ers again. We're talking Chevalier in 5th, Kienle in 6th, Ditlev in 7th, O'Donnell 8th, Worf and Skipper for 9-10. Keep an eye for those, my friend, as we come gliding downhill with Max Newman. This man, he is taking a whole bunch of confidence from his approach, right? I have to say, this guy was not in our top 3, top 4, top 5 constant talk. And I think that he could use that to say, what? I don't have the chops. I've done a lot in my career, and I'm ready to put something down on the Big Island. He's doing it. Aid station here, guys.
He's only running a second a mile slower.
Right.
So it's not like he's hemorrhaging time. One of the benefits of entering into an aid station by yourself is you don't, if the volunteer, who are phenomenal, by the way, each and every volunteer who donates their time and energy and passion to help all the athletes from the pros to the age groupers, can't thank them enough. But when you run in with a group, sometimes the resource that you're seeking out disappears right in front of you.
There you go.
Right.
And then you're like, I really wanted Coke. That Coke is gone, and Coke only hits you once, and then you got to wait another 3.5 miles till you get what you want. And so you might see some jockeying for position as we enter into the next aid station. So that's a benefit for Max as he enters into this. Maybe a little fly got to Gustav there. As Max enters into this next aid station, he can get what he wants at his own pace and his own rhythm, come out of it, and keep the tractor beam fully engaged onto the heels of Christian Blumenfeld as they don't really run too far away.
That was Matt Lieto's brother and Matt Lieto's nephew running along cheering for these two guys.
And Caden Lieto. Chris Lieto knows something about being on the podium here at this race, taking it all in now with his son. Exciting stuff.
Welcome back to the VinFast Ironman World Championship, brought to you in part by Hoka. Fly, human fly. And there they are.
Here for the first time.
So if we're going to call it the Iron War 2.0, just like world records are, they're put out there, world's best, meant to be broken.
Yeah.
Now we've got 2.0 on the Iron War. It's not a slight at Iron War 1.0. This is just the evolution of the sport as we see athletes get stronger, faster, smarter, and now they're just talking about it right here.
Yes, that was it. That's different to the Iron War 1989. Those guys wouldn't have given a single word. But right now, Blumenfeld gave that little half kind of twist of head over there. These guys chit-chatting about it. And I'll say this as well. My goodness, at these paces, yes, folks, they can still talk. Yes, that does still enable them to run stellar, world-class, world record-setting paces here for this course and this event. This is exciting, and I did see right before Blumenfeld got in front, I saw what I was about to call out was a little grimace on Eden's face.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Well, I guess my point was that this is the first time we've seen Blumenfeld take the share of the lead, right? I mean, he seemed content to be Gustav Eden's shadow, and now has, went shoulder to shoulder, exchanged a pleasantry, and now is sort of taking the pace setting and letting Eden sit on the shoulder.
Look at that. Some overhead shots here, rolling through. Again, big thanks to Qatar Airways. As we look at this, the water, beautiful. The beach, equally so. And actually, the camera work, I'm going to have to say, that really is cool. And enough said there. Makes me want to dip in.
Let's go.
So back to Sam Laidlow. Much credit.
Yeah. So Sam Laidlow, you could see the difference on Ali'i versus the Queen Kama'amau. So on Ali'i, he had flow, and he said it looks like he's starting to develop a little bit more flow. But when we were panning back to him before, it became a little bit mechanical, and he started to hemorrhage some time. Now it looks like he's got a little bit better flow to his stride. Again, do you see the same thing I'm seeing here,
I think he's
Didi?
pulling up. It looks like to me, it looks like he's stiffening it up just a little bit.
Yeah.
It's almost like, I don't want to say it's a hitch because it's not that pronounced, but he is looking labored. And certainly when you compare that to these two, particularly Gustav Eden, who just seems to flow so easily across the pavement. There is a difference there, and it's reflected in the timing and the pace. I mean, this duo running about 15 seconds a mile, 10 to 15 seconds a mile faster than Sam Laidlow through that last segment.
God, you know what's also kind of crazy here? I mean, we'd have to get some stats to bring this up, but this is a 28-year-old with a 27-year-old. We got a 23-year-old up the road. Outside of Thomas Hellriegel, who I believe was 27 when he won, we don't have a lot of winners in their mid-20s. Matt, you take it away with these two legends. What have you got on course for us?
Yeah, right now I'm with Sebastian Kienle and Ditlev working together. Sebi just took a pull, looked over at Magnus, and encouraged him. These athletes still talking to each other. Sebi knows that he has to do this one on the run, and he's found someone that he knows can run 240 marathon off of a hard bike. And we know Magnus was down for a little bit, had a bit of a rest coming out of transition. But again, if I had to say it, Sebi is maybe the most relaxed athlete running that I see out there, maybe besides the two Norwegians up front, and Joe Skipper, not too far behind these two chasing. These are kind of the smoothest runners. I think Ditlev is a little bit heavier on his feet right now than Sebi is, but Sebi's definitely, he's got locked on to Chevalier up in front. He's got his sights locked. They're 200, 300 meters behind, but working together, trying to run through this course. Sebi knows there's a lot more running left to do.
Tell you what, Matt, that is great commentary. I was sort of, as you started talking, saying, man, I just love the way Sebastian Kienle looks today. Really just so smooth, impressive with the control of pace. So early days here as we're about to tick over at 6 hours. You want to know what it looks like? Well, the Hoka Run course, it starts in town. You head out on Ali'i Drive. You come back to town, up Palani, and then a long stretch of road before you get to experience the Natural Energy Lab Authority of Hawaii, and then back. We come all the way back to Kailua Kona, down Palani, and you rip it past the world's best banyan tree to the world's best finish line. Plenty of hyperbole, but well-deserved. Finishing with a total of 26.2 miles, or if you're metric, let's call it 42.2. That is the Hoka Run course. Fly, Andy, fly.
I've had some really nice experiences on there. I can tell you when we last saw Sebi on the run course, he just had his hands higher. Yeah. He was ticking off a pace, and he looked really smooth. I think Magnus was tucking in behind him, knowing that Sebastian might be blocking some of that wind that Matt was talking about earlier coming right at him. So maybe that was the savvy move. But they're moving up to, that was the 6th and 7th in the moment on the course.
Yeah, look at these shots here. That makes you want to get right out there and experience this. We talked about it before. 2 days of championship racing coming back at us in 2023. How exciting. Look at that right there. I mean, a camera gives us a trick, but that's what Max Newman gets to focus on.
2 cones.
The Aussie sees 2 men, the best in the business right now, and he is within throwing distance with a good arm.
And that gap hasn't really changed. I mean,
No.
The Norwegians ran away from him, and we thought maybe he was off the back and that was it. That was the end. But he has answered, and he is hanging in there,
And
keeping
I
that
think
distance stable.
Gustav could hear you. And he just looked over his shoulder to peek.
Yeah.
Knowing, because sometimes you hear voices when you're out on the highway. You can hear cheers.
Well, you hear the cheers long after you've passed.
Right. And then is that echo or are those voices kind of creeping up on you? What is that gap? And then you start to hear the cheers and you're thinking, oh, how close is it? I thought we were distancing him and maybe the gap is closing. So.
It's a secret too. Sometimes you cheer for the person and you cheer for the next person to let them know they're
is.
here.
Yeah.
But watch this. 39 seconds is what the last split showed between the Norwegian duo and Max Newman. So that look was great because it is what he's actually seeing. How close it is and whether or not it's going to extend, of course, time will tell. But this is a dynamic punch, and the same way they did on the bike, neither one hesitates to take that front step. Neither one has qualms about setting the pace or carrying that emotional load. They both can do it, will do it, and appear to be doing it. Who knows? Maybe they've got a pact to start racing at mile 23.
That's fair. You know, when we talked about the aid stations swapping turns,
yeah,
look who's in front now.
You got it. And that's the difference again when you have rivals who train together. When you have a mutual respect, each man not trying to prove anything right now, but each one going to want to prove something in the closing 5K.
Well, sure. I mean, they're sharing the load right now, right? They are helping they're lifting each other up through these stages of the marathon. The question is, when do they get the green light to battle?
Do you see that?
Yeah. I'm not sure if I like it or if I don't like it when they're constantly referencing their pace. Because if you're always referencing your pace, like how much are you racing on instinct and how much is it just like a patient waiting game? Like, oh yeah, we said we'd keep the gloves on until 10K to go and then we take the gloves off. Well, like, is that the level that they're playing at right now?
That's
Feels
their
like
MO though. Everything is so super calculated, right? So they're not only watching their paces, they're watching their blood glucose, they're watching all of these metrics, but that is to plan. That is how they operate.
And is that the new wave of the peak of our sport?
Taking gut and instinct out of it.
Yes, because guess what? Innovate or die. It really is.
Right on.
Get with the times or get left behind. So the same way that athletes like Daniela Reef, Chrissy Wellington, Paula Newby-Fraser elevated those around them, they had to catch up. Now these men are forcing us to do it. And how do we do it? Just outrun them? Like I just can't
run faster.
I just can't see how. Colin Chartier, he's proven so much. Now he's young. He's taking the reins here, perhaps. He's got to also duplicate that. I think I'm with you. Like, I love that purity of just going, but you have to realize the race will leave you behind if you don't.
Not only this race, but this sport will leave you behind.
There you go.
Innovate or die. How to stay at the pointy edge, like at the sharp edge on that point. Like, how do you continue to be just a 0.1% better than your competitors? There's another check.
Yeah.
Are we running? What's my blood? How we doing? Fuel.
Yeah.
Oh, did it tell them to fuel? Maybe.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. And look at that. 2 bottles, one in each hand for Blumenfeld. They each look at the same time, a beep, a buzz, something like that. But here's the story. Stay at the pointy edge or get poked, get cut. I'm talking about some fun stuff. Remember, this can be a selfish sport, focusing all on yourself and all on those details, data, and information. But if you want to make it a little bit more about the greater good, you should check out the Ironman Foundation. So much to offer. Check this out.
We are an elite group of athletes that swim, bike, and run to leave a lasting impact in our race communities long after race day. We support one another and the communities where we live, train, and race through service projects and charitable givebacks. We know that through all the early mornings and long training days, we are changing more lives than our own. We know that behind each of our Ironman dreams, there is a community of people supporting us, helping us reach that finish line. We race to make a difference. We race to honor others. We race for change. We race for more. Become a part of the Ironman Foundation and have the satisfaction of crossing the finish line, knowing you helped change countless lives. We are the Ironman Foundation. Are you ready to race for more? Join us today.
And now you get to see Aussie, 3-time Ironman champ Max Newman. Been so impressive all day, and that hasn't changed at all. He's very impressive. Didi, you were saying he's responding to the situation. Tell me what you meant a minute ago.
Well, I think we look at his BMC teammate, Chelsea Sodaro, leading this race, and she made the investment from the beginning in keeping that core body temperature down. She was jogging the aid stations very methodically, getting the ice, getting the fluids, getting the hydration. We weren't seeing Max Newman do that up until this stage. So I think he is responding to what he's feeling in terms of that core temperature rising, still making a great plan to honor that and to listen to his body. But it does indicate to us that perhaps he's starting to struggle a little bit out there.
So it was only a 7/10 of a mile split, but the last 7/10 of a mile split for Sam Laidlow had a dramatic slowing to the effort, went to almost a 7-minute pace. Again, it's a small segment, and we talked about
could be an aid station, could be, yep.
Average that out. It's maybe not a falter just yet, but I do think it starts to be time to say, not if, but when the Norwegian train comes through, how do you respond? If I'm Sam Laidlow and I'm in there, I do a little bit more of a conservative approach, like you talked about, Didi. Fight for the top 10. Don't blow it by trying to go with the dynamic duo. Just kind of keep doing your thing.
I don't know if there's going to be a decision.
I was going to say, you can't, there's only so much you can do at some point. I think when they come, they're going to come.
Strong, and he might want to do something, but the physicality of it may be too much. So this is Max Newman looking cool and calm here, at least through the face. But his arm swing, arm carriage has been a little bit, it's kind of squared out a little bit.
We'll say this, as we've got 15 miles to go, 15.1. Now is not the time to start feeling bad, okay? This doesn't mean it doesn't hurt the whole time. Of course it hurts the whole time, but you want to have major mental and some small physical reserves when you're on this part of the highway pointing the other direction. So when you start to falter, I'm not saying that's for Sam right now just yet, but this is early days, 6 hours of racing, 6:08. We've got to go another hour and 40 minutes realistically. But this is cool. We're looking at Sam Laidlow. He's being chased like a hunted gazelle by 2 lions who go by the name of Gustav and Christian. They caught up earlier this week with our team, and this is what they had to say about their brouhaha today.
You feel so stupid if I'm beating Gustav 2 weeks in a row now in training, and he comes and beat me on race day, because it's race day that matters. So we also know that that's everything that matters, not what happened in training.
Yeah, so Christian said he was beating me in training for 2 weeks, and I was gonna suck this to get beaten on race day. Well, training is one thing and racing is something totally different. And I wouldn't say I show my weakness in training, but I think I've been a bit smarter than him. I don't buy into his mind games. I try to do what's right for me. And yeah, I've really not been pushing it to the max for now. And I think he's in for a surprise the last part of the run.
Oh my goodness.
Calling his shot.
That was fun. And so, yeah, he's saying he's in for a surprise. Both these guys, I think, are in for a surprise. They're going to surprise one another, each other, and all of us, because this is unscripted, right? And back to what you said, Andy, is how much do you like or dislike all of the monitoring? I guarantee there will be a point when that has to fall off priority list. You're going to be 20, 23, 24 miles in, and it is not going to matter if your pace says wait. You have to go or lose.
I agree 100%. I mean, it's a race, and you don't get points for sticking to your race plan. You get points for being the first across the line, right? So at some point you surrender. Adhering to the race plan is in theory, designed to get you to the finish line first, but at some point, you guys just got to drop that and race the race. But right now, they're still monitoring it. We have a long way to go.
Let's check it out. Our leader on the course is very close to Matt Lieto, who knows a lot about this race and how hot it gets. Matt, is it hot? How hot is it?
It's pretty hot, Michael. It's pretty hot, but I'd say Sam doesn't look too bad. As you said, he is slowing a little bit, but he looks smooth. It doesn't look like he's overheated. He's not at that kind of spot yet where we know there's no return, but he's going to take a left-hand turn into the Natural Energy Lab not too much longer, and he's going to feel the heat, no doubt. But he's certainly feeling the heat from those athletes behind. They're starting to bring some of that time back on Sam, but Sam looks really, really good. And I will say, not to use the family name too much, to plug us too much, but Chris Lieto, my brother, just ran next to him for a second. Gave him encouragement to try to stay ahead of these fast runners. But when you got two 35ers running after you, it's a challenge. But Sam looks, I will say, he looks very, very composed. He does not look like he's kind of hit that heat crescendo yet. And I think he's got some more to give, guys.
Great stuff, and I think all very valid. He doesn't look like he's cashed in. I am happy to hear that from a close-up perspective, he looks like he's got some in reserves. That lead not coming down super fast to where we're at the point where it's just hemorrhaging time, but we are seeing an advance. And I think for Sam Laidlow, it will be kind of cool to see if and when that time comes to an end as the leader, how he attempts to respond, because you guys are right. It's what you want, what your body wants, but I don't know a single top competitor that just throws in the white towel when they get past.
I was going to say, do you think he still thinks he can win this race?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
100%.
He thinks he can win.
Especially now, every step, it validates he can win it.
Absolutely. And another thing that makes this a really powerful moment as he starts to take in some fuel is we can't really hear it, but there's a drum and a drone to the motors of the vehicles that are shooting him from the sides. And all you hear is that hum of the moto next to you and nothing, and then it's crickets. And there's a really empowering sound to that. It's knowing, wait, I've got a real gap. This is over a half of a mile, and we're coming in on almost halfway to the marathon. So he came off with a mile gap. It's only down to a half. He sure believes he can win.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
Welcome here to the Ironman World Championship. You are watching in part courtesy of Gatorade. Endurance formulated for farther. In any case, what I was going to say is we watched the flyover cam here from the Qatar Airways that will be bringing us in. He's going to believe until something tells him otherwise. A cramp, a distended belly, a porta potty break. Those are the extreme things. Or a lead change. So I think he's still going to keep that belief.
So mathematically, you don't think he's thinking the fastest I've ever run is 255,
No
and
way.
I'm up
No
against
way.
guys who have run 235?
He's
You
thinking
don't start doing-
magic.
yeah.
I'm sprinkling magic on this course. I know nobody's seen me run 255, but you're about to see a 243. I don't know.
That you do think that because in the end, I really do think that this is an athlete. All right, look, he's 23, so there's always going to be a youthful arrogance that is a good thing, right? A belief there that's just innate. And then as you watch this, the other part of that is you don't ride away from the World Championship field without believing that you could do, right? You can break through. You can do anything. This man, I think the same in Texas, the same at St. George. Every time we've seen him, there's a belief that he's going to crush it until he doesn't. And so, I don't know. But like you and I, the three of us, we may have a different opinion.
There's also an element to this that says, we don't know if he's throwing down his very best effort through the half marathon point. He could be saying, stay calm, cool, collected, and then when anyone runs up, do your best to respond.
Yeah, speed up.
Because I haven't had to dump all this fuel, and I've been able to execute my thing. So now I have something left to play. I have one response, or I have two responses.
Look at that. A look back.
I was going to say, does that indicate psychology that they're looking back for Newman instead of ahead to Laidlaw?
I'm not worried about it. What's more impressive to me is that at this pace, he can do that. I mean, you could turn practically half of your body around to look back and get right back to your form. Like, talk about holding back. I think these guys are still well in the reserve tank.
Yes. That's where, when we look at the evolution of the sport and why we see the short course athletes when they come onto the Ironman scene, because they have been training at such fast velocities when they're on the track, throwing in 8-minute 3K efforts. That's why this looks like he can maneuver his body and position his body the way that he does, because he's only operate right now. He's at 82% of his mathematical ability. So he knows, like, oh, I've got 18% to play with.
My brain actually stopped hearing anything and was just thinking about a 240 per K on 3 times in a row without stopping. So it is great. I love it. I love the perspective, Andy, and the numbers there. Great insight and true. So we always talked about this when some of these athletes change from the short course preparation to the long course. By the way, I just remember when Blumenfeld ran away with that long sprint at the Olympics, I remember watching that and him taking off so early and holding this grinder of a diesel sprint, right? That by Alex Lee, who has the top end, he took off so early. And they were talking about his training on that coverage. This guy trains like a half Ironman or an Ironman athlete. And he was winning the Olympics. So he already had that depth, that strength. To me, it's like, holy smokes, that explains a lot.
Absolutely. I mean, so if we get some of that insight that we have to their training, and we see that Sam Laidlaw has 3 minutes up on him, what kind of training is he doing out there?
He's 100%. That is a great point. And watching the way that you have to prepare for this event, to be able to go 4:04 and have that be
controlled.
Exactly. Have that be an effort that leaves you with plenty to run this fast.
He's not sitting on the side of the road at this point.
He's training a lot. But let's just take a second to compliment the color choice here of the socks and the shoes of Christian Blumenfeld. I can't even, they're moving too fast for me to see, but the socks, I mean, just a little bit. You've got to give him some props for that.
Yeah, it looks like Gustav's well coordinated all throughout.
That's true. He's got a little bit more of a Norwegian color scheme with the flash of green. I'm sure there's some World Championship stripes on every leg on that. But here we are, back to another guy we got to give a lot of praise to. Aussies around the world. When we talked about it earlier this morning, or maybe that was Thursday, Dee and I were talking about the reign of various regions and countries. And Australia came in here with Craig Alexander and Chris McCormack and Pete Jacobs, and they took dominance in those years. And we haven't really seen an Aussie here up at the front of the Ironman World Championship for a little while now. Max Newman is doing that, flying that Aussie flag proudly for his nation, and really just, I think he's going to be still inside this top 5 when we come to the finish line.
Max Newman, he may be losing a little bit of time, but if you look at the average pace, he's running 6-minute miles, 6.00 minute miles through the halfway mark. So it's not that the gap is opening up because he's faltering. It's because the pace is that rich. So when we talk about that sub 240 marathon, it's not just going to be done by one person or two people.
It's going to be a handful of them.
It's going to be a big bunch, and it wasn't like they rode soft to begin.
Crazy day here, crazy times when we're talking about it being maybe a 7:45 kind of day. Obviously, conditions contribute to that in a way that we sort of have gotten used to. Better, a little bit more mild conditions, not as much wind here. But let's not just give it all to conditions. Let's give a massive part of that to the effort and the preparation these athletes have. Christian Blumenfeld, again, turning back and conversing with Gustav Iden. I have to say, if we could just get his coach on record here to tell us really what's the go point.
Yeah.
Because I without a doubt, so Eden said, look, I'm going to go with 5 miles to go and surprise Blumenfeld. Both of these guys have some sort of point where they've decided the race begins. I think leaving the energy lab is a safe assumption, but it might be at the turn of the energy lab. Let's see anyway what Matt Lieto's finding out for us with Max Newman on course.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Yeah, I'm here with Newman, and sorry if I know you guys were just on him as well, but it took us a while to catch him. Max looks really good. As you guys could see on screen, he's getting a little bit warm, pulling that shirt up, trying to get as much of his torso exposed to the wind. That's why these athletes are doing that. He can really feel that breeze on his chest and on his torso going into this headwind. And we know it's going to be hot when we go down into the natural energy lab, so he's kind of preparing for that. But right now, Max Newman is putting himself in a great position. You know, we always say if there's athletes in front of you that are having a better day, you have to just put yourself in a position to clean up if they mess up. And right now, he's running in a podium position if Laidlaw realizes he just went out too hard. So I think, you know, Max, again, he lost a minute. He can almost reach out and grab the Norwegian. So he's definitely pacing off of these two incredible runners in front. And if he's able to kind of gauge himself off them, I think him moving into the podium is a pretty good chance. But Max looks fantastic. Great heel stride, or heel kick, excuse me, great stride. Looks very, very comfortable. No different than he did when he left transition.
Thank you so much, Matt, for the update on this Aussie who is doing something that's arguably more difficult too, being in that position with these two guys, watching them run away and then watching them be alone. That's a tough spot to be in, but let's just dive into the tactics here. We're going with Blumenfeld, ice and water down the back. Gustav Iden doing a little bit of the same, taking some in and then pouring some on. Cool off the engine also while giving you the hydration that you need. And once again, on cue, Eden goes to the front. Every single aid station, guys, they've changed the lead. If that wasn't part of the plan, I don't believe in plans.
I was to say that's not chance. That's not just random, folks.
Everybody barking stuff at him. Most people saying how far back Sam Laidlaw is, and far up he is, and these two guys, I just have to feel like they're saying whatever. It can't be a complete whatever because eventually you have to erase that 3-minute deficit. Let's see.
Max at that same aid station, and if you're wondering what kind of paces are these guys running. Right now, on pace, Max is set to run 2:37. Good heavens. And then the Norwegian duo set to run a 2:36 high. So definitely, Max can see them. There's a moto attached. They're just right there, 2 cones up. And at this point in the game, you start counting. You count anything and everything in sight just to keep your wits about you and to keep your mind really sharp. So it's just as much as it is physical, this is where the mental toll of 6 hours, 24 minutes can eat into that brain. And if you can stay focused, you can move up the road and up and through people.
So if I start to just look at a little math here, Tim O'Donnell fans around the world got to check out that he is firmly in 10th place, dropped a couple, but you want to put a lot of energy behind your guy there so he can keep that top 10 spot. Folks are coming, but I'll remind you here, despite what everybody has felt, and looking in here at our leaders, we're going to give you a little shot at how far they've gone. Men's leader and the chase a little bit further right there. They're going to head on past the Natural Energy Lab of Hawaii entrance, do a long out and back, and then they're going to come in and take that right turn to drop down into the entrance before they do the out and back that has been our historic turnaround. So laid low, he's got a pocket inside his jersey. He tucked a bottle in there, and he's taking some of his Morton gel, make sure that he keeps blood sugar where it should be. And I have to say, just to be at the front for this long, what fantastic appreciation for, I have to say, the pressure, because you've got to feel it, and you can't hate it. You got to like it. So yeah. So let's do this. We're looking at Max Newman. He's rolling through pretty well on this Hoka Run course. And while I say that, I do want to encourage everyone to stay with us, as we've got some incredible commentary coming to us from the likes of Greg Welch, Jan Frodeno, of course, Mike McManus from Hoka. They are in studio across the way from us. Greg, what have you got for us? Do tell.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Michael, Andy, and Dee Dee. Right now, Jan Frodeno, three-time Ironman world champion and the Olympic champion from 2008 as well, joining us, as well as Mike McManus, the Director of Sports Marketing globally for Hoka. It is time to fly, human, fly, and they are doing just that, Mike, out there at the moment.
Very impressive, and great to see again. The women had their day on Thursday. Now the men are once again the main player, but laid low in first. I mean, he's hanging out there, and I think, like everybody else, amazingly impressed with what he's doing. Of course, he's got to hang out and against all these other people that want them, both Norwegians and everyone else in the top 10. But it's a very exciting race today, and I think maybe challenging this guy's course record. I hope not, Jan, but you know. And we want you to be out there.
Yeah, but we got to set the record again together. You know, you got to leave objectives for next year, and that's definitely what these boys are doing. It's fantastic to see the kind of racing. I'm really genuinely stoked to see Sam put such a heartfelt performance in here. He messaged me about a week ago and he asked me for any tips, and I thought it was pretty generic. I told him to treat it like his home Ironman, like race like no one's watching, and my gosh, is he putting on a show. It's amazing to see. I thought the Norwegians would just walk right through him, but, you know, maybe they will, maybe not, but what a phenomenal performance from him.
It really is so far. I mean, the Norwegians are, just steadily, chewing into that time and just biting it off a little bit by bit. It was around about 10 seconds per mile just a little bit ago, but it's going to go all the way down past 20 miles. If there is a pass, it's going to be happening there. Jan Frodeno, I can see you. You are chomping at the bit, wishing you were out there right now, because this is exactly the style of racing that you like. You want a hard-fought race. You want it to be hard, and it is just that. Today it is absolutely cooking out there, because here we sit in town, right? We've got cloud cover, but out there is absolutely no respite. There is no shade on the course. This is a day where these athletes are going to earn their money.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the clouds in the background, but the running here, I think Mike is probably the better expert on running technique. He's such an avid runner himself, but it's just really, really phenomenal, the kind of hardness these guys are showing, and really just an exciting race. You're not sure if they're going to catch the leader, and then we've still got two guys going head to head. Is this going to be the first sprint finish in as far as I can remember?
Yeah, we've been talking about Iron War 1989 with Mark Allen and Dave Scott. We saw Macca and Andy Raylett and a few other challenges like that, but nothing that went down to 22.5 miles. Mike, Hoka's been exceptional with the partnership, but this week especially so. You had the hot corner down there on the run in the exposition area, all over the merchandise, but your activation was absolutely wonderful this week. You had a lot going on down there, lots of staff, but a lot of interested people, and number one on the shoe count.
Yeah, we're of course, huge fans of triathlon. Our partnership started in 2016 officially with Ironman, and, triathletes found our brand before we really started to, let's say, give back or invest into the sport of triathlon. And since 2016, we've expanded from just this event and full distance events in the U.S. to 70.3, both World Championships, Kona, as well as globally, all the events that it encompasses. So, yeah, we have an amazing partnership with Ironman. There's nothing better in the sport than this week. And again, the women now being able to stand alone on their own day, it's spectacular. So maybe this continues. And here we are in, certainly one of the most spectacular men's races we've ever seen.
My goodness, you are witnessing history out here. Will Janfredino's record going down this week. He's sitting right next to me. I don't want him to bop me across the ear or anything like that. But Mike, we'll get back to you. Mike, I just wanted to ask you, what does it mean for Hoka and your brand to have Janfredino, probably the most marketing triathlete to have ever lived?
Well, Jan's the GOAT, period.
Correct.
And
that's correct.
So, we've had the opportunity, about a year ago actually, and Jan came over to Ironman California, and of course that was great potential, and then they had a torrential downpour. It didn't happen. We ended up meeting and talking shop and getting to know each other that much better. And quite honestly, the prototype that we talked about the other day was really with our best and highest rated athletes all, certainly Jan. And Jan actually had one of the very early testing pairs of this prototype that we're super excited. All athletes are all competing this weekend, but yeah, to have Jan and a partnership, and of course, this time next year, we fully expect to do everything possible to put Jan in a position so that he's out there giving everybody a lot of problems on the course, and of course, the partnership continues to flourish. But to be partners with the GOAT is you can't ask for anything.
Sounds like a marketing plan coming to fruition. It just sounds like it was meshed together and good timing as well. As Jan makes his way back into the world of triathlon and gets himself back healthy and back into racing next year, we know that Janfredino is one person that's not going to leave one stone unturned, and he's going to go to the great lengths of making it happen. All right, we know that Hoka's got something coming down the road. Some of the athletes are wearing it today. Some of our men pro athletes will be wearing the prototype out there. That's going to be released next year. We're not going to tell you exactly what it is, but it is really fast. Jan, you are one of the guys that have tested that shoe coming up. Firstly, just answer that question about the shoe, and then secondly, we'll get back to the race.
Well, you know what, it was really exciting because over the last, probably 2 years, I had the chance of working with one of the original engineers, with Christophe Aubenet, and having various types and seeing what it is. And personally, I've never raced in a super shoe. And that's what gets me so excited, because I've only had the pleasure of taking this very, very fast piece of equipment around the block at home, and I just cannot wait to pound the pavement with these guys and get back into it. To be honest, my heart is bleeding a little bit watching these guys, and they're putting in such a good performance. I almost think that actually Sam has just clawed back a few seconds. I do think it was under 3 minutes just a moment ago. So Sam, allez le bleu. Allez le bleu.
Oh, yeah, allez, Sam. And he's doing very well. The Frenchman, he's really, really holding on to his pace right now. He is now down into the Natural Energy Lab. This is when they make the right-hand turn. And Jan, this will be the second time and the very last time that possibly he will see the Norwegians across the road and gauge just exactly what he has to do coming home. Coming into the special needs bag area here, this is very important to pick up the last piece of nutrition that you could possibly have, as in your own nutrition, before he gets back onto the course, and that's it. All the way back into town, about 10.5K from when he gets back to the top of the energy lab, all the way home. But right now, as you say, only just clawed a couple of seconds back, but it's better going his way than the other way.
Well, even myself included, I did not think that Sam would see the top of Polanyi running in first, I'll be very honest. And what he's showing here is some true grit, and I really just hope he gets the fire that when he turns around, sees the boys. Normally with 3 minutes in the energy lab, you're like, all right, unless something catastrophic happens, this is looking pretty good. But we do have to say the Norwegians are extremely calculated. They're extremely well measured. They've tested this course twice over the last 2 weeks alone. And, they are backing themselves for the last 10K. They are running within themselves. And when they start to unleash, we're in for one hell of a show.
Yeah, well, watch out for Frodo. He's extremely calculated too. He's not going to tell you everything. He's a wily old fox. That's right. This guy right here, he'll come back next year and he'll turn the tables. You watch. Okay, so Sam Laidlow is still out on the Energy Lab Road right here at this point in time and looking very good. He's into his pace right now, and Jan, he's got a great pace of under 6 minutes per mile. He's running right on that just under 4 minutes per kilometre. That adds up to about a 2:48 paced marathon. When you look at the Norwegians, they went out on a 5:47. They were running about 13 seconds a mile faster than Laidlow, but now Laidlow, it looks like he's just gone into a nice pace. But if anything, I'm looking down at this shot thinking that Sam's slowing just a touch.
I do unfortunately have to agree with you then. His form didn't quite look as composed as it did. I mean, he was also coming on a downhill, so it's that obviously helps the pace, and maybe that's where the gap came a little bit. But it's holding steady, and that's the beauty of sport. When the gun goes, all bets are off, and we see these two speedsters coming in and around the corner. Oh gosh, they do look good. They do look very good.
Pulling back the camera right now as Jan Frodeno calls it that Sam Laidlow is falling down at the pace a little bit. Gustav Iden and Christian Blumenfeld, the Norwegians, are now pushing the pace as they make their way through the 26.2 mile Hoka. Yes, it is time to fly, human. Fly, as Sam Laidlow is going to get a good look at the competition as they make their way around the final turn at the farthest part on the course right now. So Eden in second and Blumenfeld in third. And Mike, we're going to leave final thoughts with you today. Hoka, your partnership with Ironman, growth of the sport, growth of Hoka, a great partnership.
Thanks so much. And I think, as you mentioned, the Iron Warren earlier, let's not forget, and the two amazing, they were the fastest run performance of the day, and they're also far and away the course records. But now, fast forward, and the athletes we're looking at had so many more advantages just based on knowledge, based on innovation, based on everything that's happened before them. And so we're hugely a part of that surge and grateful for our partnership with Ironman. But, these athletes right now are benefiting from those early days and certainly the records that were in the past. But that's the advantage these athletes have. I'm certainly quietly, I think, maybe not quietly, pulling for Sam right now. Hopefully he's going to make that turn.
I love the underdog.
There is that, knowledge and everything innovation-wise, but there also is the mental portion. I'm hoping as he makes that U-turn, he gets a nice surge of energy, starts at least visioning the finish line, seeing himself still winning this thing, and I'm kind of hoping he can pull it off here.
Everyone loves an underdog, but everyone loves a great champion like yourself, Jan. Max Newman from Australia, showing us a great pair of heels right now. He is running extremely well and getting off the bike in a striking position today. However, that big surge at about 1 mile into it past the Norwegians may have hurt him just a little bit as he made his way back up to the Royal Sea Cliff, and then when he descended back into Kona, felt the going a little bit tough.
Yeah, but good on him. You know what? You got to love someone having a real dig, and that's it's the beauty of the rookie. You only get to be a rookie once in your life in this race, and he's holding strong. Considering that surge, I think most athletes would have fallen apart completely. And it's beautiful to see how the guys are just having a go. I do have to also mention my good friend and longtime rival Sebastian Kienle coming in sixth here. It's really nice to see him have his final race here. He's closing off what is a very illustrious career, and he was one of the guys who got me in the sport, and we knocked heads quite a few times. And a lot of dynamics and excitement happening at the pointy end of this race.
All right, 17 kilometres to run for Australia's Max Newman right now, just a little bit less for our top three athletes. And Sebastian Kienle, the 2014 Ironman World Champion, will be hanging it up for the very last time this afternoon as he makes his way through the VinFast Ironman World Championship. But he'll have a farewell tour in 2023. He'll be back on the start line with you, Jan, down there. All right, this is it, Jan. Run us through what is going through your head right now. When you look across the other side of the road, what are you gauging? Where they're at, their pace, their look on their face? What is it?
Well, it's a bit of an ungrateful shot because you get such a long way that you can see it, and it looks so much closer, and you're really just begging that you get to one more cone before the guys actually pass you, to give you that little bit extra distance. And this is really the most ungrateful part normally because you get a slight bit of a tailwind that pushes you up. And here we have the pass. The boys seeing each other. And, you know, this is really where, you know, Sam's just got to hold off the pressure because they are the favorites. Everybody's talking about them. Nobody's talking about Sam, you know, having done as well as he has. He's about to see Max Newman come across as well. And he really, I hope he just takes it as like, oh my gosh, I am leading the Ironman World Championships and this is my time to shine. And that's all he's got. You know, he really does have to hope for that mental high to make him grow beyond what he and probably anyone else thought is possible.
A scorching hot day here in Kona, in Kailua Kona at the 2022 VinFast Ironman World Championship. It's going to take a scorching pace to get themselves home in the top 5 here today. Max Newman from Australia finds himself in 4th place, making his way to the turnaround. He will see Gustav Eden. He will see Christian Blumenfeld for the last time. Will he have enough miles left in the tank, or will he run out of real estate? We'll just have to wait and see. But now we're going to thank Mike McManus from Hoka. Thank you very much, Mike, for joining us today. And to Jan Frodeno, go out there, mate. Take that little bit of extra time to source up and look up the competition. And we wish you all the very best for next year, Jan, as you make your way back into our wonderful sport. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Jan. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Greg. We are loving the chance to hear from all 3 of you for sure. And we're going to get over to Matt at the turnaround and see what he's seeing as the Norwegians come back. They're going to suss out Max Newman. But what we really want to know is 250. How will that gap drop to Sam Laidlow? Matt, what are you seeing out there on course? Oh, is it the wrong turn? We have audio? So we've got Matt, and we don't have his audio yet, but look at these 2 stride for stride still, guys. And I know we keep talking about how Gustav looks better, but I just feel like this race has just begun. I think that they just dropped the hammer, and I think Sam Laidlow has just been running the best race. I just love the fact that he has not slowed, not sped up. He's just 6:15, 6:20, 6:15, 6:20 all day long. He's doing what he needs to do. That puts him in that 2:43, 2:45, and these guys are going to have to respond, which they are now. It is getting down to the end.
And Max Newman hanging in there. I mean, that gap's still just over a minute as well. So those top 4, it's getting intense down there.
Yeah, even if you look back, the gap to 5th is 5 minutes. So you've got your top 4, and when you saw Christian and Gustav running out of that turnaround and Max moving in, did you notice? Did Gustav go to his hat like tip of your cat to Max, or was that just I'm adjusting my bill?
I think it was the latter, but it did kind of look like
it was
that.
Like, yeah,
almost like we'll see you soon.
We're about to turn it on.
You talk about Magnus and that 5-minute deficit. Talk about the significance of that 5-minute deficit.
Yeah, so 5 minutes with less than 10 to play. You can see this looks like Sebi Kienle and Magnus Ditlev going down into the energy lab. Now they're seeing the Norwegian duo come up and at them. It looks like, I just got to go down to around to another cone for the turnaround. Oh, that's so not the case. It is way farther than it looks.
But I'm talking about 5 minutes in terms of Magnus Ditlev standing on the side of the road for 5 minutes with the penalty on the bike and the what if, because if it hadn't been for that 5 minutes, Magnus is up with Max Newman in shot. Yes. That was my point. Sorry, I wasn't more clear.
It wasn't picking up what you were putting down, but that sure sounds dicey.
I mean, that to me is the heartbreaking part of it,
way
right?
The cookie
5
crumbles,
minutes,
right?
5 minutes. Yep.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. But we got now is a little bit of time.
Shouldn't have been drafting.
We got a little bit of time to wait this one out. As we watch another 8 station, another
Small
lead
gap.
change here. Well, actually not. He was in front coming in. Folks dying for their pictures, trying to keep pace, and cameramen have to be careful when they pick up that pace off a standstill. Joe Skipper rolling in, also nothing doing. He's not giving a yell, a nod, a fist bump, nothing, but doesn't really matter. They'll be able to shake hands at the finish line. And here we are, guys. There's that slight grimace on Christian Blumenfeld. There's a nice aid station approach, grab the drink, and ditched his trash for Gustav Eden. Everyone still has got to stand up real quick and give a round of applause for this man, Sam Laidlow, who for 6 hours and 46 minutes, with exception of a couple seconds here and there, has been in the lead of this race.
Yes, he has.
He surrendered it just a couple times, and he has been just out there gamely fighting, loving every minute of it.
Stone Cold Killer face, like he's giving away nothing.
Nothing. And he hasn't shown a single deterioration. I shouldn't say single. He's shown very little deterioration. When we did see the chink in the armor, he smoothed it out, and he's back to strong. Look at that shot. The French flag showing us who we're seeing here on camera. I think all around Europe, we're getting people screaming for this guy. But let's get down to that turnaround with Matt Lieto and Joe Skipper.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. We are here with Joe Skipper, or Skipper, as you pronounce. He is rolling. He looks really smooth. We know this guy is not afraid to push the pace on the marathon. Definitely wants to catch a few athletes here. We're about 400 meters maybe from the turnaround now at the bottom of the Natural Energy Lab. We just saw Sebastian Kienle run by us. He looks fantastic as well. But there's some, obviously the guys up front are running really, really well. Clearly Laidlow, the two Norwegians, Newman running well. But there's a bunch of good, fast runners from behind. I've never seen the front of race at Ironman World Championships in Kona where we had this many athletes that are capable of running sub 245, let alone sub 240. But right now, Joe, he loves this. He loves chasing. He loves kind of being the hunter, and he grinds. He's a grinder, and he's absolutely pushing through these really, really difficult sections of the Natural Energy Lab. And he's got, again, now maybe about 400 meters to the turnaround. But again, guys, this is where the athletes are able to look at each other, size each other up. I've seen a couple athletes, broaden their chest a little bit, stand up straight, or run with a more upright form, just to make the others think that they're not struggling at all. But on the way out of here, I'll tell you, it's going to start hurting. That wind I was telling you guys about, it's going to be a tailwind going back into Kailua Kona, but somehow it's actually going to be a tailwind coming up into that climb out of Hawi, as it often is as well. And it is so hot down here right now. I'm looking at my Moto's thermometer, 90 degrees. You can see reflective heat. They're down in this volcanic zone, super, super hot. And again, tailwind sounds like a good idea until you're running in the energy lab with a tailwind, and it is not something that you want to do. And then right now we have Magnus Ditlev running the other direction. We'll see these guys run past each other. Ditlev, great running from him. Doesn't ever look like he's running that fast, but is certainly doing that. And Sebi looks so good and so smooth. Looking at his watch, do not count out Sebastian Kienle for a top 5 or podium position. He knows it's all about how you run from the energy lab or from this turn back. And Sebi is absolutely rolling, guys.
So good. Thank you, Matt. This is just what we wanted to hear. Real live updates here as these guys run. Joe Skipper, who is fresh off of 2:37 at Ironman Wales. He definitely beat his legs up on the bike out there. He's got the wheels, throughout the course of the day. Max Newman also appearing to be on a skateboard. He's going so well.
So
This
fast.
guy, I will say without a doubt, I had never predicted this, only because of his inexperience here. The wins in Cannes, you kind of always look at it and say, yeah, but it's June. Yeah, but it's it's a regional championship. It's a massive race, and he's beaten massive people, including Braden Curry. And he does. It's exceptional, but it still is one of those things where it's far enough away from October that I didn't think this was going to happen. So all the Aussies, I owe you a beer. a VB to say, hey, your guy is rocking. I'm impressed. That's the little turn around. Okay, so top of the Energy Lab, there's now an out and back, and he's done that. The cool thing is he can look across the road and see the two guys coming at him. He takes a right and can adios here for a second, but he does get that perspective down the road to see where the stalkers are coming from.
Yeah, you could see actually Sam engage with some people that were cheering him on, and you couldn't see the front of his face, like was there a smile, but he gave a thumbs up. So the fact that he is in control of that
emotion,
100%.
Who does he look like right now? For all intents and purposes.
For all intents and purposes, he looks like the person leading the Ironman World Championships.
Correct. Chelsea Sodaro, same thing. We were watching her in this position going, well, she kind of looks like she's in control. You know, she kind of looks like she might have this. You know, she kind of looks like she's executing a great race. She did all of those things and won as a rookie. He does look to be taking that page right here and Xerox copying it for us. He is the guy that came in here, rookie, big deal. Young guy, big deal. No supposed record, big deal.
No
gold medal
on his
no 70.3 wins, and there he goes in front.
And no marathon faster than 2:55.
and at least
Stand by and get some.
at least 3 people on a microphone saying he can't do it. So now many more folks are rallying behind. Allez, allez, allez. This is Sam Laidlow from France. Wow.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
And now we're looking at one man on the camera. This is Christian Blumenfeld. That means only that he's the focus of our camera lens. This has been a duo and is still a duo. Right now, Blumenfeld, pick it apart, analyze it. To me, he looks great. The strong and powerful stride, unchanged, if nothing else.
But if this camera angle, it's the man and the lens, they haven't been a lens apart all day. So now there is at least a lens distance. There could be some movement. There's some separation. The race is on.
And here's Newman coming up. He's going to hang a hard right on the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway. When he does so, it is a straight shot back to the top of Palani. It's never a straight shot home. Even when you're on a Li'i, there's a large bend in the road. But I tell you what, this is that grinder uphill. But back with our man who's trying to still exit the Energy Lab. He is here and he is looking good. I'm going to bet he takes a slight right, turn of his head to see. If he doesn't, man, it's utter confidence.
Do you want to know?
No,
at this point, do you want to know?
I mean, I do.
There's his pro aid station, so he knows there's some comfort, and those are my fuel. I'm going to say he does not. He's not going to turn his head, but he might give like a peripheral on it, but you can't see it through the glasses.
He already didn't. We already came because there's going to be another little bit, but that was his real good chance.
I think
it's a right again, and then
sure.
he could see through the field.
I'm going to disagree and say at this point he is doing absolutely everything he can, and what the others are doing is almost irrelevant to his cause at the moment.
And I also think he didn't look. I think right now he's doing an incredible race. He's just locked in. This is a tiny glance to the right, but like, look, radar is what's happened here. He is locked in. He's been 6:15 to 6:22 pretty much all day. Not only does that translate to a PR on the distance, but it translates to enough for him to stay in front. These guys are coming. Eden and Blumenfeld are coming. Look at that. Eden has dropped Blumenfeld. Our last split shows right here. That's the difference. 38 seconds.
If that split can be trusted, the reason we had Christian Blumenfeld alone in our screen was the opposite of what you thought.
Yep.
It is, we thought, oh, Christian might be breaking away. Oh, no, it's Gustav.
Well, I thought there was just separation. I didn't say who went left too.
Oh, I thought it was Christian up the road, but it looks like it was Gustav up the road.
He's made his break. He said he doesn't know what surprise I have for 5 miles to go. Guess what? About 8.5 miles to go is 7.5 now. Is when he decided to surprise. And this is the story. Eden may well have done that math that we keep talking about. He knows that it's no longer acceptable to only gain 4 seconds a mile. He needs 20 seconds per mile. And this man is on his heels. Third place, Christian Blumenfeld. First place, Sam Laidlow. And that wild card, Gustav Eden in the middle trying to mix it up.
And then Max Newman. Is this a true falter by Christian Blumenfeld? Are we going to see him dig out of this hole? Could just be a sticky spot, which you go the length, you go the distance. We're almost 7 hours into this. This could just be a sticky spot, and he is so gritty that we're going to see a fight back. I'm planning on him to claw back some time just because of his pedigree and his grit.
I see he's looking back. He's looking over his shoulder to see where Max Newman is. I think that's a decisive move by Gustav Eden. He's just looked too relaxed all day.
No, I agree. I'm here. Look, this is the thing. I've already jumped ship. Christian Blumenfeld, third place.
Oh, wow. That didn't take much.
No, it doesn't. I fly with
soft,
Michael. I fly with the wind. Here's the thing. I don't have any problem admitting when I was wrong. Laid low is now what I'm focusing on. How long until Eden catches him? Because this is the difference here. The camaraderie's done. Eden was saving. Blumenfeld may have been, but Eden has gone. He has dropped the hammer. I think the next split, look, he's checking splits.
Again.
This guy
calm.
He's ready to go. And I think the next split is going to be a minute. And when we see that, it's just going to be a matter of time before Eden kind of rises up. Look, I'm not
away.
I'm not
worried.
worried.
This camera work.
And I'm not worried about Blumenfeld. He's looking for Max Newman. But the thing is, this is a guy that came here as a prohibitive favorite. He's going to fight for that podium finish. It is going to be on.
But you, as a prohibitive favorite, there's weight to that. So you're carrying something on your shoulders, whether you acknowledge it or not. There's a weight to it. And then doubt that seed starts to germinate and like get entrenched. And is it I came in as a favorite, is third, like, it's just this back and forth in your mind that it's a heavy moment to be in. And one I actually envy because this is what you crave for when you train. You want to be in these spots where you're saying, just respond one more time.
I think what we're going to see here is kind of what we were talking about, Andy. I really think he's going to crest that hill just past the dump and the harbor, and he's going to start coming down. And as he starts coming down, he's going to roll in. I think he's going to have the lead in that trough before David Marks Hill. I just think he's too good right now.
My observation, and we had a quick image there of Christian Blumenfeld's face, and I compare and contrast that to Gustav Eden's face. Christian is wearing fatigue right now. He's wearing strain. He's wearing heat. And to me, Gustav Eden still just looks cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, they're actually both still checking their watch and their pace. So there's still an element of control here, but Gustav's move was decisive. He's double checking the pace again, kind of trying to shade it behind the full bottle. Take it all, Sam. You got to get gritty. You want to take down half and then dump the rest, buddy. Oh, that's so gritty. I love it when they pass out the whole bottles because they run out of them at some point. He's just like, give it to me.
I was going to say, I'm not sure if they're passing them out or he's just taking them.
It feels so good when it hits your lips.
Here, you catching that? Speechless. Here's the thing. We're talking about Sam Laidlow. This man has been nothing short of heroic as far as shouldering the pressure and the burden of the lead of the VinFast Ironman World Championship. 7 hours of racing, and this man has held the lead for 98.7% of it. Literally, this man has done everything on his own. And now we are starting to see the numbers fade in his detriment, as Gustav Iden does what everybody knew he was capable of, run the last 5 to 8 miles of this thing faster than the Dickens. Now, Christian Blumenfeld, yes, wear and tear, but I am still thinking this guy has the shot at second, third. He's running great, and he loves to fight.
I wouldn't read too much into his facial expressions just because we know he just wears it on his sleeve.
And you have to do something. I mean, you have to, there's a byproduct of this hard work.
Not for
right?
Gustav Iden.
It's there. He's doing something with it. Some of us, we mask it. Like some people, they don't want to show anything. Some people they want to show it all. And for Gustav, we don't know what he's thinking or what he does, but he did tell us a little bit about his psychology. Let's hear from Gustav Iden.
I think I'm a bit afraid that I come to the run, past one aid station, and really start to feel the sense of emptiness and thirst and everything, and it's just a battle to go from aid station to aid station in the heat, and you try to get what you can, but it's still not enough. And like the feeling of you're not going to make it to the finish line, I think that's something that scares me a bit.
Teetering on that edge of the danger of I'm going to go push so hard that
I might not make it.
That the finish line is still in doubt because you're willing to challenge yourself that heavily. And that's where you see the power of Ironman, and anything is possible, including planting fear and doubt in some of the best athletes the world's ever seen.
One of the hardest things on race day is that I'm going to have to admit that Matt Leda was right and I was wrong. He called Eden twice, and I'm going to have to jump with him right now. Eden, he said, Eden, it's Eden. And here's the thing. Look at that gap.
Did he and I call that?
Yeah, no, you guys, I don't mind being wrong to you guys. It's Matt that I have trouble with. You guys are correct all the time. So, look, just joking, put that aside. I think this is exactly what we said an hour or 2 or 3 or 4 ago. This race is so unscripted. There are so many flips on its head. This is what we live for as fans of the sport. These guys, this was a duo. We were thinking, when will it change? Gosh, it changed, but not in the way we maybe thought. So we thought it was going to be this Norwegian duo running past Laidlow. Now, Laidlow is still holding on to 1:59. For crying out loud, this guy is running the race of his life, and he is holding off who we thought was going to be a surefire win ×2. So great stuff here, and I got to give a lot of credit to the man Sam Laidlow, who is still up front at 7 hours.
Malama is to cherish and protect the reefs, the fish, the birds, the winds, and the land. Giving back, that's something that lasts generations.
Learn how you can Malama Hawaii at gohawaii.com/malama.
Welcome back to the VinFast Ironman World Championship, brought to you in part by the Hawaiian Islands. Take a trip that gives back the Malama or care for Hawaii with us. Learn more at gohawaii.com/malama.
I don't care what you say, and I know our focus right now is on the podium and sorting it all out as we watch Sam Laidlow continue to will himself towards the finish line. But my cheers have to go to Sebastian Kienle, who is firmly holding down 6th place. It is so great. It is so great to see this chiseled veteran amongst these relative newbies and doing such a smashingly good job of it.
You know what? I could see Sebi running into top 5 because Magnus Ditlev is only 13 seconds up. So you've got that sense of, I know how to like dig in.
Yep.
I know when to play the card. I've been here on the island.
Yeah, but we saw that in the women's race with Annie Haug, who was just seconds behind 2nd place, and everyone kept telling her she's right there. She's like, I know, I can't do anything about it.
You know, maybe Sebi can pull out that card and do something about it.
Wouldn't it be great to see that magic? But I think sentimentally, you have to cheer for Sebastian Kienle here in his final appearance at the Ironman World Championship.
Overhead shots again. You've got Chris Leiferman, fans of the American 4-time Ironman winner, who I called out for a possible top 10. He's having a tough day, but soldiering on in true fashion. Now looking down here from above on Christian Blumenfeld, and he is chasing hard to catch back up to his one-time companion on the road, Gustav Eden, or if nothing else, trying to hold on to that lead in front of Max Newman. There starts to be a time, guys, I'm sure you'll probably agree with this or affirm this. You're running down this highway. You've been out there forever, what feels like forever. You start to have that brain blood sugar kind of blur, don't you? You're looking around going, who's talking to me? What's going on? I don't know. If that's just me, let's talk to Matt about his picks here for these two, Sebi and Ditlev. Matt, what have you seen down there on the road?
Yeah, thanks so much, Michael. Seeing Sebi opening it up. He's been had this gap on Magnus that's been stable, but right now he is absolutely rolling on Magnus, trying to get in that 5th place position. You're going to see Sebi come into the screen right now. Magnus definitely looks hot. He definitely looks like he's struggling. He might have gone out a little bit too hard early. Youth may be a little bit too excited, but definitely going out to try to make up that 5-minute deficit. But right now, Sebi doesn't look any different. As I said, Sebi knows this race. He knows where it's won and where it's lost, and he knows that it's won on the way back from the Natural Energy Lab. And he knows that he can be one of the best runners in the sport. And you guys saw how fast his bike split was. It's not like he was soft pedaling around the course. He was right there. And now he's able, how stinking cool is this? Sebastian Kienle running some of the best we've seen him run in a few years. Last appearance on Kona, getting pretty close to running himself into a top 5 position against some of the best athletes we've seen get to the start line. Magnus is starting to look over his shoulder here, starting to tighten up. You can see his shoulders go back. You can see he's got 2 water bottles in his stomach. In his jersey, definitely overheating at this point. That Energy Lab is starting to catch up to Magnus Ditlev, but Sebi is right there, ready to pounce. And again, guys, I cannot say how comfortable Sebastian Kienle looks. He looks so relaxed in his shoulders, that running stride that we're used to seeing when he's running really, really well, but just so smooth and so comfortable. And if anybody falters up front, Sebi's gonna put himself in a position to get that 4th place or that 3rd place. If any of these athletes are pushing too hard for the win or for the podium and crack, Sebi is gonna be there to sweep it up. He still has some work to do. Magnus isn't giving it up to him, but Sebastian Kienle just a few seconds away from Magnus Ditlev.
Wow, Matt, you said it, and I'll tell you what, for a little bit of foreshadowing, Kienle said, look, it'll take a miracle to get on the podium, take a miracle to win this race, he said to Greg Welch. He did not say anything about what it would take to get top 5, and I tell you what, this man is going to get to go out, relatively speaking, on top. Okay, 3rd place back in 2019, a couple of years of pandemic, a couple of injuries, and here he is getting to find that top 5 as we watch what is now what we talked about. 59 seconds to go. Eden is rolling.
59 seconds and less than
5.4 miles.
Yep, I was gonna say less than 10K to go.
So 5.4 miles, you just run the math again there, and we can say that's you're gonna do this 300, right? We've got basically, he's got nothing, right? He's basically got to come in here and go 12 seconds per mile faster. Let's put it that way. 60 seconds divided by 5, 12 seconds per mile. He's doing it. He's gonna roll through. Here's what I want to see with this guy, who's got so much grit, so much determination, so much everything. he's going to fight
Well,
if he gets caught.
what I'm looking at now is the gap Blumenfeld to Newman. That is the closest that gap has ever been. So it looks like Newman is closing down Blumenfeld a little bit as well.
It's a minute 3. So possibly same 12-second-ish margin that he's going to have to close.
Well,
Blumenfeld's going to pull that out, but Newman, man, I don't know. This is incredible, Andy.
So when you talk about running and you talk about marathon running, there's usually you get one reaction and you get one action. And with Ironman running, we are taking it to the next level. So just because we're 7 hours and 10 minutes into the day, as a runner, you still get one card to play for your action card and one for your reaction.
Oh, there it is.
What have we seen from Sam, and have we seen the true action card from Gustav?
I think we've seen the action card on Sam Laidlow. I think we saw that at about mile 60 of the bike. And I think now his action card is played, but on the marathon, it's just absolute strength and resilience.
But he gets a reaction card, though.
For sure, and we're going to see it. I think he's going to play it, and I think it's just going to be a small... It's going to be a 2 relative to an ace.
I don't think you have a reaction card when going toe-to-toe with Gustav Eden.
You do. You do. It's called, here, I've got an ace and you've got a 2.
Yeah.
Because you still react. It's just that it's crushed.
It's when you give him a pat on the back and say, well played, I'll see you at the finish line.
Okay. I know Gustav prides himself on his sportsmanship. Are we going to see any either interaction, thumbs up,
Yeah, he'll get.
Oh, there it is, full jug of ice right on the dome. I love it.
He's gonna give a little oomph, because guess what? Right now,
stand by.
He is on the moment that everyone here said is going to happen. A Norwegian's going to get in the front of the race. He's on his moment. He'll do something. Good job, mate. Something as he runs by. He doesn't have to play a game because, as Didi said,
all right,
reaction could be too little.
This action shot, you can see Sam Laidlow's footprints because of the squish, because of the water that was in him, and how much you can see as he leaves the trail of water in his shoes, how much...
Have they evaporated by the time Eden gets to him?
They have not evaporated. Eden is eating it up. He's going to get to fresh tracks, and he knows my stride is longer than this stride that I'm seeing. It's only a matter of, when I eat you up, not if I'm going to eat you up.
You guys know stuff doesn't evaporate in Hawaii, right? It just, that water stays there forever. These
23 seconds last check, less than 5 miles to go now.
So, okay, yeah. So now you run that number and suddenly it got chopped. So if you got 23 seconds and 5 miles, wow, well, we're really down to very minimal difference per mile he has to take. But it's going to be fun, and I do believe there will be an attempt with Sam Laidlow to latch on, because he doesn't know how far back Blumenfeld is. He doesn't know what's going down. When this train comes through, jump on for a little bit, and then...
The reaction card.
And when you get thrown off the back of the train, maybe you gain a couple seconds.
Yeah, you're seeing Gustav here with... this is a 2:35 pace. This is a 2:34 pace that Gustav is running right now. And maybe Max is able to eat into Christian. Is he starting to close the gap? Let's ask Matt Lieto. Matt.
We're just going to hold here, because the thing that we don't want to miss is this pass.
Okay,
so
sorry about that.
As soon as we get this pass, we want to see what's going on. And if Newman's about to pass, Blumenfeld will go back. But right here, we've got to see this, I think, because this is what we've been sitting here poised for now 7 hours and 13 minutes.
Check.
Gustav Eden is running exceptionally well. Sam Laidlow running exceptionally
well.
Running for his life, but you feel for him. He's done everything possible.
He's running a 2:44 marathon.
He's having the day of his life. He's just getting beat by a faster athlete on the day. But Sam Laidlow has literally laid it all out there today, and what a performance. But I think from the beginning, we've seen this coming, and what a battle. For it to take this long, Sam Laidlow has to be, it's going to be slightly bittersweet to have imagined it, envisioned it, to have gotten this close to it, to have it taken all away, but he's still going to find himself on the podium at the Ironman World Championship.
Look at these split differentials here, though. Gustav Eden just put 50 seconds per mile on Laidlow per mile in that last segment. Blumenfeld and Newman, on the other hand, there's an 8-second difference per mile in favor of Newman. This is the overhead shot. Thank you so much, Qatar Airways, for giving us a look from above as we see Sam Laidlow in front of Gustav Eden. Great stuff here. the first lead change since I cannot remember when, but it was definitely back around Javi. And I'll say this, what a fight for the 23-year-old from France. He is going to...
Say that again, 23 years old. We used to talk about, having to have experience at Ironman and these young athletes, you have to wait until your late 20s, your early to mid 30s to be good at Ironman. And we have a 23-year-old and a 25-year-old right now.
That's 2 seconds. That's what 2 seconds looks like right there. That's going to evaporate quite quick, even despite what the water that stays in Hawaii. This one's That lead is now
22
Gustav
miles
Idens.
into this Hoka Run course. Gustav Eden, a pat on the back, a thumbs up, and a high five. Talk about sportsmanship, mutual respect handed back and forth here on the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway. Gustav Eden, ladies and gentlemen, is now in control of this race. Sam Laidlow,
trying to go
his
with him.
shadow
Told you.
with every step. But look at the grimace, look at the
there it
grit,
is.
and there, the gap. That pace is too much. Eden will ride out this pass for a little bit longer because here's the story. Course record is going down. Will the course run record go down? Most likely.
We knew that sportsmanship was going to show, and then that reaction card played. Gustav Eden got the goods today. Too much pace in that moment.
So good.
I think if you're Sam Laidlow, you're still saying to yourself, you envisioned it, you dreamed it. Could I be Ironman world champion today? But I think he's still got to be out of his tree. Like, look at me. Look at what I'm doing right now.
We talked about this. His family is in this sport. He's been watching this sport since he was a little kid. He knows every bit of the magnitude here. And here's his story. 23, he's got 15, 20 years,
25 years.
at the top if he wants to, like at the top. So we can watch this go. He didn't spend time developing as a short course athlete. He's gone right to the front of Ironman, and it's super cool. Let's get back to the Norwegian, Didi. Let's get back to Gustav Eden.
He's just looked so good all day. He never looked like he was under stress. That's all the way back to the bike where he was so patient, went to the front a little bit, but was so smart, so savvy. And the opening stages of this Hoka Run course, he just looked too controlled. He absolutely looked too controlled. But when he opened it up and laid it down, man, did he just take off.
Okay, Matt Lieto, we definitely have had a change up here at the front. Eden in front of Laidlow. You are with Newman. Is he going to catch Blumenfeld? Matt, what have you got out on the highway?
First, Michael, I'd like to say I was right. You were wrong. And we can quickly move on past that. But no, we're with Max Newman, and he is running really, really smooth. And he can see Christian Blumenfeld in his sights. And Christian had to have that moment where he kind of regrouped himself after trying to stay with Gustav and obviously not being able to. Now he's like, okay, I got this podium. Laidlow's still up there. It's possible that they can bring him back, but he needs to maintain this gap over Max Newman that has never really gotten much over a minute. But what's in the favor of Max, and I didn't see Christian go through this last aid station, but Max is running with the bottle. He stopped, filled that bottle with ice and ice water, grabbed 2 buckets of ice water and poured them over his head, not in like a way of panic that he was already hot and it was done, just like he was doing maintenance, and he knew that he needs to cool himself down if he's going to open the throttle here. And guys, I know it's the last check we had was about 57 seconds, but it does look like Max Newman is pulling back the Olympic gold medalist Christian Blumenfeld, and he does not look any different than he has all day. Looks comfortable, no expression on his face, honestly. He's right now pouring water over his shoulders. He's trying to stay as cool as possible, and he knows that he can kind of open up that throttle. But fantastic work from Max Newman as he passes mile 22 on the Hoka Run course. But watch out, Christian Blumenfeld, because Max Newman is coming.
Some other changes as you scroll back and looking at these beautiful dolphins out in the sea. We want to point out that Joe Skipper has passed Magnus Dietlev as well out on the highway and is rolling a little bit quicker pace than Sebastian Kienle. Kienle in 5th behind Max Newman, and then Joe Skipper in 6th behind Kienle. So to recap, Eden, Laidlow, Blumenfeld, Newman, Kienle, and then, of course, Skipper. Will it happen? Skipper. That's our top 6. All of those guys are running with a focus forward. Coming back in here, I do believe we are going to witness a course record. I don't think we've started crunching the numbers on whether or not that 239.45 that's Patrick Alanga put down as a course record, if that will fall. But wise betting would be in favor of that going down. And also our course record held by the great three-time Ironman world champ Jan Frodeno, very likely going down by a bit here as we're looking to go sub 7:45. So dangerous when you start looking at these numbers. Another glance at the watch. How much is he in control mode here, guys? Does he control it up to the top of Polanyi? Because again, you're in front. Is it what's he doing? He looks control. He looks like he backed off.
I don't know that he I think he's not putting the throttle down at this point. He doesn't need to. You want to avoid a really stupid mistake at this point, right? So you want to run within yourself. I think, yes, when you get to the top of Polanyi, you could absolutely open it up, but you need to stay within yourself. So I don't know that he's necessarily conserving. He's just not throttling at this point because there's no need.
I think what it looks like to me is he's just saying, this is the standard. I'm going to meet the standard based off of my numbers still. And that's why you see him continuing to check. Because if you look at his pacing, it's been a metronome from the time he jumped onto his feet. And that has not changed, no faltering. And we're going to see him continue on.
And then as we come back here to the finish line where we're going to get that Qatar flyover cam showing us exactly how great it looks, all those flags lining the finish line chute. We're going to obviously be seeing the Norwegian flag raised high there as Mike Riley prepares to call across the line his last world champion here at the historic finish line on Elite Drive. But before I get ahead of myself, I'm going to give a hi to everyone who's listened to us down there on Elite Drive. If you can hear us, put your hands together and wave them in the air because we're excited for you guys to witness history as Gustav Eden possibly breaks the course record by 6 minutes and takes down that course record on the run. But for now, we definitely could get out and experience more Norwegian action. Sounds like Matt Lieto is with our guy, Christian Blumenfeld. Of course, Christian Blumenfeld won't be talking much in this interview. Matt, what have you got for us out on the highway?
Yeah, no, thanks, Michael. It is Christian Blumenfeld, and again, he's now pushing pretty hard. He knows Max Newman is chasing behind, and he can still see the cars with Sam Laidlow in front of him, so he's still definitely chasing Sam, and was a little surprised that people were telling him he had to worry about the athlete running from behind, but he's definitely pushing. You can see the grit on his face. He's, at this point, pushing harder than it looks like than Max Newman is. But if our camera pans a little bit, you might be able to see Newman in the background, not too far back. But right now, Christian Blumenfeld hurting out on this run course, doing his best to get himself to the finish line and trying to clean up to Sam Laidlow, and he's getting a split right now that it is now down to 1 minute, and he's encouraged by that and gets that turnover a little bit quicker, and looking at that stoplight ahead, and you can see Sam Laidlow in front. So right now, there's a kind of a Christian Blumenfeld sandwich between Max Newman and Sam Laidlow. You guys, the whole podium totally up for grabs here.
totally up for grabs is right here. There's a lot of shuffling that could happen. Blumenfeld with a little bit of pressure from Newman behind him and a little bit of desire to make good on the Norwegian 1-2 punch. For now, we're going to catch up with the only man we're missing on race course today, Jan Frodeno, who's together with Greg Welch. Greg, Jan, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Jan's probably feeling it right now. He's, sitting right next to us, and I can just see that he really wants to be out there today. I mean, Frodo, going through an injury at the moment, but he's sucking it up and just taking it all in and just, watching these guys, because I'm sure he's pretty keen to see what's going to happen next year. Jan, the guys come down to the finish line now. Eden is just put on the afterburners. Sam may be struggling just a touch, but how are you seeing it?
Oh, it's phenomenal. I think the only one who's changed pace is actually Gustav. He's just turned on, as you said, the afterburners. It was literally as though, it looked like Christian was getting a few steps ahead, and Gustav grabbed a Coke, and that was his go sign. And he's been checking his watch every 10 steps, making sure, I don't know whether his pace or his glucose is up there. I'm not sure what he's checking out, but he's looking around. I think he's starting to realize there is no one coming. He looks smooth as silk.
And just noticed just before, Sam Laidlow for the very first time losing a little bit of form, just rocking from side to side now. He looked really good right up until about 2 or 3 miles ago when he was overtaken. Now, you made a comment on Christian Blumenfeld. He still looks pretty good. He's muscling his way through it.
Yeah, honestly, he hasn't changed much form. He still looks strong. And, from the outside, that's again how looks can be deceiving, because we would honestly think that he could be ready to charge, and you would never ever think that he's just lost 2.5 minutes to Gustav within a handful of kilometers. So certainly an amazing run form, and that smoothness that you see on Gustav really coming to shine. But you know what? I am probably most blown away by Sam Laidlow, like holding them off and still holding strong. And of course, we're talking very late stage in the race here. We're 35 Ks when the going gets really tough, and he's still there. And who knows? Maybe he can just wedge himself in between the two Norwegians.
Yeah, I mean, it's a signal to the world that he has arrived, and he's had a good season so far. And, yes, he is sandwiched between the two Norwegians right now, but it is Gustav Eden, the 2019 Ironman 70.3 world champion from Nice, France, is really trying to have a crack at this VinFast Ironman World Championship. His training partner has won the Olympic Games. He's won the Ironman World Championship. Blumenfeld is now falling by the wayside a little bit. Gustav Eden is now making his way back to Kailua Kona, and he is just a couple of miles away. Jan, it is very difficult to close out an Ironman triathlon, but when you are facing the competition, when you're facing, the adversities and the elements that this big island has thrown at you today, what is going through your mind in the last 3 miles? Nutrition?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we've never had a race quite so exciting. I think so much is happening, especially in the late stage. And I think, the amount of times Gustav is looking around and seeing, the mirage growing behind him, because really that's all that's growing. He's probably being quite unbelieving in his fortune. They've prepared incredibly well, and I really hope for his sake that he can enjoy these last few meters and really soak it up. He's been in the shadow of Christian, of course, in this last year. Who hasn't been? What an amazing kind of 12 months he's had with a world championship, with an Olympic gold, and various other races in between. His versatility is still unmatched, but we are talking about triathlon, and in triathlon, Hawaii is the Wimbledon of our sport, and Gustav is about to win it.
Yep, really is. So Sam Laidlow now running in second place from France. He is just ahead of Christian Blumenfeld and just behind Gustav Eden, who looks set to take out the VinFast Ironman World Championship. We're going to leave it here down on the ground. We're going to throw it back for the studio. We will see you in the post-race show.
Well, I can't wait. Greg Welch and Jan Frodeno, such great insight from a 3-time champ. We appreciate you being here, and we appreciate you giving us all those thoughts and ideas and perspectives throughout the day. So fun stuff. And we'll also say that as we've been running the numbers here, we've now calculated that some crazy action could take place where this just bear of an athlete, could lean into this last 1.9 miles with such fury and put so much pressure running down Polani that he could still well find second place.
Does he have any other way to race, though? Doesn't he just take it and just wants to grab and squeeze everything out of himself that he can? Isn't that his kind of his game?
So, yeah. And he's going to be the guy that would be disappointed if he didn't bomb down Polani trying to close that gap. Like, he would be like, hey, that was a failure, right? He loves it.
And when you ride 404, then that downhill can really scream on your quads, and maybe Christian just doesn't care. That's a 135 gap. Who knows what can happen in a single mile? Maybe he could claw back a whole minute. There's a cost. Is that a stop? That's a whole bottle. That's what he wants.
He grabbed that jug from that little girl, and she's like, "No, I was told I could fill these cups." And he said, "No, thanks. I'll take that 2-liter bottle." He doesn't mind. He's got the pipes here to carry it. But look, he also grabbed up extra aid. He's going to get some Gatorade. Crack volunteers here. Didi, I'll ask you this: was that a competitor from yesterday, and she's taking your advice and volunteering?
I would certainly hope so. That all of the women who raced the other day are out there, 100%.
Yeah, that's right. And you know what? Here it is. This is what it looks like to be the fastest man we've seen on this course on a brutal uphill. He still looks pretty darn good, but there is at least a little sign of a slowing to that rapid fire pace.
It makes you feel a little bit better that even the best will struggle on this hill. This is a grinder of the hill that has broken many an Ironman athlete. He's handling it in stride, but we can see the effort that's now it's taking just to get up this hill. I think he's going to crest the top of this hill and absolutely roll down into the finish line.
You have to kind of appreciate he does look smooth. I know we're just trying to find fault in this game. There's none. But I tell you what, the guy running alongside at max effort to take a video selfie with our soon-to-be world champ, definitely the highlight of his day. Sam Laidlow, he put everything I just said to bed. He's like, know what? I'm going to keep this second place. He is leaning into this hill with such fury, absolutely, figuratively speaking, literally speaking. He's putting his best foot forward here on this climb. And this climb is hard. This will get you out of breath.
Yes.
You know, you're running whatever it is below, you're slower than your threshold. You do get out of breath. And here is that same hill at the base of it, Christian Blumenfeld. It's still going to be on. A lot of running to be done.
You know, Sam Laidlow may be a rookie on this course, but so is Gustav, and so is Christian Blumenfeld.
And so is Max Newman.
And so is Max. You know, if I'm watching Sam Laidlow, I think he's doing this psychological thing, like, I need to plan it so Christian cannot come back on me. I'm going to extend myself now before Polani, because then there's free speed on the way down. If I don't push now, it leaves the door too open for Christian to maybe sprint and go from like really far out.
Do you guys have any guess who's running as fast as Gustav Iden?
Patrick Lange.
Good guess, but let's go with Joe Skipper. He's matching him pace for pace, and he just went into the top 5 by way of Sebastian Kienle. We now have an equal 5:53 per mile, matching this one, 5:52 per mile, translating to a 3:39 or 3:40K. But folks, look ahead. See that flashing red light at the stoplight? That is Polani Drive. And when he hits Polani, it's a hard right, and it is going to go a little bit, by my estimation, quiet through all the noise, because people are going to be losing their bananas when he runs down that hill, and he is going to receive every bit of it by way of sort of a spiritual flow. It is crazy how good it feels to run down Polani, especially, I guess, in the lead of this race. Come on now. Beautiful stuff.
Beautiful stuff indeed. As you go down Polani, that is the 25-mile marker, about halfway down the hill. So just because you're screaming down, and you can actually kind of see the finish line, but you have to make that left-hand turn. So there's the 25-mile marker.
You can see where the finish line is, but due to the nature of this, you can't see where it is fully, because what you're going to do is you're going to turn left, as you're saying, Andy, at the base, go on the Kuakini and do a pretty long mile. It's 1.2 miles from here, but it's going to feel like a long ways when the quads are screaming. Gustav Iden still tending to business, getting all that fluid at the aid station here, just looking absolutely rock solid. This is his race. The question is, does it then go to Sam Laidlow and Christian Blumenfeld, Didi? 2-0 on our bet?
I'm gonna cheer for Laidlaw. He's done all of this work to hold on to second. I mean, I would love to see something miraculous from Christian Blumenfeld, because it would be otherworldly for him to put in that kind of a sprint in the final mile of this VinFast Ironman World Championship. But I've got to cheer for Sam Laidlaw. He's done so much, been so brave and bold throughout this entire course, doing it his way and unapologetically saying to the Norwegians, yeah, I don't care what the predictions were. Nobody was talking about me pre-race, and here I am. So I have to cheer for Sam Laidlaw to hold on to second.
You know what Sam Laidlaw could say? I don't really care about the pre-race press conference or any of that. It's all about the post-race press conference, and he is going to be front and center, seat 2. I think you're right, Didi. Gustav Iden showing us that when you let it all hang out, great things happen. Taking that final left turn before he approaches, that's right, before he approaches Hualalai and the final turn then onto Ali'i Drive. This man, our soon-to-be VinFast Ironman World Champion.
You know, he had to wait it out. He got sick before the World Championship there in St. George back in May. Was gutted to have to sit that one out, but I think that put an even larger fire in his belly, and here he is today.
Perhaps a blessing. You know, you look at that, and it's hard to ever see this, but now we've got Sam Laidlaw. It doesn't look like he's suffering at all. He doesn't even remember the 404 at this point. His quads are rolling with the pain and rolling with the pressure of a downhill on Polani, and some of you guys that have never run that hill are thinking we're overplaying it, but it's no joke here as we look at Blumenfeld dangerously close.
Dangerously close. He's going to make this right-hand turn on Polani and see Sam.
Right.
And then I don't know if they realize how much real estate is left to be played with that mile effort once you get down off of Polani. But one person who does know that he's smelling the finish line is Gustav Iden, going to break the course record.
He's going to go under 740.
Going to break the marathon record.
Yeah.
On pace to run 2:36.
So,
see how much he whoops it up at the finish line after he passes the banyan tree, world famous, on the best finish line that we have in our sport. Maybe in all sports.
I always think back to Dave Scott saying these men should be running 2:36. I can't believe they've not done it yet here in Hawaii. Well, guess what? Looks like you're going to get that call today, Dave, where these men finally deliver on that magic number. I think it'll only be a matter of time here once that little ceiling's been popped, where we start to see the low 230s.
They're so close.
Sam Laidlaw is giving it all. He knows, and he understands, too, that a little moment of pain right here is going to translate to a lifetime of I beat Christian Blumenfeld at the Ironman World Championship.
There is still a chance for Blumenfeld. I mean, they are.
For sure.
He can see him. He can hear him. He can hear the crowd, certainly. And to Andy's point, there's still a lot of real estate
He's
left
looking
to play
back.
with.
He's looking back.
No,
and
the race is in front of you,
that's
Sam.
it. No,
Run forward.
I have to say, though, that's a good call right here because he knows he can't catch Eden. And if he takes just a glimpse over his shoulder to see, this is about a 32-second gap. What do you guys think, guys? 40-second gap.
He's going to be okay.
He's going to run out of real estate.
He's making me nervous, but I think he's going to be okay.
Christian sure is charging this hill.
Yeah, this is when you have nothing left, that you want to have nothing left when you stop running, and doesn't matter what sort of pain you're in, feet, quads, heck, biceps. I don't care what hurts on you. Earlobes can go through it.
Everything hurts on you at this point.
You just want to go through, and so close, you guys. I mean, literally, we are within the same city block here, a long block along Kuakini. It is going to be no time to celebrate for Sam Laidlaw on Ali'i Drive. Zero chance of properly slowing down and celebrating.
No. I think he'll
Push
celebrate
to the
after
line.
and get across the line because he knows the kind of competitor Blumenfeld is. He saw him win an Olympic gold medal, no doubt. He studies the sport, so he knows what's breathing down his neck. He's got to get himself across the line.
The final right turn onto Ali'i Drive. He has made that turn. Gustav Iden, folks, a glance to the right, a wave to the crowd, and this long stretch of glory building for the man.
Oh, he's going to chop more than 10 minutes off of the Ironman world record here. And what a performance that we're seeing as Gustav has the seas parted for him. No one can get in his way as he charges towards the line. I hope he enjoys each and every step because this is a lifetime achievement here. Just what a race.
Absolutely historic, folks, where a man has come in here and he has done an amazing job. Come in and demolish the course record overall, demolish the run course record, and he did so with company for most of the day. But today, it is all about the one Norwegian who came here with 2 Ironman, 70.3 World Championship titles to his credit, and a whole lot of hope that he could drop everyone when it counted. And right now, folks, before we hand it over to Mike Riley, we have to say your 2022 VinFast Ironman World Champion is from Norway, and it is Gustav Iden.
What an epic finish there by Gustav Iden. I don't think the effort has really seeded itself into his muscles because the euphoria of crossing the finish line, grabbed the finishing tape like he owned it, like he knew it was going to be his, wearing that laurel crown that he so rightly earned and deserved. Big hug. Congrats to Gustav Iden for setting a new Ironman course record and a new Ironman course run record to boot.
That's right. So if you look at the numbers, he went from 7:51, he dropped that course record to a crazy 7:40.24, and he took 3 minutes and 30 seconds off of Patrick Lange's run course record. Crazy closeout speed with 2:36.15. Guys, he's got time to finish. Go back and get some more adoration and respect from this incredible crowd in Kona, and then he's going to get to watch Sam Laidlow and Christian Blumenfeld battle it out. Here we go from France, doing the unthinkable, interrupting that Norwegian duo, making it a sandwich. Didi, what have you got?
I will say we doubted him early on the bike. He made his move. He was so aggressive. He did what he had to do. We doubted he'd be able to hold on, but running the marathon of his life, good for second place at the VinFast Ironman World Championship, Sam Laidlow.
The other 26-year-old that won this race. And Mark Allen, let's bring him home! This countryman, what a day he had! From France, Sam Laidlow! A heart to the crowd!
2:44.40, pretty much spot on. And look at that, Eden giving him all the credit, saying this guy, give it up for this guy, Sam Laidlow. I love that respect because Eden took all the way to mile 23 to get across the line. Andy?
So now we've got one of the pre-race favorites, Christian Blumenfeld, coming down the carpet as for the third place, rounding out the podium. First time around the big island of Hawaii. He too is going to break that old course record and put on what a great show today, leaving everything out there on the line, wears it on his sleeve, proudly coming across in third place, the VinMan Ironman World Championships, Christian Blumenfeld.
That's right, Christian Blumenfeld, 2:39.21 to also break that former course record and run course record and the overall. Top three already still 8 minutes and 8 to 10 minutes below that course record. We talk about records only just to show the magnitude to which these guys race, knowing that what counts is what we said at the outset. Overall placement And look at Max Newman. He was so darn close. This guy, another one that we did not give nearly enough pre-race focus on or attention to. And Max Newman is bringing back the Aussie flag here to the top 5 in Kona in style. And Max Newman, congratulations. This one is well earned.
Well earned indeed. A 2:40 marathon to close out his day. Max Newman earning all the accolades he did, well deserved, rode like he wanted it, ran like he knew he could prove it. 4th place at the VinFast Ironman World Championships. Take it all in, Max.
There we go, Max Newman, as we got to see from crazy good footage of that Qatar Airways fly cam. Attending to Kristen Blumenfeld, who's on the ground there, is our amazing support staff. When you drain the tank, it is no joke. You get to that red carpet and you're like, thank goodness it's carpet, because I am onto the ground. We're going to get a chance for everyone to hear the words of our podium by way of Mike Riley. Bear with me. Tune in and listen up for these incredible champions coming your way.
Gustav, just a second ago, we had this short conversation. I said, by the way, do you know you're a world champion? It just sunk in, didn't it?
Oh, that was so freaking hard. The last 10K was worried about the legend of the island killing me. Everything was going pretty smoothly up until I caught Sam Laidlow, the legend. And then, when I passed him, oh my God, the island really tried to put me down. But I think my hat must be stronger than the legend of the island. So, yeah, that was so epic. And I'm so proud of both Sam and Christian for making the podium, even though Christian should have come second. But we'll have to try again later, I guess. So, yeah, oh my God. I'm not sure if I'm coming back here. This was too hard.
Well, you're a tough person. And no matter what kind of plans you have in Kona, it seems like they just go out the window, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, I executed my plan quite well, actually. I was supposed to really push from Energy Lab, and Christian was pushing out the hill of Energy Lab, and I waited a few minutes more and pushed when the wind changed, and yeah, I think my plan was quite solid for a rookie, because apparently you can't win here the first time.
And apparently you can't set a new course record for the first time, huh?
Yeah, and 3 guys or 4 guys broke it, yeah. I can't only blame the condition. I think people are in quite good shape as well.
And by the way, you did run a 2:36. Congratulations on a new run course record.
Whew, thank you.
Gustav, Sam Laidlow, you thrilled us all day long. You were out there in a territory you've never been in before, especially here in Kona. What was going through your mind? Could I keep it? Are they going to catch me? What's going on?
Whew, I was just loving it, to be honest. I've been dreaming this since I've been 4 or 5, so to be leading the race for, I don't know, 30, up until 30, 35K, 36K on the marathon is something special, and I'll let this guy come through. Is there somebody coming through? I know it's just for me. Was that? Oh, okay. No, that's just my style of racing. I've been inspired by, especially this guy Jan that's come to watch. And it's truly amazing the way he races and how dominant he is. So yeah, the day I do win, I want to lead it like he does. And yeah, I'm only just getting started.
Well, you are at 25 years old. You're definitely getting started. I hope you really. Oh, I'm sorry, 23 years old. I don't want to give him 2 years, for goodness sakes. But you're along with these other 2 competitors with you. You're changing the landscape of how people race Ironman. You realize that?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to believe, because I've been watching the Norwegians and everybody here, and just to be within a minute of, or I don't know, 2 minutes of Gustav and beat the Olympic champion, it's honestly, I can't put words on it. And I really want to thank my dad and my mum and my brother, because, yeah, they've believed in my crazy ambitions.
Well, they believe in you. I saw Dad out here with you. Congratulations. An amazing performance today.
Thank you, Mike, for those.
As I said before, guys, I firmly leapt on top of the Sam Laidlow bandwagon, and I remain there. Such a fan of both of those interviews and both of those individuals. Exceptional humility at such high level of performance. It's a really unique and rare attribute to have. So, not that we don't see it. Our sport, I think, through and through is quite humble. But great stuff as we watch a brand new VinFast Ironman World Champion be crowned. I'm happy to see that. And here it is. The stats on the board there, 3 times under the previous cord record. 7:40 and 24 for Gustav Iden from Norway. 7:42.24 for Sam Laidlow of France. And of course, 3rd place, Christian Blumenfeld from Norway. What an amazing show. Stay with us because we are not going anywhere. That's right. Once again, as we look back on the same place we started this race, which is just adjacent to where we have finished, we are in awe of these individuals. We know Joe Skipper is primed to come home in 5th with Sebastian Kienle still right in that 6th position, thereabouts at last check. So we're expecting to see that with, of course, Leon Chevalier and Mignon behind with Ditlev still in that top 10, guys. Some racing is still in front of us, a lot of racing. Remember, too, that if you are a fan of any of these athletes out here that are still racing, age groupers and pros included, we encourage you to stick around. Of course, there's a follow cam that will be there, a finish cam rather, that'll be there throughout the day. But great admiration and respect here and love for the man Gustav Iden, who has taken out the VinFast Ironman World Championship title in style.
And the party's just getting started down there at the finish line. They'll be there all afternoon, all evening, into the night, celebrating every single champion across the line.
Andy, we're having a look at that fly cam here, provided to us, of course, by Qatar Airways. Pretty cool contraption there. And then I will say this, we can discuss the magic of the finish line, the magic of getting a dream and making it come true. While we do this, I think we should think back to an athlete who finished on Thursday in style. And we want to share his story with you prior to moving on to our podium celebration. Join with me as we recap with Chris Nikic.
1.5 miles. We can do it. My legs are strong, my feet are fast. You got it? My legs are strong, my feet are fast. Say it. Say it. My legs are strong, my feet are fast. Say it. Come on, say it. You're gonna be an Ironman today. Absolutely, Dan. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
we go. On the right side, Inspiration. On the left side, and now full screen, an incredible race for Joe Skipper here, who came across the line in 5th after being so far out of it all day. Just not out of the race, but so far off the screen. 2:45.26 to close it out with a 7:54. Remember this, we have 5 guys under 8 hours now. Before today, only 2 men had done that. Jan Frodeno and Tim O'Donnell, and a couple more after that.
Patrick Lange and...
Okay, we'll have to check the stats here.
We'll have to
the
check
point
the
is, we now have incredible new records to strive for. And as we talked about before, the bar has been raised. Sam Laidlow, in a very humble but confident way, said, the day I win this race will be a special day. It is, like you said, Andy, he's envisioned it. He's put it into his subconscious, and he has said, I'm going to do this. He's been training for that. He came darn close today. And I believe the man when he says he's committed to the family as a triathlon family. And I tell you what, from this day forward, I was a fan, but now I'm a super fan, and I can't wait to see him in his next go-round.
He's
like
gonna
we might
have,
go ahead.
Yeah, he's going to have another go-round for sure.
Here
after
comes our
learning all
6th
these
place
lessons.
finisher. And I tell you what, folks, please give a standing ovation as he closes out his career for the German one-time Ironman world champ, Sebastian Kienle. Incredible show of strength and resilience. 7:55.40. Kienle comes across the line in 6th. What an incredible close to the chapter of Kienle and Kona.
Levon Chevalier right
Breathing down his
behind him.
neck, yeah, for sure.
Leon, great race. Also sub-8. We talk about the career of Sebi Kienle. That is his first time under 8 hours on the Big Island. So the man definitely still has the goods, because even though he's bowing out of the sport, going his personal best time, going out and thanking the people that brought him home on a Leahy drive. You're seeing all these athletes right now just really challenging what the human body is capable of achieving. And we're seeing younger athletes, the older athletes, just really push the envelope, not just of how to be dynamic in a race, but how to push the human capacity. Here's Magnus Ditlev crossing the finish line, 8th place, courageous run there after serving that penalty. Ran a 2:48.11 to close out the day. Again, under 8 hours, 7:56.38 for a top 8 finish for the Dane. Oh, wow, that looks painful coming across the line for Mignon. 2:46 even marathon, also sub 8, leaving it all out there. I think the lights might go out here. Because he might go down for the count. We'll see if he gets a standing 8 count. But wow, way to battle to the finish. Seems to be recovering. We did see both Ditlev and Mignon serve a penalty. So just because you get a 5-minute penalty on the day, it still leaves the door open for a top 10 finish.
And still waiting for places 9 and 10 to make their way across the line to round out our top 10 performers here at VinFast. Waiting for 10th place. I apologize. Mignon was there in 9th, so waiting for place number 10 to run down that chute, rounding out our top 10 performers. An emotional Sebastian Kienle.
It's remarkable to just say that we've had the top 9 under 8 hours, because the 8-hour barrier, again, between 3 and 4 times, like Patrick Lange, 7:52, Tim O'Donnell also under 8 when he took second to Jan Frodeno, 7:51. But the truth of the matter is, here's Patrick Lange. What a great show. 10th place, stopping the clock at 7:58.20. I would say we had 2 triumphant returns for past champions today. They had some hard times over the last couple of years, injuries, and obviously what we all suffered through the global pandemic. But now Patrick Lange bringing it a second German under the top 10 in under 8 hours. Great show.
2:41.59 on the marathon there as well. So that tells you the fight in each and every one of these athletes, the pride that they take to be top 10 in the world. knows that you just fight for everything on the race day. You may not be sniffing the podium, but you know you're still giving it your very best. And that's what we see here.
It's
in each and every
fantastic.
one of
Can you
these
can you
athletes.
imagine being on that course and all of a sudden Patrick Lunga comes by you at 2:41 run speed and you're out there kind of chiseling? You say, you're sorry about that. I'm the guy that's getting 10th today, not you. It's really remarkable because it is. I think we all talked about this at some point or another, that you do have to adjust and have several outcomes you're okay with, right? You're all starting at thinking you can be the winner. Sometimes you adjust and say, hey, let me just get to the finish line. So that you can drop way down. But in the end, when you are out there, you have to kind of just keep perspective is what I would say. And Patrick Longa did that in style. He came back excited to be here, nervous to be here, but confident that he could do something great. And I'd say a sub-8 top 10 finish is pretty remarkable. Cam Worth getting it done.
How about
so
that?
close. Again, so close to getting that top 10 position and really finishing in style. We'll have to take a peek here at his time when he comes across the line. But Cam Worth, impressive stuff. One of the many to go under the bike course record today.
Yeah, I was going to say that pretty fast. Either people have gotten really good at biking. Obviously, ideal conditions out there today, but a lot of tremendous racing from our professional men. The women set the bar on Thursday, and the men answered the call today. Aggressive racing and some just phenomenal performances, and so many island rookies having just the races of their lives out there today.
That's right. This guy's no rookie. He's hitting right at 8 hours and change. So our first guy to not break 8 hours is 11th place, Cam Worth from Australia. His finish time officially 8 hours and 51 seconds. That would have won all but 3 Ironmans.
Right.
All but 3 that we've ever had. So remarkable stuff there for Cam Worth. Great spirit, great energy for the sport. He always comes in here and rocks it for us. As we're looking again, it could be, first glance, it almost looks like it's Andy Dreitz, but I'm going to wait and see because I can't kind of look that
Maybe
small.
Florian Anger.
That's probably most likely, yeah.
We had the camera on him pretty early on the bike ride, and he suffered a penalty. So
good. But let's talk about this for just a second. Just if you had to throw it out there, Andy, favorite moment between 0 and 8 hours so far, favorite moment you've seen?
Jeez, favorite moment. It is 8 hours long, but I'm going to say that pass on the highway because we knew that Sam Laidlow was frying out there and just putting it out there so well. He was putting one foot in front of the other, making his commitment on the bike really stick till 35K into the run. And that might have been my favorite moment. Here's a compatriot peer of ours, Tim O'Donnell.
Holy smokes. Again, this is something that he came in here, he had some ups and downs, some dramatic lows, and to come back and to get here, come 12th place, I think the smile says it all. He was second the last time he crossed his finish line, and today, gratitude for his life, gratitude for the ability to compete with his peers, gratitude for his beautiful family, and now Tim O'Donnell, American, comes across the line in still his second best time ever.
Within 2 minutes of his best time ever.
I was going to say, I mean, you have to, for Tim O'Donnell, what he has been through, I think he just has an appreciation for being here and to turn it around the race. We saw him race in Des Moines, and he was okay, but he was fantastic here today. And there's wife Miranda Carfrey and Isabel and Finn there to greet him at the finish line.
Wow, great stuff. 13th place for Tim with a 2:56 and an 8:02 overall. Great stuff, indeed. That's an understatement. Little Finn with an Aloha
heavy
shirt
lift right there.
and a heavy lift. Yep, let's put your hands together again as the finishers are coming across the line here.
Chavarot right here. Closing
Denny Chevreau, 14th place. He's been
14th
there
place.
before in the top 10, and he's a perennial favorite here at this distance. As Finn's going out to try and soak up some glory there. Did you see that? Finn O'Donnell.
Finn's going to do some high fives.
Looking to take what's his. Another great thing about this sport, when you saw Patrick Longa come across the line finishing 10th, first thing you saw him do was get congratulations and say hi to Dave Scott and Mark Allen there at the finish line. To bring back these legends, to bring back these winners and all of the historical components and players of our sport is pretty special. Look at that, Matt Hansen.
Matt Hansen.
Heck of a show getting himself
He was
back
so
into our
far
right
back. He was so far back off the bike and for a long time was setting the pace, some of the fastest marathon paces on the runs. Wasn't enough to run him into the top 10, but certainly an outstanding performance and a great rebound for Matt Hansen. Not the day he probably wanted, but a respectable finish and probably one of the strongest he's had.
Definitely the best race that Matt's had here on the Big Island of Hawaii. 8:04, 30 and change, his fastest by far. Matt's embodies the never quit attitude. He was floating around 39th for a while and then battles all the way up to 15th place. Well-deserved smile and just a crushing speed. 15th place, 8:04.54. Good heavens. What a fast day.
I mean, you know the story as he comes home in that 2:45 marathon finish to close out the day. It is remarkable, and it's a testament to the effort that these guys are putting out there. The top 15, all within 25 minutes of one another, and all under 8:05. Right. And yes, the conditions were great, but the body still has to cover that distance in extreme elements. So what an incredible show across the board today. These athletes rose and delivered. I'm impressed. Word guys as well, as we roll in here to our podium, our top 10 finish-wise. From Eaton to Laidlow, Blumenfeld, Newman, Skipper, Kienle, Chevalier, Ditlev, Mignon, and Longa. That's your international top 10, and we get to see how it all played out. Those are the stats, and as we get here and watch more finishers come across, we're going to watch this, our men's recap. Check it out. You saw it probably on IronmanNow.com, and here we are today at the start of the race, 7:25 a.m. The cannon fired as it has done for decades now, and folks, we saw all these men get right after it. As spread out as they were at the start, they quickly bunched together and were led by this man, Sam Laidlow, all the way, to be fair, to solid ground. He got pipped, though, at the end.
He gets overtaken just for a little bit by Florian Engert. You can see the clean strokes that the best swimmers in our sport have to offer. They just make it look effortless, although there's a lot of
effort,
preparation, diligence going into that pretty technique, and that's what causes that separation that we're seeing right here in the swim. We had 19 guys come out on the front pack there, Didi?
Yeah, it was a little bit of chaos as they made their way through the conclusion of the Roka swim course into transition, grabbing bags, running frantically. The separation that happened in transition alone was astounding.
It sure was. The race was on, and every component, all 5 of them, counted and made a difference today. We looked at the likes of Sam Laidlow, who did have a slightly slower transition because he put on a little bit more gear. Once he got out onto the bike, not in first, he bided his time and rode his appropriate pace until he got to the front. We saw Max Newman get right to the front and make an early break. Eventually, he had someone with him. But right away, Andy, he was alone.
Initially, Max, this is the top of Palani, a few words exchanged here, but Max, the catalyst early in the bike, showing that he wanted to take the bull by the horns, and you could see Sam Laidlow, Max Newman establishing an early break that would end up sticking for both of those athletes. They just happened to be joined by 3 others by the time we got to the end of the bike course. But you got to put out an effort early until you have other people who want to take advantage of the opportunity to bridge the gap.
And this is where we did ultimately see our Norwegians come right up and try and shake things up. Sam Laidlow was off the front and extending his gap ultimately to 4+ minutes. But there he is on camera getting away with it. The Norwegians did not mess around. They, together with Max Newman, got out and got going to try and catch right back up to him, minimize those losses. We all talked about how much was it enough to be in front of the Norwegians. We got that answer.
We didn't think that, you guys didn't, we didn't feel that break was real, but it sure ended up being a real break. 5-minute difference. End up seeing 6:15 actually into T2 as they got onto their feet. Didi.
And man, I will say we didn't think that the break that Sam Laidlow made would stick, especially up against Team Norway and the power of their run. But he just found his groove and settled right in and did not falter. He threw everything he could at the Norwegians, and it was good enough until it wasn't.
That's right. These guys looked like they were going to destroy all comers, get to the finish line, and have a sprint for who's best. But Max Newman had other ideas as well. He kept himself well within contact the entire Hoka marathon, where Sam Laidlow also, he probably believed that he could do it. His dad believed he could do it. And a couple others. Most everyone else was in disbelief, thinking the Norwegian team would roll through. And look at them go. They did with such precision chase down the lead of Sam Laidlow.
As you see on the decisive move coming out of the Natural Energy Lab, that's where Gustav Iden made his breakaway from Christian Blumenfeld to run up to create the most dynamic move of the day, passing Sam Laidlow, who led for what was that, 94% of the day, 95% of the day. And then Gustav said, no more games. I'm going to slam this door shut, as he just embraces the fact that he's going to run onto Alihi all by himself.
Laidlow did not falter, though. He held on to second place, and it was Gustav Iden who was afraid he would succumb to the curses of the island that have befallen champions before. So he wasted no time in taking care of details to get himself across the finish line. Sam Laidlow knowing what was coming behind him, and it was Christian Blumenfeld.
Blumenfeld getting down Polani. This right here is part of why he's still in the medical tent, folks. He drained the tank, Blumenfeld, to get that third place finish.
When you're willing to go to the depths of your capacity, this is the result. You get an VinFast Ironman World Championship record, 7:40.24 for Gustav Iden, followed by Sam Laidlow, also smashing the old course record at 7:42.24, keeping that gap under 2 minutes, as Christian Blumenfeld rounds out the podium at 7:43.23. There you have it, the top three men on the day.
And a truly impressive display here of sportsmanship and camaraderie, as we saw Gustav Iden hand to Sam Laidlow on course and after. I don't think there was anyone more excited for Sam Laidlow right there at the finish than Eden.
Yeah.
I mean, Sam himself, but it was really cool to see as he embraced him and really told him, hey, great job, man. Like, you absolutely crushed it. He pushed Eden to the final 3.5 miles. I mean, really close. Looking at the last 4.5-5 kilometers is all that he had at the end.
Isn't that why we raced, though? Because we had a predetermined outcome. You had some certain expectations that were laid based off of previous performances. But the reason you toe the line as an athlete on the professional level or the age group level is to find out, to have that curiosity to say, I don't know what's going to happen today, but I am curious to find out. So, and then you get performances like we saw today. Just fantastic stuff.
Watching some more finishers, as we'll continue to do. And a reminder, folks, as Rudy von Berg comes across the line, Ironman Nice champion this year. This is his second Ironman, and I would say finishing over here in Hawaii at 8:12 is a pretty good show that he's got a bright future at the distance as well. Onto the ground, you really do, just regardless of what you can do, you really don't want to do anything else than stop moving and get on the floor as we come back to some finishers here. But listen, guys, these conditions today have been epic, right? We have seen crazy good conditions. Is that Jesper Svensson that I believe is coming across the line here?
Yeah, that's Jesper showing that agony all over his face. He put it on the line. He actually was second on the bike. First on the bike. Great transition out of T1. And top 21 here. Jesper is going to cross the line 21st. Whew. Feeling that effort. Boy, but 8:13 for 21st place.
I mean, again, that's 21st place.
Right.
It's still such a fast day, and the performances the men put out, so impressive just across the board.
You can hear the sounds of Paul Kay helping Mike Riley get folks across the line today. And Jesper Svensson, a double Ironman champ himself from Sweden, coming across the line here, absolutely spent. We all have different versions of how we like to end the day, but he's collecting his lay there and moving on. A lot of tradition that continues to percolate throughout this amazing VinFast Ironman World Championship. Folks that are wondering, I did mention this, we do have a podium celebration in store for you. However, we are putting the pause button as Christian Blumenfeld, our third place finisher, gets much needed medical attention. And what I mean by that is he's not capable of standing on the podium and celebrating yet. He will be, but he drained the tank and they're filling him back up there in medical tent. So again, folks, we do appreciate the fact that you're waiting along with us, and you'll see that podium celebration estimated in approximate 11 minutes. So stay with us as we continue to gaze down on the beautiful coastline here of Kailua Kona and this beautiful event. Thanks again to all of you for being with us.
When we look at this race, the top 10 finishers it's all coming out of Europe. I mean, you had Max Newman in fourth. That's not out of Europe. But other than that, it's Europe. 3 Frenchmen in the top 10. And you got the Gustav and Christian out of Norway. Joe Skipper out of Great Britain. Sebastian Kienle, Germany. Magnus Ditlev, Denmark. And then Patrick Lange, Germany. So Europe has really taken this day by storm. I have a sneaky suspicion the Americans and the Aussies aren't going to put up with that for very long, and they'll come to play on another day.
They'll come to play on another day indeed, and it's interesting how the tides can turn. We talked about it a little bit on Thursday, the waves of performance, geographically speaking, and where the inspiration comes from and where it goes. And you have waves of periods of time where the Germans were so dominant, the Australians so dominant, and right now Scandinavia certainly proving to be a powerhouse in the world of triathlon. So some eye-opening performances, the bar just getting higher and higher and higher.
Oh, it sure is. And it'll continue to go up, and away as we wait for some of our other favorites to get across the line. We're looking for the likes of Chris Leiferman, Ben Hoffman, 2 American athletes that represent great strength in the Ironman distance. Looking at Josh Amberger here from Australia, who seemed to be playing a conservative game early, a man who has just, in my estimation, built with raw speed, and to take that kind of horsepower and slow it down enough to rein in a great Ironman time has proven to be challenging. He's done well with it, don't get me wrong, but I think this guy really built for the 70.3 and still kind of trying to figure out this distance, at least from my assessment at this point.
Well, and exciting times for him. He's going to head home to Australia and get married. So he has that to look forward to this month, next month, but upcoming, and definitely something worth celebrating. He's going to go home in 24th place.
Once again, folks, we want to remind you guys, 8 hours and 17 minutes into this race. Actually, I remember when Peter Reed won this race in 8:21 back in 2003, just off the top of my head. We're not even to that point yet. It's not a disrespect either, because in the end, over all of the years, all the times we've had, the first place across the line did the time it took to win. Nobody else was going that fast with the conditions, with the equipment, and the training mentalities and methods we had back then. But it is shocking to see as we kind of look at this and say 10 athletes under 8 hours. I think let's cook up some wind next year and see if that shakes it up. But I will say, when you all of a sudden come in here and you say, all right, how do I train for the Ironman World Championship? Well, guess what? I have to be ready to go sub 8 if I want to be good. If I want to get top 10, which is a draw for most professional athletes, you say, how do I go sub 8? And then if the condition's slow, I end up with 8.5, 8.10. But you want to go for that now. You have to.
It's less of a mystery now, Michael, than it's ever been, because the information is out there. There was a time when we were kind of blindly throwing darts at the dartboard, hoping to hit something.
Yeah.
And now there's more and more information that we have at our fingertips, so you can the research you're able to do and the resources you're able to tap into can really help you mine that that personal performance level. And we're seeing kind of ebbs and flows, and you see it throughout the history of this entire race in this sport. First, we go to human performance, then we go to dynamic racing, and then we come back to what is the human body capable of. Then we go, well, let's just race and throw all numbers out the window. Now we're on the wave of how many calories and what's the carb rate that I can ingest and apply to my threshold, and what do the actual numbers say? And soon enough, it's going to be back to really dynamic racing where people are going to throw the numbers out because we're all more or less on the same playing field. And then you're going to see great racing.
What a great point. And here, just to throw this out there for the point of discussion too, I think that what we're seeing a lot less of is the GI distress. And you're seeing a lot less of where before a big limiter was if you're going at those percentages of max, if you're going at those effort levels, you can't absorb because we're still trying to put 500, 600, 800, 1,000 calories an hour in. And you see that when Tim DeBoom won, he was projectile vomiting for much of the marathon. Not a lot of people know that, but that was what you dealt with. He won the race. And so now I think to your point, we now know, and the person when they're training has to know their own calorie rate and absorption rate, sweat loss, everything. So
yeah, less GI distress is going to help the overall race. I think the number right now, if you're curious, is 90 grams of carbs is what we're looking at, the human body being able to absorb. And then those who are at the really pointy end are pushing that number up, 92, 95, 96 grams of carb an hour.
And what people don't realize is that takes training. And that's
Yes,
not easy to do because in order to ingest that level of caloric intake, when you head out on a solo 4, 5, 6 hour ride, where are you going to get it all, right? I mean, to take that fluid as you would on race day, you don't have people handing you a bottle every 10 miles or handing you snacks every however many. So I think where a lot of amateur athletes get it wrong is that they have this great plan for race day, but they don't practice it in training as often as they should.
Yeah, and when you see it in practice, then you get to see human performance, and then you get a faster recovery like we're seeing Christian Blumenfeld back on his feet. We said he was going to get through that medical. He's got a smile on his face. He knows that the true effort was well worth it. So he's going to join us on the podium here for the VinFast Ironman World Championships as we get to celebrate the top 3 and each and every other athlete on race day. So stand by as we get ready for this podium celebration.
Walking it back here, I want to just also acknowledge as we run into this podium, the gratitude we all have as fans of the sport to be back here after a long absence at the 2022 VinFast Ironman World Championship. It's been since 2019, and gosh, you can just feel how grateful everyone from staff to athletes to volunteer feel to be back here in doing what we love. So folks, we are going to pass it over to Mike Riley on the ground so he can bring these champions up on the podium and share with you the celebration that you all deserve to see, and they certainly deserve to have.
If you want the guys in the okay with you? Tell me where out of the way. And now for our 2022 VinFast Ironman podium presentation for our man.
Steady cam.
Let's bring him up from Bergen, Norway. He had a day of 7 hours, 43 minutes, 23 seconds. Welcome 28-year-old third place Christian Blumenfeld. Presenting the medal, Royal win from VinFast, presenting the flowers.
I'm stuck. So frame it out. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I just need to get that guy. Well, I need all 3 up there. You back up. In second place, he hails from France. He went 7:42.24. 24-year-old Sam Laidlow. VinFast Ironman World Champion. He swam 48.23. He rode 4:11.06. Capped it off with a 2:36.15 run, a new run course record, and a new Ironman record at 7:40.24. 26 years old from Norway, Gustav Ida. Going up on the win from VinFast. Beautiful flowers. They're raw. Giving him the ceremonial lay. Celebration any way you wish. All right. Good. That's a first. Sam Laidlaw took them all and drank them. Yeah.
He's gonna boot.
One more time for Gustav, Sam, and Christian. One more time for the three best in the world, right there.
You are watching coverage of the VinFast Ironman World Championship, brought to you by VinFast, boundless together. And as we come back to these gorgeous overhead shots, I want to look at the results here, the way you just saw it. Gustav Iden from Norway blasting through the course record and taking it out in 7:40.24. Sam Laidlow from France represented his country well with a 7:42.24, and Christian Blumenfeld closing it out for Norway, third place in 7:43.23. You guys, that is how you do it. And I tell you what, when you are the best in the world, you hand your beer to the second best in the world. And when you're third, you also hand it over. But let's do this. It's exciting for us to finally hear the words of the man on third step, Christian Blumenfeld, together with Mike Riley. We're going to get to him. I think he's actually regretting that beer pass, and he's pulling for his back. When we get to him, though, I guarantee some great and humble words from our champ will be delivered.
While you wait for the camera, we welcome Robert Kalin, Sweden.
Here's the Blumenfeld, third place. Yes, we are going to do our... All right, Christian. Difficult day out there, as you said. You kind of learn a little bit about yourself, don't you?
Yeah, that was a brutal run. Like I knew Gustav would be fast on the run, and he was, just flying. And I tried to do whatever I could by being tactical, not taking any pulls there on the run, and just hope that I had something left. And coming up from Energy Lab, I guess, I got a little gap through the 8th station, and I guess he just let me believe that I had a chance. So, I gave it a go there, and I guess he was just playing me up there, and then he just, boom, went.
You think any of the bike ride you had took anything out of your run legs on the quick ride?
Of course, we were pushing hard, and Magnus was surging once in a while, and went up to Javi quite hard, but I felt all right when I started running. It was just that the pace was a few seconds too fast for me, and I just tried to hang on, and we let Sam get away. I thought we would be able to catch 6 minutes on him, but he was just running so well, and extremely well done to him for getting into second.
And it's awful hard when you're back, you get past, and trying to stay in contact, and that's what you tried to do?
What did you say?
You stay in contact with them in front of you, with Sam, as he passed you?
We sort of let Sam go because I knew that would be, I believe it would be a battle between me and Gustav. But I was quite surprised when suddenly I got feedback that it was 5 minutes up front. So then he was really smashing it hard on the bike there, back on Queen K, and really running well. So I thought we would catch him, but he was just running so well in the end, especially the last half, and the same with Gustav. So 1 and 3 for the team isn't too bad, so happy to make it on the podium. But that was tough.
Well, you should be very proud of yourself. 3rd place may not be in your plan, but this may be the toughest 3rd place you're ever going to have in your career.
Definitely. 40 minutes post-race and still broken, so it's a tough one. And I guess tomorrow is going to be tough too.
Christian Blumenfeld, everybody. One more time, 3rd place. What an effort today.
Broken Christian Blumenfeld. When he says that, you know exactly how hard it was for Gustav Iden to take the title. It was very difficult as well on Thursday when we saw an iron rookie from USA come here and do some damage. But how did it play out, folks? It started the same way we did today in the crystal clear waters of Kailua Bay. The women at 6:25, all to themselves, jumped in and chased Lucy Charles Barkley from Great Britain, as they always do.
No surprises with Lucy Charles Barkley taking the race from the start, as she really started to separate herself and her prowess in the water. Her game started out as just a swimmer, and we all now know Lucy is way more than just a swimmer.
Absolutely. Lauren Brandon led a chase group of 4 out of Kailua Bay. They would get out in pursuit of Lucy Charles Barkley, but we knew Lucy would be tough on the bike. As she went straight to the front of the race and did not look back.
She appeared to have the old game that we saw last in 2019, where she took second, where her legs were on fire. This time, however, she did end up with some company for a long time in the likes of this young lady here on camera, which was a treat to see her go. Absolutely. She represented also Great Britain, Fenella Langridge. So much fun. She loved the entire process.
And Daniela Reef was a bit back out of the water, but didn't waste any time making moves towards the front of the race. We thought Fenella Langridge might sit in on Lucy Charles Barkley and take notes from the veteran, but no, absolutely not. She did a lot of work at the front, trading back and forth with Lucy throughout most of the bike.
It took 112 miles, but then finally we had Daniela Reef stick her nose at the front of the race, as we see Daniela make a pass right here. Coming into T2, we thought it was the same record just being replayed again, but we had other fun news on the bike once we got on our feet.
That's right. The record scratched a couple times there, and we started the Hoka run with Daniela in front, but not for long at all. Lucy Charles literally blew by her bounding and putting all hopes of a 6th Ironman World Championship title to bed. And
But
then,
speaking of bounding, it was Chelsea Sodaro, the rookie here on Hawaii's Big Island, who went bounding past Fenella Langridge. Some of us wondered if it was rookie exuberance going out a little bit hot and fast on the Hoka Marathon. But boy, were we wrong.
and there you go. When she took the lead on Polani, she never looked back. Early on, she just presented to us that she was going to execute an excellent plan. Her blinders appeared to be on. No acknowledgement, but for anyone out there or anything other than the course.
Anyhow, trying to hawk down and fight her way onto the podium as we have Lucy Charles fighting valiantly to hold her off. Felt like that rope was going to spring back, and Chelsea Sodaro just showed her acumen on the run, letting all of her professional running shine through on the day as she was able to cross the finish line at the VinFast Ironman World Championship. First time for an American since 1995, Chelsea Sodaro taking home the title.
In a time of 8:33 to boot, she did not break the course record, but an incredible show. Even she seemed in disbelief. Lucy Charles Barclay coming across in second for the 4th time with gratitude. And then Anna Haug, a true champion, finishing in 3rd on a day that really pushed her to the limits. These women set the tone as they got us back to this caliber and to this event. The VinFast Ironman World Championship. Again, Chelsea Sodaro, 8:33. Lucy Charles Barclay in second, 8:41. And Anna Haug, 8:42. I feel like I'm reading men's times. Oh, yeah, I am, from just about 10 years ago. Folks, it was amazing from our perspective, but we weren't the only ones watching. Our crew, Greg Welch and Matt Lieto, had bird's eye views, front row seats, and all in between, and they're going to share with us their thoughts. Fellas, can't wait to hear what you thought about the last 2 days of racing.
Well, thank you very much, Michael. 2 rookies, 2 titles on 2, consecutive, not consecutive days, but 1 day apart on 2 days of racing here on the Big Island in the VinFast Ironman World Championship. And this was nothing short of amazing on a historical weekend when we had these 2 races separated by 2 incredible champions executing the perfect race, Matt.
No, really. I mean, we always talk. I mean, they proved the pundits wrong. Can't win on the first time, right? And we thought maybe there was a chance, certainly from the Norwegians, but Chelsea Sodaro smacking us upside the head, being like, hey, guess what? Woman's going to win first time, too. Never expected that over Daniela, Laura Phillip, and the class athletes that were on that women's podium.
And the men's race panned out similar to the women's race, where Chelsea Sodaro came from over 3 minutes down to win the race. Today with Gustav Iden also coming from a deficit. You knew that the Norwegians were going to push, but who in this world would have predicted that Sam Laidlow would run down, take a lot of time off his personal record here, but run a 2:44 and hold on to second place.
No, 11 minutes. Nobody PRs their marathon by 11 minutes in Kona. And out there on the course, he looked good, but it's just kind of that record. You expect the guy who gets that much of a lead on the bike to get hot and crumble. And we kept waiting for it. It hasn't happened yet. It'll happen at Energy Lab. And it didn't, and he kept rolling. And then he's got Christian Blumenfeld breathing down his neck. And I'll tell you what, Christian Blumenfeld has some respect for Sam Laidlow right now, because he was a shell of himself when he crossed that finish line. Amazing podium fight, and Max Newman so close.
Yeah, Max, it was absolutely amazing for athletes, just going under the old record here. And, not only did Gustav Iden take the record down from 7:51, but he also, took a run record with a 2:36.15, shattering Patrick Langer's record as well. So it was a great race for our men. As we wrap up this weekend and this week's of racing, it's just been absolutely insane. We've had an historic week where we've had those 2 races. Matt, how'd you like the format?
The format was great. Obviously, being able to focus just on the women on Thursday was great. Able to get all the cameras we wanted, and I was able to be where I needed to be for not missing any moves, and it was great. And the men's race, obviously, today was fantastic. But beyond all, and having the interviews earlier in the week, Greg, we haven't been here in 3 years, and it feels like family. It feels like home. Even these newcomers, they're like, okay, this is my home. You guys are my family now. And I think that was the overarching kind of vibe I got out of this week was we're back doing what we love, and October every year, Kona.
Yeah, from the moment I stepped foot off the plane on, last week, I really felt the vibe. Twice as many people around town. Everybody was up and down from the expo doing things. They were down at the festivities. They were at the path run. Then they went over to the Hot Isla training swim. The Keki dip and dash was absolutely insane. And the undies run with over 3,000 people running around the streets of, Kailua Kona. It was just absolutely amazing. We're so happy to be back. Matt, what was your favourite moment on the women's race and on the men's race?
Favorite part on the women's race was Chelsea Sodaro just running her run when I saw her by herself out in the energy lab. It's just poetry in motion, looked comfortable. And you saw her reaction when she crossed the finish line. She was just focused all the way up until that moment. That was great. And if I'm being honest, my favorite part of the men's race was that ice cream cone at the Hawaii.
Why did you just have to go and steal my thunder? Okay. I had several favorite things about this week, but it was the whole week, just being back on the island. My most envious moment of the week was watching Matt Lieto and Harvey sucking down a beautiful waffle ice cream out there. How dare you and not bring one back? And look at that.
I got some back for you.
Look at that. The spoils are back on his shirt. You know what, guys? We had a fantastic week. Thank you very much for joining us on IronmanNow.com. It was absolutely amazing. We're going to throw it back to you guys. You guys were absolutely fantastic in the studio. Come on down, and we'll go down to the finish line together.
Much love, Matt. Much love, Greg. What a day here for everyone. We've returned, and we hope you've enjoyed watching coverage of the VinFast Ironman World Championship here in Kona, Hawaii. I'll say this, it has been great for us, and we will continue to provide you with the finish line camera where you will hear the voice of Mike Riley call you on an Ironman for the last time at the World Championship. For Dee Dee Griesbauer and Andy Potts, I'm Michael Lovato. I'll encourage you to tune in to Outside TV on Sunday, October 16th, as we bring you Ironman 70.3 Waco. Enjoy these amazing moments and images from the VinFast Ironman World Championship.